Yeah, it's one of those things. The inconsistency. Is there a I don't they have like delivery instructions? Okay. Okay. I understand what you're saying. Is there any way in the delivery instructions you can just specify, put it by the ramp? Can you repeat that, Holly? Holly, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that? Okay, you're breaking up there. I heard you say something customer service. Can you repeat that? I heard you say customer service. Can you repeat that? Okay. Uh, sure. Well, we just played with my community, and they were really nice. I I lost about $300 doing something today, and it wasn't my fault, but it just happens. And they were really nice um to just be with me, and that's not the end of the world. It could have been a lot worse. And we just played trivia for an hour, and it was really successful, and we're going to do it every single night from here on out, just basically as a community event, which is nice. As you know, it's really difficult if you don't have a big account to get people in to your space to essentially make people aware about it. So I think it's delightful to have people with bigger accounts who come in and are able to help promote the space, and then you get a nice little game going. So we played trivia. We're gonna do the same thing tomorrow at 6 p.m. my time, and we learned a lot of things. We learned that there is a venomous primate. It's like we didn't know that. It's the slow. It's called the. Let me look it up again so I can help to remember it. Venomous primate. It looks like a lemur, but it's not. It's a slow loris. So the loris is a primate that is venomous. We did not know that. There were some other things that were interesting, and I just have a really great community. They're very supportive, and um, I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for like almost 2 years now, so they know me really well, and we had a good time. We had a few people play, which is good, and even more people who are speakers. And I don't have a really big account anymore. I used to. I used to have more than 10,000 people, but because that account got banned, I don't have the same influence when I don't have all the people knowing that I'm going live. But the nice thing is that if people join as speakers, it their followers see it. So we're able to promote that way and just get a lot of people in there. So I don't know. We had a dozen or so people in there, and we hadn't planned on doing this. I had planned on doing it actually, like I told you, Friday night, but it was kind of impromptu. Hey, you guys want to do it tonight? And they were like, yep. So we got a bunch. I mean, there were only going to be 2 people in there, and then all of a sudden we got another 10. So that was really nice. And I could host or play trivia, either one, like a lot. I like doing both of them. So I have to limit it, because if not, what we'll do is we'll play for 3 hours and then kind of get burned out on it. So if we just keep it to 1 hour every single night, that makes it enjoyable for the group. And I also like to do karaoke. Um, so we might do that in the upcoming future as well. Do you like trivia? Holly, do you like trivia? I don't know if you're talking, but I can't hear you if you are. That's okay. Well, if you can hear me, let me know. If not, we're going to continue watching.
Well, I'm born and raised in Fernando Valley. I currently live in Washington, where my located at.
Nice. Grandparents.
Hey, can you hear me?
I live with my dad.
Holly? Holly, can you hear me? I cannot hear you if you're talking.
My dad, my grandfather, he passed away in June.
Is that how you got that jacket? There he is, everybody.
My mom got me the jacket. I'd say
I was gonna say, what do your homeboys dress like? Do they also dress like 90s rappers on laundry day? Like your homeboys are like in FUBU, Tommy Hill.
it is a vintage. Like those are at least like 10-year-old shorts. Like this is like it's all slightly dated. It's pretty good what you're doing.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, that's funny. You have 90 feet, huh?
I'm a ninja.
You're a ninja?
I'm a ninja, yeah. Yeah, I'm a ninja. Now, if you're a ninja, you can't have big clumsy feet. That's not going.
Okay.
Jonathan, how old are you and how long do you stand on? I first did it in a comedy club in early 2013. The reason I say in a comedy club is the first time I technically did it was in spring 2010 at your college.
Yeah, I don't know. He seems to me like you really love fucking stand up, and I think you're gonna be doing it for a long time. Something tells me.
How old are you? 25.
25. So you're just gonna have to ditch. I mean, you're making shit up that doesn't make any sense. Like all that jokey joke bullshit has got to go. The quicker you get rid of that, when you talk about your grandfather and your fucking where you come from, the faster you do that, the better off you'll be. I mean, 1,000%. And because I can tell you're probably a real deal comic. I'm feeling that. And you just get rid of that fucking horse shit you just said, and you're good.
It's good advice.
Yeah, it is good advice. Have you ever stirred pudding before?
No, he hasn't.
Not a huge vat that I describe. I'm sure I've done stuff in my
The answer is no.
What do you really do to make money?
I'm a petitioner.
What does that mean?
Like for ballot measures, I get signatures for petitions.
Okay, what do you do the other 11 months out of the year?
Mostly a lot of masturbating.
Wow, he is honest. And you live with your grandparents?
I did. My grandfather passed away, and
Was it because he walked in on you masturbating? You had like a sad heart attack?
not him. Not him. I believe my father has done that at one occasion. He never talked about it, of course, but it's probable he did. I can't confirm it, but I feel like it was the time, and he did it. Yeah.
And so, what does your dad do for work?
He transports cars, like basically, long story short, people make a car thief. Not as car thief. Transports cars. Well, it's a similar process, I'll give you that, but it's through an agency that does it.
I move money around. So when your grandpa died, your dad was like, the ting, moving into the house in Coldwater, getting out of the San Fernando Valley.
No comment.
Yeah.
No,
What's your background? Like, what's your mix?
well, I just
You look like a Jewish Mexican.
I am Jewish. I'm 31% Sephardic, which means my lineage is rooted in Spain, and the 31 is kind of in Portugal, which is also Sephardic.
You don't gotta explain darky Jews to me, dude. And then what's the rest of you?
The rest is Russian, Romanian, and Polish, and a little bit Norwegian, and the Spaniard roots came from Greece, so we can speak Greek as well.
So you're just a mix of people who don't respect women. You have the face of like the kind of guy that gets into a few fights once in a while. Am I right? You get into about a fight a year at least?
I only had one punch experience. Of course, I've been in like some pushing things. I feel like everyone's had that, but an actual punch was only thrown once when I was 7 years old in a changing room for the pool.
Wow.
And I did not throw this. I took it.
Wow. Holy shit. Someone saw your feet and they're like, I'm going to punch this guy because he's not going to be able to do anything because he has tiny feet.
It's actually kind of funny. The guy, I don't know what it was. I didn't mess with him. I don't think I was. I remember twice and he's like, do you want a knuckle like, do you want a knuckle sandwich? So I just said yes. And my head is up against the board where we sit on change in the pool area. And he just punched my forehead and just pushed me into my forehead for like 3 or 4 seconds before a counselor told me to stop. And that was kind of the gist.
Wait, so he punched you and then just like stuck the landing? That's really fucking insulting. Right when you thought that it doesn't get worse than a normal punch to the face, you find out that somebody can just fucking leave it there and just fucking like push your head up against the wall afterwards. It was I'm surprised those eyebrows didn't just cushion it. Those fucking things are amazing. Those eyebrows are like fucking, what do you call that, Chloe and Kim? That's incredible.
One substitute teacher I had recognized my last name, and he had a friend who's a cousin with the same last name. I said, "Are you relative to this person?" I said, "Yes." He's like, "Yeah, I thought you had those Aru eyebrows."
Right.
So if we go by that substitute, we call them Aru eyebrows.
No, don't do that. Alright? Just do everything, say the whole thing like you just did, but at the end just go, gangster. Jonathan, what's your second favorite thing to do other than stand-up comedy?
Well, I was realizing you may ask that, and I was thinking, well, technically, if we go by frequency, it's masturbation.
Wow, a second shout out to masturbating. For those of you that, this is what you don't get on Last Comic Standing. Our answers like this.
You're a handsome guy. What about a piece of pussy or something? What's your
I'm going to stack up on that to where my ego is like high enough.
By the way, let's stop for a second. I love the fact that you said that you had a feeling that I was going to ask the question of what your second favorite thing to do was, and all that prep time. You're still sticking with masturbating.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most solid answer that I can give. I mean, there's a lot of things I like. Like, I used to like video games, but I don't really play those anymore. So
It's grown up. I can tell by his outfit, it's called maturity. And what you wear is very like masturbation friendly. You're basically wearing like a fucking masturbator's business suit right now. Mesh shorts, a white jacket that can just absorb without discoloring any finished product.
let me point out.
Oh shit, there's more. What the fuck is that?
So a little smiley face.
Show the audience, you moron, not us. That's a genuine stain, guys. What? Again, another thing that you don't see on Last Comic Standing. It's a real Brady show to have a guy that proudly shows cum stains on his shirt.
That's not a cum stain.
On his nipple.
Come on me right now. #NBC.
I know who your slip dance partner was. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Jonathan, it was nice meeting you. Come back anytime. Jonathan Aru, everybody. There he goes. Great job. Woo! Man.
Yeah, get a piece of pussy and talk about getting some pussy instead of that bullshit you're talking about. It's a quick fix.
Yeah. Totally. Jesus Christ. Talk about anything other than stirring settings for 60 seconds.
Exactly.
That's adorable, though. That's like, you know, when I very, 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 very first started, I just had this rambling dog shit joke about pedestrians that like didn't have any punchlines, and it was just like, pedestrians suck, right? It was just like terrible. That sort of reminds me of it. I mean, I only did it like once or twice, and when I wrote new shit and started fucking murdering all the time. But you know, that's still not me. Jonathan, you're not on Twitter, huh? None of that social media shit. Oh, Jesus. This guy just jerks off all day. That's pretty respectable.
He finally gets an agent, and they just like, you follow a whole lot of whores on Twitter. Is this your brand?
I pulled another name out of the bucket. It's Victor Martinez.
All right, Victor. Proud favorite.
Yo, Kill Tony, how the fuck you doing? What's up, man? Nice to see you. I know what you're thinking. Is this some type of lesbian, transgender, fucking 2015 hybrid in between, not yet chopped off? You don't know, right? I'm actually a Mexican, believe it or not. My parents don't believe it still. I'm 2 feet taller than fucking both of them, man. It's weird. Like, Spanish was my first language for the first 3 years of my life. But you know what? I grew up, I ate out a bunch of white girls, and it's gone, man. I can't even eat spicy food anymore. All I have a taste for is white girls and Starbucks. That's all I can handle. I'm a fucking disgrace, man. I know I'm Mexican, though, because I'm fertile. And I love the smell of fresh cut grass. So I got that going. So I'm Mexican, man. They're shorter than me. They're brown. I love them, though, you know? I still remember Spanish when I'm really high. Or like I'm talking to my mom on the phone or some shit. That's about it.
Wow. Victor Martinez.
How you like it?
That's how it's done. Holy shit.
I miss you guys, man. This is fun. I was up here with Coffee May before.
Oh, I remember
Love
that.
that. Remember I was wearing the iceberg shirt?
And now you're wearing a tortilla.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. That's amazing. I love what you did. You came out, you made fun of yourself, got everybody on your side, took away everything that I was going to say.
Exactly.
I knew you were going to say that immediately. Because that's probably everything that I said last time you were on,
Yeah,
right?
lesbian stuff. Yeah.
That's beautiful. You know, and that's what's funny. Is like people think that when people get made fun of on this show, that it's like, oh, well, that sucks for the comedian, but not really at all. Because if it works, then it fucking works. It works for you. That's right. It's amazing. I love your style, Victor. You're really good.
I fucking love you guys.
Hell yeah. It's so fun. How long have you been doing stand-up, Victor?
4 years. I did it in 3 years in Dallas and then a year out here now.
It's so fun. What do you
Like 8 months of Vancouver.
That's great. I love that you had blunt wraps in your front pocket.
I saw that too.
Immediately, yeah.
Very impressive. Did you smoke before your set tonight?
Every set. I've been high since I started. I don't go sober.
This guy's the real fucking
People
deal.
are real sober. People
See,
don't like that.
Jason, you blew your, I think you're going to do really good at comedy on the last guy.
Great, funny. You eat pussy, you smoke weed. I'm on your fucking side.
I appreciate it.
Love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you were really funny.
Sure.
And that's cool that you put your long wraps away and didn't break. You didn't break, you still did material. That part of his mind is doing material. The other part was like, I love my blunts so far out of my pocket.
Yeah, no,
And you guys didn't notice. We did.
I would keep going with like the transgender bit. Not that you look like but like you can write, you can talk. It's funny, and then just keep going down.
Yeah,
really,
like,
it's funny.
I'll bet you could even like pull off hooking up with one of those like hot lesbians. You know what I mean? Like you could just go in there and she'll be like, oh my god, that's like the type of butch chick that I love. And then at the end of the night when you pull your dick out, it'll just be like, let's do this. It's like permanent strap on. That's when you could look at the beautiful girl right in the face and go, you wouldn't have wanted to eat my pussy anyway.
If I had one, no, you wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You didn't really want to eat my pussy.
We're lucky. Dicks are low maintenance. They really are.
Right, you have a permanent strap on. Yeah. She's gonna love that shit. How is your sex life going? What is your story?
I mean, we fucked like almost at least 3 times a week.
You married?
No, basically 6 years.
Wow.
You just like white girl.
Yeah, here from Dallas.
Yeah, they're out here with me.
Yeah, that's love.
What is she for?
She's a waitress down a lot on Fairfax pizza joint.
What pizza joint? That's okay.
Yeah.
I like that you're pretending like you don't know what kind of pizza joint she works at.
Word to the wise, bring your girlfriend from a different city because they're all trashy.
Yeah.
Benji, born and raised in Beverly Hills. He knows it. That's a horrible thing to say. Women from other places are fresh. They're not like LA shitholes, like the ones that have lived there their whole entire life. I mean, it's a thing. Yeah, bring them from out. Yeah. I thought you said there were worse.
No, I'm saying bring your girlfriends from other places because 98% of them here are just gold digging immigrants.
Yeah. Especially Texas girls.
Southern girls,
Yeah. Victor, what is your second favorite thing to do at stand-up comedy?
Smoke weed.
All right, how about your third?
Watch TV, just veg out. Just
really veg out? I highly doubt that. Yeah, get some celery sticks.
Enjoy myself if I'm not working.
What's the snack that you always buy at the grocery store? Spicy Cheetos. Why are you answering for him? How do you have it? He's Mexican.
Yeah, that's right. You're racist. No, it's ice cream, like fucking chunky ice cream, or like Oreos. I don't eat real food.
Right.
Chunky ice cream, like if your ice cream doesn't have pieces of stuff in it.
Yeah.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah, have some big, like some shit in there. Just I don't know, peanuts. I don't know what they are.
Like the texture.
Yeah.
You go to Yogurtland?
No.
You gotta try Yogurtland.
It's too healthy, man.
Shout out to Yogurtland. I want to get a shout out. Yeah, that's our first time we've heard that one.
Let's go get yogurt. Why don't you guys go get yogurt? If you really have never had a good time at a yogurt place, have you been?
Yeah, I've been there. The coolest part about the yogurt is the shit you put on top.
That's what it is, yeah. Put some brownies and shit on.
I worked on this show, Nathan For You, and the pilot episode, they had poo-flavored yogurt. That's my story.
All right.
That's a great show. Victor, what's your plan?
Keep doing this shit till I get famous, man. Just keep getting on this show and keep showing up,
So, like, what's like your main goal? Like, if you could do anything in the world, like, what do you just want to do?
Stand up, entertainment, when people look at me and laugh at me, man. That's all I want. I want all attention, all eyes on me.
It's COVID, honey.
Yeah, thank you.
You're great. You're great.
When I think about anything else, it sounds boring as shit. Just being a manager and some fucking, I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you do for money?
I'm an Uber driver. Uber and Lyft.
Get the fuck out of here. Really?
Yeah, I've been doing it for 6 years.
Wow.
6 months.
Yeah, time flies.
Feels like it.
Craziest thing that's happened in your Uber.
I picked up a little white girl, right? Her name is Samantha, and she
white girl?
Yeah, she FaceTimes her homegirl, and then while she's FaceTiming her, she does a bump of coke off her iPhone. I'm in my back seat, and we're in an Uber pool on the way to pick up someone else. Like, fucking chill out, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Fucking Uber people, man. That's
She at least give you 5 stars?
No. No, she probably gave me like 4.5 or something.
Really?
Yeah, that was fucking rude. I like Liv better. Liv pays more, the cheaper people, take mustache, no coke in the backseat.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
If you do fist bumps instead of real bumps.
Fucking Uber is just too mainstream, man.
Imagine how terrible the coke is that someone in Uber pool is doing. Yeah, that is the worst cocaine. What's gotta be around? Has anybody ever gotten into an argument or anything in the Uber pool?
Bro, dude, we'll do that.
Really?
You just gotta get out first and we'll fight. And that's it. Dude, we gotta go to Yard House first. No, we gotta go to CrossFit first. Yard House Wednesday.
So the chick that did a bump of coke off the iPhone in the backseat, did you say anything to her?
No, I just kept driving. I saw the whole thing out of my rear view and I just kept fucking driving.
What kind of car are you driving?
It's right now it's a Toyota Prius 15. Yeah, I'm real fucking California.
You know you're partying when you're doing blow in the Prius. Prius is the bright. I thought the only thing green about you was your diabetic butt. So, guys. Oh, it's your weekly diabetic foot joke, everybody. There he goes, Victor Martinez. Funny as fuck. That's how it's done. Victor Martinez comes in, energy blazing, and just carries it for 60 seconds. But yeah, you guys going to kill himself. Sometimes the show gets too good. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Alan Peterson.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing right now? Y'all good? I'm so happy to be here. For real, I just left my retail job. So glad to get the crap out of that bitch. I work at a movie theater. And if you're ever in a movie theater, please do not complain about the fucking price, okay? I live with my mother. There's nothing I can do. Don't complain that it's the popcorn. If it was up to me, it would be $1,000. Let's get people killed out my mama crib. Just the other day, she came in while I was masturbating talking about how to use Soundhouse. How to use Soundhouse? My dick is in my hand, Mom. I think you just hold it up like she's saying, get the fuck out. It's fucking ridiculous. Haven't had sex in 2 years? That's a goddamn shame. Oh. Maybe it's because I look like a broke-ass Keely Thompson. I don't know. Thank you. Wow. Another murder. Look at that serious look on his face right now. I love that. There's a look on his face like he just tackled somebody in the NFL. It's a mean look. I love that. Alan Peterson, you are legit. Your energy feels like you quit your fucking job like today. Like you just watched it and you're like, I'm here to do stand-up comedy, motherfuckers. Yeah, that was great energy. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, man, just flew down here from Michigan, shout out to Troy.
Yeah.
You don't have to shout back anymore. They really don't give a fuck, and they don't have the internet anywhere. They have no idea. They have no idea what iTunes is. They're never going to hear this. If we were on local radio, I'd say you had a better shot at hitting a Detroit satellite than being on a successful internet show.
Comedy was going terrible, then I gave a shout out to Detroit, and things really took off.
So you were working in Detroit 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. And you quit your job at a movie theater in Detroit. You said, I'm going to chase my fucking dreams in Los Angeles. This is my favorite type of story. Where are you living now?
I live on a couch at my friend's house off of, I think the Valley.
Yeah, that's the couch that everybody from the Midwest lives on when they first move out. Always in the Valley. It's called Burbank. It's all the same. How's it going?
I love it, man. Just trying to hit open mics, acquaint myself with the scene, and just get around, you know.
Yeah, you having fun with it?
I love it. I like the Victor. Yeah, man. Yo, same way. Like I can't do anything else, man. I gotta make people laugh. This is it, man.
Fuck yeah, you two are eat ice cream together. I can just feel it. I can just feel it. You guys are going over 2 bowls of good old chunky goodness. Oh, is it going to be glorious? I'm talking about how hard you killed. Oh, yeah, those other people, they just weren't as funny as us. It's going to be amazing.
I do really want them to be friends, like really bad.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Let's see if they keep up that energy after 20 fucking years in this fucking place.
So, you were doing stand-up in Michigan.
Yeah.
That's so fucking cool. That rough neighborhood. I'm actually, I don't know if you can tell from my suburban dialect. Yeah.
That sounds good,
I'm not from the hood. I'm actually from a suburb called Rothschild.
That's where the Jews live.
Yeah, for out of Nile. I knew it. Yeah, we have a very, 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 very funny friend in there, Sandy Danto. What's up? In fact, I used to sleep, to take it full circle, on Sandy Danto's couch. Really? Once I moved up from my older brother's couch, who's sitting right over there, ladies and gentlemen. Donnie Hinchcliffe. Special brother shout out, sitting right there, my real brother. And I'm not just saying brother because there's a black guy on the stage. Like, that's my actual brother. Alan, yeah, you're like white as fuck. Even your name is white. My mom did that on purpose. Alan Peterson. Like, Gerard? Oh, yeah. She hit it right there in the middle name. Alan Poindexter Peterson.
We're moving in with Jews. You can have a white name. This is how it is. Fine, you can have a black middle name.
Fuck yeah. Alan, what's your second favorite thing to do for fun other than stand-up comedy? Like, what's like your hobby, your go-to?
I just listen to go to hip hop concerts.
That's fun. We need to create some. Oh shit! Jeez, one black guy finds out you're from the suburbs and you're fucking done, bro. It's fucking like, you don't listen to hip hop, bro. You don't know. So funny, man. So funny.
My whole life.
So what kind of hip hop are we talking about? Vanilla Ice, fucking Backstreet Boys. What do you consider hip hop from West Bloomfield?
I listen to comments on the quality. Yasin Dave's now most deaf again. I like underground shit, you know.
Black guy.
Chance the Rapper.
Resident black guy. What do you think? Is it the thumbs up?
You listen to Waka Flocka Flame and shit?
Oh shit! Oh! It happened that quick.
Fucking you listen to Fetty Wap and shit? Maybe you should come my way. That's some shit.
Holy shit! Alan Peterson just tagged a gunshot. Incredible. I love that. Just fucking riding the gunshot's momentum.
That was the most gangster moment of his life, just a fake gunshot.
A ringtone. Street cred advantage, Alan Peterson. Fuck yeah, even your Twitter handle's white as fuck. AGP the funny man. I love that you keep looking up at him with
Sounds like all black people, whenever we're in a room, we gotta make sure we see each other. Does my wife even be like, you all right, we do it?
Yeah. But seriously though, I bet you don't see that one up against that wall right there, am I right?
I actually do want to like in my face.
No, look at you still don't see him. You think I'm fucking around. That one
Oh,
right
what
there.
up? Oh, okay, hi.
We here.
All right.
That'd be a funny podcast.
You know Doc in the store? Guy working a lot tonight? Doc's in Detroit. Doc.
Doc? Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
I got a
I know Trey.
Greatest group. You know, there's lots of great homes in Detroit, so.
So now it's
getting a lot of Ohio ones,
podcast idea. Black guys getting to know each other.
We have
I feel like it's just white person being like, we'd love for you to get to know each other. And then they just have to sit there and talk.
No, Doc, right down there. Comes for sure in Detroit. Great dude. Tell him what's up on the way out. For sure.
He's not from the nice part of Detroit.
I feel like you have a lot of gangsters on it. I feel like when you quit your job, it was like in half baked. You were like, fuck you, you're cool, fuck you, I'm at.
Sometimes you gotta keep it, you know.
I can put that black on as long as I don't do the voice. You know what I mean? Like as long as I give them their face, then they know what. And take off my glasses. The day that you quit the movie theater, like was there like did you do something wrong and like resigned on the spot? Like I know, like you know, oftentimes when I quit a job, it's also like I'm like about to get fired, so I'm like, yeah, I quit. Was it that type of thing? Like, were you getting into like, were you like talking in the movie theater or something like that? I did talk in the movie, but no, I actually just was like, fuck it, I'm 24, gotta chase this dream. I'll see y'all later. That was it. Yeah. 2 weeks notice. Okay. Was it like a movie that inspired you? Was it like you know, Tyler Perry's Medea or something like that? Where you like movie? No, it wasn't that at all. I just knew I had to be in LA. I had a lot of friends out here, and I wanted to do the store, which I did. Fuck yeah. Alan, I really like your style, man. Welcome to the LA comedy scene, and you know what? You're just white enough to be one of my new black friends. So, welcome to the family, Alan Peterson. Anything else for Alan, guys? Alan Peterson.
Great, Alan.
Comedy store debut.
Great.
Yeah.
Welcome to LA, dude.
Classic. Michigan there gets played off with a little of that sweet Buckeye fucking music. AGP the Funny Man. That's his Twitter handle. Long as fuck. So follow him on Twitter. AGP the Funny Man. Alan Peterson. That's fun. Yeah. Do you guys remember anything dumb you used to do when you like very first started? Like any joke or something in particular that you can't believe you did?
I got so
You're very extreme.
I got so many. I used to fucking do weird shit, man. I had my first joke was like a 3-minute joke about having 29 children with Nicki Minaj, and I like named all the kids like Double Dribble, JJ Abrams. I had the names for all the kids. I used to sing this song called Ding Dong Party, and I'd be like, woo, 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 woo. Oh shit, it's a Ding Dong Party. It was like, I just do crazy.
You're right, that was stupid as fuck.
Yeah. Hey, man.
I really gave you a big beach ball and you hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do a bunch of dumb shit that never got a laugh. Here's some of it right now. That was beautiful.
I used to play in a cow suit. I used to do all sorts of dumb shit.
Oh, I think you should bring back the cow suit.
No.
Fuck yeah. Did you guys have an answer for that?
Now they're boring.
I mean, I had that.
Whoa! Shots fired from Pat Reagan.
I had like 10 minutes of retard bits in like 95 minutes. Just straight retard bits.
And now it's like, what, 7 minutes of
Yeah,
retard
that's
bits?
7. I've fine-tuned my fucking target. But I look back now, it's like a different time. You can't really do that shit. Wow. But yeah, no, like straight fucking hard, rude.
You had like, that was like the thing back then. Like retards were like the thing. There was no like transgender or like, you know, movie theater shooting, stuff like that. It was just like retards just rolling around.
So you were like a hard R comic. R stands for retard.
Yeah, I mean, I still do a fucking I still do retard bits, but not as hard.
Retard bits.
Yeah, you know, set up punch retard. But yeah, I mean, you start like I was telling your boy, it's like you look back, you write yourself out of that shit.
My shit was always dope.
Yeah, Benji always done it. Guys, let's jump back into the bucket, shall we? We're on the street right now. Anything can happen. It could be a swing dancer. It could be a masturbator. It could be a giant 14-year-old lesbian. It could be anything. Ooh, we know this guy. He gets pulled out of this bucket quite a bit. Last week he got pulled out of the bucket and he talked about the visit to the psych ward that he had 10 years before, and it was pretty damn compelling. It was a really interesting piece of work, and he's here again putting it together for Dennis Wilson.
What's up, dude?
Because I read something today that really disturbed me. You know, the average man working this qualifying right now. This guy is doing the math right now. Some guys who have used a lot of their 13 courts already. And they need fucking girls that just use this shit up on nothing. 14 quarts, man. 14 quarts. No, Red Band is worried about that. 14 quarts. 14 quarts. Right.
What the fuck?
Okay, come on. I really want to get it.
That's all you got is 14 quarts? You just keep repeating 14 quarts? Give a shout out to Red Band in the middle of it?
14 quarts.
Just make us all picture buckets of cum for a moment, and then you're going to say, that's it, I'm out of here.
He just pumped us.
Buckets of cum, buckets of cum. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
I feel like it's my duty to tell guys that. There's a lot of guys who talk about masturbation all the time. He only got fucking 14 quarts.
I'm thinking of like milk cartons, full of cum. And that's just like a fact, though. Like, what was the?
Everything I always want to talk about sex.
You read this book today.
No, I read that book a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Is his set still going?
No. I feel like he just follows Uber facts or whatever, and he's just like, yeah, that's my material now.
Yeah.
I got one thing to say.
No, 14. I can't do the bit that I can do. It's too long.
What do you want to talk about?
What did you
want? What is it?
I was at a co-ed mental institution.
Why?
Why I had it's kind of like I did a 72-hour, supposed to do a 72-hour hold, and I passed the hold, but they didn't. They took me.
We went through this last week.
Yeah.
It was a runaround. He would not tell us why he originally got put into the psych ward.
So no, that is wrong. I went for a 72-hour hold.
But why did you go for a 72-hour
No. Just listen to last week's. Let's go to this. Let's go to this joke. So the joke is that we do 14 quarts of cum. That's the joke. A fact about cum is the joke that you were trying to do.
Yeah, I was just saying the joke is really that like you look at guys and like some kind of
So the joke's for you.
well, it's kind of like a shout to feed off the crowd. Some guys, like I said, when I do that joke, they start looking in their head like, they think about it.
How many loads is that?
14.
I would say that's 100 loads, half quart. That's 200 loads of quart.
All right. You know what's crazy about this?
3 times a day.
Unlike previous things that have happened tonight, I actually did see this on a recent episode of Last Comic Standing. Everybody was talking about 14 quarts of cum. No, definitely not, Dennis. I'm fucking with you. No, they didn't. That's not the new thing. 14 quarts. Let me tell you something about this joke. You ready? 14 is like the unfunniest number. Stop. Secondly, quarts, completely one of the least funny units of measurement. Cups. And then semen, unless it's fucking like great, you just have to pick people picturing semen. Guys don't really like semen, and girls, they have enough semen in their lives to be picturing buckets at a comedy show.
Someone found this useful.
Dennis, I think we're about to put you into another 72-hour hold. If you're expecting the audience to respond, oh yes, that's useful information, then I don't know. We might have to. There's a guy in the back that has this jacket that he wants you to try on.
Dennis, we want to hear you talk about yourself and your life.
How much cum do you think you've produced? Do you have any kids? How old's your daughter?
She's 14, of course.
No, I didn't masturbate a lot. I didn't masturbate.
See, there we go.
Dennis,
we're getting into something.
Pretty good. I think it's
pretty good. See what?
You haven't. Pretty good. I think I got probably 11 quarts. I fuck really good.
11. Jesus Christ.
You don't seem like a dirty guy. Like, hearing you talk about quarts of cum, I don't feel like it suits your personality.
No, I'm not a dirty guy.
You don't seem like a cummy dude.
Somebody's getting horny from all the cum talk. Wow, I love that. Yeah. Oh, that we have a couple making out up there. Dennis Wilson and everybody's pheromones going crazy. Yeah.
You know how to fucking kindergarten.
How old was your daughter when you went to the mental institution?
She was 8. I already did the math on it. And decided it was so sad to not go back and cover it.
Well, she knows.
There's a lot of mental illness in fucking comedy. And,
Yeah.
No,
you know,
really, there's no mental illness involved in this. Needless to say, the state of California will take a body for money. Okay.
that's probably fucking true.
Well, let's just go back to last episode on that.
That's, well, can I say that, yes, Dennis is the dude who I said, this was bullshit backstage, loved T, old friends, been doing a long fucking time, and was always funny as shit back in the day, always. And this is before, your time, anybody up here. So my question is, you've always been hilarious. Have you been doing stand straight? You stayed fucking quit it. You did stop. So how long? Wow, what a trip. Well, the thing is, it's like, like this one. Okay, well, Tony brought you back or what? That's cool. That's cool. But, you can always go back to fucking stand-up, but, it proves it's the hardest thing. I'm convinced stand-up is the most difficult thing in the fucking world. Because if you're not doing it, you're not on your fucking shit. Whether it's a week, 2 weeks, or whatever. So I'm just going to tell you, Dennis, it's always been funny as shit, always cool as shit. So
it's true. Stand-up is the hardest thing. Second hardest thing, Mike Wesley's dick. Dennis Wilson, everybody.
all right, D.
Another black guy with a white name, for those of you keeping track on your Kill Tony bingo cards. Another black guy with a white name, Dennis Wilson. He's on Twitter at DJ Sunset Boulevard.
Yes, in a Jeopardy bit. Black dudes on Jeopardy, I still remember fucking funny as shit.
Oh, really? You
Probably
remember
ripped
that
off
joke,
1,000 times. Yeah, so he has to.
Come here and do it real quick.
It's great. You're going to play the kill.
Hurry up, Dennis. Come on, this isn't fucking Price is Right or anything.
It's a legendary comedy store bit.
Come on.
Bring him up.
Dennis Wilson, ladies and
Don't think you forget Black Game Show. Every time you see a Black Game Show, first thing you do. Yeah, look. The nigga on Jeopardy. And all niggas on strong on Jeopardy. Every time there's a black guy on Jeopardy, spends the whole night doing that.
There it is.
fuck yeah.
That joke is racist now. In 97, it was fun. We're racist. Oh, good shit, dude.
I love it. Guys, let's jump into the next part of the show. We have two regulars that do a brand new minute every single week, whereas everybody else gets pulled out of the bucket. These two have a locked-in spot. There was two girls that did it every single week for 2 years, and they recently moved on to another level of the Comedy Store and an entirely different show. And we restarted with two brand new regulars. This is about our 6th or 7th week on them, and it's super exciting to see the stylings of these two. One of them is 19. The other one is always nervous. And let's start with her. She just got to open up for Adam Sandler and David Spade and Rob Schneider last week. It was an amazing set. She's brand new, and she is one of our favorites, and she's the new regular on Uncle Tony. Put your hands together for the styling of the always nervous and adorable Melissa Esplinger, everybody.
Melissa!
So I want to do an impression of LA. Like when you first moved here, it's like, hey, little girl. You got hope. Dreams. Yeah, cocaine. That's all I got on that one, but I want to tell you guys that at one point, the government used morphine as medication for children to go to sleep with. They called it baby cry no more. And kind of like when you, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I just ripped the microphone. I'm sorry. LA's hard to live in 'cause, like, it's always busy and there's nowhere to go to get away from it. So, like, once I went to the beach and I put on headphones white noise so I can listen to the sounds of the ocean while I stared at it. And that's it.
Yeah, Melissa Esslinger. You're so likable. You're so awesome. You know, you can just like move on to the next joke instead of saying, that's all I have for that one subject.
What's the white noise joke? Well, thank you. What's the white noise joke about? I didn't really understand anything about
Because
that.
people are loud and annoying even at the beach.
Yeah.
Right. So the real sound of the ocean is just no sound at all.
Or you have to like,
You
listen
listen
to the
to
ocean.
ocean sound.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think you have to hit that right on the head and say, I listen to ocean sounds on iTunes while at the beach. Because that's the only way to go to the ocean. Because people are
Yeah, because white noise is the ocean. White noise is like pumpkin spikes, lattes, and stuff like that.
Wait,
I guess it's
wait, everybody.
yes.
What is white noise?
Pumpkin spice latte?
What the fuck does that even mean?
White noise. What?
Oh, I just.
Two guys are high enough to understand it. Okay, I got you there.
Watch the Colbert Report.
Now, at one point, you apologize, which is becoming one of your, like, that's basically your get or done, is, I'm sorry, which nobody, you know.
It's a really bad
And you talk so quiet, and the whole time you're like with the microphone. You don't have to do anything with the microphone. The whole time you're like,
Right.
Yeah, we have to do like an intensive. We're gonna do like a intensive warfare with you.
Yeah.
No more touching the microphone. We're gonna have to break you.
Pull it out from the stand and hold it.
We're gonna have to steal your soul from you. You've had too many fun, easy sets.
Yeah.
When you do a regular set in front of like a real audience, do you address how nervous you are at first? Is that the first thing you do?
If I'm shaking like this, yes. Because otherwise.
Not enough. You are correct, Benji. It's not acknowledged enough that she's nervous as fuck. Like it should be the first minute of your set at least.
What was the first joke that you did today?
An impression of LA.
Yeah, what happened?
Jesus, Brian. What are you gonna do, eat her?
Well, no, because she kind of ended it. Remember, she kind of ended it. She's like, "That's all I have to say, I guess, about that."
Right.
You kind of didn't really have an end to that.
Well, it did. It was working. You were working beats on it, and then at the end, she just said that's all that you have on that.
Honestly, because I got sick to my stomach trying to do, like, I've never done, like, that wasn't even really the start of an act out, but, you know, it's like the closest that I have gotten. And that made me really nervous.
Dude, she's so funny, so cute. Like, she's gonna blow by everybody. And then, love everybody? That was
Fred, what is that? Is this that kind of show, Tony?
No, it's not.
Jesus.
Your nervousness will be fine-tuned, Melissa, and you'll be your quirky, fucking weird, hot, sexy, funny thing. And then, for sure.
You're wearing a Wheel of Fortune shirt, I see. Did you go on that show?
No, I think it's a free shirt. I like it because at first it looks like I'm part of like a fire department. Then you're like, oh.
Do people hand you clothes because you're always shivering? I have an idea. There's a moment when a comedian gets on stage, some of us who don't use a microphone stand, and you grab the microphone and put it to the side of the stage and come back to the center of the stage. I wonder if that would be an interesting exercise to her because it's sort of an assertive moment.
Yeah, do without the mic.
Well, you get on stage, you grab, you put the mic behind you and you get on stage.
That drives me fucking crazy. I don't know.
This is actually the only time I've done
Wait,
it.
what drives you crazy?
People, when they put down the...
Oh, you signal, you move it to the side. You have that moment when you move it to the side.
Oh, but it's not. Oh, speaking to the mic.
I'm saying if there's a, would be helpful for you if you took the microphone out of the stand, put it to the side, and stood in front of the
Just double-handing the microphone and just holding on for dear life.
Have you tried that? He's right. Have you tried to do that? Like you fucking it?
Give me a flash.
Yeah, that looks better.
One fact for those of you in the room watching the show right now, Melissa is also the only person who you've seen tonight on the show that is currently up for adoption.
Yeah.
Yeah, she seems like a battered chihuahua, like an LA shelter.
Isn't it adorable? One of the coolest things about Melissa is that, and which I absolutely love, is like she texts all the time to me and Brian, and I believe Josh as well. And it's like we just all text now because Melissa's adorable. She just texts her. She
Can you hear my
nervous. She called me the other day. I can
I
actually.
was on the road for like 12 hours.
I never answered phone calls, but she called me. And then I texted her back, like, what's up? And she's like, oh, I'm just very happy and excited. I want to talk to you about it. Yeah, it's like the Exactly. It is. It's so true. Yeah.
You've clearly been like abused or something. I wonder, like, do you have any tips? Like, if someone turns on a vacuum, do you stab somebody, or like, is there anything where the nervousness turns into rage really fast?
What else makes you nervous? The dark?
Sometimes depends where I am.
So my guess is someone hiding in the bathroom like a friend to scare you. That doesn't go over well. Has anyone ever done that to you? Like, in the corner, been like,
Woo! My dad just did that yesterday. I was visiting them.
and you what, cried for 3 hours on the floor?
I saw him before he even jumped out. Just
Oh, okay. Wow. Seems like you have back like sonar. You keep like turning your head like every time you hear like a noise.
yeah, I don't tune things out very well.
You don't think things out. So is it conscious stimulation? It's like ADHD.
Yeah. Like, imagine a TV store with all the channels on it, and all the TVs. That's my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Nice. What did you do as a kid besides watch Clockwork Orange?
How'd you know? I did a lot of stuff.
Were you nervous as a kid?
Yeah. Usually. I mean, actually, I was probably more confident. I don't know.
Did your parents keep you in a pet carrier when you were a child? And sometimes they would unlock the gates, you would crawl out?
Were you a Harry Potter sister who was also kept in the cupboard?
Okay, guys. What have we learned here tonight is that Melissa is completely adorable and super likable. And once you stop apologizing, the biggest laugh that you got was when you said, "I'm sorry, no, I'm not." But then you apologized again right afterwards. Yeah, you did.
That's a funny tag. I'm sorry, no, I'm not. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry. We literally saw you go from being sorry to not being sorry. You're like, okay, I'm gonna stand my ground. Maybe try have you ever taken like an improv class?
I don't put things often, and I actually did put my improv class. Because,
Yeah, sorry. There you go.
Why do you go?
I think what would be a good exercise for you, something that helped me in improv, is like adding information. Like after you told us what you were thinking after you quit that joke, that was really interesting to hear. Just the same way you're like, I'm sorry, no, I'm not, is interesting to hear. And since you're really so overcome with your emotions, I think just you can let people in on what's going on. Like I'm not trying to discourage you from writing jokes because I thought you were funny, but I feel like if your nervousness is getting you to the point where you need to bail in a joking way, letting us know what's going on internally would probably be pretty funny because we see you were there.
Yes. Anything that you talk about internally, that's why you got the biggest laugh off of sorry, not sorry, is because you were actually, instead of us just seeing your nervousness, you're actually telling us about it, letting us in on it. So that's going to be a huge trick to you using your nervousness to your advantage. Have you ever drank a lot before a set? Drink a what? Drink a lot. Don't. Yes. Whatever. Try it. No, do not listen to Brian.
I need all of my faculties.
I know. I'd love to see you drunk next week. Do not listen to him. That is not true. Let's just see what happens.
We need LA
That's what the people want next week, is for her to just be vomiting and crying.
Vomiting. I'm talking a good 6.
She almost threw up tonight because she couldn't remember part of it.
Right, because of nerves, and guess what alcohol does is it gets rid of your nerves. So it's really interesting to see what you do. She would piss herself if someone used a pencil sharpener. It's like she can't handle it. Maybe if you went on stage with headphones that was playing white noise, and then you could perform like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the stylings of Melissa Esslinger.
Yeah,
Did it again. Brian's advice: get drunk, do heroin, and kill it next week. Guys, your other regular just got back from a 3-week hiatus. She went to London and Paris and a bunch of different crazy places. She's 20 years old. Put your hands together for the great Allie Makovsky, everybody. Here she is. Come on, Monday night, make some fucking noise.
Just got back from London. Also, a little bit hurt by the group text thing, but that's okay. I was in London, which was cool, and I noticed outside of my window there was like a parade happening on the street, and I was like, this is so cute. Like, just this little parade, everyone's walking by, and I realized after that it was a riot. However, in London, they don't have guns, so everything was just so much happier there. New jokes suck. I was also in Germany, which is pretty cool. I'm better than all of you. I've traveled. I was in Germany, but I hate when Jewish people and German people meet. Like, they think it's some big deal. You know, like, oh, what's going to happen now? It's like nothing. You guys have been denying it for so long. Oh, fuck me, you know? That's it.
Fuck yeah. Allie Makovsky, bringing that London, German thunder. Let's talk about your trip.
Missed you.
Not.
How was it?
It was great.
A lot of mice?
No, I did some shows, though. It was dope. Good shows.
So, at these riots in London, what weapons are they using?
None. They're just like there. They're so happy about everything, but at the same time, they're like so enraged.
So, was it like a soccer riot?
No, I did see England lost to Australia in the rugby match, but everyone was just so drunk that they were like, it doesn't matter.
Wow. That's like the whole thing. Everybody's just drunk there all the
Yeah.
time. Right.
Yeah.
That's anything else happened?
Went to Chipotle because I like to really live it up.
That's right.
Allie, did you meet boys
Yeah,
in Europe?
I did.
Yeah, any cute German boys?
No.
Great story.
What was the nationality of your favorite boy that you met?
He was American. I'm so lame. Yeah.
Wow. You ate Chipotle and fucking American?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, are you sure you just didn't go to fucking San Bernardino or something? Like you could have done that very easily without 15 hours of flying.
Yeah.
That's so fun. What's the most like different non-American thing that you did when you were there?
The most different non-American thing. I don't know. The toilets there are pretty chill. Like they flush from the back and the front, and I was like, I'm shitting all the time now, just so I can watch this happen.
So yeah, well, you had no
Especially
choice
after
but to.
Chipotle, you gotta use the bathroom.
Absolutely, right. So when you say it flushes in the back and the front,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Just
Oh,
two
yeah.
holes?
Yeah, it's like a threesome of joy. It's the best threesome I've ever had.
Wait,
Also the old ones, but that's besides the point.
wait a second. So when you say two holes in the toilet,
Yeah, one from the front, one from the back, and then, just woo!
I think this would be that's like more of a PowerPoint presentation, perhaps.
I mean, if we had a screen, I would
Yeah.
get it ready.
Yeah.
It'd probably be funnier than my set,
You need a
too.
bidet toilet combination.
No ass.
Your toilets have two holes?
Well, they don't have two holes, but there's water coming from the front, there's water coming from the back, and then
Guys,
you're...
that was amazing.
Are we done?
Allie, it's
Oh,
hard to
thank
describe
God.
the toilet. Allie, it was good. Another fun set from Allie Makovsky, everybody.
Welcome back, Allie.
Follow the two regulars on Twitter and Instagram, Allie Makovsky and Melissa Esslinger, all one word for both of them. Follow them, join us. Guys, the drawing for Ryan J. Email, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Out of nowhere, it started blank, and then there's us, me, ice cream cone, a special ice cream cone edition. Guys, what are you promoting? Jason Galern, you're on Twitter at Jason Galern, hilarious. Benji Aflalo, anything else? Check out Benji's pilot with
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the link's in my Twitter if you guys want to watch it.
I tweeted it as well.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Thanks for both of you.
Check it out and tell your local
TV channel that you want to see that pilot as a
It's
TV
like,
show.
like how many laugh out loud jokes? Like I laughed hard like 5-7 times.
Jason, anything else you want to promote?
No.
Patty Reagan's on Twitter at Patty Reagan. That's our episode. Thank you, live audience. Thank you.
Thank you, team.
Guys, welcome to another fun Monday night. Welcome to Tony. This is Brian Red Band, everybody.
Hi.
Together. We're all one big happy family tonight. Keep it going for the great Pat Reagan on the ones and twos. And Ryan Shaibal, the house artist, who's going to draw a picture. He's got a blank sheet of paper right now. He draws every single episode. Starting drawing. Right. Who knows where it is. This is the Kill Tony family, guys. Welcome, everybody. It's a fun little Monday night. There's still, for some reason, it's like an open hatch on this side. If anybody slammed up in that upper deck wants to take a seat. It's like a fire hazard here, but for some reason there's empty tables. So, kind of shy people. Kind of shy people. Figure it out, people. Anyway, welcome to the show. We have hundreds and hundreds on Periscope and the thousands on Ustream watching live right now, as they do every single Monday night. You're their live audience. You're their voice. So fucking let it rip. Will you, live audience? And for those of you that are watching the stream and listening live on the podcast, just know that we're announcing right now that Sunday, November 29th, and Friday, November 27th. Look at that, backwards promoting, 29th and the 27th of November. Death Squad's coming home to the great state of Ohio, everybody. It's our first time going in a couple years.
Yeah, Friday, November 27th will be in Pittsburgh. Ohio will be there Sunday, November 29th, the day after the Ohio State-Michigan game. And big announcement, Kill Tony, that we're bringing Kill Tony to both of those cities before the shows.
Kill Tony live. Here's the music for you, if you didn't believe it. So it's double shows. We do an episode of Kill Tony, and then we do Stand Up Comedy. That's two separate shows, but you can buy a combo, go to both fucking shows.
Yeah.
It's great for all the ticket to one or the other.
Yeah, it's great for all the comics in Ohio and Pittsburgh that always want to be on Kill Tony. We're coming to you.
Yeah, so that's fun. I'm also going to Portland and Atlanta and Nashville, San Francisco, and Sacramento. So look for those dates. They're fun. Find those. Anyway, back to the show. This is going to be so much fun. Pat Reagan, you're back with us. We're done promoting our dates. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I love it.
Is that my phone?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I feel like the solar panel dropped the free.
How was the pre-show music tonight?
It was good. It was nice. So straight songs. I didn't talk.
Straight songs?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
In that shirt? Guys.
Are you saying that my songs are homoerotic? Undertones?
Yeah. Yeah. All your songs are about fucking some guy Greg's dad. At some point. I noticed that always pops up.
Is that all boy Catholic school upbringing?
Fuck yeah. Guys, Pat's on the ones and twos all night. He's the band leader. We're locked in. Every single week, I have two of my funniest friends and two of the best comedians in the world on this show. I've seen everybody on this show. And if you've watched every episode, you've seen these two guys before as well. Monsters, two of my favorite people in the world. You know, ABC's Mixologies, upcoming showtimes. I'm dying up here. Many unbelievable fucking commercials. Such funny guys. And they're back. Put your hands together for the great Andrew Santino and Sandro Yoccolano. Welcome back. Yes. Good Italian boys. That's what's happening here tonight. It's a very Italian name. Santino.
Yeah,
Hello.
dude. Hi. Good. I just find anything homoerotic about yourself. None of it normal thing to me. I like all of it. Yeah. I related to me with
You fucked a guy named Greg's dad.
yeah, Mark. Greg's dad, Mark.
Is that true?
His name Jeff. Greg's
Yeah.
dad's Jeff. And Greg's grandpa's dad. I'm writing down more songs about Greg's dad.
Did somebody
On the works. I fucked Chad.
You get to fuck all of them.
Chad loves eating blood. That's his thing. It's in the works, guys.
If he's a grandpa, he's probably one of the original dad.
Yeah.
He's kind of the first people ever.
I'm just saying, it seems like a fairly new name.
Sandro, what the hell's up, buddy?
Just I woke up and come down.
Yeah, look, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yes, I'm awake, guys.
Fuck yes. You guys have done the show. Audience, welcome. Pat, do you have any questions for tonight's guest?
I didn't prepare anything.
We didn't do it.
You didn't prepare anything? Have you ever prepared anything?
Wait, you prepared those in the past?
Yeah, I'd written questions down and emailed them to myself.
Really?
Yeah, the subject like 18 questions.
Okie dokie.
You know, I think we could probably easily mimic his normal questions of the week pretty easily.
It is pretty simple, right? Like, what's your favorite salad dressing?
You ever looked at yourself while going poop, and then I look in your mirror of your father, and then you tell yourself, and then you go,
I don't think
I
I have a serious question.
Okay,
Okay,
listen,
I have a
hatred
Is it
between me and Pat?
in order to be a successful comedian, do you have to want to be around you off stage? I think it makes it easier. You don't drive people away with a terrible personality. You know what I mean? I don't know. I never talked to anybody on stage. Although there's a lot of people that are. What was a successful comedian?
I can see how that show was for the price.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, kind of. There's a lot of guys that are successful that are shit off stage.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, tons of them.
So I guess no, not really. Why is that the plan? I'm just thinking. I'm like, I don't connect with people like interactively enough. So I'm like, I'm gonna move away from the boarding. Is it like Asperger's, like social anxiety? No, it doesn't matter. I was just wondering what you guys are thinking about that. That's specific to you.
Guys, I've been waiting for a long time to get rid of the question part of this show. It stalls the front end to the back end, and tonight, it's funny because I sort of just wanted to bail out on it a couple weeks ago, but
I say we do it again.
one more chance.
I like bailing out on questions.
So from now on, now we know why there's no more questions for the guests. Every show does that. It gets just slow, no matter what.
Yeah.
So we're not doing that anymore. So congratulations. By the way, this is Kill Tony, episode 127. You're watching the beginning of right now. And in 124 of those episodes, we asked the guests a question. Whoever the side mic person was that asked the guests a question. You were the last audience ever to see that be part of the show. Congratulations. That's it. The retirement of the pre-show questions. So let's just get into the actual show. Every single week, over 50 comedians sign up for the chance. So you're pulled out of this bucket. Everybody has a different piece of paper. And if you sign up and I pull your name out of the bucket, you get 60 seconds on stage of stand-up to do. And then we talk to you. You're then interviewed. And then you're on the show. Get it? Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of the kid. All right, that is not a cat. Who shot the cat? That's the sound that you hear. Don't go over your time out. We're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear. All right. Those are the I pulled the first name out of the bucket, doing 60 seconds tonight, and then talking with our when the economy is actually. Your hands go for Jay Ruby.
Hi guys. Hey, I was a teacher for a lot of years, and I was a teacher for a lot of years, and you have to teach this self-esteem curriculum. You have a lot of, you can do it, don't give up, keep with it. So I quit. I quit because I wanted to see if I could, I wanted to see if I could make best money. Which I'm doing. Yes. Success is really easy though. Just set the bar real low. That's how I learned teaching self-esteem. But the kids were great.
And they're good kids. I mean, technically the gangbangers would be called bad kids, but most of the kids there were good kids. They just weren't successful in the regular high school setting, because they didn't show up. But the kids that did show up, they just had a hard time concentrating because they were just doing drugs. But it goes for a while. Last joke. All right, here we go.
You don't get to decide. That's not how it works. You made the bear angry.
My
That's
bad.
why it's an angry bear. You gotta commit to one or the other. Decide step there. Jay, I like your style. You look like Dexter's stepfather.
Awesome.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been there for a couple months.
Couple months.
Yeah. I got on stage a year ago and was successful and bombed and got terrified and came back a year later.
Oh, yeah. Seems like that. I like that creepy laugh.
Yeah,
Stay right in the microphone.
I've been told I have a Disney villain laugh. Not a scary villain laugh, just a Disney villain laugh.
A little scary. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
How long you been teaching for?
I got my credential in 92.
Is she still teaching?
No, I actually did quit last year.
Wow. For comedy?
Well, and acting. I'm substitute
What's your specialty?
in acting and teaching.
No, what is it in acting? What's your specialty?
Well, I mean, I just want film and television. No, my thing.
I don't know.
It's good to be acting.
Jay, like, what's your specialty in school?
I started out teaching English and then I did world history and science.
So now, how are you teaching?
Substitute.
And you're doing that a lot?
Hopefully more.
Is that really good? You get like a rock star for the day of.
Yeah, well, LA they need teachers. So it's always there, that's why you do something because
What's your
don't
favorite?
have to work.
What's your favorite area?
I don't really have a favorite area. I guess whatever's close and
Let me be more
convenient.
specific, Jay. What's your favorite race?
I've actually taught a lot of continuation school, so I like diversity more. The rich white kids actually are harder to deal with.
That means a lot. You guys get to college football coach. Jay, where are you from?
Santa Cruz.
It's
South Francisco, yeah. I taught in San Francisco. I moved there in 96.
Yeah. White is you have all the flavor of a glass of water. What's that? You wear boat shoes on the weekend?
I wore them for the weekend.
Wow, nailed it! Andre Yoccolano, look out for him. He's the fucking assassin. There it is, the Sancho Yoccolano horn. Look out. Get ready for more of that. He sits on it and then he fucking gets it. Uh-oh, round one. Jay, what's your favorite thing to do for fun? Stand up. What are your hobbies?
Surfing when I get a chance. Fight Club.
Yeah, what's the super?
Yeah,
I'm with you on this. I'm fucking with you on this. Like, there's definitely something that I can picture you sneaking off to every night. Like,
No, I don't have it every night. But my buddy's a tattoo artist. And
here we go. That's always where the entrance to whatever shady shit is going on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that right?
Well, yeah, tattoo parlors.
Yeah.
Definitely often are.
Right.
And you don't even
a
lot of shady shit. No, I have one. I don't have a shady shit.
What is it?
It's abstract.
Uh-oh. That sounds about right.
It's a tattoo.
Even with the tattoo, even his tattoo is white.
It's a tattoo of what do you think it is? It's a Prince Albert tattooed on his arm. What do you think?
It's a cresting wave
Try it
with
4
a
times to get that out.
and a dolphin's penis.
A cresting wave with a moon and a dolphin's penis. Yeah, I call this my tattoo Rorschach test.
That says a lot about you. What you seen it is tell me something about you. What do you see?
I know a lot about you, all right, Jay? I watched your 60-second set, okay? Don't judge me. Oh, I know a lot about
No,
you.
really.
It's probably emotional tentative.
I feel like that's easy way because you didn't get a finish. Like, what do you think it is?
Right.
What could it have been if I had enough money?
Yeah. Material-wise, what do you guys say? I just don't really remember too much from it.
Right when you know things applicable, I guess, what you know about teaching. I would be more interested to find out what your life is like now that you don't have that anymore. You know, like, it's more interesting to find out. Like, everybody, there's a lot of teachers that do stand-up or stand-up that do substituting and do artificial. It doesn't make it bad. It just, I would rather hear what your day is like now that you no longer teach. That's more interesting.
And we got off on a tangent there, and we never really got to what's happening in that cheek house. What are you doing? You only have that one boring tattoo, so what are you doing later?
There's a lot of interesting people come in there, so it's just hang out,
Hang out,
and talk.
like cocaine dealers, Ruby? Is this the thing? Who comes and hangs out?
A lot of interesting people come in there, like the school superintendent, all their teachers.
I just imagine, like, what if it's just the most boring tattoo parlor? And it's all just like Anderson Cooper type.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why, but that's fitting.
You don't do drugs or drink or anything, right? No. Yeah. Yeah.
So you gotta-
That's why we're interested to know what goes on with you. Like, what's when you come home late at night, what do you do? How do you indulge? What do you like?
How do I indulge?
You drink, you don't smoke. What do you? Yeah. What's the thing that you're like? Fuck! I wish I didn't have that liquor vice or whatever it is. What do you do? What do you love?
Yeah, no, I
No vice.
don't. Yeah, I can't
Something's missing, brother. You watch Miami Vice? You feel like you have a secret you want to tell. You want to tell?
I mean, if you look at him, right?
No marriage, no kids, no.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. There you go. You have that. I have a bit about that. I have two kids with different moms.
Different moms.
Whoa! We got it! Here we go! We got it! Here we go!
I got a whole.
All right, now we're playing with fire.
Do your kids work at the tattoo shop? Is that what's happening?
Actually, one of my son's playing. He's trying to get tattoo artist.
All right, well, jeez. Let me drag it out of you. Yeah, we had to pull all the pieces. So two different women come in and started this cheating on whatever.
No, 16 years apart.
13 years apart.
Wait.
Wait, how old are you?
You seem to look pretty young. Like, was one 13 and one 26? Or?
No, one's 20 and one's 7.
It looks like maybe lack of that. Be on the lookout for that.
I feel like you might be in the Illuminati. Like, you know, there's something going on. Like he's like good looking. You're 108. According to the math, you're 1,000 years old. You have a 13-year-old gap. Are they both white women?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
No.
What is Go on.
Yep.
My first mom is Jewish. I'm half Jewish.
That doesn't count. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah,
The second one.
yeah, we don't believe in them. They're guilty.
Yeah.
What's the good one?
Normal.
So Jews are good.
What's the other one?
Brazilians.
Whoa! Little fucking sweet culture. Fuck yeah, there it is.
What's the Jewish kid's name? Ari.
No, Harris.
Harris?
Yeah.
And what's the Brazilian kid's name?
Antonio.
Whoa! Yeah.
I'm gonna have to play that all night.
Fuck yeah. I love this. It's so great.
I think the only thing we found out is that there's so much ambiguity to your life. You know, I'm trying to still find out what the secret is, but we'll have to expect, you know, we'll have to go on stage.
What are the two women have in common that you have two different bits on?
Nothing.
I needed something. There it was. It's like CGI right there.
All right, how about this? Have you ever, when you were teaching, how old were they?
Students?
Yeah. high school, junior, senior.
Seniors. Was there ever a time that you
No.
fill in the blank? No.
Never filled in the blank.
So I mean, there are seniors that are 18 years old.
Yeah.
So they're
No. Okay. So
here it goes.
Exactly. So she's sucking my dick in this
no.
stuff.
Nothing like that.
You have a 5-year-old with a 22-year-old. Tell the truth.
Yes.
So tell us what happened with this dude.
So no, nothing
Right.
happened.
So you're coaching her in volleyball, and you're teaching her how to serve. Next thing you know, she's pregnant. Right? How does it go?
You both went to Subway.
All right, tell us what it is. I got no idea.
So
Could have been quickness. Still.
no, it's nothing like that. It's not that exciting. So I don't know.
Okay. But did you know other teachers that fuck students?
No.
Nobody?
Get the fuck out of here. We know that. By the way, that's totally not true. They all just have this brotherly oath.
I taught in continuation school, so it was 7 teachers.
7 teachers.
Yeah, so it wasn't like a big pool of teachers.
Yeah, so no
No,
phys ed.
no coach.
Phys ed's always the issue. Was there no gym class?
Yeah, we all us boys got molested in 3rd grade by the gym teacher. It was normal back then.
Yeah, the good ones anyways. Now they grow up and make a big fucking deal.
Yeah, Snapchat is
Yeah, we do that parachute thing, the multicolored.
I remember that.
Lift it up, and they always run up, and the teacher just launches there.
Yeah.
So like, hold it down on the corners. These kids live with their moms.
Yeah. No, the 20-year-old good.
Oh, you got a 20-year-old boy.
Yeah. They're all boys.
Holy shit, that's amazing. How old are you?
48.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So the 20-year-old
Hanging out at tattoo shops does for your skin, guys.
Yeah. Does the 20-year-old girl?
No.
No?
Well, okay, for himself, yeah.
But not for you. Obviously, that's all
I
right.
wasn't sure what you meant there.
No, well, you knew what I thought. Yeah, you went right for it.
Yeah, do you ever hang out with you at the tattoo parlor?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah, I like that.
I like this guy.
One of the guys. What's the coolest thing you've seen in the tattoo parlor?
You get the angry drums, you get the couple which is already arguing with each other
Besides
the first
yourself.
night. This seemed to be something that happens the first night. You imagine
Jake,
being
was great. Bro, it happened.
Yeah, sorry. I
I swear his insult off and he's just an angry robot. That wacky Mr. Ruby got us again. So they call you Mr. Ruby, right?
Yeah, Mr. Ruby.
Holy shit. Do you have any like little joke that you say when you're at the class, like, hey, I'm Mr. Ruby, like Northeast Slippers or anything like that?
No.
Ruby Ruby. Oh, you say hell no, like I'd make a bad teacher or something like that. Fuck no, we don't even do that, bro.
What's the go-to line when you substitute?
My go-to line?
Yeah, like if you got into comedy, I'm sure you told jokes to students. Is that what you did when you were? What was like your go-to joke in class?
Free open mic.
So, when I goof around with the kids, but it's always just
Goof out at the moment. Yeah, just a wow. What do you mean by goof around with the kids? Do they call you reach around Ruby? I know I would. They're going to if any of them listen to the podcast. That's right. Hey, aren't you reach around Ruby?
Reach around! What's up? Well, good stuff. I think write some more stuff of what you do. We're trying to really fun. We can't tell you as deep as we can find it. I don't know. There's got to be something else that you do that's unlike the guy that we see on stage. You know,
more of a contrast, I guess.
no, dude, you don't have to lie. Just give us the.
No, I know, I'm not,
You're
I know.
embarrassed about.
Let me ask you this. You have a what type of work?
especially on the lower decks, where they have all the deck chairs, and it's just all fixed.
Oh, my girlfriend's black.
Your girlfriend's black. Exactly. Nailed it. That's where I was getting at. The black lady loves that.
So you went from Jewish, Church of Brazilian to black to what's that? What's in the future? Yeah, what do we got?
Perhaps green.
or Simpsons Yellow.
Are you in this? Are you in weird sexual shit? You like that weird?
Fuck yeah, he is. Look at that. Yeah, I can see that smile. He can barely hide his skin mask right now. Okay.
Are you a furry? What do you like to do?
No, I was waiting for that question to come out. No.
No, nothing like that. What's your favorite position? Like when he's on top, what's your favorite? Not bad. What's your favorite position?
I don't know. It depends on the girl, really.
Well, how about with the girl that you're with right now?
She has all of her legs and arms. You like
What's that?
All of her legs and arms.
You like being on bottom with the black girl.
Yeah.
No, you know.
Shit. Well,
Do you feel like choke fantasy or anything like that?
no. I mean,
You pay your taxes. You don't have you have good credit. There's nothing fucked up in your life.
I don't have great
Your
credit.
parents were
I'm a
always
teacher.
there. Were your parents always there?
Yeah. And they stayed together.
Let me ask you this. Question.
No holes in this guy.
When you're masturbating, how long do you let yourself hang in the noose? Wow, like,
That's a good question.
what's your cutoff time? Is it 7 seconds, 20, or are you like all the way like Robin Williams? Oh, I know. David Carradine. Actually, Robin wasn't jacking off. David Carradine was.
Yes,
Sorry about that. Correction. Sorry, Robin. But, no, but I agree. Anyway, Jay, we spent way too much time with you. It was so fun to meet you, though.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Jay Ruby. Couple months into stand-up, all of a sudden, we know we're all practically related to Jay Ruby.
Oh, you know what I wanted to say to Jay? Jay,
Brian
Jay, you said you were gonna. You said you bombed and then you quit, right? Don't quit just because you bombed. Just keep bombing and yeah, don't do that again. That'll make you step back.
Always record your sets and listen to them also.
Yeah,
And just hang out, around the stuff, places where you can do spots.
we didn't make it.
When people miss their set and actual stand-up shows, sometimes they need a substitute and do better than fucking you, Jay Ruby.
Right. Give it up for Reach Around Ruby.
Yes, there is. Fuck yeah.
If that's not his first stand-up album, I'll be so disappointed. Reach Around Ruby, the sub.
Buy tickets for his next show. It's up. I don't know why I say these. He's on Twitter at Jay Ruby. That's pretty simple, right? Sounds like the kind of guy that would assassinate somebody.
Yeah, Mr. Ruby sounds like an ABC like murder show.
Yeah. Hold another name out of the bucket. Darren, maybe Darren Davis.
I believe some words deserve another word behind it to be able to start the ring. Like the word champagne. I think the word bitch deserves to be behind the word champagne. Like, you want some more champagne, bitch? Pass me some more champagne, bitch. Champagne, bitch, underneath the cupboard. Appreciate it. It's kind of sad that Obama's leaving office so soon. They always talking about how black he was. But I don't think Obama did anything too black. I think the blackest thing Obama could do is not pay America's bills on time. China ain't getting shit. America's dead in my kids' names, man. Straight up. Just in time, ladies and gentlemen.
59 seconds. I love that. Darren, am I saying that right, Darren? Fuck yeah, man. This is your first time on the show, right?
Yes.
Very forward.
From the valley. Year now.
So cool. Yeah. I like your style. What did you talk about again? We were talking about
The joke of being not paying bills on time was brilliant. That was it. And not paying China. That was great, man. Good
so
right.
fun. And already doing it in your voice. That's so fun. Do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I just do stand up. I mean, like, open mics and stuff all night. Yeah, basically like, you go to school, I think, get like a drill. I meet a lot of people, and we just end up being friends at the night. We just go to school. LA Valley College. Studying English.
Speak so well. What are you going to do with that? You want to end up like fucking Jay Ruby, substitute teaching or something like that?
I have a job before summer at least. But
about the situation.
yeah, Norlita, East Valley, Northeast Valley. Yeah, it's a little small town. It's like right next to the Yeah, Rodney King got beat up like maybe 5 miles or 3. Yeah.
A lot of you got judgy on that one. Everybody said, what does he mean?
Norlita? Next to like Lakeview Terrace, like you climb up and around the city. Every town I've never heard of. You know, all the ones that you've never seen. It's just Thursday. Behind the hills. It's like up in the valley by the mountains. Yeah, like near Sun Valley. Okay, yeah, it's over by Rothschild. Little Canyon Boulevard.
Dogtown. It's by Dogtown.
By Stevenstown.
It's
a little east. It's Stevenstown. It's like a village. Hartsville.
Other than stand-up, what do you like to do for fun?
I like to turn up.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Air conditioning.
The only thing that would have been better is it coming out of Jay Ruby's mouth. Like I would have just that would have been the end of the episode if that happened.
He turns it down.
Well, I'm going to some things where I turn up at sleeping time.
Could you start down?
Well, it was very funny.
What's your type of sound?
Whatever I can do, you know, like.
You know what? That's fun though. That's what I want to know about. What is whatever you can do?
Since my name is Darren Davis, it's not common. People think that I'm someone else that has a simple last name. So I take people's reservations and like. That's turn it up. Yeah.
Do you talk about this on stage? Sometimes I do.
Yeah, is reservation stealing what kids are referring to when they say turn down?
Yeah, if it's a nice like spot where there's like a big ass, no, if I'm at Fleming's,
that's what's so funny. Is that the
I
one?
hit up the palm and shit. You don't want to turn up steal.
Yeah,
some fucking
So now I know. Next time I'm at a club, the one person who's just yelling champagne bitch probably isn't even the person who was on the reservation.
Yeah, someone to turn it up.
I mean, that's a really aggressive move to make while sneaking under somebody else's name. What would you do if another Darren Davis showed up? So fucking face to face. That's how those fights in the club probably happen, right?
they do.
Same last names.
Yeah.
If people say, you got the same last name I do, and then you start punching you.
Straight up.
Do you live with the family up there?
Yeah.
How long does it take to get down here?
Well, on bus it's like an hour, or like when I get car ride, it's like 30 minutes off traffic.
So how often do you take the bus?
Yeah. How old are you? 25.
Listen and follow this podcast.
Very, 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 very.
Radio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
You know, there was some day like where you were out at the champagne bed.
Boston, the city always wanted to visit.
With there that sort of you could just fly right and thank for
What is that? Like saying it's a lot.
Yeah, something like
What are some of your favorite uses of favorite uses of the Davis?
GetVaccineAnswers.org.
Bitch boy, bitch maid.
Whoa, I don't even know what that is. That sounds like some kind of wacky. You're a bitch boy. Wait a second. Wait, did you just try to save that by tickling me?
Yes, that's how you do it.
No, that is not an option. No, but there is no, I messed up. No, let me tickle you back. Brian, 124 episodes, and you're going to try that shit? All of a sudden?
I always tickle you.
No, that's I think what he means. does that mean?
Deeper into the rabbit
No, but
hole.
bitch boys, like, it'd be listening to me or like homie or like people that are just like smaller little, like I'm a man child. So they'd be like, oh, look at that bitch boy, you know? Like, is that what it's a reference to for you?
Anyone that's acting like a bitch and just like say bitch and you're throwing it like,
And then what do you say second word? Just what?
bitch made.
It's made, like
Yeah.
it's made like the softest stuff.
Just made that way.
Thanks, from the bird. Yeah, what else? Keep in mind this stuff. I'm into this. I think it's okay.
By the way, I might hang out with Jay Ruby and get one of these things tattooed on. Yeah, no, I'm serious, Brian. I'm gonna get Bitch Boy tattooed on me. I can see it right above yours. Thanks for the life advice. Don't actually do that.
Give everyone
The guy that just tickled me.
Yeah, give all of us one of the bitch tag names, like a bitch thing, but to do that.
This guy.
He's curly. Am I right? Like,
Yeah, this bitch smile.
I think that's a compliment. I think that is a compliment. Like, thank you very much. Thank you, Dean.
this can be. I already see it. This is your show, dude. What type of bitch are you with Darren Davis? All right, get Andrew Santino. Come on. What kind of bitch is Andrew Santino?
Now I'm doing race jokes.
Do race degrading to women, yeah. Race, no way, buddy.
Gotta draw the line sometimes in this comedy.
Yeah.
They cross that shit.
Yeah.
What kind of bitch?
Guys, little bitch. Shaggy bitch.
I like that. Spend another episode of What Kind of Bitch Are You with Darren Davis. Might be a new weekly installment here on our show. Yeah, totally. Darren, funny as fuck.
Very good.
Thank you. I really appreciate
So
it.
nice to meet you. Sign up again and come hang.
All right, cool.
Darren Davis, everybody. He's on Twitter at King D City. Very funny, right? How fun. I fucking love it. Keep your hands together for Leo Flowers, everybody. Oh no, he missed this spot.
Oh shit! You know what that means?
That means he gets blacklisted.
Is he out the back there? Yeah, Leo in that hallway.
Yeah,
It's okay.
He's probably. It's all right.
Okay, so poor guy.
We'll just move it. Put your hands together for Ryan County, everybody. Come on, motherfuckers. Let's go. Do this. Wow. 2 in a row. Wow. Even I was fooled on that one. I got no way. What's that?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
They might be making friends. They might be. Yes. Will Moore. We know Will. We know Will. We love Will. Now, here's the catch with Will is he's not in the room because he's under 21 and he's not allowed to be actually. So this is where Josh Martin goes. Go, Josh, go. You know Will Needles Moore. He's a comedian from Ohio, and yeah, great state of Ohio. And where we are going to be on November 29th. Anyway. And Will actually started stand-up like 3 years ago at the age of 16 or 17 there. Yeah, he's amazing. And he's so fucking cool, such a nice guy. And the first time that we did a show in Columbus together, like 4 or 5 years ago, he was sitting in the front row, and I was making fun of him. He was laughing so fucking hard that I had him come on stage, and I made fun of him on stage, and he was dying of laughter.
He may cut himself many times. Was in the hospital for 2 years. And Tony,
And then he started doing stand-up, and he's so cool. I love him to death. Oh, thank you. This is the new question part of the show where people just fire out their own random questions. For those of you listening to the podcast, somebody in the audience just said, "Where are you from?" The answer is Ohio.
Oh,
that's right. There you go.
he would have accepted his mom's butt.
Brian, Tickling you is not going to save you on that.
Are you guys ticklish?
No.
Yeah.
Are you?
Tickle him.
Matt, are you?
Tickle him? Yeah, give him a little tickle.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Will Moore, everybody. Hello, everyone.
Sorry, I'm so out of breath. I just walked up the stairs. Not a joke. That is happening right now. Alright. Don't you hate it when you see somebody crying, just sobbing, who has the worst day of their life? He just got made of fun of. You're like, hey man, what the fuck are you doing in my mirror? Holy, I gotta stop smoking. This is awful.
We called the suicide hotline once, and they got put on hold. Which is ironic, because if somebody helped me, I probably wouldn't have had to call them. I've been thinking about shaking it up a bit, trying to get out of this funk. I've been thinking about becoming a prop comic. I've been thinking about propping my head up on the end of a shotgun for quite some time. I'm 19, but I think I've become a bit of a casual drinker. I get real fucked up and I'm super casual about it. Just like, oh, you should drive. That would be safe. Fuck yeah, there he goes. Out on the air horn. Will Moore. I love it. I love it. How far away were you? You were probably all the way around.
Yeah,
How old are you, Will? 19 years old. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Monsters. Monsters. Will Moore. All the fun. You're visiting LA.
Yeah, Gomez Comedy Club. Shout out again.
We'll give a shout out to Gomez. I love that that's your home club. I would have.
It should be leaf bananas, not milk bananas.
Okay.
Banana splits.
What was your last time you were
How long are you in town for? I'm here till Thursday.
Just here for vacation or for stand-up?
I guess I mean technically vacation because we don't have a real job, but stand up, writing. Like to move here eventually. Drive here? Hello. You brought last time? Yes, you did.
But so you drove this time you flew away from Vermont, and you're trying to move out here.
Just whenever seems to be able to happen.
Get ready for the biggest night in podcasting.
It's true, yeah.
Thank you for offering.
Thank you.
So nice of you.
Yes. Thank you. Andrew is actually my So what's up, though? One question I've been asking every guest tonight is, what's your second favorite thing to do?
I like to draw on my phone a lot sometimes. That's pretty
Draw your phone?
Draw on my phone.
What do you get through your phone all the time? You're obsessed about it, just swears.
The note has the stylus.
Sure. I was going to say, it's a good thing there's a you're drawing with those thoughts. I'm guessing it's all fucking just mountains and oceans. So that's the sky up there, and that part that's colored in, that's my thumb.
Killer stick figure.
It went away for some reason. Sorry,
What else? Oh, for the audio listeners, he's showing us a lot of kicks.
yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
I just finished that one today.
Oh my god. That's artwork for people that can kind of see it. That's pretty
It's
cool.
like an adult swim, kind of like
Second of Blur, that's a more abstract one, but I've just I've done drawings of Ari
It says,
Stanhope
and
and
it
people
says,
that I know.
then I want to sing and dance again. That's what it says in there. That's cool. Is that the name of this piece?
Yeah, I guess it's what it's called.
Do you like to dance?
It's surprisingly, I like to dance a lot.
Really? You like do that dance stuff?
No, I must say that Chiba shoes are fantastic. I just had them recently for the first time, and they make me dance an awful lot.
What's your specialty in the dance?
Oh, nothing. I just like that. I just feel the groove in my body.
Song to get loose to.
Don't have one. It's good. It's just whatever.
Have you heard Pat Reagan's album? Oh wait, what's this? Uh oh. Will, are you gonna show us one of your patented dances as well?
Oh no, I'm not.
All right, go!
I cannot. Did you guys see how much my legs were shaking just a second ago from how nervous I was about dancing?
Do this right now! Everybody just took it so seriously. They're like, all right, now we get it. All right. Normally that's from the second rush of, no, come on! But no, with you, it's like, all right, cool. We give it. We had to ask. Will, you're so funny. Yeah, you're one of the guys that I love it when you come into town and swing through. And it's so fun to watch you constantly get better and better. You're amazing. You're 19. By the time you're legally allowed to be in this club, you're going to be one of the best comedians anywhere. So
I hope so.
keep having fun. Anything more for Will, guys?
So good, Will.
Will Moore.
There you go, Will.
He's on Twitter at the Needles M. The Needles M. Will Moore. My favorite. Right. Yeah, that's great. Pulled another name out of the bucket. It's Richie Dean.
Yay!
Here he comes. Let's see.
Hi.
Shut up. So I got with this girl recently. Yeah. And thank you. Yeah, and me personally, I don't really mind like the bush or anything like that. I don't care what's going on down there. But this girl was kind of unkempt, you know. And when I went down there, I guess I made like a face. I kind of like offended her. And she was like, well, what'd you expect? You know, I'm not a little girl. And I was like, all right, well, why don't you start acting like an adult and take some responsibility for the situation, you know? Like, I don't have to see your vagina to know whether you are or not a little girl. Like, I don't go down there and I'm like, oh shit, I got the wrong girl. Get out of here, you little rascal. What are you doing here? Scat, move it. You know?
Yeah, there it is. We're flying through it. Richie Dean. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Steph.
That was last time. Oh, yeah.
No, I wanted to say it again. Thank you, Sinbad. Yeah.
You can always thank Sinbad. He's
Thank you.
He's in these walls.
He's every
Every step with that, like it's some kind of like award speech or
Thank you,
something.
Sinbad.
Yeah.
Just like to thank Sinbad. This is for you, Sinbad. Thank you.
Sinbad's driving in his PT Cruiser right now. He's like,
Someone just thank me.
Richie's actually going to be on the Ice House this Friday. He's been on like 4 canceled Ice House shows. But, yeah, I can't wait to see more.
He is also one of the most requested guests in the cover of the show. The list of big stuff he did includes the following. The first person to reach the South Pole, which he has no experience for. The first person to reach the North Pole by air, which he did in an air show. The first person to complete the Northwest Passage by boat. The second person to complete the Northeast Passage by boat, which is above Russia and Siberia. In doing this, he became the first person to complete both the Northwest and Northeast passages. He did all of those things as the head of an expedition. In addition, he was also an important part of the first expedition to winter south of the Antarctic Circle. That was the Belgica expedition, in which he was third in command. That's not kind of a list. To have done one of those things is pretty amazing. To have done all is, well, whatever word is beyond extraordinary. Amundsen was a part of a new era of explorers, men seeking to do cool stuff for the sake of doing cool stuff. For him, exploring was about the satisfaction of accomplishing things that no one else had done before. Many people have looked at Amundsen as this sort of machine, an incredibly focused individual who set aside all things to reach a goal. And there's some truth to that, although it's a very simplistic view. Interestingly, despite all he did in his life, Amundsen was never really embraced by the public like his peers were, such as Shackleton, Peary, and Scott. People lauded him and acknowledged what he had done, but the man had sort of a dour face with a long hawk-like nose. He was direct, opinionated, and stubborn, and thus made too many enemies in his lifetime, and he was not a big self-promoter. Also, the simple fact that he was a Norwegian played against him. English was not his first language. Thus, he didn't always display the humor and charm of Shackleton, or give off the proper stuffed shirt appeal of Robert and Scott. Perhaps most importantly, some in the press, especially the British press, never forgave Amundsen for swooping in and taking away the prize of the South Pole from Robert and Scott. That is a story we will talk about extensively later in this series. And finally, Amundsen saw no glory or satisfaction in overcoming tragedy. To him, he avoided these things by being prepared and ready to adapt to circumstances. The greatness we see in someone like Shackleton or Scott is often rooted in the mistakes they made, and how they overcame them or didn't overcome them. Amundsen was ruthlessly efficient, and it will make a lot of what he goes through, shall we say, lacking in drama, for want of a better term. The thing is that the public eats up tragedy and drama. Stuff goes wrong, perfect. People dying, great. That sort of stuff sold in papers, not someone setting up a picture-perfect scheme and executing it efficiently. That means Amundsen simply wasn't the draw compared to other explorers. In some ways, you could say he was too good at what he did. All of that said, Roald Amundsen was a unique individual. Perhaps no explorer I have ever covered was so single-mindedly focused. He endured incredible hardships, got things done, and was beloved by his men, or his fierce loyalty to them. So today we are going to cover two parts of Amundsen's life. The first will be his early years growing up in Norway. We will see how he, even as a teenager, set out to become a famous polar explorer. The second part of this episode will cover Amundsen's first major voyage, the Belgica expedition. For that, he would be the first officer or third in command, as well as a key figure in that landmark endeavor. And that leads me to two links for today. First note, regarding the Belgica expedition, I did a series on that topic a year or so ago, and it was a fascinating subject. Amundsen is really important to the series, and I go into great detail about the expedition. Thus, I encourage you to listen to that after this episode, if you have not done so. What we'll do for this episode is talk about the Belgica's voyage level and focus on Amundsen's role in the expedition. We will especially
welcome. How are you?
Leader in the future. I put a map of the Belgica expedition on the website.
Hello, how are you?
If you want to. Okay, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling with our series of Amundsen.
Hello.
Roald Engelbrecht Godwin Amundsen was born on July 16, 1872, in Bordeaux, Norway, which is about 50 miles north of Colombia, to the south of present-day Oslo, the capital of Norway. Roald means glorious in Norwegian. By the way, Oslo was, during most of Amundsen's life, known as Christiania. It was changed to Oslo in 1925, restoring the Nordic name. Roald's father was young Amundsen, and his mother, Hannah Henry.
Hello, how are you?
Who was 16 years younger than her husband. He was a ship captain and ship owner. He was prosperous and successful.
So if you're trying to talk to me, I can't understand what you're saying.
He owned 22 or 30 ships. The number depends on the source you read. The man who owned and captained the ship is viewed with respect in Norway. And despite the great number of vessels added to his portfolio, Jens never stopped sailing. His wife would even accompany him, and the couple's first son was born in China. He was a captain. He was a disciplinarian.
Hello, how are you?
Not a despot. He knew his stuff and could perform virtually any duty on the ship. Very even-handed.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
And stuck to those decisions. Jens and Hannah were the children at that point.
How did you find out about me?
At Hannah's insistence, they moved to Christiania and then and outside the back door, there was a forested backcountry perfectly adventurous for boys. Jens Amundsen was known as a stern man with fair. He ran his household pretty much like he ran.
I was only there for like 9 months, but I mean, I've used drugs from like 16 to.
Yo, dog, how'd you find out about me? Dog, I can't understand what you're saying. Say it again. One more time. How'd you find out about me? Where did you find out about me? From where? How did you find out about me? How did you find out about? Are you covering your microphone? I can't understand what you're saying. Say it again. Doug, I can't understand what you're saying. What are you saying? Say it again. Spell it. How did you find out about me? YouTube? Okay. How are you? Okay, excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Do you know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest live podcast in the world. Yes, it is. Did you find out about me from YouTube or from Twitter? YouTube. Okay. Excellent. Well, feel free to enjoy. Here's Kill Tony.
Ship. He gave the boys a lot of things to explore, learn, and grow from their own mistakes and successes. Rod will say his father once told him that, quote, I don't want you to get into any fights, but if you must, get in the first blow and see that's enough. End quote. This was a philosophy that Lord Amundsen would embrace early on. The idea of if you're going to do something, you commit to it and you do it right. He would inherit many of his father's sensibilities, except for his business skills. Rod's lack of financial awareness would haunt him all of his life. Hannah would also have a large influence on Rod as well, but in different ways. She insisted the boys receive a good education and encouraged them to read and explore cultural opportunities. This was one of the reasons she wanted to move to Christiania. Also, Hannah Amundsen had dreamed of a different outcome than her youngest son. The three older boys became a part of the family business, becoming sailors. The life at sea was dangerous, and so she set her sights on Rod becoming a doctor. He would reluctantly play along. By the way, Amundsen's mother is referred to as Hannah as well as Gustava in various texts. And then in 1886, Jens Amundsen died while at sea at the age of 66. Rod was only 14 years old at the time of his death. Of it, he wrote, quote, it is hard to lose such a father, but it was God's will, and the will of God must be fulfilled, end quote. Amundsen was not particularly religious. orthodox and never would be, despite the references to God. What he was stoic, even as a teenager. Life happened, so be it. He was not one to dwell on problems or setbacks. Just accept them, learn from them, and move on. So while Amundsen was never a great student, he did have a love for reading. Adventure stories were his favorites, and he even learned English so he could read books about life outside of Norway. His favorite books were about explorer John Franklin. Of these books, he said, quote, I read them with a fervent fascination, which has shaped the whole course of my life, end quote. Franklin was the commander of the Franklin expedition, which went missing in the 1840s looking for the Northwest Passage, the worst disaster in the history of polar exploration. For 25 years before that, Sir John had gone exploring overland in the Canadian Arctic. It was some especially awful stuff: murder, cannibalism, starvation, suffering. At one point, Franklin and his men even attempted to eat the leather of their boots. Anyhow, Amundsen was so fascinated by Franklin's writings that he developed a desire to go through the same hardships endured by him and his men. He wrote, quote, the thing in Sir John's narrative that appealed to me most strongly was the suffering he and his men endured. A strange ambition burned within me to endure those same sufferings, end quote. And thus, by age 15, Roald Amundsen had it in his heart to become a polar explorer. He said that from that point in his life, everything he did was aimed at becoming an explorer. Well, not necessarily everything. He had his mother, and her heart was set on him becoming a doctor. He admits it was her desire, not his, and he went along with it because he was a dutiful son. And while he attended school and community results, his real desire was to make himself an explorer. He lived outdoors where possible, exploring the hills and mountains, and training himself in body and mind for some great adventure. He loved skiing and slept at night with his window open, even in the winter, saying it would toughen him up for future challenges. Now, in 1889, something would happen that would only encourage Amundsen to further pursue his dreams, and that was when Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen returned from becoming the first person, along with 5 companions, who crossed Greenland. It was a great story, one covered on this podcast a few years ago, that made Nansen a hero in Norway. Nansen's deeds in cooperation and Amundsen, the tall, handsome man, sailed into Christiania to the cheers of thousands. Amundsen was there. He dreamed of emulating Nansen, saying, quote, with beating heart, I walked that day among the banners and cheers, and all the dreams of my boyhood woke to standing life, end quote. Nansen, by the way, did something unique on his crossing of Greenland. He had gone from the desolate east side to the populated west side. In doing this, he deliberately cut off his lines of retreat. It was an old and desperate military tactic. You offer your men only one option: move forward or die. Nansen was also innovative, designing new sleds and a new fuel-saving stove to operate in the sub-zero conditions. He also used dogs and skis. He championed using a small, highly trained team, giving the expedition speed and flexibility. Nansen's expedition was Norway's introduction into the world of exploration, and in a lot of ways, it set the stage for what the Norwegians were good at. They were at home in the snow, cold, and ice. This was a nation of sailors, going back before the Vikings. Skiing was Norway's favorite sport and passion. This made Norway the natural leader to explore other realms. By the way, Norway was at this time a part of the Kingdom of Sweden, but there was a burgeoning nationalistic movement amongst the Norwegians, along with about 2 million people. Nansen was one of Norway's first great heroes of the modern era, but it was more than that. There was an emerging intellectual and artistic movement within the nation. This was an awakening of Norwegian culture that grew over that decade, resulting in the establishment of the nation of Norway. Anyhow, Amundsen continued to ski and hike and challenge himself physically. As for school, he barely passed his secondary education classes and entered the Royal Norwegian Frederick University of Christiania. This was the only university in Norway at the time. He began the curriculum to become a doctor, as his mother desired, but Amundsen said, quote, I was a worse than indifferent student, end quote. In February 1893, Amundsen went and saw Norwegian polar explorer Ivan Astrup give a talk. Astrup was a part of American explorer Robert Peary's Greenland explorations. He man touted the benefits of using dogs and sleds, as well as the wealth of knowledge available from the local people. These are lessons that Amundsen would never forget. At the same time, Fridtjof Nansen was getting his expedition going, and Amundsen closely followed the construction of Nansen's new ship, the Fram, which unknown to Amundsen would play a large part in his future. The combination of Hanson's upcoming expedition, the building of the Fram, and Esther's visit only got Amundsen more excited about polar exploration. As for school, it got so bad he was on the verge of failing. He would, however, not be forced to confess his failings to his mother, and that's because she died in the fall of 1893 at the age of 56 after catching pneumonia. Amundsen was 21 years old. He said her death, quote, saved her from the sad discovery that she otherwise would have made, end quote. Amundsen decided that he was no longer obligated to fulfill his promise to his mother of becoming a doctor and probably quit school, something he inherently agreed was in his best interest. Now, with the death of his mother, Amundsen would inherit a decent amount of money from his parents' estate. Without school or finances to worry about, he threw himself into the idea of becoming an explorer. He began to write to established explorers and organizations, offering them his services. One of the first expeditions he applied to was going to Spitsbergen, Nordic Norway, but his lack of experience or expertise always disqualified him from such ventures. He needed experience in the wilderness and or the sea. And so Roald Amundsen was 21 years old. He was tall, over 6 feet, and was said to have had piercing blue eyes. Of her son, Amundsen's mother had reportedly said, quote, he is the last of the Vikings, end quote, which, by the way, is the title of an excellent biography of Amundsen by Stephen R. Brown. Young Amundsen was ready to do something, to explore, to learn, and that opportunity came when he was invited on a skiing expedition by journalist Laurentius Bergdahl. The plan was to cross the Hardangervidda Plateau on skis to the western mountain ranges. The plateau was often compared to the landscape of Antarctica and had never been crossed in winter. Even at 21, Amundsen was feeling the allure of being first to do something. The first person to do something would forever have their name etched in the history books. Such a dramatic appeal to Amundsen. That idea is something that would drive him all of his life. The skiing expedition began on Christmas Day, 1893, and it would be a disaster. Amundsen and his companions lacked proper equipment and clothing. His bindings didn't even fit his boots correctly. And despite all of his training, Amundsen found that he was out of shape for such a rigorous journey. The smoking did him no favors either. Adding warm temperatures followed by a blizzard, and well, the 3 men were forced to turn around before even reaching the furthest outlying farm. It was humiliating. Now, many people would have given up on the whole explorer at this point, but not Amundsen. He was not deterred by setbacks. In fact, he used the experience to learn and get better. It is a hallmark of Amundsen's life as an explorer. Even in defeat, he will always look a way to improve himself. The following summer, Amundsen signed on to a commercial sealing ship. The idea was to gain practical sailing experience and spend time in polar waters. His goal was to get his master's certificate. Amundsen, by the way, hated the seal hunts. 50,000 seals could be butchered in one location. He found it cruel. He was not against hunting, but he hunted only for meat. He never hunted for sport. Another note about this time, on Amundsen's first polar voyage, the ship had come in contact with a rowing vessel, the Patria. That ship would, a few years later, be refitted and christened the Belgica, which we will talk about in short order. Over the next couple of years, Amundsen would work towards his goal. He worked primarily on ships operating in the waters of the North Atlantic and the Arctic, but went as far south as West Africa. He studied hard, and he kept a singular focus on gaining his master's certificate. A big reason for this was that Amundsen had been studying the voyages of other polar explorers, which he loved, and noticed the problem on many of his expeditions. Too often he found the commander of the expedition and the captain of the ship were 2 different people. It helped create factions amongst the expedition members. This divided leadership, Amundsen felt, was potentially disastrous. He still had that goal to be a polar explorer, and he wanted to be a qualified captain and an expedition leader to prevent divided loyalties and rivalries amongst the team members. Amundsen would get his first mate certificate on May 1st, 1895, allowing him to command his ship. The next winter, he and his brother, Leon, made another attempt to cross the Hardangervidda Plateau in the winter on skis. It was 100 miles or 170 kilometers. This time, he and his brother would reach the furthest farmhouse and proceed to get stuck there for 6 days in a snowstorm. When they finally set out, Amundsen figured the crossing could be accomplished in 2 days. The two brothers would reach the halfway mark of their journey and abandon their hut, only to find themselves caught in another blizzard. They spent 2 days without any cabin, and despite the storm still being in progress, they set out again. The reason for this is that they had not brought much food, as they had thought the crossing was going to take about 2 days. The Allison brothers spent 6 days plowing through the plateau, most of it in a snowstorm. They had no food, and never did no compass, and as they had brought no tent, they were forced to sleep outdoors in the snow for several nights. They got disoriented and turned around. One night, Amundsen almost suffocated when he was buried by falling snow. A week after starting, they arrived back at the farmhouse where everything had begun. The Amundsen boys were suffering from exhaustion, frostbite, and a lack of food. The family that lived at the site barely recognized them when they got there. And so Amundsen's second attempt at a grand adventure had failed again. Daniel would not forget the day and the fingers of toes individually. But again, Amundsen took the experience to heart. He accepted responsibility for the failure. He didn't offer excuses. He, more than ever, understood the need to prepare for the unexpected and for all eventualities. An explorer had to be ready to meet whatever challenges they had, or better yet, understand how to avoid problems before they reared their head. Now, in August of 1896, Fridtjof Nansen would return to Norway after his Dairy Farm expedition. This was a 3-year venture, with Nansen purposely getting his ship trapped in the ice and drifting back to freedom. As this was happening, Nansen and another man, Hjalmar Hansen, made a go for the North Pole using dogs and sleds. Nansen would not reach the pole, but he would set a record for the furthest north and come home an international sensation. Tens of thousands of people packed the docks in Christiania to welcome him back to Norway. Amundsen continued to apply for jobs with explorers. He thought he was ready for something bigger, saying he'd been working for such a thing since he was 15 years old. He was playing the long game, and Amundsen's single-minded approach to his goal was impressive. Amundsen would do a 7-month stint in the army, a requirement for all heavy citizens. He was concerned he would be rejected due to his poor eyesight, but the doctors totally ignored Amundsen's physical condition, saying, quote, "Young man, all in the world did you develop such a splendid set of muscles," end quote. The doctor was so amazed, he forgot to test Amundsen's eyesight. And then the opportunity Amundsen was waiting for opened up. A Belgian expedition was announced, the intention to go to Antarctica. Many set foot on Antarctica for the first time ever just a year earlier. Interest in the southern continent was growing. The commander of this new expedition was Adrian Degarlache from French-speaking Belgium. Amundsen, 24 at the time, wrote to Degarlache and offered his services. His resume was good and he had excellent references. He had his master's certificate, meaning he could pilot the ship. He could ski, and he had extensive experience in polar conditions. And best of all, Amundsen had offered to serve on the expedition for no pay. As Degarlache's expedition was running on a very tight budget, this greatly appealed to the man. In the end, Degarlache was impressed by Amundsen and hired him as first mate, making him third in command of the expedition. And with that, old Amundsen found himself in a role he had dreamed of for a decade, that of an explorer.
I only have a few requirements for
there are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate with any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers the next level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mobile. Well, I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile to it. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Full terms at mintmobile.com.
The Belgica expedition was one of the first expeditions of what would become known as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. It ushered in a 25-year period filled with some epic stories and epic personalities. This included Ernest Shackleton, Robert Falcon Scott, Douglas Mawson, and Ray Amundsen. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to cover the Belgica story at a high level, really focusing on Amundsen's contributions. And again, if you haven't listened to the Belgica series, I highly recommend it. It's a great story. Starting it right after this episode would be perfect. Okay, so Roald Amundsen was going to head to the polar regions. Not to the north, but to the south, which was fine with Amundsen. The Belgica had an international flair to it. There were Belgian crewmen as well as French, Polish, and Romanian. The officers were mostly Belgian, as this was a Belgian organized affair. But a lot of the crew were Norwegians, hired specifically because of their extensive career experience. Jaeger Wash and the rest of the Belgians had almost no experience in the ice. Amundsen would dive into his new job. In Belgium, Dutch and French were the most common languages. So Amundsen took Dutch and French lessons to better be able to work with his new shipmates, which numbered around 20. Also, while he had his master's certificate, he had no actual experience navigating a ship. Thus, while waiting for the Belgica to depart, he signed on with the merchant ship to learn such skills. The Belgica, which I mentioned earlier, was a converted Norwegian whaling ship. Departed Antwerp on August 16, 1897. The ship went to Madeira, Rio de Janeiro, and Montevideo before heading to Tierra del Fuego and the Strait of Magellan for some surveying and exploring. Along the way, the expedition would add its American doctor, Frederick Cook. Cook is a key figure in the Belgica expedition. He actually had experience exploring in Greenland and understood what the expedition was facing better than anyone. He even brought with him a bunch of fascinating items, including Inuit clothing and a pair of sleds he had used while exploring with Robert Peary in the Arctic. Amundsen and Cook quickly became friends. For them, exploring was about the thrill and accomplishment. Amundsen soaked up all the stories and information that Cook could impart on him, and Cook was impressed by Amundsen's curiosity and intelligence. On the Belgica, Amundsen would prove to be a calm and sensible presence. He was a natural leader and became the front face of the Norwegian contingent on the ship. This was important because the Belgica suffered from rival factions forming on board, especially the Norwegian versus the Belgian crewmen. The Belgians resented the Norwegians. The Norwegians were experienced sailors and whalers and accustomed to working in difficult conditions. The Belgians were merchantmen and were looked down on as soft by the Norwegians. This meant conflict. Amundsen would help mitigate these situations. However, despite Amundsen's best efforts, the situation would get untenable as elements of the Belgian contingent caused a near mutiny while in Puerto which is in the Strait of Magellan. Jaeger Wash was forced to call on the Chilean Navy to escort off the ship several of his Belgian sailors under guard to prevent a mutiny. In January 1898, the Belgica would head towards Antarctica, specifically the area called Greenland, which is the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula. This is the spear of land that sticks up from the continent, almost directly south of the tip of South America. We have to remember that the Belgica was going to a place that the crew knew almost nothing about. There had not been a major expedition to explore the continent in more than 15 years. On the voyage south, one of the ship's crew, Carl Lenke, died when he was swept overboard in a storm. It was the first time Amundsen, who was the deck officer at the time of the incident, had to deal with death. The ship reached Antarctica and sailed between the Greenland coast and a string of islands to the west. Today we call this the Bering Strait, and its discovery is one of the more important achievements of the expedition. Jaeger Wash hoped the strait would lead into the Weddell Sea to the east, but that would never happen. The men would spend time going ashore, collecting specimens and doing experiments about ponds. In all, they made approximately 20 landings. On January 26th, Amundsen broke out his skis, making the first ever ski trip down the continent. On January 31st, Amundsen was part of a team that hauled sledges to the top of an ice-covered island. He would also be one of the first men to overnight on the Antarctic continent. On another landing, Cook and Amundsen decided it would be fun to climb a mountain. Science stuff was fun, but being the first people to climb a mountain in Antarctica was way cooler. On separate occasions, each of the men would experience the sea collapse beneath them, nearly killing them with their deep crevasse and likely their deaths. But each time they survived the experience and carried on. Amundsen and Cook would climb the mountain, which was about 1,500 feet high, or 416 meters. Of it all, author J.L. Sankin, who wrote the definitive book on the Belgian expedition, 1 House at the Earth, said, quote, "Perhaps no greater insight into the minds of Amundsen and Cook can be found than in the response themselves and on an adventure justified by little more than thrill-seeking. But rather than be humbled by the men who raised the ice and snow might kill them, they were energized. End quote. The Belgica exited the Gerlach Strait and continued along the Antarctic coast. On February 15th, the ship crossed the Antarctic Circle. Now, de Gerlach's plan had been to travel to Cape Adare in the west and leave some men there to overwinter. He would then head to Australia and return for those men in the summer. And so at this time, de Gerlach should have gotten out of the ice. But that, the man felt, would be defeat. De Gerlach really wanted something incredible cool to show off to the world and the press to justify his expedition. And so he kept exploring, pushing the ship deeper and deeper into the ice of the Bellingshausen Sea. It was here that he brought his officers together and asked them about the idea of letting the ship get trapped in the ice for the winter. They were all against the idea, except for Amundsen. Further Cook, the man with the most experience in these matters, was horrified by the idea, knowing how brutal the thing must be. As for Amundsen, he had no problems going forward with the danger. It was just another challenge to face and overcome. Amundsen was not particularly enthralled by de Gerlach's leadership skills, but he was impressed by the man's courage, saying, quote, "I cannot help but admire his daring. I held always. I shall follow him cheerfully and try and do my duty." End quote. Regarding the others, he was especially critical of the scientific team, seeing them as weak and cowards. He wrote, quote, "The scientists are quickly showing their fear. They are reluctant to go any further into the ice. Why, I ask, did you come here? Is it not to explore the unknown regions? That is impossible if you stay outside the ice." End quote. De Gerlach would keep pushing forward, and by the end of February, the Belgica was trapped in the Bellingshausen Sea at about 70 degrees south, and now faced a winter in the Antarctic ice. No one had ever wintered south of the Antarctic Circle. The thing that was really crazy about the decision was how unprepared de Gerlach was for it. The ship had not brought enough proper clothing for such a thing. They didn't have enough food or lamp oil, and the men were furious when they had such a decision made for them without their approval. Still, the decision was done. Less than one of the expeditions attempted to make it become a winter by prepping the ship and hunting seals and horns to improve their food supplies. The crew did all right at the beginning of the ordeal, but once the sun disappeared, things started to slowly unravel. Depression, anxiety, and hopelessness took full up at Belgica. The men had an overwhelming feeling that they were going to die in this desolate, isolated world. But not Roald Amundsen. He embraced the situation. To him, it was like the challenges thrown at past explorers, such as Sir John Franklin. They had suffered, so could he. Amundsen had spent his time learning, mostly from Frederick Cook. Cook had with him an English Dragon and Greenland, a working material and lets him avoid the brutal cycle of sweating and freezing in these low temperatures, and the two men worked together to design a new tent and new clearly in cold weather conditions. They took sledges onto the ice pack to test out, comparing them to snowshoes and skis. Amundsen, by the way, found man-hauling, the idea of men pulling sledges on the ice, a foolish way to travel in cold conditions. It was brutally hard to do, sweaty, and inefficient. He vowed to use dogs and skis when he got the chance to explore. In Amundsen's diaries, he is very observational, always taking things, making notes, often planning out how he would handle things in the future. Much of this is very mundane. It was just him observing and learning. Amundsen, of course, along with Jean Pompey, the expedition's second in command, talked about making a run at the South Pole the following year, assuming they actually got out of the ice. In addition to the mental challenges facing the ship's crew would have a deadly physical obstacle, scurvy. Our old friend Scurvy, which is a lesson from the sea, was the scourge of many expeditions. It was often countered by providing them with lime juice or some other vitamin-rich seafood. No one knew that vitamin C was at this time. They knew that certain foods could prevent scurvy, but they didn't know why. It wasn't long before men were getting sick from the disease, suffering from severe aches and pains, swollen and bleeding gums, weakness, fatigue, apathy, and malaise. It was Dr. Cook who had saved the men. Cook drew on his experiences in the Arctic with the Inuit. How did they survive the winters without getting scurvy? Cook traced things back to their diet. For the winter, the Inuit stocked up on fresh meat, which they ate raw. And thus Cook suggested that the men eat raw or lightly cooked unleavened seal steaks. And he was on the right track. Raw meat contains traces of vitamin C, allowing a person to keep scurvy at bay. The problem was that the men hated seal and human meat. It was barely power yet, and only a flat cut. However, if you cook it too much, it loses its vitamin C content. Of course, there was one guy who loved raw meat, and he stayed healthy, and that was Amundsen. Again, this was just another test for him. He not only endured it, he embraced it, and unlike the rest of the crew, he thrived. Well, in time, others would see Cook and Amundsen avoided scurvy and start to eat the seal and human meat, and they would get better. Those that didn't suffered, sometimes horribly. One man died of scurvy, several others would essentially have mental breakdowns. One would never recover. Okay, the long winter of 1898 would continue, but the darkness did pass, and there was hope that the ice would let the ship go in the new year. But I want to stop and talk about an incident that would infuriate Amundsen. I mentioned earlier that Amundsen was the ship's first mate and the third in command. But then Amundsen discovered that all the other officers and scientists in Belgica, except Frederick Cook, had signed contracts with the Royal Belgian Geographical Society, one of the chief sponsors of the expedition, saying that a non-Belgian could not command the expedition. Thus, if something happened to Rothschild on the Congress, which was not out of the realm of possibility that scurvy running rampant in the ship, Rothschild yards, technically working command of the ship, and got Amundsen would become a commander. This infuriated Amundsen, striking people his pride. He had never been given this contract, and he certainly knew nothing about it. For him, this was a betrayal. Amundsen put his grievances in writing to Degarlache. He said the contract robbed him of his rights and honor. It was a disgrace. He resigned on the spot, but vowed to do his job until the ship was free from the ice. Degarlache was stunned by Amundsen's reaction and tried to dismiss the issue, writing a letter to Amundsen, insisting no one would usurp his position as first officer, and he begged ignorance as to the fact that Amundsen had not been given a copy of the contract. This did not mollify Amundsen, who would never forgive Degarlache for what he saw as a betrayal. Going forward, Amundsen would do his job as expected, but his relationship with his commander, whom he had admired, was broken and had never been repaired. As the expedition moved into mid-January of 1899, the ship remained trapped in the ice. The men could see open water, but Belgica could not reach it. Frederick Cook would come up with an audacious scheme to address the situation. Using saws left over on the ship from its days as a whaler, he proposed to cut a full-fledged canal from the ship to the open water. This was 2,300 feet, or 700 meters, through ice that was 3 to 6 feet thick. It would take weeks and require the participation of everyone on the ship. Without any other options on the table, the project began. Again, listen to the Rothschild Expedition series if you want the details of all of this, because it is really cool. Also, I put a visual of how the men cut the ice to open water on our website, just in case you are curious. The song went on for 4 weeks and also included a liberal use of explosives for when the ice got too thick. Interestingly, the man most skeptical of the entire enterprise was Amundsen. He grumbled at the work, perhaps his judgment clouded by his bad feelings towards Degarlache. No matter who worked as hard as any man. The project helped with the crew's morale as they were down on fall. They worked hard, got healthier, and saw slow but steady progress. There would be some delays and near disasters, but on February 15th, the Belgica managed to reach open water. The Belgica would spend another month moving its way through the Arctic ice. One of the weirdest scenes of all was hanging human carcasses on the side of the ship. At certain points, he observed the blows when the ship struck the ice. On March 14, 1899, the Belgica cleared the ice pack. She was free. The ship docked in Punta Arenas on March 27th. And with that, the expedition was over. There was no money or will to continue, but the Belgica would be considered a success. They had collected client data, conducted a bunch of scientific experiments, and collected a ton of oceanic specimens. And the observations put together by men like Cook would be invaluable to the next explorers heading into the ice. Degarlache and his men would return to Europe as heroes. Amundsen, like the rest of the crew, was no doubt thrilled to be back in civilization, but we can't forget he was furious at Degarlache. He had said he would get the ship back to port and be done, and he kept his word. Amundsen departed the ship in Punta Arenas, escorting one of the expedition's crewmen, Adam Paulsen, back to Norway. Paulsen had suffered a mental breakdown at the last time. Amundsen was, for the most part, appalled by the events of the Belgica. In his eyes, he had literally been betrayed. The expedition had become refined, poorly equipped, and suffered from poor leadership. The international crew was divided, and the members of the expedition were parts and worst of all was Degarlache. While an exceptional sailor, he was secretive, weak, and indecisive as a leader. Amundsen never published an account of the expedition, but in his autobiography, he doesn't even mention the guy's name. That's holding a grudge. Through this, we learn that Amundsen was a man who valued loyalty and honesty and trust. Betray him and you're dead to the guy. You have his back and you are his friend forever, as we will see regarding Frederick Cook. Anyhow, those disappointments aside, Amundsen did exactly what he had set out to do, make himself an explorer. He learned a lot from the expedition, especially from Frederick Cook. By the time he came out of the ice, he understood about nutrition, clothing, gear, sleds, dogs, and so much more about exploration in a polar environment. He learned you needed to have goals, you needed to trust your men, and be honest and fair with them. You could not have divided leadership. In reality, a lot of what Amundsen learned was how not to be an expedition. When he was done, no one emerged from the Belgian expedition in a better place than Amundsen. He was smarter, wiser, stronger, and more ambitious than ever. One of the expedition's members, Polish meteorologist Antoine de Wolski, would say, quote, "Our voyage was the first scroll of that extraordinary explorer, the Napoleon of the polar regions, Amundsen." End quote. Amundsen returned to Norway, where he completed his final stint in his army. But even more than that, he had a plan in his head, one that had been forming there for over a decade. Amundsen would write to the great Fridtjof Nansen, the world's preeminent polar explorer and fellow countryman. Would he be willing to meet with Amundsen? Nansen was thrilled to do so. He had been thinking about getting together an expedition to the South Pole, and talking to Amundsen about his experiences would be great. The meeting between the two men went well, and it would begin a friendship that would last the rest of their lives. In this meeting, Amundsen presented Nansen with a plan, one that would harken back to Amundsen's hero, Sir John Franklin. He wanted to sail the Northwest Passage, which no one had ever done. Nansen not only encouraged Amundsen, but he connected him to others who could help him with his goals. And so, that is where we will leave things for today. Though Amundsen had completed his first voyage of exploration, preparing himself to take the lead on his own expedition, a voyage to be the first to sail the Northwest Passage. This would be the Goa expedition. And so, that is it for the day. I hope you enjoyed the first episode in our series on Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen. Thank you for listening. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including Classic Cats Podcast and the Film Ball.
All right. I don't think you know how this race thing works.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You've heard me say it before. I'm saying it again. Just last year, doing something really powerful.
I'm not Israeli. Yeah.
Jonathan Rule. Schmitz, of course, is truly we are going through the incredible book The Way by St. Jose Maria Escrivá, and I always remember Chris Pratt. Will lead us to weekly fasting challenges. We'll lead millions of others around the world thanks every day.
Race-wise, my mom is Irish, and my dad is
blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine, and host of the podcast Problem Solver.
No, he's such
So
an
I know
idiot. He's a
you are
degenerate.
busy on the business. You
He
just
told me
need
the other day, he
answers.
goes, I was like, oh yeah, we're Russian, blah, blah,
Want
blah.
to
He's like,
increase
no,
trust
we're
as a
Polish.
leader?
And I was like,
talk to
who are
Google's
you? Like, are you my
co-founder,
dad?
Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for problem solvers.
Right, like it's so much over there just because you've been in California your whole life.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Yeah, that's true. I've never been there.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale Snow White, Snow White that started it all
I believe you're looking for me.
arrives in theaters.
Yeah, I did. They were like,
Experience
make a
the
left
Disney
turn down the
classic
street, and you're like, oh, where am I?
like
Yeah,
never
it's like
before.
right by the beach.
We haven't even been under those days.
I couch surf
Disney
right now,
Snow
but
White,
technically
only in theaters March 21st. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
it's a couch.
This episode is brought to you by
Peacock on it,
Peacock,
and
original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the
there's so
beloved
many
actor's rise
mattresses.
to fame and his tragic death. 5
I
people,
actually live in
including
Mexico
Perry's
City,
personal
the
assistant,
store.
2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Clan, were charged with conspiracy to illegally
My
provide
mom's
Perry with the
watching the
ketamine.
Ustream.
Explore
Like,
the
my
details
name
of the
is
case in
Larry.
this
You're
heartbreaking
killing us,
special,
Larry.
streaming
Yeah,
now
I mean,
only
it is.
on Peacock.
My mom is watching.
Mom, that's so funny.
Say something. Sorry for fucking people.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is the second episode in our series on the Norwegian polar explorer, Roald Amundsen. two notes for today, which I am actually inserting recording, and these are regarding some pronunciation inconsistencies. First, a couple of times I quote author Stephen R. Bone, who wrote a biography of Amundsen. I call the Canadian author Stephen R. Brown. That's wrong. It's Bone, B-O-W-N. First, my bad typing, or perhaps autocorrect, but that's on me. And second is to say, I am all over the board with the pronunciation of today's topic, the Yoa expedition. This is because there is a Joe Haven, which is what the locals say today using the J sound, Joe Haven. But the ship, from my research, is pronounced Yoa by the Norwegians. I recorded this episode and realized I'm constantly shifting my pronunciation from Yoa to Yoa to Joe. Bad news. Anyhow, it doesn't really affect the story, but sorry for the shifting pronunciation. Okay, that is it on the show. Last time we looked at the early life of Amundsen and then took him on his first grand adventure, the Belgica expedition. This was the first expedition in the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. The Belgica had been frozen in for the winter, and Amundsen, the expedition's third in command, had been an important part of surviving the experience. Amundsen had learned a lot in his first expedition into the polar world, but probably the biggest takeaway was his desire to lead his own venture. Amundsen simply didn't trust others and felt betrayed by the Belgica's commander, Adrian de Gerlache. And so, back in Norway in late 1899, Amundsen approached his fellow countryman and the world's most respected polar explorer, Fridtjof Nansen. He wrote to Nansen saying, quote, "Just returned home from the Belgian Antarctic expedition. I think the liberty of asking his head professor would be interested in hearing something of my voyage." End quote. And the answer was yes, Nansen was interested. He was actually considering an expedition to Antarctica and a try to the South Pole, and hearing Amundsen's tale would be valuable. Amundsen thus met with Nansen, and in that meeting presented him the idea of his own expedition, a voyage to complete the Northwest Passage by ship. Nansen approved the plan and encouraged Amundsen to move forward. Nansen would provide support in many ways, including connecting Amundsen with other people who might help him make his expedition a reality. This would begin a lifelong friendship between the two, although friendship might be a bit too strong of a word. The two men admired and respected each other, but it's not like they were drinking buddies. Nansen lacked a common touch with the people, and Amundsen thought he was, quote, too kingly, end quote. Anyhow, after completing his military service, Amundsen began to plan his expedition. It will feature all the hallmarks of what will become an Amundsen expedition. It will be well planned, well thought out, and impeccably executed. So, Amundsen was going to make a go for the Northwest Passage. Let's talk a bit about that. The Northwest Passage had been searched for almost from the moment Europeans arrived in the Americas. The names attached searching for it include Henry Hudson, Martin Frobisher, and of course, John Franklin, Amundsen's hero. The quest for the Northwest Passage was about money, the desire to find a trade route to Asia. In 1845, the British put together an expedition of 2 ships and 129 men under veteran explorer Sir John Franklin. None of these men would ever return home. In the frenzy to find out the fate of Franklin, the actual Northwest Passage would be identified. This was done by Robert McClure, who went from the Pacific to the Atlantic side of the passage. McClure followed the route first by ship and then on foot before being picked up by another ship. McClure was, frankly, lucky to survive. But he had identified that the passage existed, only he had actually not sailed the entire length of it, instead traveling by sledge for a large part of it. Explorers had always been thwarted by the unpredictable ice of the polar regions. I've talked about this before on the show. One of the difficult things about polar travel is that the ice is terribly unpredictable. Water that is pure in 1 year might be choked with ice for the next decade. Now, let us be clear. What Amundsen wanted to do, sail the Northwest Passage, was no longer an economic objective. It was usually blocked by ice, and the construction of the Panama Canal was in the planning stages. This meant the Northwest Passage would never be a viable trade route. But completing it would be a symbolic gesture, and not of respect to all those, like Sir John Franklin, who lost their lives in the search for the passage. And of course, no one had ever done it, being the first to feel very delayed Amundsen. He would thus have to raise money, get a ship, and hire a crew. He had some guidelines put together based upon his time in Belgica. This included the following. He wanted a small crew made up of highly trained and competent men. He wanted a smaller ship with a shallow draft, which would be better at navigating a world littered with hidden shoals and icebergs. He wanted to not just command the expedition, but captain the ship as well. He did not want any divided loyalties amongst the crew. Now, to do all of this, Amundsen had to start by getting his captain's license so he could command a ship in international waters. He thus completed a 2-month voyage from Spain to Florida, earning his license. On this voyage, he brought with him anything he could get his hands on about sailing in the polar regions. This included some recent books on expeditions to Franz Josef Land and Spitsbergen. Next, Amundsen decided to expand the scope of his voyage. Instead of just sailing the Northwest Passage, he would also try and find the location of the magnetic North Pole. Let me explain why. First, the magnetic North Pole had been located by James Clark Ross in 1831. Ever since then, scientists have debated if the magnetic pole was static or if it moved around. So if Amundsen could find it, he could compare the location to Ross's measurements, and the question would be answered. Now, science was never Amundsen's big thing. He disliked that it interfered with the primary goals of an expedition. But one of the things that he had learned was that many people expected exploration to be more than just trying to accomplish something cool. You had to have an altruistic motive, an element that would advance the knowledge of humanity, that sort of thing. If you could do that, more people would come out to support you. And so for this, Amundsen first went to the University of Christiania, who sent him on to Hamburg, Germany, for Professor Georg Neumayer. Neumayer was a respected scientist who, by the way, had been a part of the disastrous Bergen Hills expedition in Australia some 40 years earlier, which I covered a few years ago, and it's an awesome story, so listen to that if you haven't. Anyhow, Amundsen wasn't even sure Neumayer would talk to him, or even if what he was proposing was worth the trouble. But when Amundsen showed up at his door and told the aging scientist that he was interested in locating the magnetic North Pole, Neumayer said, quote, "Young man, if you could do that, you would be the benefactor of mankind for ages to come. This is the great adventure." End quote. And with that, Neumayer took Amundsen under his wing, teaching him all he needed to know about magnetic science and the methods for taking magnetic observations. This was not Amundsen's favorite thing to do, but he threw himself into it, being the first to arrive for his studies and the last to leave. Neumayer even introduced Amundsen to other scientists, explorers, and visitors. He expanded Amundsen's world. Of his mentor, Amundsen said, quote, "Never shall I cease to be grateful to this kindly old soul who so greatly encouraged me and helped me." End quote. In November of 1900, Amundsen would head back to Norway and have a second meeting with Fridtjof Nansen. He presented his detailed plan to Nansen, who gave it his blessing. For Amundsen, this was the true beginning of his venture. Nansen's blessing meant more than anything. Author Stephen R. Brown, in his biography of Amundsen, The Last Viking, said, quote, "Without that support, Amundsen's life as a famous explorer might have ended before it even began." End quote. Amundsen had together an outline of his voyage. He would travel light, use skis, dogs, and a small team. He would use polar clothing developed by the local people. He would look at polar explorations of others and learn from them. The small nature of the expedition also would be advantageous as it made things cheaper, and this venture would be privately funded. The expedition he proposed would take at least 3 years. Regarding money, Amundsen started to tap into his inheritance. As you know, he was not good with money. He disliked having to hustle for it and would struggle to raise funds all of his life. Still, at this early stage, he had his own cash to draw upon. Next, Amundsen headed to the northern tip of Norway to the city of Tromsø, the home of the Norwegian sealing industry. Here he went looking for a ship and settled on a 29-year-old vessel named Gjoa. Quickly, the name Gjoa is spelled G-J-O-A. I just wanted you to know that so you aren't confused when you look at the spelling. You see, it doesn't necessarily look exactly like you would expect. Amundsen's upcoming venture would be called the Gjoa Expedition. The ship was not large, 70 by 20 feet, or roughly 21 by 6 meters, and coming in at 47 tons. It was sail-powered and had a shallow draft. This would allow it to operate closer to the coast than the bigger and heavier ships. In 1901, Amundsen took the Gjoa on a 6-month voyage, running the vessel through conditions of all sorts. He crew hunted seals, walrus, and polar bears to finance the expedition. Amundsen was happy with the Gjoa, but after his trial run, he made 2 major adjustments to the vessel. First, he reinforced the hull with iron so that it would be able to better withstand the expected bumps in the ice. And second, a small engine was added. This was crucial as far too many ships had been at deadly end due to being caught in poor weather, dangerous waters, and unable to move the ship in the right direction. With the purchase of the Iowa, Amundsen's money began to run out. He contacted scientific societies and people known to be patrons of scientific endeavors and asked for donations. The money was quickly drying up. It was then, it turns out, that Amundsen would become a local pharmacist and newspaper correspondent, Fritz Zappa. Zappa is an interesting guy and he would be a supporter and friend of Amundsen's for the rest of his life. Amundsen was reluctant to publicize his expedition. It just wasn't his style to boast about himself before he'd really done anything. But Zappa convinced Amundsen that he needed publicity to raise funds. Amundsen reluctantly agreed, and Zappa wrote an article about the upcoming venture, which led to a surge of financial support from the public. Zappa would even connect Amundsen with local suppliers to help him get equipment, clothing, and provisions for the expedition. And speaking of outfitting the expedition, Amundsen undertook that as well. For Arctic clothing, he had good stuff designed by the Sami, the indigenous reindeer herders that delivered in Norway. This included boots, coats, gloves, and sleeping bags. They were far superior to what was available in the South. They were similar to the Inuit clothing, Amundsen had seen used by Dr. Frederick Cook on the Belgica expedition. In the spring of 1902, Amundsen could sail the Iowa, its refit complete, to Christiania for the next phase of his project. He was already getting his crew together and continued to raise funds, purchase supplies, and test the ship and equipment, and practice on remote magnetic observations. In the summer, Amundsen went to London where he met with Sir Clements Markham, the president of the Royal Geographical Society. He also arranged meetings with various English ship captains, veterans of the polar ice, and got their advice on this new voyage. The next went to Derby, Scotland, where they arranged to have a Scottish whaling ship deliver a batch of supplies to an island off the coast of Greenland. He also arranged for the Sir Kenneth, a Danish company, who would deliver provisions to a town on the west coast of Greenland. Amundsen did this because he knew that the Kiowa, which was not that big, would be overloaded with people and gear and supplies. He could not carry everything he needed, thus he would pick up extra items as he progressed on his journey. Money became more and more of an issue for Amundsen. By now he had spent his inheritance, thus he again turned to Fridtjof Nansen for assistance. Nansen would, in turn, now Oscar II, the King of Sweden, and Norway, into the influence and helped Amundsen negotiate newspaper rights to his story. Financing, publication rights, editors, Amundsen disliked his part of the job, but as the face of the expedition, he was required staff. Amundsen gave his first public lecture in Christiania to the Norwegian Geographical Society in the fall of 1902. He was teaching about his plans, downplaying the Northwest Passage stuff, and instead talking more about the scientific aspect of the expedition. To be clear, Amundsen was not particularly interested in finding the magnetic North Pole. He figured it would just be a start, nothing more. But it captured the public's imagination, so he kept playing it up. Either way, the assistance offered by Nansen was not strictly to help Amundsen. For Nansen, he saw a political element to the expedition. Amundsen's success would be a way to pump up Norwegian pride and raise the Norwegian nation's profile around the world. Amundsen was a proud Norwegian, but he had no interest in politics. And so Amundsen would continue to raise funds, design tasks tedious and undignified. He called the process of begging for money running the gauntlet. Nansen and Amundsen's brothers were of great help to him in this process. Outside of money, the next big thing for Amundsen would be was a scientist crew. He was offering good pay and wanted only the best. In hiring his crew, he was looking for resourceful men. It was said that the worst thing a person could say to Amundsen when presented with a challenge was, "It can't be done." That was assuredly the knock him out for the running. Amundsen, for the most part, showed himself a good judge of character. He did not display good humor or quickly, both lied by singing. The crew besides Amundsen would include Rothschild and 27-year-old Lieutenant Danish Navy, who was the expedition's only non-Norwegian. He would be second in command as well as the expedition's navigator, geologist, and astronomer. He was also an avid photographer and also a devoted sense of humor. Anton Yuan, age 39, would be the first mate. Yuan had extensive sailing experience in the polar ice. He was the oldest man on the expedition. 33-year-old Hans Hansen, another man with extensive experience in the ice, was hired as his second mate. Peter Listad was the expedition's engineer and meteorologist as well as blacksmith. He would also become one of the primary pillars of the expedition's path of dogs. He was 31 years old. Gustav Maria, the founder of the Norwegian Navy, was the second engineer and responsible for many of the magnetic observations on the expedition. At 25, he was the youngest member of the crew. Amundsen praised the man for his friendly nature and good humor. The final person was Adolf Lindström, the 37-year-old Polish cook, a veteran of more than 20 years at sea. Lindström had been a cook on the Fram from 1898 to 1902 and had been hired on the advice of Otto Svedra, the ship's commander. He was an expert at creating excellent meals with limited ingredients. Also, he was a cheerful man, able to change and was beloved by the crew. Lindström was also an expert handyman, which is valuable with a smaller crew. 2 observations. First, there was no doctor on the ship. The reason was that Amundsen didn't trust doctors, even though the cook had pretty much saved the Belgica a few years earlier. The reason for this was that Amundsen felt that doctors held a special aura in his eyes of humanity, and learning knowledge that others did not. The people were expected to take their advice. This, Amundsen felt, threatened the supremacy of the expedition's leader, in this case himself. Amundsen had some basic medical training and brought with him a set of medical books. He felt that would be enough. This was, however, probably the most egregious decision made by Amundsen. He downplayed the role of a doctor on the ship because he felt threatened by their authority, was short-sighted, and risky. The second observation I'll add is that the expedition carried no scientists. Amundsen and others on the ship were trained to conduct scientific observations, but that was it. Again, Amundsen felt scientists, like doctors, held knowledge and stance that might undercut the authority of the captain. Amundsen simply didn't want anyone who might split the team into rival camps. Now, in addition to all the gear, supplies, and the crew, Amundsen would make another important addition: dogs. His initial plan was to acquire dogs once he reached North America. But at this time, he had a meeting with Otto Svedra, who had just returned from a clear expedition in the Canadian Arctic as the commander of the Fram. Well, Svedra had used dogs and sleds on his expedition with great success, and had brought back to Norway a pack of dogs. Unfortunately, the animals were miserable in the warmer climate, so Svedra picked it up with Amundsen. As spring of 1903 rolled around, Amundsen was nearly ready to depart on his expedition. He kept trying to run more supplies and food, but no one help. He borrowed, but it wasn't long before he could immediately adapt. Soon, Amundsen was dodging creditors, who, knowing that he was leaving soon, were demanding he would pay loans. Lawyers were getting involved. It was only a matter of days before the law would show up and start repossessing stuff. Amundsen thus called the crew together and told them the situation. They all agreed to depart ahead of schedule. And so, on June 16, 1903, the Joe left the Oslo Fjord at midnight in the middle of a storm. Amundsen just one step ahead of his creditors. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the ship was in international waters. Amundsen was said to have called them together and offered a toast, saying, quote, "My boys, we're clear of the creditors. All that matters now is that everyone does his duty. That's easy. Still in bon voyage." For Amundsen, the time had arrived for his great test. He would write, quote, "The great adventure for which my whole life had been a preparation is underway. The Northwest Passage, the document useful to all the navigators of the past, was at last to be ours." End quote. The Joa expedition was underway. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. The remote watches long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code explorers. Ryan Reynolds here from Midmobile. A message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please hurry. Everything business school is stopped. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for $15 a month. Of course, enjoy it. Hey, no judgment. Okay, no judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Roland Amundsen in the Joa sailed the west. He was a very different man than he had been a few years earlier, even after the hardships of the Belgica. 3 years of planning and scheming and working his tail off had culminated in the departure of the Joa. Steve Brown, in his biography of Amundsen, said this of the man as he sailed off on his adventure. Quote, the Northwest Passage beckoned, and the 31-year-old Amundsen looked like he had reached the capital. His hair had turned white, his face was lined, and his scalp showed some baldness. The last bite had set off on his first great undertaking. End quote. The ship headed across the North Sea and then cleared like a ocean, aiming for Greenland. Very soon it was clear that Amundsen was not running a typical expedition. He imposed no strict rules on the men. They all shared the work, but everyone knew his duties. Every man was a captain, and every man was a seaman. The men appreciated Amundsen's democratic approach towards things. They made for a loose but efficient voyage. The key reason this worked was that Amundsen had set up with people who could be counted on to do their jobs. There were no slackers or malcontents. Now, one thing that they were not prepared for were the dogs. Amundsen let them roam the ship freely. Like people, they fought with each other, got bored, and were looking for food and mischief. No one liked that they had to clean up after them, but for the most part, the men enjoyed their company. Probably no one liked Amundsen, who loved the dogs. He writes about them at length, sometimes more than the crew of the expedition. He loved to observe their behaviors and dramas. The dogs had a strict hierarchy, led by 2 females. Kari and Scylla. Kari, as the elder, was the ultimate boss, even over the pack's alpha male, Jordan. The Joa sailed around the southern tip of Greenland, and then headed about 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers up the western coast, reaching the small town of Brookhaven on July 25th, which today is called the Siat. I'm not sure I pronounced that correctly. No matter. Here, all the provisions Amundsen had ordered from the stock supplier were included. This included fuel, sledges, kayaks, and skis. The ship also added 10 more Huskies. A week later, the ship was heading north up the Greenland coast and crossing Melville Bay. The Joa was aiming for a place called Baldwin Rock, a small island about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers up the coast and across from Lancaster Sound, which is the entrance to the Northwest Passage. Baldwin Rock, which today is known as Agana, was a commonly used location by whalers and sailors and explorers to cache supplies or leave messages for others. Amundsen considered this part of the journey one of the most dangerous of the entire voyage. And that's because Melville Bay was littered with fish of 1,000 different sizes and ice and fog, which made them brutally cold. The expedition would take time to hunt and fish as they slowly moved north. The fresh meat of the dogs ate well, although a mysterious ailment, which caused convulsions and paralyzation, would force Amundsen to put down 2 of the dogs. On August 12th, the Joa roadside landed, stalled up a rock. This was where the Scottish whaling ship was supposed to put all the supplies Amundsen had ordered. By the way, this reveals something about Amundsen. The man was a planner. He organized not 1, but 2 supply pickup points in the process. I mentioned last time that Amundsen saw no glory in overcoming the tragedy that he could have prepared for. I've said this often in his Amundsen expeditions have less drama than his peers, but it is drama that sells newspapers and books. It's often easier to sell stories about a failed expedition, death, and tragedy than a journey that are well organized and efficient and successful. And now, papers and books. It's often easier to sell stories about a failed expedition with death and tragedy than a journey that was well organized and efficient and successful. Anyhow, at Baldwin Rock, the men of Joa were surprised to be greeted by a small flotilla of kayaks. These were mostly the local Inuit, who Amundsen and his crew did not understand. However, with the Inuit were 2 Danes who were part of the Danish Greenland literary expedition. These men were collecting and documenting the customs and stories of the Inuit people before they were asked to go gold. The time on the island was a good one. Amundsen's supplies were waiting for them, and they were loaded on board. Also, the Danes had lost their books and learned nothing to read, so Amundsen gave them some items from the ship's library, including a set of Goethe's works. The Danes were thrilled and gave Amundsen 4 of their best sled dogs as a thank you. And speaking of dogs, they were let loose on the island, and Amundsen said the animals let out all their pent-up aggression and nerves, and they big battle royale. The dogs all fighting to establish their place in the pack's hierarchy. He said it was vicious. From there, the U.S. sailed west across Baffin Bay to the mouth of Lancaster Sound, about 250 miles or 400 kilometers. This was the entrance to the Northwest Passage and the eastern edge of the Arctic archipelago. The Arctic archipelago is all those islands above Canada and encompasses about 1.4 million square miles of area, or 3.6 million square kilometers. There are more than 36,000 islands. There's a lot of snow, ice, and barren tundra. Food is scarce, as are resources. It is mostly uninhabited. Those that lived in this realm at the time were the Indians, who had survived by ingeniously adapting to the inhospitable. The expedition moved west through Lancaster Sound, conducting magnetic experiments along the way. The Sound was hard ground to Amundsen. His hero, Sir John Franklin, had confidently sailed into the passage some 60 years earlier, commanding one of the largest polar expeditions ever sailed. Bigger, however, doesn't necessarily mean better. The expedition reached Beachy Island about 200 miles into the passage, or 325 kilometers, where they stopped at take meteorological observations and measurements. Beachy Island was the last known stopping spot for the Franklin expedition. Several Franklin's men were buried on the island. This gave the island special significance to Amundsen. He said he stayed up late one night, just staring at the island. He could see the dark outlines of crosses marking the graves. After departing Beachy Island, the ship soon turned south and headed into Peel Sound, as a reminder of the map of this island. This was the route that Franklin and his two ships had taken, although Amundsen bypassed a literally extended around along the Ellis Island. So the Peel Sound goes straight south. To the west is Prince of Wales Island, and to the east is Somerset Island. Joa followed this route for about 250 miles or 400 kilometers. Here the waters opened up, offering options. To the west, the ship puts out into the Clearwater Channel. This was the route that Franklin had taken 60 years earlier, heading out Finley Channel into the western side of Cape William Island. It was here that Amundsen deviated from his hero's route. Instead, he headed the eastern coast and headed into the Race Strait. This put the ship on the eastern side of King William Island. The Race Strait is not big and at times very shallow. At one point, the depth was measured at a mere 3.41 meters. Again, obviously Amundsen's decision really paid off, as the Yoa was able to continue into the passage due to its shallow draft. This will be crucial as we shall shortly see. The time was late August, and Amundsen and the Yoa had been blessed with mostly good weather. But that was about to change. On August 31st, storms and fog arrived, and very quickly the Yoa would run aground. Thankfully, the ship was freed and continued on. Amundsen ordered the vessel to proceed at a snail's pace. The gas-powered engine was used whenever necessary to keep the ship away from ice and submerged rocks. The decision to install the engine was proven to be wise and life-saving. Now, if the ice and fogs and storms were enough, the Yoa would be installed for some real fun. Later that same day, a fire broke out in the engine room. The Yoa was loaded with 7,000 gallons of fuel and tons of explosives. If the fire had gotten out of hand and ignited those, the ship would have been obliterated in the explosion. The men would work for several hours before they successfully snuffed out all remnants of the fire. Thankfully, the engine was not damaged. The next day, September 1st, the Yoa would run aground a second time as she battled the weather near Magic Island. This was far more serious than the previous day. No matter what Amundsen did, the Yoa stayed firmly stuck on the rocks. For 2 days, the Yoa was held captive. In fierce storms, the ship rolled back and forth and back and forth. Wood pieces floated to the surface as the vessel keel splintered. Amundsen was sure the ship was doomed, and thus he ordered the small boats filled with provisions, and plans were put in motion to abandon the ship. Although Amundsen said, quote, "I am resting heavy responsibility, and the moment came when I had to make a choice, to abandon the Yoa, take to the boats, and let her smash up, or go with death with all souls on board," end quote. It must have killed Amundsen to give the orders to prepare to abandon the ship. He was such a prideful man, but he was also a realist, and the situation was grim. However, Anton Nurm, the ship's first mate, would present Amundsen with one final idea. He suggested that they throw a bunch of the cargo overboard to lighten the vessel. Amundsen agreed, and soon all members of his staff were being tossed overboard. This included much of the pemmican, which is the special food for the dogs. And then with the lightened ship came a powerful wave, The Yola was lifted up and off the rocks. She was safe. Amundsen admonished himself for not having a lookout in the crow's nest at the time of the accident. Going forward, there was always someone up top to sort out rocks and shoals like the threats. Now, it was September of 1903. That night winter was not far off in the Arctic. And I want to remind you that Amundsen was planning on living winter in the Arctic for at least 2 years. Next summer, the men were searching for the magnetic North Pole using the dogs and sleds, and the following summer, they would finish the Northwest Passage. And so, Amundsen began to search out a place for the Yola to get frozen in for the winter. He would find a spot on the eastern coast of King Island on September 9th. There was a small sheltered bay. A ring of low hills protected the bay from heavy winds, and being on the eastern side of King William Island protected the ship and the land from the crushing ice. As I mentioned earlier, this was in contrast to the Franklin expedition. They had been frozen in the ice on the other side of the island. There, the ice flowed into the channel, and the ships would endure years of shifting, grinding, thick ice. On the eastern side of the island, the Yola and her crew were much better protected from such things. The island offered no trees, only bits of grass, moss, and lichen, but it was safe. The location would be called Yola Haven, although the locals now call it Yola Haven. Amundsen ordered the ship unloaded, and preparations were made for the winter. The scientific hut was constructed on the nearby hill, where two men would stop with, and this hut would be responsible for collecting money for the expedition's on October 1st, ice began falling around the Yola. 2 days later, they were frozen in. The men were collecting fish as much as possible, trying to fill up their supplies for the upcoming winter. And it was not long before the caribou herds came by, and soon the men were hunting the great animals, bringing in over 100 of them in the coming weeks. They were providing them with dogs and enough fresh meat for the winter. This was critical for keeping scurvy at bay. Amundsen, by the way, did not hunt. He had poor eyesight and his manager had allowed him to wear glasses. Thus, he simply didn't like to hunt. He would do it for need and nothing more. He would say, quote, "I cannot imagine shooting an animal for pleasure." End quote. On November 29th, the expedition would have their first visit from the local Inuit. These were the Netsilek people, one of the most primitive of the Inuit. Amundsen said the Netsilek were not threatened by the Norwegians because they only saw them with rifles, which they didn't realize weren't weapons. No matter, Amundsen had hoped they would help the locals, and they proved to be friendly as well as enthusiastic camp partners. Instead, the blacksmith would forge iron arrowheads and knives to trade to the Netsilek. Amundsen was fascinated by the native people. Despite technologically being barely past the Stone Age, he quickly saw he could learn much from them. Also, once this band of Netsilek departed, they would encounter others and tell them about the strangers, which led them to come and visit. This led to a steady stream of visitors to Yola Haven. At first, the two sides could have talked to one another, but in time, they developed a good understanding of one another, and the interactions were positive. This was a boon to the men of the Yola. I mean, it was basically directly same-sex spaces. That is hard. The arrival of the Inuit broke up the monotony and provided some significant contact. In some cases, it also provided sex. The Netsilek were of great interest to Amundsen for several reasons. First, there was the basic curiosity about them and their culture. And while Amundsen had little interest in science, without realizing it, he became quite the ethnologist. Let's remember, Amundsen was an observant and perceptive guy, so he ended up providing us with some of the first descriptions of the Netsilek culture, their life, and customs. And he collected all sorts of stuff from them, like tools and wood and so forth. At one point in this early stage, Amundsen, alone and unarmed, went to visit a group of Netsilek, staying with them in their igloos. The second reason Amundsen was interested in Netsilek was to learn how they survived in this harsh environment. He wanted to know about their clothing, their diets, their sleds. Whatever he could learn, it might give him an advantage going forward. One of the great takeaways from the Belgian expedition for Amundsen was Cook teaching him that because a culture was so it did not mean they had nothing to teach us. Amundsen embraced this and learned lots from the locals. By December, he acquired Netsilek clothing and series of Hong. On Christmas Day 1903, a Netsilek man, along with his wife and child, came to Yola Haven. A couple named Tirayo and Kyle Bolo and his daughter, Rabbi butchering, had been separated from the tribe. This was a difficult time in the Arctic. The caribou migration was over by the end of October, and the seals were due back until February. This meant getting food was difficult. The family had quick to find refuge with the strangers. And you know what? Amundsen was thrilled to have Tirayo and Kyle Bolo join them, as they built an igloo next to the Yola. The couple would end up helping out by doing a lot
So
of
let's
domestic
get it
chores
going.
for
My
the
audience,
expedition
are you
members.
ready for Kill
And
Tony?
Lyle would turn out to be the master every day.
Really, Hunter
Thomas and had them
and
teach the team
Steven
how to construct an
Brody
igloo using
Stevens.
the
It's
English
Major
tools
League
and
Baseball
techniques.
playoff season, and for
And
that,
so that brings us to 1904, and that is where I'm going to place for today. The Showa expedition is just getting underway. Amundsen and his men would have to survive the upcoming winter, and then they could head out on their next great adventure, a search for the magnetic North Pole. After that, they would continue on their voyage to sail the Northwest Passage. It would require Amundsen staying in good order, and not just one winter, but two. We will tackle that story next time. So that is it for today. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed our story this far. Please take care, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including the great James Bond, Star Robbery, and History That Doesn't Suck with Professor.
Drums left-handed, they hold slips. Here we go.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You've heard me say it before, but I'm going to say it again.
Nico
You
Williams.
have to check out how
African American? Oh, shit.
Sounds
like such a cute way. Why wouldn't you
yours truly, we are going through the incredible book Parade by St. Maria Scriba, and I am
Wait a minute. Wait, are you touching head?
Lead us
What
through
is it?
uniquely fascinating chapters. You'll meet millions of others around the world.
I hate those scissors podcasts. So blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. Now, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Outfitter Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talked to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your type?
Uninterrupted. Oh, look at I work for Undateable, so I deal with puns.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
That's right.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock. The new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Club, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
Ryan Reynolds here from Midmo. A message for everyone who big dollars way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, so to make people enjoy wines for just $15 a month. Of course, enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, no judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
The one catch is that I can't really tell jokes around the airport in case I fall. I just found out
Greetings
today,
and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Thank you for joining our fun. Today is part 3 of our series on Roald Amundsen. In this episode, we will conclude the Yoa expedition and become the first people to ever sail the Northwest Passage in the process. Now, before beginning, I want to remind you that there is a map of Amundsen's way through the Northwest Passage on our site, explorerspodcast.com. And that is it for the notes on the part 3 of Roald Amundsen. Last time, we left Amundsen and the Yoa frozen at the ice of Joe Haven on the eastern shore of King William Island in the Arctic archipelago. It was a safe place away from the harsh winds and pushing ice. The expedition members had gotten used to hunting caribou and had come into contact with the local Inuit, the Nestle. By the end of 1903, the team had built an observatory for collecting scientific readings and started to trade for Inuit clothing. Also, some of the Nestle had set up camp near the Norwegians, and Amundsen took the opportunity to learn from them. The men were taught how to build igloos, techniques for driving dog sleds, and simply surviving in the Arctic. Amundsen was open-minded about the Inuit, more so than the other men. He thought he could learn much from them, and dismissed the stereotype that they were lazy. What Amundsen realized was that the Inuit often operated at lower levels of intensity to prevent overexertion and sweating. This was a bad thing in freezing weather. A man or a woman would work hard to get sweaty and find the sweat would freeze up. The working properties of the Inuit clothing helped prevent this, but also the simple fact that the Inuit understood the need to take their time, not overexert, to avoid sweating. The Europeans often labeled this as them being lazy. Anyhow, let's talk about Amundsen's plans. I want to first remind you that he was going to spend 2 winters at Joe Haven. For the upcoming summer, his goal was to find a magnetic pole using the expedition sleds and dogs. Of course, there would be more going on, but the magnetic pole effect was a big deal. The team began to complete the Northwest Passage the following year in 1905, and at least that was the plan. So the first thing Amundsen and his men had to do was survive the Arctic winter. At the same time, they had to take care of existing business, such as taking daily measurements of temperature, snowfall, wind speed, stuff like that. They also cataloged areas, plants, and animals. Dr. Hansen and Peter Dick did a lot of the scientific observations. Amundsen did his share, but in time he slacked off, finding such things too dull. The others grumbled a bit about Amundsen's lack of attention to such things, but for the most part, there was little dissension amongst them then. But the most important thing that was done that winter was preparing for the expected overland trip to reach the magnetic North Pole. For this, Amundsen turned to the Inuit. The men all traded for nets of clothing, which was made of reindeer or caribou fur. The individual hairs of the animals are hollow, making them very light and breathable. The men also learned to master the art of igloo making from Tarayo, and that's a who, along with his wife and child, spent the winter with the Norwegians. But the most important thing the men of the world did was learn about the dogs and sledges. Arctic dogs are the stuff of legend. The animals are big, fierce, loyal, and smart. They could also be vicious and stubborn. They were known to fight, sometimes killing other dogs, to establish their place in the fox hierarchy. But one thing should be clear, these dogs were not pets, and the Inuit did not treat them as such. These were working animals. The treatment of the dogs by the Inuit was often seen as cruel and harsh by the men of the Gila. But it was a cruel and harsh world. These people inhabited, and they often lived on the edge of survival. The Inuit knew they could not be soft on the dogs, which were essential to their lives. In order to get the best response from the animals, Amundsen mimicked this treatment, which annoyed some of the men on the Gila. Amundsen and the rest of the team would thus work to learn the art of leading the team of dogs across the snow and ice. Amar Hansen, the expedition's second mate, turned out to be a natural dog handler. No one could come close to mastering the art of running a dog team like Hansen. Now, the plan to use the dogs to get hit that winter when an unknown illness went through the pack and they would die. There were births as well, but by March 1904, there were only a dozen or so dogs healthy and strong enough to serve on the sled team. This was going to limit Amundsen going forward. On March 1st, Amundsen set out on his first excursion with the dogs, which went to set up a supply depot in the direction of the magnetic North Pole. The main purpose was to get experience working with the dogs and the sleds. By the way, the magnetic pole was calculated to be about 90 miles to the north of Joe Haven. The first sled run consisted of the dogs, 2 sledges, Amundsen, Gottfried Hansen, Peter Lisbeth, and Howard Hansen. And it was a disaster. It was simply too early in the year to head out, and the cold was brutal. On the second night, the temperature measured negative 80 Fahrenheit or negative 62 Celsius. Ouch, that is just brutal, and not just for the men, but the dogs. Amundsen found that the dogs had limits with regards to the cold, and temperatures below roughly negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 50 degrees Celsius. The air was just too cold, and the dogs' lungs couldn't work properly. Also, the men's skis and the sledge runners stuck to the snow in such temperatures. Plus, the petrol was burned, so the men struggled without snow-filled water. As a result, the men had to haul the sleds themselves, and as Amundsen learned in Antarctica, that was backbreaking work. At the end of each day, the men made a big move to spend the night in. The first journey with the dogs and sledges would thus end after only 3 days. The supplies were dumped to be gathered later, and the men headed back to Joe Haven. They had only managed to go 6 miles. Despite the problems, Amundsen learned from the excursion. He had started way too early and needed to wait for warmer weather, and he now knew the limits that the cold put on the dogs. Also, he realized that he didn't have enough dogs for more than 1 sledge, and thus for his next venture, he would scale down his plans. On March 16th, with the temperatures rising, Amundsen set out again on what was essentially another test run. This time it was just himself and Helmer Hansen, 1 sledge and 10 dogs. The results were much better. The 2 men reached the supplies that had been cached earlier that month in less than 4 hours. 2 days later, they reached Maddie Island, which is about 50 miles north of Joe Haven. Here they ran into a large group of Netzia, 34 to be exact, heading towards the same hunting grounds. Amundsen and Hansen spent some time with the natives, traveling with them, and even got a gift, a pair of caribou fur underwear. I say that because it's kind of funny. but also because Amundsen really valued such things. Only the Netzeret could make underclothing that was supple and not scratchy, and so swore one-footed undies. Amundsen and Hansen would spend a few days learning how to work the dogs, and then return to Killhaven on March 25th. Next would be the real challenge, when Amundsen made a run for the magnetic North Pole. And that would happen on April 6th. This time, Amundsen took with him Ritzvet instead of Hansen. The reason was the whole purpose of the journey was to conduct magnetic observations. Ritzvet and Amundsen were trained for that. Hansen was not. The two would be joined by their Netzeret neighbor, Ariel, but he would depart after 2 days to rejoin his own tribe. Amundsen took 2 sledges, each with 5 strong, healthy dogs. Regarding the loads of the sledges, Amundsen in his book says that each sledge had 500 to 600 pounds of stuff, or about 250 kilos. That's a bit much, but the dogs proved willing and eager to haul the loads. Now, a few things that Amundsen learned about during these early days of his trek to find the magnetic North Pole. First, the dogs were reluctant to head out into the void without a leader. They wanted someone or something to follow, and thus Amundsen took the going ahead, showing the team which way to go. Second, Amundsen made sure he didn't overwork the dogs. As he had learned from the Inuit, he didn't pay to force the dogs to do too much. Third, as noted, the loads the dogs were carrying were heavy but manageable, but not always. At times, the sledges sank too deeply into the snow, making pulling them quite difficult. When that happened, Amundsen would tie all 10 of the dogs to a single sledge with half the provisions, then go ahead for whatever distance he decided. He would then unload all the supplies, turn around, and go back to the second load. This was a slow process, but it worked. Fourth, the dogs started to get fresh meat, courtesy of the Inuit seal hunters Amundsen encountered on the trek. Amundsen found the health of the dogs improved greatly when they got fresh meat, as opposed to eating tin food, a pemmican. In fact, he said the dogs started to change their noses at that pemmican. And fifth, Amundsen and Ritzvet went out sleeping in a tent, as opposed to building an igloo, which was a labor-intensive operation. The temperatures were not nearly as severe as a month ago, falling to around -20 degrees Fahrenheit or -30 degrees Celsius. Amundsen and Ritzvet pushed northward. On the 19th, Amundsen fell and broke the glass of his pocket thermometer. Ritzvet headed back to Killhaven with all the dogs and animal supplies to get a new one. He covered the distance, 54 miles, or 87 kilometers, in just 24 hours. After taking a good rest, he headed back, bringing with Amundsen and people to make first. This is a great example of how a fisherman son could travel through the Arctic using dogs and sleds. The team continued north on April 26th and reached the location James Park Ross had calculated to be the magnetic North Pole back in 1931. This was on the Boothia Peninsula near Cape Adelaide, about 100 miles north of Killhaven, 160 kilometers. The Norwegians did the calculations and concluded the magnetic pole was not at this location, and that would prove that the magnetic pole was not a stationary point, but a drive. Amundsen was not particularly impressed by this. He wasn't a scientist, and he just kind of shrugged at the revelation. For 3 weeks, Amundsen and Ritzvet traipsed around the Boothia Peninsula, seeking to nail down the exact location of the magnetic pole. Along the way, they would have encounters with the local Inuit, and 2 of the dogs would disappear, often killed, after they were chasing after the pole ribbon. At one point, Amundsen injured his ankle, forcing the 2 men to stop for a week so he could recover. Also, Ritzvet would have to put down one of the dogs. Amundsen found that he and Ritzvet could eat the dog meat, and even more importantly, he found the dogs would eat the dog meat. That fact would be important on the South Pole expedition. Regarding the magnetic North Pole, Amundsen never actually figured out its exact position. From what I understand, the closer you get to it, the more wonky magnetic readings become. In his book, he says, quote, "We were very near the magnetic poles, both the old and the new, and probably passed within both of them." Unquote. In reality, Amundsen knew he had not hit the exact spot, but he sort of glossed over that in his book. It's believed that he got within 30 miles of the magnetic pole. All of his life, he lamented not actually reaching this pole, not because he didn't care about doing so, but more because it represented something that he had not quite been able to accomplish, that irritated him. Still, by reaching Ross's pole location, he had proven that the magnetic pole did move. That, above all, was the most important thing. Amundsen was planning on continuing his explorations in the Arctic, but when he reached the supply depot that he and his team had set up, he found it had been ransacked by the Inuit, and thus, with his provisions running low, he returned to Killhaven on May 27th. As I said, he did not reach the magnetic pole, but he had proved it's not a static location. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate with any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness, draw value in both functionality and style. They will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale, Snow White, Snow White, Snow White, that started it all.
I believe you're looking for me.
Magic mirror on the wall. Experience the Disney classic.
Who's
We've got a professor and a colonel and a slug. What else do we need?
Like never before.
Investigation. Now, if you had somebody that looked at Denny's, you have the right man right there.
March 21st. Dedication closing time suggested.
Exactly a minute. Blake Hayes.
Roald Amundsen and his team settled in for an European Canadian outfit. The men conducted night observations and tested skis and sleds. Another observatory was built, and other excursions were made. The map decision was set up supply depots for future treks. It was all part of Amundsen's budget for planning and preparing. When the ice broke up, Lieutenant Hansen took a small boat and sailed west into the Sunset Strait, plot out a route for a whale, and eventually continued the journey. Amundsen found the most valuable things he learned in building were from the Netzler. Example, he learned how to code for sled runners with ice to allow them to move smoothly on the ice and snow. There was an artistry to it. Amundsen would spend a lot of time with the Netzler. He traded for clothing and other items, and he formed some genuine friendships with them as well. The Norwegians were visited by 2 different tribes during the time in Joe era. Not all were friendly. Some of the Inuit were ill-tempered and interested in thieving, but for the most part, the encounters were positive. The interactions with the Inuit also offered opportunities for sex for the men, which happened, although Amundsen officially discouraged such relations. By the way, there are stories that Amundsen fathered a child with an Inuit woman during his stay in Joe. This rumor persisted for decades until descendants of the woman offered up their DNA for testing. Amundsen, it turned out, was not their ancestor, but it doesn't mean that one of the other men from the expedition wasn't his father, and it certainly doesn't preclude the possibility that Amundsen had relations with Inuit women. Another thing I want to mention about Amundsen's time at Joe was the closely interpersonal relationships between him and his men. Amundsen likes to portray things as all perfect and happy, but there were cracks to it all. This bound to happen after spending so long time with the same small group of people in the same place. But for the most part, any grumblings and complaints were minor. As I noted, some of them were annoyed that Amundsen went off on excursions, while they sat around playing their children. Or if he left all the mundane work, like making traditions, to others, so much for every man doing his duty. But that sort of thing was minor, considering the circumstances, the team got along well. Credit Amundsen for picking their native friendly, hardworking, and responsible. Another reason for this was the cook, Chaos Lindstrom. Lindstrom was this big, heavy, happy man. Everyone loved him. He always had a smile on his face and a good word for the men. And his food was first rate. Fish, deer, caribou, seabirds. He was adept at turning the way back and good tasting meal. Having good food and a variety of it was a highly underrated element of the Taylor expedition. I talked about this at length in the Belgian series. Amundsen had seen that the culture of the bland food soup to the clear plays a powerful role in people's content. It's weird to say that, but it was true. It was something that all the men could agree on, which is not always a good thing when you're unhappy. Missing food is essential to your crew's well-being, and Lindstrom provided that. In the summer of 1904, Amundsen considered another way to open my program. He was not from that food well, and he mixed the idea. The winter of 1904-05 would look pretty much the same as the first, although approximately 60 Hansela from 18 different families would spend the winter at Groveland. In the spring of 1905, Amundsen considered doing another major excursion with the dogs, but Dr. Hansen, the expedition's second in command, was interested in exploring. Amundsen thus did not conduct any big runs that year. Lieutenant Hansen, along with Ritzka, departed Johaven on April 2nd, heading northwest. They had a dozen dogs and 2 sleds. It was an eventful journey for many encountering Indian hunters and polar bears. Hansen contributed a detailed supplement about the adventure in Amundsen's Pony expedition, which is titled The Northwest Passage. They returned on June 25th, having traveled for more than 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers. On Victoria Island, they mapped roughly 150 miles or 240 kilometers of uncharted coastline, some of the last stretches of unexplored shores in North America. While Hansen was off on his run to Victoria Island, in late May at Johaven, there was a surprising and welcome event, the mail arrived. Okay, not the mail, but at least some contact with the outside world. Word of Amundsen's arrival had spread south via the Inuit, British Canadian authorities. Upon hearing this, officials bundled up some stuff, mostly in newspapers, and had one of the nets selected over to Johaven. The men were thrilled to get word of the outside world. Also, the Canadians sent along a letter offering aid if it was needed. As summer moved on, Amundsen and the men of the expedition prepared to depart Johaven. They dismantled their observatories and carefully packed away gear and instruments. And Amundsen gifted the wood and iron filming structures to the locals, who were thrilled by the gesture. One of the Metzler, a man named Paulo Moktu, had expressed interest in coming with Amundsen and seeing the rest of the world. Paulo Moktu is one of the most popular opinionated people in Amundsen's writings. Amundsen considered him a friend, and he even came to live on board the yacht. The idea of having him live on board was appealing, as it would help us communicate with other tribes here about the encounters in the future. However, Paulo Moktu backed out as the date to depart neared. The thought of leaving his family and friends in the world was just too much. Others were interested in sailing with the yacht, and Amundsen ultimately settled on a young man, around 17 years of age, named Manny, who would prove to be a valued addition to the crew. On August 13th, 1905, the ice broke up and the yacht set sail. The men said goodbye to their Inuit companions of 2 years. The Arctic residency had led to many stories, much of which are documented in Amundsen's book on the expedition. Relations with the locals became good. Amundsen in particular respected the Inuit and was grateful for all they had done. The others in the expedition tolerated the locals, but for the most part appreciated having them around. But now everyone was eager to move on. The yacht headed west into the Simpson Strait. This is a natural shallow waterway that separates King William Island to the north from the mainland to the south. The Simpson Strait measures about 40 miles or 65 kilometers long and is between 2 and 10 miles wide, or 3 to 15 kilometers. No ship had ever gone through the Simpson Strait. It is not only narrow, but incredibly shallow and filled with innumerable rocks, shoals, and treacherous currents. The men had to constantly be on the watch. The ship's motor would prove to be invaluable over the next few days as the yacht navigated the strait. It allowed the ship to move quickly when needed, to avoid running aground or striking an underwater object. On the voyage through the Simpson Strait, the yacht passed a place called Hall Point. This had been visited the previous summer, and Howard Hansen and Dr. Hansen had explored the strait in a small boat. Here they had found 2 skeletons thought to be European. The men guessed that these remains had been proven from the Franklin expedition. They had buried the bones in a cairn. As the yacht passed, the flag victory honored those who had fallen before them. The yacht exited the Simpson Strait, then headed across Queen Mother Gulf and the Victoria Strait. They reached Cape Colburn on August 17th, the easternmost point that had been reached in these waters by any ship coming from the Bering Strait. The yacht continued west, entering a series of channels, the East Strait, Coronation Gulf, and then the Dolphin and Union Straits that led to the Amundsen Gulf in the west. This series is roughly 400 miles, or more than 700 kilometers. If you look at a map, this is the narrow, somewhat winding route between Northern Canada and Victoria Island and Banks Island to the north. The problem with this route is that it is often narrow, shallow, and dangerous for larger ships. At one point, the yacht found itself only inches away from the bottom of the channel, and fog was a constant threat. Despite these challenges, the voyage through the passage went well, and we came out on the other side on August 21st. Of it, Amundsen wrote, quote, "My relief over thus having cleared that last awkward stretch of the Northwest Passage was indescribable." End quote. The yellow continued west, and 5 days later, they sighted another vessel, an American whaling ship. Amundsen took a small boat over to visit the vessel. The captain, James McKenna, greeted him by saying, quote, "Are you Captain Amundsen?" End quote. Amundsen was surprised to find people asking about him by name. But after he acknowledged who he was, the American astronomer Fridtjof Nansen had encouraged the United States government to alert the whaling companies about the possibility of running into the Viola. When McKenna found out that the ship was the first to encounter the Viola, he said to Amundsen, quote, "I am exceedingly pleased to be the first one to welcome you on getting through the Northwest Passage." End quote. Amundsen spent some time catching up with the Americans and gave them updated charts of the surrounding area, plus bags of potatoes and onions. The men had needed those for 2 years. Now, Amundsen had completed the Northwest Passage, but he still had to head. The Viola was 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers from Alaska in the Bering Strait. And unfortunately, the ice was already forming in the Beaufort Sea. There was no way the vessel was going to reach the Bering Sea this late in the year. They would thus have to spend a third winter iced in the Arctic. Amundsen was directed to Herschel Island off the Canadian mainland, not far from the Alaska-Canada border. This was a common place for whaling vessels to hole up for the winter. And so, it was near Herschel Island that the Viola would settle in for the winter, and then went hunting and gathered food. They built an observatory for taking magnetic and meteorological readings, and they tried to set things up so the winter would be as manageable as possible. Now, Amundsen had a problem in that he really wanted to tell the world that he had finished the freaking Northwest Passage. I mean, people had been trying to do this for centuries, and he had done it. He was deadly afraid the news of his accomplishment would reach the outside world ahead of him. And so, on October 24th, 1905, Amundsen joined a coaster along the West. This consisted of a pair of Inuit Canadian snowshoes and a William Miller, a ship captain, and 18 dogs. Amundsen would travel on skis. The group reached Fort Yukon at the confluence of the Yukon and Porcupine Rivers on November 20th after 300 miles. In doing this, they crossed a mountain pass at an elevation of more than 3,000 feet, or 915 meters. Eventually, the sledge had to be swapped out from an Inuit toboggan, and the group ran into deep powder in the mountains, and Amundsen changed his skis for snowshoes. However, Fort Yukon had no telegraph, so Amundsen pushed on another 200 miles to Eagle City, Alaska. Along the way, there were other small settlements and camps. When Amundsen reached Eagle City on December 5th, the temperature was negative 47 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 52 degrees Celsius. The town had a small military outpost, Fort Egbert, and most importantly, telegraph service. Amundsen would send a telegram to Fridtjof Nansen at 75 cents a word. It was 1,000 words. The math there says $750. That was a lot of cash for the time. Amundsen had no money, so he sent a collect. In the telegram, Amundsen not only told Nansen about their journey, but he asked that the families of the men be contacted. He also asked that letters from family members be sent to him in Eagle City. Amundsen was lucky he got the message off, as the telegraph wires went down shortly thereafter due to the extreme cold. Amundsen now settled in at the home of a local merchant for the next 2 months, as it was too cold to try and go back to the Viola. Plus, he wanted to wait for the letters to arrive at Eagle City from family and friends back in Norway so he could take those messages to his ship. Now, regarding Amundsen's telegram, there is more to the story I want to share. Remember, Amundsen, with the help of Nansen, had negotiated exclusive rights to his story with a variety of publications, including the Times of London. The problem was that the telegraph was not a secure way to send a message. In Seattle, a man named Major Glassford held the telegram for 3 days as he was not sure who was going to pay for its transmission. It wasn't until the Norwegian diplomatic office guaranteed payment that it was sent on. And if you think that's bad, well, it will get worse. And that's because Glassford shared the contents of the telegram with others, and it wasn't long before word spread around the world about the voyage of the Viola. This was a big financial loss to Amundsen, as newspapers refused to pay for the exclusive story that had already spread. Nansen was furious about it as well, and ordered the $750 charge not to be paid due to a violation of trust. Amundsen would later write to Nansen's brother and say, quote, "In the future, I will try and be more careful," end quote. This incident perhaps fueled Amundsen's distrust of the press. Now, while in Eagle City, Amundsen would get some welcome news. Norway was now a nation. On June 5, 1905, Norway and Sweden had a peaceful separation. Norway now had a monarch, King Haakon II. He had been imported from Denmark, where he had been Prince Karl, and he was a relative of Norway's medieval kings. Amundsen was thrilled at the news, and without realizing it, he had become one of the young nation's first heroes. Amundsen departed from Eagle City on February 3, 1906, taking a dog sled back to the Iowa. This journey was much faster as the snow was better. He completed the 500-mile journey on March 12th, for about 5 weeks. The men of the Iowa were overjoyed to get letters from family, and they were thrilled at the news of Norway's independence. The first thing they did was raise the Norwegian flag on the ship. A few notes about the men of the Iowa during the time that Amundsen was away and the months after his return. First, the team went on hunting trips, covering hundreds of miles during their stay. There are tons of stories, polar bear encounters, interactions with the local people, that sort of thing. And second, there would be 2 deaths. The first was Manny, the Inuit youth who had joined the Iowa the previous summer. Not long before the Iowa departed the area, he was out on the ocean in one of the small boats. While fishing, he fell overboard and was lost at sea. It was a tragic loss, as the young man had been cheerful and well-liked and respected. He had become a good hunter and was being taught to read and write by Lieutenant Hansen. The other death was Gustav Vick, the expedition's youngest member. Not long after Amundsen returned to the Iowa, Vick became ill, dying on March 31st. He was buried in the observatory the men had constructed the previous year, a nod to the young man's work conducting many of the expedition's magnetic observations. They does not know how Vick died, but some suspected appendicitis. Let's remember, Amundsen did not bring along a doctor. Could Vick have lived if one had been in the Iowa? Possibly, but we really don't know. A burst of appendix was likely a death sentence, doctor or no doctor. Anyhow, the ice around Herschel Island would break up in the summer, and on July 11th, the Iowa set sail. They entered the Bering Strait on August 31st, and a short while later reached Nome, Alaska. The locals turned out to celebrate the conquerors of the Northwest Passage. From Nome, Amundsen caught a steamship bound for San Francisco, while Lieutenant Hansen followed with the Iowa. The reception in San Francisco was muted, as the city had been devastated by a massive earthquake some 6 months earlier. Amundsen would give some lectures in the area while he waited for the Iowa to arrive, because remember, he had left Norway heavily in debt. He needed cash to pay off his creditors, who were already contacting him asking for their money. The Iowa reached San Francisco on October 19th. The crew then took a train east, as the Iowa was in rough shape and in no condition to sail back to Norway. A year or so later, the ship was presented as a gift to the city of San Francisco and put on display in Golden Gate Park until 1972. It was then returned to Norway. Today, you can see it at the Fram Museum in Oslo. As for Amundsen, he conducted a whirlwind tour of the United States. Seattle, Chicago, Milwaukee, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, just to name a few of the stops. In New York, he received letters of congratulations from Norway's new king, as well as President Theodore Roosevelt. Amundsen quickly found out that he was not fond of the lecture circuit, as so many other explorers had discovered in their lives. Telling the same stories, answering the same questions over and over just got better, especially for a person such as Amundsen. He also struggled a bit because he wasn't fluent in English. It made him a little more self-conscious about things. But the lecture circuit meant money, and thus Amundsen treated it as a necessary evil. Amundsen and his crew, now reunited, boarded a steamship on November 8th and arrived in Norway as heroes. The ship was escorted into Christiania by a Norwegian battleship to the cheers of the nation. And with that, the Iowa expedition was over. Old Amundsen had sailed the Northwest Passage, a quest that had begun as a 15-year-old boy. The sailing of the passage was notable, but in reality, it was not something that changed history. But you know what? It was a hell of a feat. It was something that had been hanging out there undone for centuries, and it cost the lives of hundreds, maybe thousands of men. People had dreamed of sailing the passage. No one done so until Amundsen. And we can't forget, there were important things that Amundsen had done. He had identified that the magnetic pole was not static. Scientists love this information. He and his men had charted all sorts of coastline that had never been mapped. And the ethnographic information Amundsen brought back on the Iowa was priceless, stuff that people still study to this day. But probably the biggest thing for Amundsen was the lessons he learned. He learned to be a better captain, sailor, and a leader. And he learned so much about surviving in polar conditions, mostly from the Inuit. He learned about their clothing, their tools, and how to handle dogs and sleds. It's stuff that he paid very close attention to, and stuff that he will be using in the future. Okay, so Amundsen and his men went back. They were heroes. There were medals and awards and banquets. Amundsen was the keynote speaker at a big ceremony on May 17th, Norway's National Day. That stuff was all great, but Amundsen needed money, so the lecture circuit beckoned. As I said, we didn't care for lecturing, but he did it out of necessity. On February 11th, 1907, Amundsen went to London to give a presentation to the Royal Geographical Society. This had always been a dream of his. His heroes had stood before the society and gave lectures or presented papers or received medals. So for Amundsen to be in the shoes of men like Franklin and Nansen, well, that was special. Now, despite some concern about his lack of fluency in English, the lecture went well. But there was a cool reception from the English press, as well as from the public in Great Britain. People said that this was a response to Amundsen simply not being British. You have to remember that the Northwest Passage is associated more with England than any other nation. Countless lives, ships, and fortunes had been lost searching for the passage. Almost all of these had been British. There was a feeling amongst many in the nation that it should have been an Englishman, not a Norwegian, who had completed the passage. I don't think there's anything personal against Amundsen, but just a general disappointment that one of their own had not completed the passage and thus regained the honor of men such as Sir John Franklin. Anyhow, in 1907, Amundsen toured Europe, wrote some articles, and continued to figure out how to pay off all of his creditors. And then on October 27, 1907, a New York Times reporter asked Amundsen what was his next adventure. Amundsen's reply, discover the North Pole. And the North Pole will be Amundsen's next great goal. But as we know, his penchant for running a naval operation will, to the surprise of the world, take him to the opposite end of the world, the South Pole. And it will not be without controversy. But that, my friends, is for next time. That is where we will wrap up our story for today. I hope you enjoyed this story. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Please go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including the U.S. versus China face-off and historical blindness.
I guess that's what you expect when you meet someone on Plenty of Fish.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You've heard me say it before, I'm going to say it again. You guys have to check out
grabs the microphone stand confidently with 10 seconds to go.
It's a 40-day
Jay Ruby, everybody, there he is.
Every day of trying to really elevate Schmitz.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for taking a break from all the Republican debates to be here tonight. I'm not sure which one you are, but definitely one of them. And since you came on my show, fuck you, you get my vote.
Blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. Nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I'm fine with that. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talked to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
You stopped ironing your shirts. You took a huge stance against it a few months ago, right?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale, Snow White, Snow White, that started it all.
I believe you're looking for me.
Arrives in theaters. Experience the Disney classic.
Who's the first one of all?
Like never before.
We haven't even been in the voice yet.
Disney Snow White, only in theaters March 21st. Rated PG for the line suggested.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock. The new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Queen, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
That was just creepy. I felt like he did better than last week. I don't know why, but I would just love to make.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 4 in our series on Roald Amundsen. Let's get right to things. Last time we left Amundsen in Norway in 1907. He completed the Northwest Passage, a goal he had dreamed about since his teenage years. I want to point out that Amundsen had accomplished this goal by preparing as thoroughly as possible. You could say he was obsessive in his preparations. The selection of the crew, the ship, the gear, the supplies, it was all very carefully thought out and done for a reason. He rarely settled for anything less than what he wanted. And let's not forget, he had proven to be brave, daring, and resourceful. It meant that the Yola expedition had gone smoothly. Amundsen had sailed the passage as he had planned and proved the magnetic North Pole was not a static location. The one major black mark was the death of one of the ship's crew, and that man's death may have been from appendicitis, but not really related to the circumstances of the expedition. To me, the amazing thing is how well things did go for Amundsen. You know, it was not perfect, but I have done this podcast for a long time now, and I really respect and admire when an expedition was well planned and executed. And the Euro expedition certainly falls in the category of well planned and executed. And so Amundsen is now a hero in Norway, which has only been a nation for 2 years. He hit the lecture circuit in Europe and in the United States, mostly to pay off his creditors. He really didn't care for lecturing, but if he paid the bills, he would do it. At first, Amundsen was a little stupid as a speaker, but in time, he got good at it. He knew what entertained people, and was not shy about discussing some of the more weird and shocking aspects of his travels. Anyhow, it was in late 1907 that Amundsen announced that he was interested in making a cruise to the North Pole. The North Pole. That and the South Pole were the last great uncomfortable spots on the planet. Well, unless you count Mount Everest, but that is a different story. Anyhow, the poles were a place that had fascinated scholars and scientists and all sorts of people for thousands of years. Some speculated the poles were lush and fertile lands, capable of having millions of inhabitants. But the advances of explorers in recent years had made it clear that the poles offered some of the most inhospitable lands or ice caps in the world. Now, west of the South Pole had already been attempted, and was notable by Robert Hawkins Scott, along with his German officer Henry Shackleton, a few years earlier on the Discovery expedition. Shackleton was planning his own venture, the Nimrod expedition, which would launch in August of 1907. As for the North Pole, Fridtjof Nansen had set his farthest north record on the first Grand expedition more than a decade earlier, reaching a latitude of 86 degrees, 13 minutes north, or about 230 miles, or 370 kilometers, from the North Pole. The terrain had been too rugged and fractured to allow him to go any further. In 1900, the Reggio Conti of the Italian Royal Navy bested his mark by about 25 miles or 20 kilometers. But others were eyeing up the North Pole just for Amundsen. The two most prominent explorers talking about the North Pole were Americans, Robert Peary and Dr. Frederick Cook. Peary, an American naval officer, was one of the most renowned weather explorers in the world. He was well respected and had 10+ years of experience in the Arctic. Cook was Amundsen's good friend from the Baltic expedition. He also had lots of polar experience. They were a formidable pair of rivals. But Amundsen decided the North Pole would be his, and he thus set out to organize an expedition. The first thing he did was to contact Fridtjof Nansen and ask about borrowing a Fram for his own endeavor. Now, I had to point out that the Fram was not Nansen's, it was owned by Norway, and as the nation's most respected and honored explorer, he pretty much had dibs on the ship if he wanted it. Nansen had to think long and hard about the request. The man was in his late 40s, but he still had a desire to go adventuring, and knew his urge to go exploring was closing. He was convinced that an expedition using dogs and sleds could conquer the South Pole. But Nansen was also a man with many interests. He was a well-respected scientist and a diplomat. He had a lot on his plate. After careful consideration, Nansen would give up the Fram to Amundsen, though his life as a polar explorer was likely over. Now, before we detail Amundsen's plan for his North Pole expedition, let's talk a bit about his life as we head into 1908. The big thing here was get out of debt. He gave the ethnographic information which was assembled on the website to the Norwegian government in exchange for 40,000 krona, which is roughly 2/3 of what he paid. The rest of the group was satisfied by raising money through a rigorous lecture schedule, but also by writing some articles in the book on the Royal Expedition. The book was published in 1908 and was titled The Northwest Passage. He dedicated it to Nansen. It was not a big seller, but it made him a bit of money and raised his international profile. Amundsen earned enough extra cash to buy a chalet-style home outside of Christiania, which he called Edinburgh. This was the name of the observatory that had been built at Yoga. He also helped out both of his brothers who had fallen into debt due to some bad investments. And thus, Amundsen was free of creditors and to do what he wanted to do. And being an explorer was pretty much all that he'd ever wanted to do. He certainly wasn't going to retire as he was only 34 years old, so exploring would be. Ultimately, Amundsen had grown into a quiet, thoughtful man. He was never particularly comfortable hobnobbing with the rich and famous. He did it, but it gave him little pleasure. He was going to be sensitive to his life on his side of the man. This was reflected in his absolute loyalty to many of his expeditions. I also want to talk a bit about something we haven't really discussed, and that's Amundsen's personal life. As I said, he was not a public person. He didn't like to go to parties or balls or banquets. He was happiest at home, planning his next venture. And regarding relationships, he kept those sorts of things out of the public's eye. He had mostly avoided getting involved in any long-term relationships. Part of the reason was liking the man's singular focused past career as an explorer. I mean, he had spent roughly half of the past decade frozen in the Arctic or Antarctic. Not a lot of chances to hear the ladies from the belly button sea or the Arctic archipelago. But Amundsen would have serious relationships, including one at this time with a woman named Sigrid Casper, the wife of a prominent lawyer. It was serious enough that Amundsen tried to get her to divorce her husband and marry him. She resisted the idea, instead sent her check back after some kind of expedition. You can't blame her. I mean, who wants to marry a guy who's ready to go on a 4 to 5 year expedition into the Arctic? Alrighty, here's the fall of 1908, and Amundsen presented his plan for his next expedition to the Norwegian Geographical Society. There was a repeat of Nansen's famous fifth voyage with the Fram back in the late 1890s. In that, Nansen had sailed from Norway to the east above Russia, then got frozen in and let the drift of the ice pack take him back west as well as north. There was all sorts of scientific stuff going on, but there was also Nansen's famous run at the North Pole. The big difference Amundsen proposed was to approach the Arctic from the Bering Strait and get frozen in much further east than Nansen had done. This would, theoretically, allow Amundsen to drift further north than on the Fram's first voyage, which would give Amundsen a better shot at the North Pole. The expedition would take at least 4 years. In addition to the North Pole run, the team would study all sorts of things, including the nature of the aurora borealis. Now, Amundsen didn't care about the science stuff. For him, this was about making history, reaching the North Pole. But he cloaked the expedition's nature in science, just as he had done with the Yale expedition. Amundsen's expedition quickly got support from his homeland. King Haakon and Queen Maud made a big donation to start the process, and the Norwegian government voted Amundsen 75,000 krona. Nansen gave as well, and lended his considerable voice to the project, which helped him home and internationally. Amundsen presented a detailed paper about the expedition to the Royal Geographical Society in London in January of 1909. After that, he had with King Edward VII. Regarding the expedition, Amundsen began by putting together his crew and lineup of provisions. He also had Fram fitted for the upcoming voyage. This included the installation of a new diesel motor, which replaced an old steam engine. A steam engine requires lots of fuel, usually coal. Also, its use was limited, as it took time to build up pressure. You couldn't just see an opportunity or avoid a disaster and say, hey, switch on the engine and head that way. The diesel engine offered that sort of thing. It made the ship more nimble and maneuverable, things Amundsen highly valued. And it was efficient. Amundsen worked with a small gas motor on a Yola, produced 15 times the horsepower of a steam engine, and used less fuel. Other work done on the Fram included improving the ventilation, adding a new model propeller shaft, and new anchors, plus did all the repairs and upgrades. Regarding the crew, Amundsen had no shortage of volunteers, and I will talk about them later in this episode. Next, I want to talk about events that would take shape that would dramatically alter our story. On September 1, 1999, the newspapers ran a stunning headline: Dr. Frederick Cook had reached the North Pole. Amundsen's friend claimed he had reached the coveted location on April 21st, 1908, over a year earlier. And the fun would continue. A week later, Robert came back from his expedition and said he had reached the pole earlier that year on April 6, 1909. This, of course, caused a sensation. However, it also ignited a fierce controversy. And that's because Cook's claim indicated fire from many in the scientific and exploration communities. Harry and his supporters, who was backed by the National Geographic Society, actively worked with this credit club, whose records were haphazard or completely missing. Most historians and scholars do not believe it reached the pole. The result, ultimately, was going to be the discovery of the North Pole. Now, a few things about this. First, it made for an awkward situation for Thompson, who was a friend of Cook's. The men that helped Robinson survive and learn and grow during the Belgian expedition, who would thus come out in support of Cook, saying, quote, "I want to proclaim that Dr. Cook is the most reliable Arctic traveler that I know, and it is simply unreasonable to doubt him and believe Harry," end quote. This was a demonstration of Robinson's loyalty to his friends. While he would eventually see that Cook was lying, he would never abandon him. Even when Cook was later sent to prison for fraud related to oil investments, Robinson would come and in prison. The second thing about these events that I want to mention is that while the world hailed Harry as the discoverer of the North Pole, his claims have, in time, been called into question. Many people to this day doubt Harry actually reached the pole. His navigation is considered sloppy and was not verified by anyone else, and there are some major inconsistencies regarding the distances that Harry traveled. All of this casts doubts on Harry's claim. However, this leads us to our third point, and that is at this time, the rest of the world, including Robinson, the North Pole had been conquered. Now, let's remember, Ray Robinson was an explorer in his nature. He was not a scientist. But when it's about accomplishing stuff that already was done, and Ray was honestly planning on spending the next 4 to 5 years doing scientific work as well as becoming the second man to reach the North Pole. Big sigh. Second, that doesn't sound very cool. Now, if Robinson had known that Cook and Harry's claims were in doubt, he would have been content to push forward with his plans, but he'd be doubting them. And so Robinson, a man who loved to be nimble, would pivot. Instead of making a run for the North Pole, why not make it go at the South Pole? It was an audacious idea, but in reality, preparing for an Arctic expedition was not that different from preparing for an Antarctic expedition. You still needed dogs and sleds and skis. You needed people who could handle the dogs, ski, and pilot the ship in the ice. You still had to have food and gear, so why not the South Pole? In early 1909, Herb Shackleton had returned from his Nimrod expedition, in which he had gotten within 100 miles of the South Pole. He had used planes and manpower, but had been undone by scurvy and not enough food. Robert Falcon Scott on the Terra Nova expedition were headed south in 1910 for another go at the pole. Another nation, including the Germans and the Japanese, were talking about expeditions as well. Amundsen looked at the challenges and his competition and concluded that he could win. The South Pole could be his. Frankly, he looked at Scott as a heroic amateur. The main thing is that he would have to be smart about his plans, and most importantly, stealthy. He wrote, quote, "If I were to maintain my reputation as an explorer, I had to win a sensational victory one way or another. I decided on a coup," end quote. I love that Amundsen treated all of this like a military campaign. Anyhow, for Amundsen, the idea of making a go at the South Pole faced a major hurdle, which was he was supposed to be going to the Arctic. If he suddenly changed his plans, there was a chance that he could lose his financial support. He had already put a lot of his money into the expedition, and that would ruin him. And there was the flag. That was the property of the Norwegian government. Norway desired good relations with Great Britain, and the Norwegian government would like to pull the plug on Amundsen if he made such a move. And without a ship, he was dead in the water. Also, Robert Falcon Scott was struggling with financing as well, and if Amundsen announced to the public his intentions to go to the South Pole, he predicted that it would spur a wave of financial support for Scott. And thus, Amundsen revealed his plans to only a few trusted friends. This included his brother, Rabbi, who handled the finances of the expedition. Another person he trusted with the information was Rabbi Dad, the Norwegian blood lawyer who had been raised in America. Dad was the Norwegian consul in Chicago and became one of Amundsen's closest friends and advisors. Now, with the conquest of the North Pole out of play, Amundsen ran into an issue with fundraising. It pretty much dried up. One newspaper had agreed to pay £5,000 for Amundsen if he reached the pole. If that offer was pulled back, it's like being second or third to the pole was not newsworthy. Also, a request for £25,000 from the Norwegian government was rejected. Amundsen needed £300,000 for the expedition, but only had half of them. They looked big. Just keeping his existing investors was a challenge. It's likely that Dad and Neil Amundsen revealed the expedition's true plans to keep financiers to keep them on board, and that's because the idea of a race to the pole between Amundsen and Scott could be a lucrative angle. Despite the efforts of Amundsen and his allies, funding would remain a serious issue as 1920 rolled around. Amundsen depleted his own savings and started borrowing wherever he could, even mortgages over $120,000. It was not dissimilar to what he'd done with the Euro expedition. Amundsen also revealed his plan to recruit key members of his crew, including Rothschild Wilson, who had kept him friend. Okay, finances aside, I want to lay out Amundsen's plan before his go at the South Pole. Let's start by reminding ourselves that Antarctica is a continent, unlike the Arctic. There are no people or settlements, just animals, seals, and birds. It is the coldest, driest place on the Earth. 98% of it is covered by ice. Previous attempts at the pole had set up a base on the Rothschild Sound, which is about 2,000 miles or 35 kilometers directly south of New Zealand. From there, men like Shackleton and Scott had climbed up on the Rothschild shelf and headed towards the pole. The big challenge is you had to go up and over the Transantarctic Mountains and onto the Antarctic Plateau to an elevation of nearly 10,000 feet. Shackleton had found such a route would be a operation. Amundsen assumed directly that Scott would take that route on his upcoming expedition. Amundsen, however, had something different. He spent hours and hours pouring over the accounts and photos of past explorers. Based on that research, he was aiming for a place called the Bay of Whales, about 200 miles, 250 kilometers east of Scott's proposed base at Rothschild Sound. It was also 60 to 70 miles closer to the pole than Scott's camp. The Bay of Whales was part of the Rothschild shelf. The big problem people had with the Bay of Whales was that you can't put down ice, not solid ground. It was feared the areas would be unstable before a place to set up a permanent camp. But Amundsen believed otherwise. Why? Well, we will talk about that in a bit. Otherwise, Amundsen kept up the pretense that the Fram would go to the Arctic. He did not intend to announce his altered plans until after sailing. What he wanted to do was go directly to the Bay of Whales in early 1911 and unload all the human supplies. The Fram would then return to South America for the winter to feed half the men and all of the dogs on the continent. The Antarctic team would then prepare to go for the whole following summer. Now, let us have no illusions about this venture. It was strictly to reach the South Pole. Nothing more. There were no scientific studies or climate data to collect. Nothing. Amundsen would say, quote, on this little detour, science would have to look after itself, end quote. For Amundsen, this was a race. It was his last chance to gain fame as an explorer, and he intended to win. He later wrote, quote, at all costs, we had to be first at the finish. Everything had to be concentrated on that, end quote. And so Amundsen continued to prepare for his expedition, virtually no one knowing his true plans, although there were hints. Example, Amundsen assembled nearly 100 dogs for his voyage. Some people were wondering why he did so at this part of the expedition. Why not wait until the Fram reached Alaska and bring on the dogs? This way you could have to transport them around the world. Another example was the large prefabricated hut that Amundsen had designed and built. It was made to house up to a dozen men. Well, why did you need that if the crew was expected to sleep on the Fram? The large hut was redundant unless you didn't have a ship. No matter, Amundsen punched forward even as his money ran out. How the Fram would pay for provisions and fuel the following year when it entered South America was a mystery. But Amundsen accepted it when it would be figured out once the public knew about his race with Scott. Also, he was reassured by a Norwegian living in Montevideo, Peter Christopherson, who said he would help with oil and fuel and provisions. As for the crew, it included 2 men from the Euro expedition, Malon Hansen, who was an outstanding dog handler, and Adolf Lindstrom, the polar cook who was served that in the all meals in the Pacific. Robert Falcon Scott and the Taylor Naval expedition departed from Wales in June 1910. Before leaving, Scott had taken Norway to test out his new motorized sledges and tried South America with Amundsen, but no more never happened. The truth is that Amundsen avoided Scott, as he did not lie to him in his face as to his intentions. Amundsen and the Fram followed the Terra Nova 2 months later. They had accrued 19 men, 97 dogs, 4 pigs, 6 carrier pigeons, and 1 canary. The dogs, which had been brought from Greenland, swarmed all over the ship. The brand departed on August 9, 1910. No one other than Commons and chief officers knew the actual destination was Antarctica. But before Antarctica, there was one planned stop, Madeira, which is about 320 miles west of Morocco and 520 kilometers. The ship reached Madeira on September 6th. One of the crew was dismissed at this time, as Amundsen judged him to be a jerk. Amundsen adamant about not having bad apples to his food. It was then, just before departing on September 9th, that Amundsen gathered the crew on board and revealed his true plans. He said, quote, "It was my intention to sail southwards and I departed on the southern continent and try and reach the South Pole." End quote. The South Pole, Amundsen said, offered glory and fame, but North Pole offered eventually gave several things for him. So why not the South Pole? Almar Hansen said that Amundsen admitted he had deceived for any Norwegian nation. He said Amundsen spoke to each man personally to let them know the situation and answer any questions. Everyone was given the opportunity to compete with pay and a ticket home. No one took it. And with that, the Friday party. But before leaving, the men all wrote final letters to be brought back to Norway by Amundsen, who had made trouble in Madeira. Yeah, also brought back to Norway two special letters. One was to King Haakon, the other to Fridtjof Nansen. They were delivered on October 1st. Amundsen felt terrible about keeping Nansen on his great supporters in the dark. In his letter, he wrote, quote, "There have been many times I have almost confided this secret to you, but then turned away, afraid you would stop me. I have often wished that Scott could have known my decision, so that I did not prepare my travel ahead of him with this knowledge. But I have been afraid that any public announcement would stop me." He then goes on to add, quote, "I beg you, do not judge me harshly. I am no hypocrite, but rather was forced by distress to make this decision. And I ask you to forgive me for what I have done. May my future work make amends for it." End quote. Amundsen promised Nansen that he would continue the scientific mission to the planet, saying that their success in the South Pole would pay for the rest of the expedition, which was still severely deficient in cash. Nansen was angry at the deception, not because of what Amundsen had done, but because he could have helped him out with his preparations. He supported Amundsen and knew that if anyone could reach the pole, it was his fellow countrymen. Regarding Robert Falcon Scott, a telegram would be sent to him in Australia saying, quote, "I beg you to inform me for I am proceeding in Antarctica, Amundsen." End quote. The press was mostly critical of Amundsen, saying his decision to hide his intentions and join the quest for the South Pole in July was ungentlemanly. But at this time, there was not a huge outcry. The reason is that Amundsen indicated that he would not give Scott's grade, saying the English had priority, and he would, quote, "make the reflective discard," end quote. Now, Amundsen didn't explicitly say where he intended to go. Perhaps he would try for the Weddell Sea, but the big thing was he said he would not interfere with Scott. Scott would be perplexed by the message. Again, it said, quote, "Negative to inform you, trying to proceed in Antarctica, Amundsen," end quote. It wasn't a challenge, or was it? Scott and others were miffed. But for Lord Amundsen, there was no question. It was a challenge. The race to the South Pole was on. Hey, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to tell you about the Amazfit Active 2 smartwatch. Amazfit makes smart, wearable watches that empower us to live healthier, more connected lives. The Active 2 is my second watch from Amazfit, and I love it. We have lots of options out there in the smartwatch field, but I really like my Amazfit because it is more than just a fitness watch. It features AI-driven coaching, intelligent workout detection, and personalized recovery insights that help you train smarter. The Active 2 is super light and has a sleek stainless steel design. It just looks great. It features more than 160 training modes and a battery life lasts on days. The ability to download 3D maps with turn-by-turn directions is also super cool. So if you want to get a stylish smartwatch with cutting-edge tech and at a great price, the Amazfit Active 2 should be on your list. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use the code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan's here from Mid-Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I do and have one of your assistants switch you to Mid-Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at midmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Amazon and the Fram out at South, round of the tip of Africa, and then around East. Typically, a ship heading to Antwerp would stop in Australia and New Zealand to board fuel for provisions here. But Amazon was prepared for the long voyage and headed directly towards Antarctica and the Ross Ice Shelf. The voyage would go well. The Fram, which means forward in the Norwegian, had been designed and built by a Norwegian shipwright, Colin Archer, to Fridtjof Nansen's specifications. It is a unique vessel. It's rounded, constructed so that when the ice pushed up against it, the ship would react by getting pushed upwards and not crushed. And the rounding worked perfectly on its previous expeditions. The downside to the ship was that the rounded hull meant that it rolled while at sea in the snow. But in the end, the Fram was incredibly sound, no matter where she went. On the voyage, the men worked to prepare for the upgraded Enterprise. The detail in which things were addressed was impressive. There were big things, such as modifying and improving the sludges, and the not so obvious stuff. Something used by the team that were paraffin canisters, fuel for their portable shipment tanks. It had been noted that when paraffin cans froze, there was a creep in the loss of their paraffin. And so Amazon had moved their cancel, a seaman intensive, like hardware tanks to hold the paraffin and eliminate the creep and replace other expeditions. Otherwise, for the men of the Fram, music helped pass the time. Several of the crew were capable mandolin players. The other big distraction were the dogs. 100 dogs would try the missions in a crew, with the arrival of puppies made up front, and then like the puppies, and then the the dogs would fight, huskies loved the fight, but the puppies gave the men something to care for and nurture. Whilst the puppies loved the men, as puppies are loved to do, which helped the crew get through the long months at sea. As for Amundsen, he continued to study the accounts of past Antarctic expeditions. Using this information, he carefully selected the location and place the Antarctic ice pack and approached the big ice barrier. The goal was to have the waters as clear of ice as possible, and it did. The Fram reached the ice pack on January 11, 1911, right on schedule. They had gone 16,000 miles, or 26,000 kilometers, in 4 months without touching land. The approach to the continent was mostly full of ice, and the Fram soon sighted the Ross Ice Shelf, aka the Great Ice Barrier, or simply the Big Barrier. The Ross Ice Shelf is one of the most stunning sights in the world. You have probably seen photos of it. It is literally a huge ball of ice stretching 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers. It's typically about 50 to 150 feet high, or 15 to 50 meters. Icebergs literally approach. The canyon glaciers offer a stunning experience. On the western edge of the shelf is the part of Sound, the location of Scott's Antarctic base. A map of all of this is on our website, explorespodcast.com. Anyhow, Amundsen had studied the barrier in depth and wrote this about his first glimpse of the Great Wall of Ice. Quote, the excellent reproductions in Shackleton's book meant that I got used to it and looked on it as an old acquaintance. So here we are. End quote. The Fram reached the Bay of Whales on January 14th after just 3 days left from the ice pack. The ship's new diesel engine worked well, minimizing the need for sails. And Amundsen had expert pilots to guide the ship, something that Harry Melville lacked. Amundsen's plans had played out perfectly. Now, when you have a big roll of ice that is 100 feet high, you can't just sail up to it and get off the ship. It's not like there's a beach to land on or anything, at least not usually. And that brings us to the Bay of Whales. Amundsen knew that there was an inlet that offered an actual landing spot. I'm talking about an area of ice that stretched a couple of miles into the barrier. From the spot, there was a slope path up to the top of the ice shelf. Other men from previous expeditions had been here and used this route to access the barrier. Now, you're probably asking why haven't other explorers used this spot previously? It was a perfect little inlet right next to the water and a rising slope onto the barrier. And the answer is that there were concerns it was unstable. What if you set up a camp on the ice and you have the ice break off the shelf and start floating into the sea? Or what part of the glacier above you camped off? That became everyone. No one trusted the spot. Shackleton had been terrified of the idea of setting up camp there. He insisted his camp be on solid land. And this was not solid land, like what we were seeing. It might look stable, but you couldn't really trust it. And could you? As noted, Amundsen had studied past accounts of Antarctic explorers, and he found a record from James Clark Ross dating back to 1841, detailing this very location, and others like Shackleton had come here as well. From studying these records, Amundsen had come to the conclusion that this place, the bay and the inlet, had been here during Ross's time. Yes, there had been some changes, but to Amundsen, this inlet was their permanent future. So how was that? Well, Amundsen wondered if there was land under the barrier before them. Now, here's one on that count, but not by much. The reason for this small inlet in the bay was that there was a shoal called Roosevelt Island to the south of the Bay of Whales. The shoal was mostly covered by the ice. What it did was it slowed the advance of the ice as it shifted north towards the sea. And that is what created a unique physical environment around the bay, and it is why it continued to exist for decades and decades. Now, one great thing about the Bay of Whales was that it was 60 miles or so closer to the pole than McMurdo Sound, 140 miles round trip. That made Amundsen's journey about 9% shorter than Scott's. That's a big deal. The French pilot, Andreas Beck, would bring the Fram right up to the edge of the great ice barrier and a small protected inlet. The ship carried itself to the ice and lowered its gangway, and then could walk out onto the ice. You can see photos of this, and it's pretty cool. I put links to these up on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So at this point, the men unloaded the Fram. It was just 10 days after the British had begun unloading their gear to the west. There was the big prefab hut, equipment, food, gear, and other supplies. And of course, there were the dogs. They relished the opportunity to get off the ship and run free and fight right out the fight. Also, there were now 116 dogs, as about 20 puppies had been born. Amundsen loved the dogs. By January, the camp was down to space and destruction. Being close to the water, there was also not there was plenty of seals and penguins for food. In fact, the animals had no experience with humans, so they wandered right up to them. Around the house, Amundsen had every number for easy identification. Everything would go according to Amundsen's design. He spent 2 years planning this expedition, and knew exactly how much food and supplies were needed to protect his gear and equipment. His clothing was of reindeer hide and sealskin, most of it from Greenland. His footwear was extra large, handmade style, and insulated with dry natural material to keep the feet from freezing. There were sledges and snow goggles. The skis were made out of hickory and 10 feet 4 meters long. This allowed the skis to more easily span crevices and to better distribute the weight of the skier to avoid breaking through the snow crust. I love yelling. on steel. Another issue was the motorcycles and problems breaking down and or to teach skiing to members of his team, he didn't use either effectively. The dogs like that sort of thing. He was basically born as they arrived in Antarctica. Plus the use of skis was minimal.
Here we are again, everybody. Welcome live audience. Thousands on Ustream and hundreds and hundreds on Periscope. There's a real live audience, guys. Hello, welcome to another fun episode of Kill Tony. And before we get started, just want to say Kill Tony's still on the road, guys. We're doing 4 shows in 2 cities in Pittsburgh and Columbus, Ohio. We're going to hold some underground. Right now, we're going for the one-man band, the one and only Pat Reagan, everybody. Here he is. Live in the flesh. Nothing can stop him.
He offered instruction the cook was the only man from the group who would not
You feel
live
good about
forever.
your performance so far here tonight?
Does that mean something to you? It should. Johansson was a former champion gymnast and had been on the Fran expedition. It was Johansson who had accompanied Johnson on the famous dash to the Hill. Johansson was an interesting guy. He was an accomplished dog handler, but he also struggled with alcohol and depression. He had been asked to leave the arena when the second half was drinking. Johansson was a really trusted guy, and only brought him on the expedition as a favor to Nansen. All of these men were in their 30s or early 40s. They were experienced and capable, and no one could know his authority. The only wild card was Johansson. Oversight, but simply did not trust them to calculate. And a couple of them might take some courses in dentistry and surgery, but nothing more. On February 4th, as Amundsen was out doing his testimony with dogs, non-workers were surprised by a ship appeared on the horizon. It was the terrible Scott show, under the command of Lieutenant Victor Campbell. They had come east to explore King Edward's seventh land, which is on the other side of the Ross ice shelf, opposite the bottom south. Amundsen rushed down with the British, straight into the water's edge, led by a team of dogs. The British were stunned how fast the dogs switched travel. The two groups understand one another, and things were very polite and civilized. The British couldn't help but be impressed by the efficiency of the Norwegians. Amundsen tried to find out about the progress of Scots, including the effect that the Negro sluggers had been. He got no real concrete information. Amundsen and some of his men died on board the Terra Nova and found a fleet excellent. However, he said the ship was filthy due to the ponies. Terra Nova continued to show 3 days later. The Terra Nova would eventually return to McMurdo Sound and report back to Scott. Scott expressed surprise, calling Amundsen unsporting for making his base on the Great Barrier. Scott argued that he had made it known that his expedition was going to explore all around the barrier, and thought Amundsen would have respected what he saw as Scott's territory. Amundsen, however, disliked the presumption of explorers such as Scott, and claimed to have rights to unexplored places. The truth is that Scott recognized the threat Amundsen offered. A big thing is the dogs. Scott was amazed Amundsen had so many, and second important, he knew that when the Norwegians would set out for the plate, they would likely be able to live earlier than the British, and that's because Amundsen's dogs could travel in the cold much better and earlier than Scott's ponies. The next phase of the expedition was Amundsen and the rest of the men conducting a series of runs across the ice shelf towards the Transantarctic Mountains and setting up for supply defense. On February 10th, 1911, Amundsen set out onto the Great Ice Barrier with 18 dogs and 40 loaded sledges and 10 men. Each sled had a load of about 660 pounds or 40 kilos. This was the first trip into the wild. It would last 6 days and cover 105 miles, 470 kilometers.
each other.
Thompson said, quote,
on
the
this
dogs
show,
play
you
me
get
personally,
sound
and
advice,
going
you
down
get
the
to have some
barrier
fun,
is
talk to great
ideal.
comedians,
Cannot
and
understand what the
be
English
part
mean
of a
when they
live
say
following.
dogs
Maybe they
cannot
get a
be
few
used
Twitter
here,
followers
end
with
quote.
thousands and thousands watching
One
what
important
you're
thing
saying right
Thompson
now.
learned was
Tony, I
regarding
want to
how
be
the
very
dogs work
positive
as a
tonight.
team.
I'm
He
not going to
initially
do
used
anything
bridles
negative.
that
I want
placed the
people to
dogs in
support.
pairs and side by
Okay,
side,
because I've been
Alaska
so
style.
depressed lately. I
But
don't
he
know
soon
why,
found
but
that Greenland
I feel
style
like
was
I have
more
to give
efficient.
back.
For this, the dogs
All right,
spread
so
out,
let's clap for that, guys.
fan-wise,
I'm
for
going
a
to be
central
positive
point.
tonight.
As these
No
are
more
Greenland
fucking
dogs,
around.
this was what they were accustomed to.
I just love
When
that
Thompson
Bobby
got
Lee
back
would
from his
say,
first
I've been so
excursion, the
depressed and
Fram
I
was
don't know
gone. She had
why.
needed to go before the
You're
ice got
fucking
closed
Bobby
in.
Lee.
The ship would not return for nearly
Look
a
at your
year.
mustache.
All right.
Over the next few weeks, all of the team members, except for Lisa and Cook, took the dogs out across the ice. They set up
Guys,
caches of
Reagan, you
food
have a
and
question for our
supplies,
guests tonight.
7,500 pounds, or 34
Yeah,
kilograms
let's give it a
each,
shot.
in
Give it
three
a shot right
spots
there.
on the planned route to the
I
South
want you to
Pole.
see if you can come up with
Every
anything.
couple
Got
of
anything?
miles, a numbered black flag was posted to mark their route. There were about
Then
25
let's start the
containers
show.
to
You guys
go.
ready for Kill Tony
At
or
the
what?
Fernheim, the camping finished up, including 10 big tents surrounding the hut. Each of these tents would house about a dozen dogs. Also, the hunters had done well, stocking up on tens of thousands of pounds of meat in the winter.
Their name gets pulled out of
Nearly
the
a ton of
bucket. They come
seaweed
up
had
here,
been
they get
dragged
it
out to the
uninterrupted
depots
60
to feed
seconds.
the dogs on
Comedians,
next summer's
you know
run
your
to the
60
South
seconds
Pole.
is up when you hear the sound of a kitty.
Everything had gone pretty well thus far.
Did you
As
hear
winter
that? We did that
approached,
one
the
more time, a
people
little bit
build
louder.
came to an end. The men
That
had brought
means
the
wrap
trail
it up
to
then, or else you're
500
going to bring
miles,
out the
48
angry West
kilometers
Hollywood
of
there.
the South Pole. There were depots in a latitude of 80 degrees south, as well as 81 and 82 degrees.
There you
The
go.
British had finally managed to reach as far south as 80 degrees,
How dare
and
you,
7 of their
Brian?
ponies had died.
There was a shooting
The
here 2
Norwegians
weeks
lost
ago.
8 dogs during this
Soon for
time.
that.
2 were lost when a snow bridge
Too
collapsed,
soon
and they
is
were
also
swallowed by a crevasse.
Bobby's
The others died due to a
aunt's name,
variety of
right?
ailments.
That's an Asian.
And so, as the weeks and months went on, the inevitable
Guys, let's
happened
get the
as
show
daylight
started.
grew
You ready for
scarcer
Kill
each
Tony
day.
or what?
The temperatures dropped,
Motherfuckers.
reaching negative 15 degrees
Another crazy
Fahrenheit
Monday
and
night
negative
here at the
46
Comedy
degrees
Store.
Celsius. And then on
Okay, I
April
pulled the name out
21st,
of the
the
bucket. This
darkness
looks like a new
came.
name. I'm
The
always
men would not
excited
see
when
light for
they're
4
easy,
months.
short names.
And it is
usually
here,
says
as
a
the
lot about
winter
what
of
we're about to see.
1911
So
went,
here we
that
go.
Roland
Let's see
and
if this is a
Thompson
real
and the men of
person.
the Fram South Pole expedition until next time. I have to be honest, the efficiency of Thompson and his team was
There's not
impressive.
really a
He
keen
planned and prepared far more than you usually see in one of our episodes. I admire him. But I do want to mention one final thing about our explorers, and that is the British and Norwegian ships who returned to civilization for the winter. And that meant word of Thompson and Scott's expeditions would spread, and the public was not happy. The British were, in particular, angry. Thompson was at the Bay of Whales, which many felt was competing with Scott. Few people, aside from men like Fridtjof Nansen, had expected such a bold move. They said that Thompson wasn't being fair. Sir Clements Markham of the Royal Geographical Society called the selection of the base a dirty trick. Other terms thrown out were rascal and blackguard. Nansen would fiercely defend Thompson, which helped mitigate the outrage, but make no bones about it, the word about saw this as a race to the pole. And for the most part, Thompson was hated as the bad guy. Okay, that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please join us next time as Roy Robinson makes a run for the South Pole. Thank you for listening. The Explorer podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network, where the Airwave Media is pumped on uncredited shows, including My History Computer on politics and nature nerds.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. You heard me say it before. Say you guys have to check out this week. We're doing something really powerful. It's a 30-day prayer challenge.
All right, so that's 60 seconds.
The long 60 seconds.
So long that it made Dylan go soft while he was on bottom. Dylan, step back up to the microphone. You're doing crazy stuff. Okay, first of all, untangle the mic cord from the mic stand.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez from the Beijing Bureau Chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your
That
podcasts.
microphone will always come out of the mic stand 100% of the time for future reference. That's fair. It's a lot like getting fucked by a black guy.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I was worried about that.
This season, a new hot
deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fee. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. When you join Metro Plus tax, for limited time is subject to change. That's one offer per
Building a portfolio with Fidelity Basket Portfolios is not like making a sandwich. It's as simple as picking your stocks and ETFs, sorting out their rates and other topics. You manage to make this one big, juicy investment. That's pretty good. Learn more at fidelity.com/baskets. Investing in bonds are including risk of loss. Fidelity Broker Services, LLC. Member NYSE.
Yeah. I work at the Capitol in Sacramento for the Republican caucus, but I actually am from Oregon. Caucus? He loves that caucus, baby. So I'm just down here.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 5 in our series of criminal with Tomlinson. Today is a big day as we strike out with Tomlinson on an epic run to the South Pole. It really is an incredible story, as the South Pole was one of the last milestones of exploration that have yet to be achieved. So for today, I have 2 notes. Note 1. Last time I said that Tomlinson's camp at the Bay of Whales was approximately 200 miles east of Robert Falconscott's camp at McMurdo Sound. That is wrong. It was more like 400 to 450 miles. Sorry about that. We know that it doesn't really play into our story in any fashion. Note number 2. There is a map of Tomlinson's way to the South Pole on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So check that out if it strikes your fancy. Okay, that is it for notes. Let's get right to things. Last time we left Tomlinson at Cooper 7 in the aircraft at his camp, Trampine, at the Bay of Whales in late April of 1911. The team of 9 men would not see the sun for 4 months. As a reminder, Tomlinson had told his fast runner pretty much to a goal when he announced his intention to make a go for the South Pole. His initial plan had been to go to the Arctic, not the Antarctic, but with the North Pole thought to have been reached, it caused little appeal to Tomlinson. He wanted to do something that no one had ever done before. In this case, reach the South Pole, and he was confident that he could win. The only problem with this was that British naval officer and explorer Robert Falcon-Scott was already underway with his expedition to the South Pole. Some thought Tomlinson unsporting the campaigns in Channel Race. Tomlinson was portrayed as the bad guy from the movie, sneaking in the back door at the last minute to try and outspeed Scott. Anyhow, Tomlinson and his men and his 100-plus dogs settled in at Fahrenheit and prepared for what lay ahead. As we talked about last time, Tomlinson and his team had set up a string of supply depots stretching across the Great Ice Barrier until they lost their shelf for hundreds of miles. The idea was to have these supply depots for the expedition's return journey from the pole. I want to remind everyone that the single greatest issue that previous explorers had faced in attempts at the South Pole was a lack of food. They had bedeviled every expedition, including Shackleton's and Scott's earlier attempts. Tomlinson had thus meticulously calculated how much food he would need for his journey, and was willing to spare. Too many times explorers had ventured south, basing their calculations on everything going to plan. Now Tomlinson, he knew very well that he would have the tendencies of confession plans got thrown for a loop. So at Fahrenheit, the men settled in and prepared for the future. There was a large main building which housed the men, but there were also 10 big tents surrounding the main hut in which the dogs lived. Each man was responsible for approximately 13 to 15 dogs. As snow covered the tent, the men dug tunnels connecting each of these locations, so the sun would go outside, which was great as the temperatures got as cold as negative 74 degrees Fahrenheit, 159 degrees Celsius. The big thing for the men was preparing for the winter to cold. Thus they spent time protecting their equipment and prepping all their gear and provisions. Past the time, they were practicing gramophone records as well as musical instruments. The men played cards, darts, and other games. There were hot toddies on Saturdays and aquavit on Sundays after dinner. On special occasions, such as birthdays, there was wine and other spirits. Saturdays were also sauna day. The men built an igloo and cranked up a pair of private stoves and got their sweat on. When down the building and rolled in the snow. Tomlinson was an experienced hand for extended stays in polar regions, having lived through the Belgica and Johan expeditions. He learned that routine was critical to preserving his physical health. Thus, a schedule was set up and the men stuck to it. Breakfast was at 7:30, work began at 9, lunch at 11:55, back to work at 2, finishing at 5:15, followed by dinner. All the men ate together and communal meals, and there was no social distinction amongst them. Also, there was no preferential treatment for Amundsen, such as special food or at the table. All men were equals. Now, one thing the men didn't have to worry about were any sort of scientific observations or experiments. Outside of taking routine meteorological data, such as temperature, there was nothing scientific to do. No getting out of bed for one-night trips out onto the ice to observe the stars, no rising in the wee hours of the morning for some odd reading. Nothing. Amundsen stressed, quote, "Our plan is one, and again, one alone to reach the pole," end quote. He wasn't going to muck things up with any sort of science stuff. The projects that year were almost solely focused on improving the team's chances at reaching the pole. The ski boots were enlarged, again, to accommodate more layers. The sledges were improved as well. Specifically, they were made lighter. Olaf Young, the team's ski expert and tinkerer, took the heavy sledges and essentially rebuilt them, trimming 50 pounds off the 150-pound sledges. He also constructed 3 new sledges from extra wood. Also, there were regular classes, such as constructing an igloo and how to navigate in the field, which each man, except Adolf Lindstrom, the cook, had to attend. Speaking of Lindstrom, the cook was the expedition's secret weapon. He made good, nutritious food that satisfied the men. Lightly cooked seal meat was eaten twice a day, and there were bottled cloudberries and blueberries. These helped prevent scurvy. The whole wheat bread Lindstrom baked had fresh yeast, making it rich in vitamin B. All of this helped the men remain healthy. Amundsen's plan was to take off as early as the weather would allow. He had an advantage over the British in that the dogs could get out into the cold earlier than Scott's ponies. But Amundsen fretted about the litter of sledges the British had brought with them. He doubted they would work well, but he could not be sure. And thus, Amundsen became obsessed with getting out as early as possible. The depots, by the way, contained 7,500 pounds or 3,400 kilograms of supplies. This included seal meat and paraffin oil. Amundsen's team had made special containers so the paraffin oil would not leak, as it was known to do at freezing temperatures. Now, the big unknown that Amundsen faced was the Transantarctic mountain range. He would have to cross it. The British would be using the Embord Glacier, which had been discovered by Ernest Shackleton a few years earlier. Amundsen was going to have to forge his own path, an alternative that might not even exist. If Amundsen could do that, he was confident he could win the race to the pole. Nothing mattered more to Amundsen than being first. The sledges, by the way, would carry 42,000 biscuits, 1,520 tins of pemmican, and 220 pounds of chocolate. There was also a large quantity of powdered milk. There was no coffee or tea, as Amundsen preferred his men not to become reliant on stimulants. This is something he picked up on from future Hansen. These rations were all packaged in the travel containers by young Hansen. The sledges would also carry all the gear and supplies needed for the expedition, including cooking equipment, food, and tents. And so, as the long winter came towards an end, Amundsen and his men had weathered the darkness pretty well. They were healthy and eager to make a good for the South Pole. Amundsen targeted his departure for August 24th, the day the sun returned to Antarctica after 4 long months. It was far earlier than anyone thought possible, but Amundsen was obsessed with getting the jump on the British. One of the team members, Scholar Hassel, said this of Amundsen and his obsession with beating the British. Quote, "The thought of the English gave him no peace, so if moving out first to the pole, he might just as well stay at home." End quote. Until the sledges were packed and the men ready, the entire team, except for Lindstrom, would participate. But the men had misgivings due to the cold. Young Hansen warned Amundsen it was too early to set out. The temperature was negative 72 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 58 degrees Celsius. Amundsen, however, was antsy. But to his credit, he listened to his men and agreed to postpone the departure. It was just too cold. And so the team would wait, and on September 8th, 1911, the temperatures would rise to a balmy negative 17 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 27 degrees Celsius. And thus the 8 men, leading 7 dog teams, set out. They had supplies for 100 days. As a note, Robert Falcon Scott, when he set out for the pole, had a third of the supplies that Amundsen had, and Scott's men would be men on the job, which was hard, exhausting work. This would mean the British expedition was woefully short of food. While at Hartford, he was put the last place on Earth, contrast Scott and Amundsen's expeditions. He loves to compare the decisions made by the two men, and stuff like the amount of food Egypt's would have brought on this journey can make you wince. You can just see the opportunities for disaster building within Scott's expedition, and those failings are heartbreaking when you contrast them to the efficiency of Amundsen's enterprise. Anyhow, the expedition made good progress for a few days, covering up to 15 to 20 miles or 25 to 30 kilometers each day. But then the temperatures dropped and dropped it big, down to negative 69 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 56 degrees Celsius. The dogs' paws became frostbitten, and the men and animals struggled to sleep. On September 12th, the team made only 4 miles. It was so cold that the men built igloos rather than use for tents. Several dogs froze to death. Amundsen knew he had made a mistake. It was just too early in the season. The cold was too harsh. He had let his ego and obsession with the British overcome common sense. He ordered the team back to Fairmont. The return trip was harsh. It was in the driving snow. Some of the dogs got so weak they had to be loaded on sledges and pulled. Amundsen ordered the men to get back to the bases as quickly as possible. This meant they split up as some of the dog teams were in better shape than others. When Amundsen got back, he was greeted by Ralph Lindstrom. His first words to his boss were, quote, "I told you so." The various teams returned to Fairmont over the rest of the day. However, Yalwyn, Hansen, and Christian Pressfield fell behind. Their dogs struggled badly. They had no tent or fuel, so they had no choice but to push on. They finally reached base camp at midnight. Amundsen would later confront Johansson and ask him why he had taken so long. To that, Johansson exploded. He was furious that Amundsen had left him and Pressfield behind. Now, I want to back up a bit and talk about Johansson. We mentioned him last time. Johansson was an accomplished dog handler and polar explorer. He had accompanied Fridtjof Nansen on his friend run to the North Pole on the first French expedition. But Johansson was also an alcoholic and suffered from depression. Amundsen brought him along as a favor to Nansen, but he never really trusted the dog. Johansson had been the most problematic member of the polar team. As a man with many years of experience on the ice, he openly questioned some of Amundsen's decisions, and in private he complained about the boss to the other men. Johansson also clashed with other members of the team. He had for months been stewing about, well, pretty much driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
This episode is brought to you by Coffee Mate. After watching this season of HBO's original series, The Lighthouse, this is a tropical getaway on one more pina colada, please. Hey, you're not on mute. Oh, I thought I was in paradise. Coffee Mate Pina Colada and high iced coffee flavored creamers, inspired by the newest season of HBO's original series, The White Lotus, for the love of coffee.
Amazon was obsessed with reaching the place. And speaking of the British, I want to do a quick update on Robert and Scott and his team. Scott's plan was to essentially follow in the steps of his predecessor, Rothschild Shackleton. He would use dogs, ponies, and motorized sledges to cross the Ross Ice Shelf. At the base of the Transantarctic Mountains, he would slaughter his ponies for food, then manhaul sledges up the Adult Glacier and onto the Antarctic Plateau. From there, it was on to the South Pole. Scott planned to be back in his base head in the Fertile Sound by March 27, 1912. I want to note that this meant that he made it there and likely would be put apart Antarctica until 1913, as the ice wall had formed around his base. Scott's expedition would begin on November 1st. He had 16 men on his team, but he planned to only take a dozen up the Atlantic Glacier. Amundsen was about 200 miles ahead of Scott by this time, and remember, his journey was about 60 miles less than Scott's. The expedition ran into several early disappointments. First, the motorized sledges lasted only about 50 miles or 80 kilometers and broke down. There were no spare parts and no reliable air down. They were thus abandoned. Second, the ponies would struggle. They were simply not meant to travel in snow like this, and often sank up to their knees and bellies and had to be helped along. Also, at night, they had to be rubbed down and covered in blankets. This was a contrast to Amundsen's dogs, who could simply curl up with one another outside the tents and do just fine. Scott did have more than 30 dogs, and they were used to transport supplies out to the First People and beyond. But the men were not experts at handling the dogs, and Scott did not trust them. Third, Scott's expedition also struggled with Scott himself. The man had his own demons. He was moody and indecisive at times. His judgment of people was not always the best, unless his party suffered from food fighters, as well as less than ideal personnel. But no matter what has been said about Scott, the man was determined. Once he got going, he followed hard. He was strong and resolute, and he expected to have to work as hard as he did. Regarding Amundsen, Scott said that what the Norwegians did mattered little to him. The second expedition was the migration to the pole. That's all right. While the Terra Nova expedition had all sorts of exploratory and scientific goals, the thing the world cared about most was reaching the South Pole. And Scott knew that if Amundsen beat him there, he would be regulated to second-first status for the rest of his life. However, if he, Scott, reached the pole first, he would be an admiral within a few years. Scott wouldn't say it, but everything relied on the race to the pole. But he knew Amundsen had a shorter route, and he knew Amundsen had a jump on him due to his use of dogs. And Scott was going to understand how efficient dogs could be. Now, despite Amundsen's advantages, Scott had one major thing that Amundsen did not have: a route up onto the Antarctic Plateau. The British had a tried and true route, the Adult Glacier. The Norwegians, well, they had nothing, unless they were complete weasels and used the Adult Glacier as well. Amundsen had personal do so. And thus Scott and his men pushed across the Northeast barrier, praying that the Norwegians would be thwarted by Mother Nature and allow them to be the victors in the race to the pole. And speaking of the Norwegians, let us get back to them. Amundsen had previously set up depots at 81 and 82 degrees south. Scott had set up 81 depot. The Norwegians reached their first depot on October 23rd. I want to note that the depots were primarily for the return journey. So let me talk about the routine of the Norwegians. The goal is to travel approximately 17 to 18 miles each day for 28 kilometers, no more than that. Amundsen did not want to overwork the men or the dogs. By the way, when you read or hear me talk about distance, the time depends on miles and kilometers. And Amundsen often was things in their bodies. The American miles are 50% longer than regular miles. I'll try to be consistent and reduce, but understand that you might see some different numbers depending on the check route. When the team stopped for the day, tents were set up and was made. The dogs were fed with food to keep them strong. They roamed freely and would generally stay covered up with each other around the tents. The team would learn to bring into your tent their other ski bindings across the dogs and eat them. The sledges were never unloaded unless necessary. Everything was packed in such a fashion that what was needed, such as food or cooking gear, was easily accessible. The team would reach their third depot at 82 degrees south on November 5th. On the route south, the men had placed black flags 6 months earlier to guide them. The black flags were easy to identify in the white snow. Now, a few things about the journey thus far. First, there were several near disasters. Amundsen had had a snow bridge collapse under him, and he and one of the sledges had nearly been pulled into a deep crevasse. Also, in an area littered with crevasses, Hansen and Hassel both fell into them. Thankfully, the crevasses were not deep and both men were pulled out. Second, regarding the dogs, they did well to start. They were excited to be out and running and pulling. However, time would whittle down their numbers. If a dog was found to be pregnant, it was put down and sent to the other dogs. The reason is that a pregnant dog did not pair properly with the other animals. Also, if a dog went into heat, it was put down as well, as this drove the other animals crazy. In fact, early on, one female was killed because of this. That night, 3 of the male huskies disappeared, or they lost when they were looking for the female. It was a hard life these animals lived, and Amundsen hated when they had to be killed. But he was a pragmatic man as well. If it had to be done, they did it, although Amundsen never did the killing himself. He got back to the team leaders. So, regarding the pace across the pole, the men often covered their 17 or 18 miles in just 5 hours, especially when the ice was clear and flat.
Sorry, Mo, last man, you're spotted.
But he insisted they rest as they were in this for a long haul. Not every day was good for traveling, but Amundsen was not afraid to start gathering fog or snow. They might make only 5 miles, but they kept moving forward. Now, beyond the third depot, the men moved into unknown territory. They started with snow clearance every 5 kilometers and decided to return journey. Also, whenever they came south they went, they set up a small supply depot again for the return journey. Every time they did this, they lightened the load, making it easier on the dogs. On November 11th, 1911, Amundsen and his team sighted mountains to the south. As they neared the end of the Ross ice shelf, the men experienced the odd sensation of the ice falling underfoot. This is because near land, the tides caused the ice below them to undulate. On November 17th, the team left the Ross ice shelf. Some of the men climbed a rocky wall so they could stand on solid ground for the first time in 14 months. In front of the men were the Transantarctic Mountains. Amundsen found them even bigger than he had imagined, some peaks reaching up to 15,000 feet or 4,500 kilometers. He called the mountains before him Greenwater Range and Iron Monarch. Now, Amundsen had crossed the Ross ice shelf, and now he had to begin to the mountains. He had budgeted a week to accomplish the task, even though Shackleton had taken 2 weeks to find his way up the glacier. After setting up a supply depot at the base of the mountains, Amundsen and his men set out to find a way forward. He spent several days investigating the mountains before spying a potential route. The team left the climb to a spot at around 1,500 feet where there was a glacier that went up to the top of the range. Amundsen named it the Axel Hyper Glacier after the key factor of the expedition. The team began to scout out a route up the glacier, but it was daunting. Of it, a rocky road, full of horrible climbers behind the glass. It didn't help that the men could hear rumbles from the mountains, the sound of avalanches somewhere in the pit. It reminded them of the large picture of the carefully making the glacier, using recent avalanches. There were parts that were incredibly steep, and the dogs struggled. On that happened, they had to use double teams of dogs to pull up with sledges. On the mountains, yelling, the ski expert, was in the element. They would go up, scout out a stable route, and ski back down to the rest of the team. The route would take the Norwegians up to an elevation of more than 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters. Over an 8,000-foot section of the ascent, they covered 20 miles, while the top of it was mostly flat. To add to that, The glacier sometimes dropped down as much as 2,000 feet, meaning it was up and down and up and down over and over. It was exhausting for the men and the dogs. Along the way, Amundsen did various things, mountaineering, knocking down ants, and stuff like that. The Axel Heiberg Glacier climbed to an altitude of 2,600 feet over the course of 30 miles or 56 kilometers. The team reached a latitude of 85 degrees and 46 south. Amundsen praised the dogs who pulled up the dogs of pies. Also at the top, Amundsen marveled at the view, writing, quote, "The wilderness of the landscape from above is indescribable. It acted quick crevasse after crevasse. The huge ice blocks scattered helter-skelter. It was easy to see that here nature was at her limits." End quote. Amundsen, by the way, was not a religious man. Some have suggested that nature was his religion, as he had a respect for the natural world. When he talks about nature in his writings, it is with a capital N. One interesting aspect of Amundsen's character was his practical and ready approach towards the world. He didn't let bad weather or difficult obstacles, such as were a part of life. He dealt with them and moved on. Never let his spirit sink too low or get too high. This allowed him to create a sort of stoicism to his men, which they appreciated. Anyhow, it was at the top of the glacier that he camp was set up, and the team prepared for one of the most unpleasant parts of the journey. The expedition left them behind with 52 dogs. There was not a name. They were exhausted and sick. It was here that Amundsen employed the plan to grab 47 remaining dogs. He only needed 18 going forward, as he was only going to use 3 sledges. Again, when I say Amundsen put down the dogs, it was actually the team riders who did so. Amundsen couldn't do it. The men called this place the Butcher's Shop. Amundsen wrote, quote, "There was depression and sadness in the air. We had grown so fond of our dogs." End quote. He later wrote this about this time, quote, "It was my only dark memory from down there, that my lovely animals were destroyed. I could manage more with them than they could manage." End quote. But again, while Amundsen hated killing the dogs, it was the practical thing to do, so he had it done. Now, the killing of the dogs did several things. It provided the men and the dogs with fresh meat. It reinvigorated all of them, providing calories and nutrition, and fresh meat was critical to keeping scurvy at bay. The team would be stuck at this spot for several days due to fierce storms and very cold temperatures. In some ways, this was a blessing in disguise. It gave the men and animals time to rest and recover from acclimating at altitude. By late November, the weather refused to cooperate, and Amundsen elected to head out despite limited visibility. The team had supplies enough to get to the hill and back for his people in 60 days. They would be using 3 sledges and 18 dogs. The lower number of dogs used is because now they were on a flat surface and not having to go up the mountains, which required a lot more dogs. The weather was difficult, the fog offering the biggest challenge. The men could only path forward using a compass as a guide. Unfortunately, they entered an area that Amundsen would call the Devil's Glacier, or the Devil's Ballroom. It was an area littered with crevasses and sealed by layers of snow and ice. For days, the men saw hardly anything ahead of them due to the fog. They built snow cairns to serve as guideposts for the return journey. On December 5th, the men emerged from the landscape of crevasses and onto solid ground. 3 days later, the team reached 38 degrees 23 minutes south, and West Western and Shackleton for the 40 south record. The next day, the men set up their final supply depot. They were about 95 miles from the port. The team was brought with them a bunch of different things, which they had painted black. But they set out every 100 skiing places for 3 miles, only to the people, so they weren't missing on the way back. The men and dogs were in rough shape. The men were suffering from pains and sores and scabs, and the dogs had lost too much weight and were getting sick. On December 10th, the men wandered off into the snow to die. By the way, the men now had to take special care of all the dogs. Sled dogs were notoriously vicious when they needed to feed. They were more hungry rather than incredibly dangerous. The weather for Amundsen and his team was at this point good. The snow was clear and the temperature varied below -20 degrees Fahrenheit or -30 degrees Celsius. The team camped at 89 degrees 45 minutes south on December 13th, just 15 miles or 20 kilometers from the pole. The men held their breaths as they neared the destination what would be waiting for them. Yellen wrote in his diary, quote, "The excitement is great. Shall we see the English flag? God have mercy on us." End quote. The Norwegians set out on December 14th, just like any other day. But as they approached the pole, they couldn't help but look to the horizon, afraid to see signs of the English. But they need not worry. Scott and his team were still 300 miles from the pole. Lamar Hansen, who usually took the lead with his team of dogs, had Amundsen go out in front. The men agreed that if anyone deserved to reach the pole first, it was Amundsen. At 3 p.m. on December 14th, 1911, Amundsen called a halt. This was it, the South Pole. He had done it. The men gathered together and shook hands. It was in many ways anticlimactic. They had reached the pole, but nothing had really changed. It was just a spot in the wild. No matter, the Norwegian flag was broken out, and Amundsen had 5 members of the team planted together. RIP wrote, quote, I decided that we would all take part in the historical event, the act itself of planting the flag. It was not the privilege of one man, it was the privilege of all those who had risked their lives in the fight as for the gathered group of back then. It was the only way I show my companions my gratitude here at this desolate and glorious place. End quote. The team set up the tent, which I like to point out was of the design that Amundsen had devised back in the days in nostalgia. And called the camp Cold. That night there was a feast of seal steaks, pemmican, biscuits, and chocolate. Also whiskey bourbon, some tobacco, something to them for the weeks. There were also photos taken. Amundsen's official camera broke, but thankfully, the left camera brought a portable Kodak camera. The images we have of Amundsen and his team for full images from his camera. Now, Amundsen was very aware of the controversies surrounding both Frederick Cook's and Robert Peary's expeditions to the North Pole. Their claims have been challenged by many, shoddy readings making them believe they had actually reached their destination. Well, Amundsen didn't want that to happen to him, thus he and his men would spend 3 days conducting 24 different readings, narrowing down and visiting the exact position of the pole. By the way, the American researchers have put full-time to within 1 hour and more of the South Pole, so nice job by Amundsen and his team. And so, though Amundsen had done it, he had reached the South Pole. He found some irony in the fact that all his life he had dreamed of reaching the North Pole. Instead, he was now standing at the opposite end of the Earth. He would write, quote, could anything be more crazy, unquote. In reality, Amundsen's success was anticlimactic. They had little drama. When he died, his men were sick. He had not gotten lost. Everything had pretty much fallen in the clouds. And that, my friends, is what makes Amundsen's road to the South Pole so amazing. He was born in Philadelphia, but he was worked brilliantly. Quickly, Amundsen was now the first person to reach the South Pole. But you know what? He was not done. And that's because he and his team had to get back to Frederick. After that, they had to reach civilization and tell the world about what they had done. Also, there are other threads to our story that we need to wrap up. This includes the fate of the British Terra expedition, and we're now 300 miles from the pole. Also, we will talk about the side expedition of the Norwegians to explore Cape Edward's seventh land, which is to the east of Greenland. It's all great stuff, and we will talk about it in our next episode. And so that's where we will leave things for today. I hope you enjoyed our characters. Please take care, and we'll see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Visit airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including Dad Watchdog and Bad History.
You have my wheels turning.
I hate most business podcasts. So, blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business. You just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Murphy. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Paid on Kill Tony to quit stand-up comedy.
I figured why not? I could do.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale Snow White, Snow White, Snow White that started it all.
I believe you're looking for me.
Arrives in theaters. Experience the Disney classic
Who's the fairest one of all?
like never before.
We haven't even been in the house yet.
Disney Snow White, only in theaters March 21st. PG, parental guidance suggested.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock, the new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine King, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
They're not getting paid. No, but it's amateur slavery. Take the fucking money. Bend over and take it. Just like Dylan.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is the 6th episode of our series Unloaded Amundsen. This time we're leaving Amundsen on his team on from the South Pole to talk about the aftermath of his expedition, which was full of controversy. So at the end of our last episode, Amundsen and 4 of his team had reached the South Pole. Robert thought that Scott and his men were still 300 miles or 400 kilometers behind the Norwegians. We will talk about their fates later in this episode. As for Amundsen, he and his men spent 3 days at the pole, making sure they had all the proper documentation and calculations complete, ensuring there would be no dispute as to whether they had reached the location. Amundsen and his team went down brilliantly. As I said last time, it was almost boring what they had done. Yes, they had big challenges and scares, but in reality, things had gone about as good as Amundsen had hoped for. At the Norwegians' camp, which was their pole ground, Amundsen left all his unnecessary equipment, collected his load, and increased Scott's team within an hour. Amundsen also left a letter addressed to King Haakon, telling the king of his successful expedition. Amundsen asked Scott to deliver it to the Norwegian monarch, because he said that he his team on a return journey. At the pole, the expedition lost another of the dogs, when Omar Hansen, the team's best dog handler, had to put down his lead husky. Hansen adored the dog, which was sick and worn out. The dog had actually broken down several days before reaching the pole, but Hansen had loaded him on his sledge and carried him there, insisting his beloved lead dog reach the object of the journey. The team was now down to 16 dogs. Amundsen had thus loaded on sledge at the pole, giving him just 2, which was fine going forward, as the team would only lighten its load as it moved north. Hansen and Oscar, his team, would handle the sledges, while Amundsen, full of yelling and several hustle, would travel on skis. The expedition departed from the South Pole. And this way it was also helped prevent the last depot they had established on Christmas Day, 1911. I want to stress that at this stage of the depot was critical to Amundsen's plan. The team would run out of food if they didn't hit each of the depots on the route. Amundsen called weird. This was a sharp contrast to the team's previous trip they were carrying on. At that time, it had been engulfed in thick fog, making travel through the crevasse-filled landscape incredibly dangerous. On the journey to the pole, the crossing of the Douglas Glacier had taken 3 days. On the return trek, Amundsen and his men had done in a few hours. Now, as the team approached the Transantarctic Mountains, looking in for the supply depot, they had set up at a spot they called the Butcher's Shed. This was where the men had killed 27 of the dogs. Here there was a large supply of meat, which was critical for feeding the surviving animals. But here Amundsen made a serious and potentially deadly mistake. As the team approached the depot, they found a lost course. Amundsen had made a navigational error and was lost. Olaf Yellen and Helmar Hansen would thus strap on their skis and go off in the direction it was thought the people should be. Thankfully, they would find the location, load a bunch of food into their packs, and ski back to the others. They ended up covering 42 miles or 68 kilometers in a day, with nothing but a short rest at the depot. After the men and dogs rested and ate, the team headed to the supply depot, where everyone enjoyed a much-needed feast of dog meat rations. The expedition then continued. On January 4th, 1912. Equally awesome for the skiers, it was not so cool for the sledge drivers, as it was hard for the teams to maneuver and brake, as they were up to the job. On the first day, the men went down 3,000 feet overnight. A couple of days later, the team reached the depot at the Transatlantic Mountains, and after that, headed on to the Ross Ice Shelf. The men and dogs pushed north across the Great Ice Barrier. Progress was gained. At each degree along the route, there was another supply depot waiting for them. Snow cairns set up on the journey to the pole offered the men guideposts to the next depot. On January 11, 1912, the men saw something rather extraordinary: seabirds. These first signs of life encouraged them. They knew they were getting closer to the base. 6 days later, the Norwegians pulled into the supply depot at 82 degrees south. At this point, everyone was anxious to be home. They had plenty of food, the weather was good, and the mountains were behind them. Going forward, Amundsen picked up the pace, going as many as 35 miles a day or 56 kilometers. For the last 250 miles or so, the team pushed north, following the line of flags the men had set up back to Framheim. It was like following a ski track. It worked brilliantly. Amundsen and his companions reached Framheim on January 26, 1912. They had completed a 2,100-mile, or 3,400-kilometer trek. They had done so in 99 days, 10 fewer than scheduled. They arrived in what would have been nighttime, hanging on the door as they entered. Amundsen called out, quote, "Good morning, my dear Lindstrom. Have you any coffee for us?" End quote. The men at Framheim and thrilled at the appearance of their comrades. Of course, their first question was, had they reached the South Pole? Amundsen answered, quote, "Yes, we've been there. The whole thing seems like a dream." End quote. The men sat down for coffee and hotcakes, courtesy of Lindstrom, and some celebratory schnapps. The South Pole team members were thrilled to get something different to eat for the first time in months. By the way, of the 52 dogs who had gone on the run to the South Pole, 11 would survive. 28 other dogs who had stayed at Framheim would also survive. The other big news to greet Amundsen was that the Fram had returned to the Bay of Whales on January 9th. The ship could not approach the Great Ice Barrier due to the fact that the ice in the bay had broken up. Okay, Lord Amundsen was back at Framheim. He had reached the South Pole. He next needed to get to civilization to announce to the world his great accomplishment. But before we do that, I want to back up a bit in our timeline and talk about a couple of things. The first thing I'll discuss is the Fram. Remember, it had been part of the Bay of Whales nearly a year ago in February of 1911. Let's take a minute to find out what happened to the expedition's ship. Well, the Fram headed north under Captain Thorvald Nielsen, reaching Buenos Aires on April 17, 1911. It was here that Nielsen found the expedition had been running. Jan Amundsen had been trying to raise funds back in Norway, but after other boats were covered, there was almost nothing available to Nielsen. He needed fuel, food, and other supplies. That cost money. But it was here that the expedition had a guardian angel step up, Peter Christopherson, or dubbed Pedro, as he is often referred to. Christopherson was a Norwegian who had made a fortune in South America, and as we discussed in our last episode, he had read about Amundsen's proposed Arctic expedition and pledged to help out when the ship reached South America. Now, Christopherson had promised to help out for an Arctic expedition, not a run to the South Pole. The big question now was, would he withdraw his support? And when some people had found an Amundsen South Pole adventure, the man was under no obligation to fund that enterprise. But Christopherson would step up, as promised, and then some. With his money, he paid for a refit of the Fram and supplied her with fuel and provisions, and not just to return to Antarctica, but for a 3-month oceanographic cruise that Nielsen would oversee from South America to Africa and back. And once the Fram would return to Buenos Aires, Christopherson would again pay for fuel and supplies for the voyage to Antarctica. Christopherson was frankly a godsend. Without him, who knows what happened to the Fram and Amundsen. The Fram set sail for Antarctica on October 5th, 1911, arriving at the Bay of Whales on January 9th, 1912. Amundsen was to return 17 days later. As noted, the Fram could not come up to the Great Ice Barrier and had to anchor offshore as thick sea ice had formed in the inner part of the bay. Okay, so that is the story of the Fram, except for one odd item. On January 17th, just a week after reaching the Bay of Whales, a ship would appear on the horizon. No one expected a ship, which turned out to be the Kainan Maru of the Japanese Antarctic Expedition. The Japanese Antarctic Expedition, which I will cover someday, was led by Nobu Shiyazi, an army officer. They had come to Antarctica only to go for the South Pole, but would instead settle for exploring an area around King Edward VII Land. Anyhow, the Norwegians, including Michael Nielsen and Christian Prester, would visit the Kainan Maru, but communication was nearly impossible due to the language barrier. The Japanese shared wine and supplies with the Norwegians during the Great Visit before Nielsen and Prester departed and the Japanese moved on. Now, as I've mentioned King Edward VII Land, that means it's time for another sidetrack in our story. Remember, 3 of our shore party had been left off the South Pole team. This included Christian Prester, Hjalmar Johansson, and Jürgen Stubberud. These men had been given a different task: to use the remaining sledges and dogs and travel to King Edward VII Land, which was to the east. King Edward VII Land had been cited several times in history, but no one had ever gone there. The result would be a successful 2-month sled journey to King Edward VII Land, reaching it on December 1st. The men would survey the area, collect geological samples and mosses, and become the first humans to ever set foot on it, just beating the Japanese. They were back at Framheim when Amundsen and his team arrived on January 26th. Okay, everyone was at Framheim. The expedition had been a success. At this point, Amundsen wanted to pull up stakes and get back to civilization. He did not want to waste any time. The dogs, all 39 of them, were ferried out by boat to the Fram, along with the valuable equipment. Everything else was left behind. The Norwegians departed Antarctica on January 30th. The destination was the port of Hobart in Tasmania. Now, let us remember, Amundsen had been burned badly when he had gotten back from his Northwest Passage voyage, and the news of his journey started from under him, driving him like valuable revenues. Well, not this time. Word was leaked to the press by associates of Amundsen that Amundsen, if he reached the South Pole, would make for New Zealand. But that was a smokescreen. In reality, he always had planned on Australia. The idea was to have the reporters call on a work in New Zealand, or on Amundsen to in a port in Australia without a lot of scrutiny. Anyhow, on the 5-week voyage to Hobart, Amundsen prepared for announcing his plans to the world. He wrote articles and speeches and began an account of the expedition. Captain Nielsen, who spoke fluent English, helped Amundsen with the speeches he expected to make. The Fram reached Hobart on March 7th, and then took much out of the ship when she started in the harbor. Amundsen went into town, and much to his relief, there was no news of Scott and the Carolina expedition. Amundsen was thrilled. That meant he had the world stage to himself. Amundsen sent coded telegrams to Fridtjof Nansen, King Haakon, and his brother Leon, telling them of his achievement. He then sent messages to the London Daily Chronicle and the New York Times. These newspapers had bought first account rights for 2,000 pounds each. Within a week, the word would spread around the world. The South Pole had been conquered by Amundsen and his team of Norwegians. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into your lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mid-Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did. Have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Old Amundsen and his friends spent 2 weeks in Quebec. Amundsen put off reporters and curiosity seekers for the time being. While in port, Amundsen gifted most of his dogs to Australian explorer Douglas Mawson, who was getting ready to begin his epic adventure, the Australasian Antarctic Expedition, which is an easy story in all its cumbersome day. Otherwise, they were congratulatory telegrams from King Haakon, Theodore Roosevelt, and England's King George V. The latter took a measure of satisfaction that Amundsen's first port of call after his expedition was a British territory. Under Shackleton would praise Amundsen, calling him, quote, perhaps the greatest port explorer of the day, end quote. Of course, Shackleton disliked Scott, so he was thrilled that Amundsen had beaten his rival to the prize. In Norway, there were big celebrations, although some were still a bit uneasy about how the entire affair had gone down. But everyone was relieved when they discovered that Amundsen had found his own onto the Antarctic plateau via the Axel Heiberg Glacier, as opposed to using Scott's route, the Beardmore Glacier. That would definitely have been considered a bit of a slimy move. The world hailed Amundsen's success, but it was met with caution and some, especially amongst the British. The Times again mentioned Amundsen's failure to inform Scott until the very last moment about his intention to go to Antarctica, but they acknowledged his deed, saying, quote, no one who knows Captain Amundsen can have any doubt of his integrity, and since he states he reached the pole, we are bound to believe him, end quote. And virtually every article pointed out that no one had yet heard from Robert Falcon Scott. There were rumors he had reached the South Pole before Amundsen. When the papers didn't print those rumors, they still called into question Amundsen's win, at least until word of Scott's expedition reached the world. Here are some examples of headlines. Daring British explorer discovers the South Pole. South Pole race resulted in doubt. Englishman first at coveted gold. And who found the pole? You get the idea. Print rumors or at least cast doubt on Amundsen's accomplishments until you know more. I'm guessing it's old papers. I want to stress that the doubting headlines and stories are just a small part of the narrative. There are many good stories as well. Okay, after 2 weeks in Australia, the friends set out for Buenos Aires. Amundsen was not with them. Instead, he began a lecture tour of Australia and New Zealand. Why? Well, money. He had none, and he still had all sorts of creditors back home. By the way, there was one other man who would not accompany the friend any further, Rabbi Hansen. Despite the success of the expedition, Amundsen had not forgiven the man for his insubordination and dismissed him as soon as they arrived in Hobart. It was a harsh move, but once you've crossed Amundsen, he was done with you. Sadly, Johansson would start drinking heavily again on his return to Norway. He struggled to find work and he got in fights and altercations in public. Depressed and frustrated by life, he committed suicide less than a year later. After his tour down under, Amundsen caught up with the friend in Buenos Aires, where the ship was getting ready to refit, courtesy of Christopherson. Christopherson, by the way, was the expedition's unsung hero. He was an elderly man at this time and only wanted to do something to help out his fellow countrymen. On Amundsen's arrival, he organized a big celebration supported by the local Norwegian community. Amundsen, who had never met Christopherson, hugged the man when they first met over a display of public affection. He praised his generous benefactor, noting that Christopherson would never abandon him. That was a big deal to Amundsen, and for the rest of his life, he praised the man for all he had done for him. In fact, Amundsen would spend time in Buenos Aires at one of Christopherson's properties, writing his book on the South Pole expedition. Okay, it was the summer of 1912, and Amundsen had some decisions to make. It's important to remember that he had not departed on his expedition to reach the South Pole. He had been planning on undertaking a 45-year Arctic trip. Amundsen had pledged to Freecroft Nansen and King Haakon that the South Pole jaunt was to pay for the Arctic expedition. They promised to continue the enterprise, and people were holding on to their promise. And so Amundsen approached his men and asked who would continue with him. Amon Hansen, Oscar Christine, and the others from raised their hands. The rest of the men would thus return to Norway via commercial vessels. However, there was a problem with the Arctic expedition. Amundsen needed money for it, and the way to make money was to capitalize on the South Pole expedition. He had to finish his book, then he could tour Europe and the United States. His publishers pointed out
that he needed to do this immediately, not 5 years from now. He needed to hit the lecture circuit while the story was fresh, and most importantly, before Rabbi Scott returned from Antarctica. Amundsen had the field to himself and was encouraged to take it. And thus, Amundsen put off the Arctic expedition until the summer of 1913. Amundsen would return to Norway on July 31st, 1912. He was 40 years old and had entered the country without any training. Frankly, Amundsen was not a great public figure. As we talked about, Amundsen didn't care about parties or galas. He preferred to just stay at home and prepare for his next great adventure. Still, he was cheered by his fellow Norwegians. Parliament awarded him a lifetime annuity and gave him money for his next expedition. Amundsen then hit the lecture circuit in Europe, and he still had a lot of bills to pay. He was nervous about touring England, but things went well. He had become a good speaker and was known for his self-deprecating humor. But there was still some who resented Amundsen. In November, after a presentation before the World Geographical Society, the Society's president, George Curzon, would offer a mocking toast saying, quote, 3 cheers for the dogs, unquote. This was an insinuation that the only reason Amundsen had been successful was his dogs. Scott, they argued, was going to be played in an honorable fashion. There was an attitude that not people could bring grab onto and never let go of. Anyhow, Amundsen's book, self-titled An Account of the Norwegian Antarctic Expedition in the Fram 1910-12, was released by the year's end. Amundsen crossed over the more gritty and uncomfortable elements, as well as some of the difficulties they had encountered. But the book was greeted with generally positive reviews, even if much of the drama had been edited out. Amundsen then visited the United States. He openly expressed his affinity for America. He said the American press appreciated his openness and candor, and he related to the American people, as the population was less class-conscious than much of Europe. On his tour, Amundsen would share a stage with Rabbi Perry, the first man, supposedly, to reach the North Pole. He had lunch with Theodore Roosevelt, and in Philadelphia, he attended an event featuring Perry, Shackleton, and himself. There's a famous picture from the event, which I put on our website, titled The 3 Polar Stars. As of 1913, there was no news of Robert Falcon Scott. Privately, Amundsen expressed skepticism as to his rival's fate. Anyhow, he was encouraged to continue his lecture tour because if something bad had happened to Scott, such news might turn sentiment against Amundsen. And then in February 1913, in Madison, Wisconsin, Amundsen got the news he dreaded. Robert Falcon Scott and 4 of his companions were dead. They had died in March of the previous year, their bodies not discovered until 8 months later, where it had just reached the rest of the world. Amundsen would say, quote, Captain Scott left the record for honesty, for sincerity, for bravery, for everything that makes a man, end quote. And with that, let's hit the brakes on our story and back things up and talk about Scott and the Terra Nova expedition. But I want to stress that this will be a very, very high-level discussion of the expedition. I'm planning to cover Scott in depth later in 2025, so watch for that. Scott and the British team had pushed their way south across the Great Ice Barrier, but it had been difficult work. The motorized sledges broke down, the ponies struggled in poor conditions, and the dogs were at limited use due to a lack of numbers and skilled handlers. It meant the British men having out their supplies. Once across the lost ice shelf, Scott's team started their ponies with food, and the dogs were sent home. 12 of the men must be hauling tons and tons of food and supplies up the Yukon Glacier. The result was brutal. Each man pulled a 200-pound sledge to a height of 10,000 feet, or 3,000 meters. It was a distance of 110 miles, or 195 kilometers. The ascent was longer than Amundsen's, but lacked the steepness and dangers. By the time the British reached the Antarctic Plateau, they were exhausted, food was tight, they were burning up calories at a dangerous rate, far faster than Amundsen could have done. On the Antarctic Plateau, Scott sent back all but 4 of his companions. He and the 4 men would manhandle their supplies to the South Pole. Thus, Scott and his team slogged on, reaching the pole on January 17, 1912. The men were heartbroken when they saw the Norwegian flag. Scott wrote, quote, the worst has happened. He would then add, quote, great God, this is an awful place, and terrible enough for us to have labored to it without the reward of priority, end quote. And it was an awful place for the British. Their worst fears had come to life. They were second. There was nothing more they could do other than take a deep breath and turn around and head back to their base. Scott's team faced a number of challenges. First, the weather was getting colder by the day. Second, they didn't have enough food. It meant the men were getting weaker, and the food they had wasn't nutritious. That meant illnesses such as scurvy were starting to crop up. At the pole, the British went through the year when the Russians had left, happy to find some items of value, including mittens and other fur garments. Regarding the letter Amundsen had left for Scott to go over in case something befell him, it depressed the man. Hearing Priestley, a polar explorer, said Scott had been, quote, degraded from explorer to postman, end quote. In reality, Scott liked the sales career in Europe beforehand, and it was not good. He was the guy who had lost the race to the pole. He would be forever a loser. That's hard to take. The return trip to Scott and his men was pretty straightforward, but it was incredibly difficult. They were a broken bunch, having endured so much, only to have victory pulled out from under them. And they were tired, weak, and getting sicker and hungrier by the day. The British team reached the Beardmore Glacier and headed down to the Rothschild shelf, but by that time they were starving. The weather was getting worse and worse. On the ice barrier, the men would plod on, man-hauling the sledges 9 or 10 hours a day, but only covered 6, 7, or 8 miles. One man collapsed and died. Another Lawrence Oates was suffering from gangrene on his feet due to frostbite. Scott and the team crept forward, aiming for the supply depot at 80 degrees south, and it really hurt when they ran out of fuel. Remember the paraffin fumes I told you about in the earlier episode? Amundsen had created new canisters for them because of the extreme cold. The paraffin leaked. A creeper was called. While Scott and his men found their canisters were severely depleted, often on half or even a quarter full. The British could only trudge forward, and if they thought he would appear and rescue them. Unfortunately, that was never going to happen due to Scott's refusing orders. On March 17th, Oates barely able to move anymore, went down to the tent saying, quote, I am going outside and maybe some time, end quote. He would have to town. It was one of the great moments of self-sacrifice in exploration history, as Oates knew he was going to his back, as well as taking up resources. Scott and his remaining 2 companions continued on, but on March 21st, they could go further. Scott's last journal entry was for March 29th, 1912. The following spring, the other British team members at the McMurdo Zone base set out to look for signs of Scott and the others. In early November, they found his tent and the bodies of the 3 men. They were only 11 miles from our supply depot. They had collected items from the tent, including jars. They also found Amundsen's letter to King Hopping, which had ultimately proved to the world that Amundsen had beaten Scott to the pole. The temperament had died in was at a collapse and the re-explored period where they had fallen. Terranova returned to McMurdo Sound in January 1913 and got back to New Zealand on February 10th. They had soon the fate of Robert Falcon Scott and his team. The death of Scott and his men gripped the world far more than Amundsen's success. As I said before, Amundsen's expedition had been sort of boring. There was no drama, but Scott and his expedition were epic. It was a classic glorious defeat. As for Amundsen, he fell into a funk after Scott's death. He felt that Scott had been foolish and had taken too many risks. He regretted that his actions may have contributed to the man's death. He would say, quote, I would gladly forego any honor or money if thereby I could save Scott his terrible death, end quote. Scott's death was the worst thing for Amundsen. Although Roland Humphrey wrote, quote, Amundsen the victor was eclipsed by Scott the martyr, end quote. And that's very true. Scott was now a beloved folk hero. If he had lived, he would have just been the second guy to the pole, not much else. Instead, he had died for anyone in the world. This deification of Scott would continue, and while sometimes it included attacks on Amundsen, if anything, it just sort of downplayed the actual person who had reached the pole first. The popular narrative that emerged was that Amundsen had won, that Scott had been the real victor. Amundsen, people said it wasn't very simple in a professional, unlike Scott, and they added that Amundsen's route had been far easier, and the weather had been better for Amundsen. Also, he had used dogs, not the honorable method of man-hauling. I have to fight to not roll my eyes at that last sentence. Anyhow, they also noted that Scott's expedition was more than about finding a pole. He had scientific concerns to deal with, unlike Amundsen. Some said that Scott and his team had died of broken hearts, beaten to the pole by underhanded Norwegians. Scott's diaries would come out, making him look incredibly heroic and self-sacrificing, and thus the narrative was fully set in motion, portraying Scott as the great heroic hero. Of course, the press and the public was not interested in talking about Scott's failed motor sledges, his inability to use dogs properly, or skis, and the idea that Scott had a more difficult route or had suffered worse weather was not true.
In the end, people didn't want to hear why Scott had come in second, and they didn't want to hear that Amundsen had won by superior planning, leadership, and attention to history and detail. If they did that, they might help Scott with what was better than So, Noel Amundsen had reached the South Pole. Even from the start, Amundsen's run didn't have the glow he had wanted, due to his turning the pole out into a race. And let's be honest, Amundsen had done exactly that. He had beaten a race. Was he wrong to have done that? Well, I don't think so. I think the notion that Scott had some sort of ownership of the Great Ice Barrier was silly. But the way Amundsen departed was odd. He just felt a bit wrong. That he did it that way shows you he was concerned about the world's perception of his actions. In the end, the tough part is wondering if Amundsen had gotten into Scott's head, and in doing so, caused him to make some rash decisions. But I would argue that Scott had ample opportunity to counter Amundsen, and if he had been a stronger leader, been willing to back off his plans, knowing how risky they were. Oh well, with Amundsen back, we can look at the South Pole run with admiration. I've said this before, it is almost boring in its efficiency, and I admire that. Too many times we are learning about disasters because of the poor planning of our explorers, not with Amundsen. The glory was in his brilliant planning and execution of his polar run. I want to note that the glorification of Robert Falcon Scott will continue for a good half-century until historians and scholars began to look more critically at Scott's handling of the Toronto expedition. In the 1960s, Scott's original journals were made available, not the edited versions, and people started to see Scott as a flawed man. Well, when Humphrey's book, The Last Place on Earth, Scott and Amundsen's Race to the South Pole, published in 1979, was really the big takedown of Scott. He not only demonstrated how the mistakes and blunders Scott made, but it contrasted them to Amundsen's decisions, making the Englishman appear more like a bumbler and poor leader. It was pretty brutal. I think the pendulum has swung back some in Scott's favor since then, putting into perspective the reasons for many of his iffy decisions. No matter, as I said, I'm going to cover Scott later this year, so we can talk about him more in depth at that time. And so, this is where I will leave things for today. Amundsen had achieved his victory, claiming the last great prize of exploration on the Earth. He was famous, he was making money, and for good. His next venture was supposed to be a return to the Arctic, but there are other things that will carry Amundsen, including a world war. Anyhow, that is it for today. Thank you for listening. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great shows, including the Hero of World War II podcast, the history of the Second World War, and the history of World War II.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here.
So
we said before, something really powerful. It's a 40-day prayer challenge for every level of Jonathan Rumi, Father Mike Schmitz, and of course yours truly. We are going through the incredible book The Way by St. Jose Maria Escriva, and I, along with my will lead us through weekly fasting challenges. We will lead millions of others around the world praying every day this Lent. Stay praying.
Absolutely. You were really great. I love watching you absorb that for a second. Like, you're like, I think I can.
I don't know what a sexy guy looks like because I'm so fucking straight, but like, it just seems like you should dress how you dress, however you feel comfortable.
I love that. You got the women howling at that one.
They're
for yourself. Quality for everybody. That's the era that we live in now. They're making an all-female Ghostbusters. Did you know this?
Right.
Yeah. When a woman's dressed sexy, right? Though.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast. This episode is brought to you by Coffee Mate. After watching the season of HBO's original series Rothschild,
well, because you're looking at it through the lens of a man and how
one more pina colada, please.
Rather than somebody going on stage and being themselves as much as they can be, and a part of themselves wants to feel sexy by looking sexy.
Coffee Mate Pina Colada and Thai iced coffee flavored creamers, inspired by the newest season of HBO's original series, The White Lotus. For the love of coffee, try now.
This episode
episode is brought to you by the Nissan Armada Pro 4X. With a twin-turbo V6 engine ready to propel your adventures up to 8,500 pounds of towing capacity to haul all your favorite toys and space for 8 passengers. Nissan's most powerful car yet will chew up and spit out anything you throw at it. Learn more about the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada at nissanusa.com. Towing capacity varies by configuration. See Nissan Towing Guide and owner's manual for additional information. Always secure cargo.
How funny is it that, like, she's been with it 4 months, she goes up 10 times a week. Yeah, how many fucking overweight chick comics go up, like, once a month? Yeah. No offense, but
hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 7 in our series on the Weekly Explorer, Roald Amundsen. I have 2 notes for today. Note 1, you can look at our website, explorerspodcast.com, if you want to see a map of the places we are going to go to in today's episode. Note 2, I'm getting over a cold, and I have a bit of a ragged throat, so forgive me if I'm a little hoarse sounding and if my voice fluctuates a bit here and there. Okay, that is it for notes. Last time, we had left Amundsen at the height of his fame after his successful run to the South Pole. There was no more accomplished polar explorer in the world than Amundsen, though there sounded like him due to his being around Captain Scott to the pole. The controversy about the race in Scott's aside, Amundsen's next expedition was really a continuation of the last one. It was a voyage up to Alaska through the Bering Strait and into the Arctic Ocean. There, the Fram would be frozen in and begin a polar drift that was expected to take several years. Rudolf Nansen had done the same thing back in the 1890s, but he had not started his voyage so far to the east from the Bering Strait. The belief was that by starting further east, the ship could catch the Arctic current and drift further north, perhaps even to the North Pole. Now, let's be honest, Amundsen didn't have a lot of enthusiasm for the Arctic expedition. It was sort of dull and had all sorts of scientific stuff associated with it. There was no dramatic race and no great first to be achieved. But Amundsen was under pressure from people, including Rudolf Nansen, to continue the expedition. He had, after all, promised to do so. Nansen would write the foreword to Amundsen's book on the South Pole expedition, saying, quote, "Next year he heads towards the Bering Strait, into the ice and cold and dark of the north, to drift across the North Pole Sea for at least 5 years." End quote. Egad, 5 years? Amundsen, who had just turned 40 in 1912, dreaded such an enterprise. Instead, he considered going back to the Arctic to study the Inuit, but everyone pointed out that he had to keep his word and follow up with the polar drift expedition. Thus, he reluctantly prepared for the venture. However, the 1913 start date was delayed to allow Amundsen to go on a series of lecture tours to raise money for the expedition, and then his team received news that the Fram could not reach the west coast of the United States as planned because the opening of the Panama Canal was delayed. This pushed the expedition back to 1913. And that led to another issue. The Fram had basically sat unused for 2 years, and in that time, it had become infested with rats and cockroaches. It would take time for the ship to get cleaned up, thus delaying the voyage until the spring of 1915. Yeah, that's not going to work. Not with World War I looming. Once the war began, polar exploration was put on the back burner, and Amundsen's expedition was delayed again. Norway would remain neutral during the war, but had strong ties with Great Britain and the United States. Norway has even been called a neutral ally of Great Britain. All this meant that Norwegian shipping was targeted during the war, especially after Germany began unrestricted submarine warfare in 1917, essentially making all ships, even neutral ones, targets for their U-boats. Now, a few things I want to mention. First, regarding Amundsen's personal life, he moved on from his previous romantic interest, Sigrid Casper, to a new one, Christine Bennett, the Norwegian wife of a wealthy and much older English businessman. He would have taken secret trips to England over the next few years. I've mentioned before that Amundsen was an intensely personal man. We know little about his relationships, although he would ask Bennett, just as he had done with Casper, to divorce her husband and marry him. Both women declined. Second thing I'll mention is that Amundsen made a lot of money in the aftermath of the South Pole expedition. He toured extensively in Europe and America, and his books sold well. By the way, he loved the United States and was comfortable there. He even considered moving to the States, although he didn't do so. No matter, he had money. He paid off all of his creditors, and he could indulge in whatever he wanted for his future expeditions. And that leads us to item number 3, airplanes. Amundsen had always been fascinated by flying, and he would learn how to fly a plane. He was so enthralled by the idea, he decided to incorporate the plane on his next Arctic journey. The future of polar exploration, he thought, was going to be through the air. Now, as I mentioned, in 1914, the war started, thus delaying Amundsen's expedition. But Amundsen would have the frame sail from South America to Norway. He was considering changing his plans. The idea would be to sail above Norway and then Russia, all the way to the Bering Strait. There, the ship would begin its Arctic drift. However, there was a big problem. The Fram was in bad shape. The warm water she had sat in these past few years had led to a rotting hull. The ship was not seaworthy. Amundsen thus decided to build a new vessel, one he would own and control. A note, the Fram's illustrious career as a polar vessel is over. The ship basically sat in port in Norway and allowed it away until several men, including Oscar Wisting, who had been with Amundsen on the South Pole Run and refused from going forward, started a campaign to preserve the historic ship. The result would be the Fram Museum, which opened in 1936. The ship still resides there along with MS Viola. People who have been there say the museum is stunning, so check it out if you like in Oslo. Okay, Amundsen wanted a new ship, and he had money for one. The result was the Maud, named after Queen Maud of Norway. She was made of oak and measured 125 feet, or 36.5 by 12 meters. It had 3 masts and a 240 horsepower diesel engine. And here's a look of the frame. If you've seen it, it is shaped like a hole, made so that when the ice presses down the hull, it pushes the ship up instead of crushing it. Like the Fram, the Maud was constructed specifically for polar exploration. It was seaworthy, with the roll in the water. At the christening, Amundsen said, quote, "For the ice you have been built, and in the ice you shall stay for the rest of your life, and in the ice you shall solve our tasks." As I mentioned earlier, the Germans began unrestricted naval attacks in 1917, even on neutral powers such as Norway. Amundsen admired the German people, and what they captured of unarmed merchant ships was appalling. In response, Amundsen took the awards and medals he had gotten from Germany, honoring him for his expeditions and exploits, and handed them directly to the German minister in Christiania, who was a personal acquaintance of Amundsen's. He then refused to shake the man's hand. His actions were making national news. Because of the war, getting supplies proved difficult, and thus Amundsen's expedition was delayed and targeted for 1918. Also, because of the war, Amundsen's desire to improve trade was not going to happen, as plans were needed for the war effort. With the Maud's launch delayed, Amundsen was invited by the Americans to tour their front lines and get talks. After that, he went on to the United States for a tour. He spoke to Scandinavian communities, urging them to support the war effort. As I said, Amundsen loved America, and the American people impressed him. He saw America as a land where we were acknowledged and rewarded for hard work. He disliked the class-conscious world of Europe. Amundsen was back in Norway in 1918, and the launch of the Maud was not far off. The plan was, as I noted earlier, to sail both Norway and Russia, essentially following in the footsteps of Fridtjof Nansen 2 decades earlier. But Amundsen would go further east than Nansen, all the way to the Bering Strait. He would then go into the Arctic ice and frozen in and begin his drift. If things worked out, the ship might even reach the North Pole. In doing this, he would complete the Northeast Passage, which had only been done twice in history. The first time by Rudolf Rothschild back in 1878-79. By the way, I want to mention that in an earlier episode, I said Amundsen's expedition would be the second to complete the Northeast Passage, but that is wrong. It would be the third. In 1915, a Russian expedition led by Boris Velkitsky completed the passage going east to west. So good job, Boris. Now back to the Maud. The crew consisted of Amundsen and 8 other men. This included Oscar Wisting, who had been on the South Pole expedition, and Helmar Hansen, who had been on both the South Pole and the Euro expeditions. Hansen was the captain of the Maud. Adolf Lindström, the polar cook, was initially going to be a part of the expedition, but he had a stroke and had to back out. A new member of the team I want to mention was meteorologist and oceanographer Harold Stegner. Amundsen had never had a scientist on one of his expeditions, but the Maud was very much played up as a voyage of science. With us, a scientist was an important element. The expedition also had 20 sled dogs, plus all the supplies and provisions you would expect, including reindeer skin clothing, sledges, food, scientific instruments, and much more. The Maud departed from Christiania on June 24, 1918, and by mid-July had reached Transvaal at the northern tip of Norway. There, another man was added, Gennady Allenkin, who had a Norwegian mother and Russian father. His knowledge of Russian and Norwegian, Amundsen felt, would be valuable. The ship departed Transvaal and headed east. And with that, the Mod expedition was underway. And I want to say now, the voyage is not going to go as planned. Not at all. Okay, the first couple of months were nervous ones for the men of the Maud, while Allied intelligence had informed Amundsen that the waters were mostly clear after U-boats could only take one rogue submarine and the Maud was finished. The ship skirted along the Russian coast. From Torgau, she went 700 miles or 11 kilometers to Novia Zemlya and into the Kara Sea. The ship journeyed across the Kara Sea for another 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers. About halfway across, the ship stopped at Dixon Island, the last telegraph location this far north. Going forward, Amundsen was out of touch with the world. It was then at Cape Chelyuskin that the ship was captured by the ice on September 17, 1918. Cape Chelyuskin is the northernmost point of continental Asia. A small sheltered bay would be the ship's home for nearly a year. Men built some supply depots on the shore, along with kennels full of dogs, and they sailed on an observatory for scientific observations. Amundsen called the place Nordhaven. Because the winds were so harsh, Amundsen had the men build mounds of snow around the ship to protect her. So Amundsen developed a routine, as he was, I believe in routines, of taking a morning walk. The ship's plankway went down to the ice, and Amundsen was in the habit of carrying down any of the pregnant dogs with him, so they could enjoy some time running around the shore. As we talked about, Amundsen loved dogs. Well, while carrying down one dog, he got his feet tangled up in another of the dogs, and he fell off the gangplank and went down to the ice, landing on his shoulder, breaking his arm in two places. Amundsen was in terrible pain, and Oscar Wisting upset the bone. Remember, Amundsen had a weird distrust of doctors and thinking their knowledge of the underlying his authority. Thus, he had not brought one. He spent the next 8 days in his bunk, barely able to move. Amundsen, who had avoided a range of physical issues over the years, was at the beginning of what would be a difficult time. A few weeks later, he took some dogs onto the ice for a walk. As he was strolling along, one of the dogs came running back to him, followed by a polar bear. Amundsen said the bear stopped, stared, and he stared back. And he bolted for the ship, yelling, "Bear, bear," at the top of his lungs. He would later say, quote, "The situation had its humorous side, but I did not pause to enjoy it," end quote. I also enjoy Amundsen's sense of humor. Anyhow, the bear was faster than Amundsen, and it took him down with the swipe of one of its paws. Amundsen re-injured his arm in the fall. The bear began to tear at Amundsen with its great claws. Amundsen said that he watched his life pass before him over the next few seconds, but he would be lucky. One of the dogs went after the bear, or perhaps a cub, huskies are fierce animals, and the mama bear got annoyed and started chasing it. Amundsen stumbled back to the ship. As this happened, Oscar Wisting rushed out onto the ice with a rifle and shot the bear killing. The skull of the bear was saved, and you can see it today at Amundsen's home outside Oslo, which is a museum. Regarding what happened to Amundsen, Wisting wrote, quote, "Virtually the entire back of his skin suit was ripped out and hanging in shreds, and in the small of his back were the deep tracks of the bear claws." End quote. The mauling had been bad, but it could have been worse. Amundsen said that killed him as well as the dogs saved his life. Injuring his arm again was the worst thing for the man. He had all sorts of stitches and bandages now, and he could barely lift his arm. It was weeks before he could even lift it up to his face. Years later, an X-ray was done on his arm and shoulder, and the doctor was shocked at his damage. He was amazed Amundsen could even remove it. The injuries from the fall and the bear attack would take months to heal. Amundsen tried to help out as he could. He became the ship's de facto cook and helped out with magnetic and weather observations. But even that almost killed him. At the end of 1918, he went out to the observatory, which was just a small single-room hut, to take some scientific readings. After a while, he found himself feeling dizzy. His heart began beating erratically and rapidly. He realized what was wrong and fled the hut. The kerosene heater had been faulty, and he had sucked in copious amounts of carbon monoxide gas. The result was worse than his fall or the bear attack. For months, even simple activities would set Amundsen's heart racing. He once climbed a 50-foot-high hill for 15 meters and almost collapsed. He suffered heart-related symptoms for years related to the carbon monoxide poisoning. Because of all of this, Amundsen's duties were severely restricted in 1919. In some ways, it hurt the morale of the expedition. In reality, Amundsen had never really been that engaged on this expedition, not like he had on the Yola and South Pole endeavors, but now he was far less active. The crew of the Maud plugged away after babies into the spring and the summer of 1918. However, the ice around the ship showed no signs of breaking up. The men began to worry that they would be stuck there for a second year. Remember, they still had not begun the Arctic drift, which might take up to 5 years. Everyone was getting nervous. And in some cases, not just nervous, but sick. Peter Tesson, the ship's carpenter, was suffering from chronic headaches and melancholy. He wanted to go home. Amundsen knew the man could not continue. He thus offered Tesson the opportunity to travel by sledge to Dixon Island, which was about 500 miles or 800 kilometers back to the west. As I mentioned, Dixon Island had a telegraph station, so messages could be sent to the world about the expedition's progress. Amundsen and another of the crew volunteered to travel with Tesson. Both Amundsen and Tesson were experienced with polar travel and sled dogs. These had actually been in the region as part of an earlier expedition. Both were seen as tough and dependable. It was not as if these were a couple of novices living out on their own. While Amundsen didn't want to lose anyone, he also knew that committed individuals were critical to the success of the expedition. Thus, he allowed Tesson and Amundsen to go. The two men departed with 6 dogs, a year's supply of food and provisions, plus many of the expedition's scientific records, and mail from the crew. He had never heard from again. The disappearances of Tesson and Amundsen were due to search efforts. Various items of the man would be found on the route to Dixon Island, but it wasn't until 1922 that a wonderful power was discovered. It was likely Tesson's who was the power of watching images that had his name engraved on it. It was believed that Tesson died of starvation or perhaps of fall. Dixon's body was never found. Amundsen would call the deaths of the men, quote, the one-word tragedy in all my daily work, end quote. Okay, back to the law. It was the summer of 1919. Amundsen and the crew worried about their fate. They wanted to make it through the Northeast Passage 21 years. But things were looking doubtful. From the log, the men could see water, but not reach it. And then when Amundsen would harken back to his years on the project, he thought that he could cook and come up with a new scheme. The men drilled holes in the ice from the ship to the open water and placed dynamite in each hole. They then detonated the ball once in an effort to break up the ice, and it worked. On September 12th, the log pushed their way to the open water. The ship moved east and remained on the same path as it had taken 20 years earlier. But the season was already late. Amundsen said the log raced as quickly as possible to avoid getting trapped in the ice for a second year. The mod pushed across the left sea, sailed between Siberia and the New Siberian Islands, and then into the East Siberian Sea. The ship went more than 1,300 miles, or 2,100 kilometers, in just 2 weeks, reaching Island Island at the mouth of the Korean River. But by the end of September, the ice was too thick. The mod would be frozen again. The expedition was about 500 miles, 400 kilometers from the Bering Strait. The Norwegian expedition was stuck for a year in the Ocean Arctic, and Amundsen was on a full-year schedule. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into your lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, real soft, fresh tasting coconut,
Crunchless almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut,
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Don't stay here for this.
Another was stuck in the Arctic Siberian ice because not only were the mods and island people from the Amazon was breaking and cultures that he had found in the past. Also, the location of incidents in the tourism was isolated but not completely without human contact. This was the land of the Chukchi, a people who ruled this land by. They had their own distinct language and culture. The expedition's initial attempts to Chukchi were positive. Because of this, Amundsen urged Sveda, his scientist, to join the Chukchi and lead the project. Despite being a oceanographer and meteorologist, Sveda took up the challenge, and he did great. He would spend 7 months with the Chukchi, chasing reindeer across the tundra, and learning the basics of their life, language, and culture. He later wrote a book of Frankenstein with these Indian people. Amundsen then sent Hansen, Owen, and Emmanuel Tennyson by sled down to Nishi Kulima, about 80 miles, 430 kilometers, down the Colorado River, and let the local authorities know they were closing in at Iron Island. Amundsen had wanted the Russians to be surprised to find them there in the spring, but the hostile for them and they had permission to be there. The journey took 3 weeks. After that, Amundsen sent Hansen and Justine Tennyson, as well as a Chukchi native, with the further their intentions, on a overland sledge journey through Alaska. Yes, Alaska. It wasn't that far away. Amundsen wanted to get to know where he could have conversations about the various entities and update them on the status of the expedition. The sled run would go well, and then reaching Bering Strait at East Cape, the furthest eastern spot in Russia, only about 50 or so miles from Alaska. The only problem was that the men couldn't get a boat to Alaska. Visiting thus would mean that East Cape, Hansen went south, reaching Anabir at the end of March. There, Hansen was able to get a message across the Bering Strait to Myanmar. And thus, Amundsen got his tidings out to the world. This included messages to newspapers, people back in Norway, and other important entities. The world had been wondering about Amundsen, so they ate up the news. You can imagine the headlines. Amundsen caught in ice, and now Amundsen can reach North Pole. And there was a sensation when he found out lies, stories saying the mud had sunk, stuff like that. As critics of the expedition was falling apart. After delivering his messages, Amundsen would head back to the mud, picking up whiskey along the way. Although the other man, Tennyson, was done with the expedition, he departed, preferring to find his own way back home. Hansen and Justine arrived back at the mud in the middle of June 1920. They had been gone for 6 months and traveled over 1,000 miles for 1,600 kilometers. While those men were gone, Amundsen continued to develop better scientific data, which included magnetic radar observations. He cooked pretty bad, as the ship had an extensive library. He also bought some more dogs for the local Chukchi. On May 20th, Amundsen acquired a cargo contract from a trader named Rabbi. Amundsen tried to bond over better feeding and caring for him. However, after about a month, they made a sudden attack on him. Amundsen was fine, but he needed the bear would only get bigger and more dangerous. He thus put her down. During his escape and brought back to Norway, Amundsen had the bear stuffed, and you can see where he could stay at his museum/home outside of Oslo, along with the skull of the bear that had almost killed Amundsen. Anyhow, the monk was released by the ice on July 8th, 1920. Amundsen continued east, reaching the Bering Strait. He completed the Northeast Passage, the third person to ever do so. Now, at this point, Amundsen could have headed back up into the Arctic and begun his polar trip. He was already a year behind schedule. However, he wanted to get more supplies and refit the mall and publicize the voyage thus far. The sailed headed for Nome, reaching it on July 27th. Now, it was in them that there was some upheaval amongst the crew, which had already lost 3 men. Here, 1 men, including Hansen, decided to leave the expedition. The reason was that morale on the yacht was low. Men had already lived through 2 years of being frozen in the Arctic, and they didn't like the idea of floating far more. It might have helped if Amundsen had been more engaged in the expedition than the men, but his fingers had really been touching the thing. Regarding Homer Hansen, the yacht's captain, it might come as a surprise that he left Amundsen after being one of the most important men of the Europe and South Pole expeditions, but Amundsen had become dissatisfied with Hansen and discouraged. With Amundsen's injuries, Hansen had been forced to take more responsibility, and Amundsen said the role had gone to Hansen's head, and he had become insufferable. Looking at the diaries of the other men on the ship, there appears to be some truth to the accusations. Because of this, Amundsen was okay with losing his own time companion, but it still irked him that Hansen left. There was a betrayal in his eyes. The departure of Hansen is a trend that followed Amundsen much of his life. While he was fiercely loyal to friends and supporters, he often fell out with them for some reason or another. Amundsen's sizable ego and demands for absolute loyalty were major reasons for this. People just got tired of the guy and he reacted poorly when he did so. By the way, Hansen would go on several other polar expeditions in his lifetime. He published his autobiography in 1936, Voyages of a Modern Viking. He died in 1956 in Tromsø. The research ship from the University of Toronto was named after Amundsen in 2011. Okay, Amundsen wasn't known, but his stay would be short, just 10 days. While in port, he took the opportunity to contact the press and get publicity for the expedition, as well as refit and reprovision the ship. By the way, if you think Amundsen sounds like a peace hound, something you see more in the 2000s films rather than the 1930s, you're not wrong. You don't like or trust the press, but you understood that they could goof around and use them just as they used them. Anyhow, Amundsen departed Melbourne with just himself, Wisting, Cedric, and Origin, although he did add a fifth crew member, an Inuit cook named Mary. The mod headed north and then west about 750 miles or 1,200 kilometers, reaching 74 degrees north. But Amundsen did not find the Arctic cold and needed, and the ice pushed him south towards the Siberian coast to a place called Cape Common, where the mod was frozen in the ice for the winter. This location is only about 250 miles or 400 kilometers northwest of northern Alaska. And thus the ship sailed up for another winter on the ice. This time they had taken up residence near a band of Chukchi, which thrilled Amundsen as he loved studying other cultures. Amundsen said the mod became a roadside cafe that was visited by all sorts of people during his stay there. There are photos of Chukchi kids swimming all over the mod, which is cute. As for exploring, Amundsen sent Wisting and Frederick on a 1,250 mile or 2,000 kilometer sledging expedition to check out the Chukchi Peninsula. Now, there's one other thing that I want to mention before the mod decides to try and break out of the ice in the summer of 1921, and that is that Amundsen would be approached by a Chukchi man with his 64-year-old child, a girl named Kapanita. The girl's mother had died, and Kapanita had died as well, without proper care, which her father could not provide. Amundsen thus took in the girl and nursed her back to health. He was said to be devoted to her, and he began to teach her English and Norwegian. Okay, now that's interesting. The big thing that happened to the mod was that both her main and reserve propellers had been damaged, likely the previous summer. At some point, Amundsen knew that they needed to be repaired, and thus he decided the mod would head back to Seattle in the summer. Now, because the mod was frozen in on the Siberian coast, that didn't mean that Amundsen had to be stuck there as well. Amundsen would thus have Wisting take him and Kapanita by dog sled to East Cape, the point opposite Alaska across the Bering Strait. From there, Amundsen flight boats to Nome and then to Seattle, which he reached in July. Along the way, he picked up his second foster dog. Wow, where did that come from? He was becoming quite the dad. Actually, what happened was, at East Cape, there was an Australian freight trader in Hudson's Bay Company named Charles Carpendale. He had a Chukchi wife and they had a 10-year-old daughter, Camilla. Well, Carpendale wanted his child to get a more formal education. He thus asked Amundsen to take her with him. Amundsen agreed, figuring she would be a good companion for Kapanita. And so Amundsen, Nita, as Kapanita was called, and Camilla settled into life in the Pacific Northwest. Amundsen bought a car and was going to take the girls all over the place, sightseeing and visiting other people. Now, I want to take a moment and talk about the mod. Oscar Wisting was now in command. After the ice broke up, he hired some local Chukchi people to help guide the vessel back to the Bering Strait and then to Seattle. Wisting even got some aid from a Russian Coast Guard ship. The mod reached Seattle on August 21st, 1921. So with Wisting overseeing the repairs of the mod, Amundsen worked to figure out his next steps. He had spent 3 years in the Arctic and his northern drift had not even begun. His team had done some nice scientific work, and they had collected all sorts of birds and animal specimens. There were also many furs that Amundsen had trained for, and even curiosities, such as mammoth teeth. Amundsen's big issue now was money. Yes, he had done some good stuff. Yes, he had collected some cool scientific data. And yes, he had some furs and trinkets, but that was not very sexy. No one paid money for that sort of thing, at least not a lot of it. Amundsen had basically sunk his own wealth, which was not insignificant, into the expedition. He was running out of cash. He did get voted some more money by the Norwegian Parliament, but that would not cover what Amundsen now had in mind. And what was on his mind? Well, the answer was airplanes. It was. Time for a hard left turn. Airplanes? Yes, airplanes. Let's talk about this. Amundsen had always been fascinated by technological innovations, and he saw airplanes as the future of air exploration. Heck, back in 1887, as they accompanied a Swede who tried to fly a balloon to the North Pole. He failed horribly, but it demonstrates others have the same idea as Amundsen. Amundsen was so interested in planes he didn't learn to fly, and as we discussed, he had wanted to build a plane on the Mars, but the war was bad idea. No more. Air flight had evolved dramatically in the past decade, especially during the war. It weren't just planes, it was airships, aka dirigibles. In 1919, a dirigible had gone from England to America, causing a big sensation. Now, airships were touchy things. They were huge and hard to maneuver. They were particularly vulnerable to high winds. And there's the whole scary thing about being filled with combustible gases. And mistaken for them. Finally, they were incredibly expensive, way more expensive than a plane. Still, all of this made Amundsen focus on the idea of polar flight. And you know what it really is, flying a plane to the North Pole. And you know what would be even cooler, flying a plane over the North Pole, and one side of the Arctic to the other. That's the sort of thing that really excited Amundsen. Not some 4 or 5 year polar trip. We wanted new and eye-catching stuff that had never been done before, stuff that would capture the imagination of the public. The flight was certainly something that captured the attention of the world. To demonstrate, Charles Lindbergh's unprecedented flight across the Atlantic is considered one of the pivotal events of the century. When he landed on Paris, 150,000 people were waiting for him, storming the runway and carrying them off on their shoulders. While that event was still a few years away, Amundsen knew that a daring first-of-its-kind flight would be a headline grabber and a money maker. Thus, he pinned the economic hopes of the expedition on the airplane. And so, what exactly was Amundsen thinking about? Well, his plan was to fly from Alaska to Spitsbergen, a 2,000-mile or 33-kilometer flight through freezing cold, fog, and nasty winds. It would be crossing over places never seen before by any human. Amundsen played up the idea that perhaps they would set land in the polar ice, the last undiscovered places in the world. So all of this was cool, but you are probably thinking, what about the water? Well, Amundsen was personally done with the ship in the whole polar drift idea. The expedition would continue, but at this point, he was financing 2 expeditions. Now, regarding Amundsen's infatuation with flying over the North Pole, I'm going to save that story for next time. But before we finish today, I want to stay with the mod and wrap up that story. Okay, it was the summer of 1922. The mod was preparing to depart from Seattle. Its propellers had been repaired and the ship refitted and reprovisioned. She now had a crew of 8, led by Oscar Visky. Rothschild put on board to continue his extensive scientific work. Gennady Oliphant was also back with the crew. One very interesting addition to the ship was a small plane, a Curtiss Oriole. The Oriole was a 3-seat biplane. It was an all-purpose reliable aircraft. Amundsen had the plane shipped to Seattle in crates and loaded onto the mod. The idea was to put the plane together and use it for scouting and reconnaissance purposes in the Arctic. To that end, there was a pilot, a man named Bob Dahl. The mod departed Seattle in June 1922. The ship headed up the Alaskan coast, and near the top of Alaska, she dropped off Amundsen in his own airplane and pilot, which he would use the following summer for his attempt at flying over the Arctic. And with that, Amundsen was done with the mod, and would never see the ship again. The mod, commanded by Visky, sailed for the Arctic on July 28th, intent on catching the drift west that had thus far eluded them. Things, however, did not go as planned. The current took them above Wrangel Island, where they were frozen in for the winter. The next summer, they headed west. The problem is that the ship never caught the Arctic current that Amundsen had dreamed would take them to the North Pole. Instead, the mod spent 2 years working its way north and west, trying to find that Arctic drift. Now, along the way, I want to mention a couple of things. First, in July of 1923, one of the crew, Soren Severstein, died. The diagnosis was encephalitis. He was buried at sea in a body loaded with death in the ice. Second, remember that mod had brought along a plane. Well, on July 16, 1923, the plane, named Christine by Amundsen, after his love interest, Christine Brennan, conducted what was probably the first ever flight from the ice in the Arctic. The wheels had been replaced with skis. Dahl was the pilot, and Visky was on board as well. The short flight was a success, as was the second ride, but on the third flight, the landing gear collapsed, damaging the propeller. The Christine would never fly again in the Arctic. Dahl would later say the plane was totally unsuitable for Arctic conditions. The flights did demonstrate just how difficult it was going to be to take off and land on the ice pack. The mod went from Wrangel Island to above the New Siberian Islands, basically a third or so away over Russia. This was only a distance of about 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers. The ice and the current kept pushing the mod south towards the Siberian coast. they could not find the perfect drift. The mod spent the winter of 1923-24 trapped in the ice off the New Siberian Islands. In this time, Rusty was able to conduct some sledge journeys to the south and exchange telegrams with Amundsen. In February 1924, he was ordered to turn around and return to San Francisco if the mod could find the Arctic drift. A second telegram would follow 2 months later. The instructions were clear. Quote, go to Nome if possible. The expedition's financial situation is miserable. End quote. And with that, the Arctic drift journey was over. The mod broke out of the ice the following summer, sailed down the western side of the New Siberian Islands, and headed east along the Siberian coast. But the waters closed up on the vessel in just a month, forcing the crew to spend one final winter trapped in the Arctic. The ice released the mod the following summer, and she made her way back to Alaska in August of 1925. The ship had been in the ice for 3 years during this leg of the expedition. During that time, under the guidance of Ernest Schreiber, they conducted many scientific studies. The mod's journey had thus been a 7-year expedition. The vacation of the Northeast Passage was notable, but the team had not conducted a Arctic drift that had been the primary goal of the expedition. The mod expedition's greatest legacy was the wealth of scientific work done by Schreiber, and there was a lot of it. I took the hat to the man for all he had done. Schreiber went on to become a well-respected and decorated scientist who was the recipient of many awards and honors. I find some irony in that Amundsen didn't care about scientific work, but it was the scientific work that was really the important stuff done by the expedition. So again, kudos to Schreiber for all that he had done. So the mod was back to the United States, where she was probably seized to pay Amundsen's creditors. The ship was eventually auctioned off, bought by Hudson's Bay Company, and used as a supply vessel to the company's northern outposts. In 1926, she got stuck in the ice at Cambridge Bay in the Canadian Arctic. She sank 4 years later. Interestingly, the wreck is clearly visible just offshore and remained there for nearly a century. Then in 2011, plans were made to bring the wreck home. The hull was raised to the surface in 2016, and 2 years later, it was transported to Norway, a suburb of Oslo, which eventually launched a century earlier. The mod now resides at the Rothschild Museum in Poland, awaiting the construction of a permanent building to house her. Okay, that is it for the mod. The action has been, in the eyes of most people, including Amundsen, a failure. There had been some cool scientific stuff, but that was not very sexy. Reaching the North Pole would have been awesome, but that did not happen, not even close. Now, while the mod is back and the voyage complete, I want to say that we will talk more about the expedition in our next episode. And that's because we will need to increase our steps and pick up Amundsen as he prepares for his flight across the Arctic. And this is where I'm going to finish up for today. Next time, we will follow Amundsen as he attempts to fly over the North Pole in an airplane, not once, but twice. Okay, thank you very much for listening. I will see you next time. Take care. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. The airwavemedia.com for great shows, including my parenting and the history of China.
Hey guys, Mark Wahlberg here. Everybody say it before. Say it again. You guys have to check out this. It's really powerful. It's a 3-day channel. You even know that? Jonathan Rumi. Schmidt, truly the incredible book created by St. Jose Maria's favorite dialogue with back and lead us to weekly fasting challenges. We're meet millions of others around the world every day this month.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Arcane Magazine, and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business, and you just need answers. I find that. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Relieving you of your duty over there, and I'm just going to ask you straight up, why is your Twitter handle Protein Cream? So that's
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
From Disney on March 21st, the magical tale Snow White, Snow World that started it all.
I believe you're looking for me.
Arrives in theaters. Experience the Disney Plus like never before. Snow White, all in theaters March 21st. PG-13 suggested.
I got on season 2
This
of
episode is
Star
brought to you by
Trek.
Peacock, the new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Queen, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
I love you. You're so cool. Sometimes I wish this wasn't like a podcast that I had to keep moving on because I just want to stir the shit out of you right now. This is so fucking interesting. That's why.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 8 of our series on the Amundsen. Last time we wrapped up, for the most part, the Maud expedition. Today we will cover Amundsen's 3 attempts to fly a plane across the North Pole. One attempt will be a humiliating disaster. The other will be a disaster as well, probably not the way. If you wonder what that means, well, just hang on, we will talk about it in detail. So let us go back to January of 1922. The Maud was being repaired in Seattle. Amundsen headed to New York and then to Norway, his 2 foster daughters, Rita and Camilla, in tow. Amundsen's big problem at this time was money. He just didn't have any, and the Maud expedition didn't look like the kind of headline-grabbing exploit. He needed to get the cash flowing into the coffers. And that is when Amundsen latched onto the idea of airplanes. He'd always thought flight was the future of polar exploration, even trying to put a plane on the Maud. World War I had nixed that idea. But now, 4 years after the war, he revisited the concept. He not only revisited the idea, but he imagined that polar flight could be the eye-catching thing that would impact the world. People were fascinated by flight, and if he could do something that had never been done before, well, that would be a headline grabber and a rainmaker. And thus he pinned the economic hopes of the expedition on the airplane. Amundsen wanted to buy 2 planes, one intended for Maud and be used for scouting and reconnaissance. The other plane he would use to fly over the North Pole from Alaska to Spitsbergen, which is above Norway. This is about a 2,000-mile or 3,200-kilometer flight through freezing cold, fog, and nasty winds. He would be crossing over places never seen by anyone. Amundsen played up the idea that perhaps they would sight land in repellent ice, the last undiscovered places in the world. All of this was exciting stuff, and the press loved it, just as Amundsen had hoped. Amundsen quickly sold the rights to his story to newspapers and magazines, even sold film rights. He then began to meet with airplane manufacturers and eventually bought 2 planes, which he would pick up in New York. Now, on the voyage back from Norway to America, Amundsen met a pilot in the Norwegian Navy, Oscar Amdahl. Amundsen took a liking to the man and signed him up to be the pilot for the flight over the Arctic. So Amundsen was in New York. He'd gotten an infusion of cash from his friend and patron, Peter Christopherson, who had been so helpful on the South Pole expedition. And he now had 2 planes. One was a Curtiss Oriole, which we talked about last time. He had that shipped by rail to Seattle. It would go on the Arctic Drift with the Maud. The second plane was a German Junkers. It was bigger with a 9-person capacity and was a proven long-distance flyer. This is the plane Amundsen was going to fly over the North Pole. However, he and Amdahl would first fly the Junkers across the country to give it a full test run. By the way, the plane's manufacturer was a German aviation company, Junkers. If you see the spelling, it looks like Junkers, Junkers, but it is pronounced Junkers. Just thought I'd let you know that. Anyhow, Amundsen's plane to fly across the country went haywire almost from the start, when the plane's engine overheated and they had to make an emergency landing in Pennsylvania. The plane's wheels flipped the top of some trees as it came in for its landing. Thankfully, no one was hurt. The plane, however, was a total loss. As a result, the new aircraft, the Junkers, was located and shipped by rail to Seattle. The 2 planes, disassembled and in crates, were boarded onto the Maud. Soon the expedition, or shall we say expeditions, were underway. It was June of 1922, and the destination is Nome, Alaska. Amundsen, by the way, was not on the Maud. It was overloaded and unwieldy. It tossed about badly in the ocean, which made him seasick. This took a passenger ship to Nome, where he then joined the Maud. From there, the ship sailed up the Alaskan coast to the town of Wainwright, which is almost, but not quite, to the tip-top of Alaska. In Wainwright, Amundsen and Amdahl were dropped off along with the Junkers aircraft. The Maud then set out on the final leg of its journey, which we talked about last time. In one day, Amundsen and Amdahl built a primitive hangar to store the plane. The location had a good beach on the ocean, which would make for a nice runway. Amdahl began to put the anchors together. Now, no flight was going to happen in 1912 too. There was just too much to do with the plane, and the weather would be too poor when it was actually ready. The ideal time to conduct a polar flight was in late spring or early summer. That meant 1923. Amundsen decided that a winter in the right was not that appealing. There was, after all, little he could do to help repair the plane. That was Amdahl's area of expertise. And so he headed south to Rome with a dog sled team, traveling 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers through the snow at a pace of about 50 miles a day. Not bad for a guy who just turned 15 years old and was suffering from all sorts of injuries. Amundsen had boasted to people that the doctors had told him not to do such hard work, but he deprived him of his efforts. And so Amundsen enjoyed Rome for the winter. There was lots more to do there than in Wainwright. Plus, he kept in touch with people via mail and telegram, promoting the expeditions and trying to figure out his finances. The latter were touchy. The cashier who really needed the North Pole flight to work. Amundsen headed back to Wainwright by sled in April of 1923. He arrived on May 9th. The Yunkers, which Amundsen named Elizabeth, which was the middle name of his romantic interest, Christine Bennett, had been put together by Amdahl. The wheels had been replaced with skis. The flight across the North Pole was set for June 20th. The initial test run would be May 11th. The first flight of the Elizabeth went well at first. The plane took off just fine, then flew around the area for about 15 minutes. However, when the Yankees came in for a landing on a cloud field of snow, the left speed crumbled. The plane spun in circles, scraping up the wings. No one was injured, but the plane had suffered severe damage. Over the next month, Amdahl repaired the plane, reinforcing the landing structure. The second test flight was held on June 10th, and the result was worse as it accidentally broke takeoff. Amundsen was in a pickle, and had sunk his fortune into the expedition. He had begged and borrowed his fortune to keep it going. He had people counting on him. The Norwegian government had sent a ship to Spitsbergen to meet him at the end of his flight. But it was futile to keep things going. The plane could not be fixed. Amundsen thus called off his proposed flight to cross the North Pole. The plane was dismantled and abandoned. It was devastating to Amundsen. He had never failed in such a spectacular fashion. Amundsen initially blamed Amdahl for the fiasco, but the truth is that the Yankees was ill suited for the impact of landing on skis. Now, this is a good moment to point out that this was not the Amundsen of old. In the man's younger years, he had been knee-deep in the planning of the flight, including the details of the plane. And at this time, if he had simply talked to the designers of the universe, they would have told him that what he wanted to do, landing the plane on skis instead of wheels, was unlikely to work. I mean, just a little bit of research and labor would have saved Amundsen from making such a huge mistake. In the end, the fourth flight was a humiliating experience, probably the worst in Amundsen's life. He had failed completely. And in doing so, he lost all the revenues he had been counting on. It was a devastating financial blow, but it was only going to get worse. Let us talk about Amundsen's finances. For that, I want to back up a bit in our story and introduce a new character, and that is Håkon Hammer, a Danish shipbroker and businessman. Amundsen had met him in the United States, and he had made various proposals to help Amundsen raise funds for his expeditions. Now, Amundsen had generally relied on his brother Leon for handling his financial affairs. He disliked dealing with money, saying, quote, I had always had to rely upon others for the management of any business details. Thus far, my trust in others in these matters had never caused me any trouble. I did what I was told, and everything came out all right. End quote. Well, Leon Amundsen saw that Hammer was trouble. The guy had been involved in several shady deals, and Leon pointed this out to his brother. Amundsen thus backed away from Hammer for a time, but as his money needs became somewhat dire, he allowed Hammer to take over aspects of his business dealings. Hammer was a big talker and blowhard who always promised a lot, but rarely delivered. He ended up making all sorts of deals and arrangements for Amundsen, but many of those deals had been reliant on Amundsen successfully completing the North Pole flight. That, of course, didn't happen, and Amundsen was left owing more than $20,000 to a variety of investors. Amundsen was so desperate for money, he kept working with Hammer into 1924 before finally realizing what the guy had done to his finances. Amundsen would finally cut ties with the man and brand him a, quote, criminal opportunist, end quote. Of course, Amundsen had been warned about Hammer if he had chosen to ignore those warnings because of his desperate financial situation. Now, as 1924 rolled around, Amundsen still had dreams of flying over the Arctic. He even signed a contract to buy 3 planes for $40,000 each, but he didn't have money for them. Heck, he couldn't pay off his own debts. Things were bleak. Now, Amundsen had several valuable properties, as well as the log. The latter was stuck in the ice, so that couldn't help him. But the properties, well, they had value. Now, I want to say that at this point, we get some conflicting information about Amundsen's financial affairs. Some sources say that Amundsen wanted to sell the properties to pay his debts, but his brother wouldn't let him. Others say that his brother wanted the properties sold. No matter what the truth, Amundsen decided to file for bankruptcy. This caused a wedge to form between Amundsen and his brother, a relationship that had been critical to Amundsen's success for 25 plus years. And that broken relationship caused a further whittling down of people that Amundsen could trust. There were fewer and fewer of them with each passing year. The other thing bankruptcy did was to turn the press and public against Amundsen. The failed flight over had been met with mocking stories. I mean, who doesn't like to tear down the hero? But Amundsen's financial collapse was personal, especially in Norway. Sure, he had done some great things, but he had also been given lots and lots of money over the years, more than $1 million krona, by the Norwegian government and the Norwegian people. It hurt them to hear stories of how he had wasted so much cash, much of it public funding. And then there was the Mon expedition. He had set out on that nearly 6 years earlier, and it was still out there. But Amundsen wasn't with them. That didn't sit right with some people. I mean, many were sympathetic, but most people saw Amundsen as a washed-up adventurer who had abandoned the Mon, had failed miserably in his last venture, and then declared bankruptcy to avoid his responsibilities. When the bankruptcy became a fact, the newspapers reported that Amundsen owed around 350,000 krona to a variety of creditors. And thus, Amundsen's start had faded. He had no money, no airplanes, no expedition. His relationship with Christine Bennett was in the process of fizzling out. He was estranged from his brother. He enjoyed some time with his 2 foster daughters, Nina and Camilla, but after 2 years in Norway, he returned to Alaska and then went to live with Camilla's family across the Bering Strait to East Cape, Siberia. The family eventually moved to the Vancouver area to escape the Bolsheviks, where both girls ended up marrying and raising families. And so Amundsen was a lonely, bitter, and aging man. Many who knew him thought he was a wreck, and wondered if he was suffering mental issues. In the fall of 1924, he headed to the United States for a lecture tour to try and raise some much-needed cash. But things didn't go well. The people just weren't turning out like they had in the past. In October 1924, Amundsen said, quote, "It seemed to me that all channels were now closed to me, and that my career as a poet scholar had ended in a disgraceful way," end quote. He then added, quote, "I was nearer to dark despair than ever before," end quote. Frankly, if Amundsen was ever going to jumpstart his career as an explorer and adventurer, he needed America. And then on October 8, 1924, while at his hotel in New York, Amundsen received a phone call. It was from a man named Ellsworth. Ellsworth told him, quote, "I am an amateur interested in exploration, and I might be able to supply some money for another expedition," end quote. And with that, old Amundsen had found his miracle. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers the next level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. You will love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
Ryan Reynolds here from Midmobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've mentioned. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I do. Have one of your assistant's assistants switch you to Midmobile today. I'm told it's super easy to do at midmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, and full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Keep returns at mintmobile.com.
Lincoln Ellsworth was a wealthy American and he changed Amundsen's life. Ellsworth was a 44-year-old engineer pilot who had been on 2 small expeditions to South America. The guy worshipped Amundsen. He had even applied to go on the Maud expedition back in 1918, but had been rejected at the time. The most important thing was that Ellsworth had access to money, lots of it. His father, James Ellsworth, was a millionaire, making his fortune in coal. The town of Ellsworth, Pennsylvania, is named after him. As I said, Ellsworth would change Amundsen's life. He could offer Amundsen 2 things. First, money. And second was his unflagging support and enthusiasm. Amundsen needed that more than ever before. Ellsworth's confidence in Amundsen helped reassure him that he wasn't a has-been. And so the 2 men would form a partnership. Ellsworth would provide the cash for plans, and the plan was to attempt another flight across the North Pole in the summer of 1925. The expedition was to be led by Amundsen and fly under the Norwegian flag. Now, there was one issue with the Amundsen-Ellsworth partnership, and that was Daddy, who controlled the family's purse strings. James Ellsworth was 75 years old and in poor health. He fretted about the welfare of his only son. Flying was risky stuff. Flying over the North Pole was, well, beyond risky stuff. Lincoln Ellsworth enrolled Amundsen with us go to Ohio to meet with the elder Ellsworth at the family estate. Here, Amundsen laid out his plans. And things would go well. When Amundsen left, he went back into the tune of things like $1,000. Now, there was one stipulation. James Ellsworth insisted that his son give up smoking, which he argued was not good for him. Lincoln agreed, although he never followed up with the promise. No matter, Amundsen and his Arctic flight had the financing it needed. When word got out, the press was enthusiastic. Having the American connection was a boon for Amundsen, as this was not just a Norwegian expedition. All this basically gave Amundsen back his swagger. He was cocky and assured, and he spoke to the press. He then talked about the idea of finding new lands in the Arctic. He said such places could be used as bases at air stations for future flights over the pole. And the press loved it. The plan this time was to fly from Spitsbergen to the North Pole and then Alaska. Magazine and newspaper rights were sold by Amundsen. The planes were ordered. And speaking of planes, let's talk about those. These planes were German designed Dornier DOJ Vols. Vol, W-A-L, is rail in German. The Vol was a big seaplane with 2 engines and capable of carrying up to 1,000 people. It was a rugged plane and was known for its ability to fly long distances. The Vol is called a flying bird or seaplane, and that is very accurate. If you take away the wings, it looks like a bird or a single big cartoon. It didn't have wheels or skis to land on because it was a boat, but the Vol could take off and land from the ice. That's exactly what Amundsen was looking for. On our website, explorerspodcast.com, I linked to some videos of the Dornier DOJ Vol. Check them out if you want. The plane is pretty cool, and I don't think I do justice describing it, so the video helps. Anyhow, the planes were boxed up and shipped to Spitsbergen, where they were then assembled. The plan was to fly both planes to the North Pole. They would land there if possible. If anything happened to one plane, the other one could land and rescue the other team. And speaking of the team, Amundsen got his men together for the flight. It would consist of him and 5 others. One plane would have Hjalmar Larsen as the pilot, Amundsen as the navigator, and Carl Voigt, a German, as the mechanic. The second plane was piloted by Leif Dietrichson, with Ellsworth as the navigator, and Oscar Amdahl, from Amundsen's previous flight attempt over the pole, as the mechanic. Hjalmar Larsen was the key person of this group. He, more than Amundsen, took care of the details surrounding the preparation of the planes for the Arctic flight. Amundsen was the face of the enterprise, but Reiser Larsen handled the logistics. I want to note that Reiser Larsen is the man's full last name. It's hyphenated. Amundsen did a publicity tour of the United States in January 1925, ginning up interest in the upcoming flight. Ellsworth ran into some issues with his father, who again expressed concern about his son's safety. His father was seriously ill at this time and wanted the expedition stopped. At one point, he even called the White House and asked that his son's passport be canceled. Amundsen would smooth things over by offering James Ellsworth some vague promises about the safety of his son and taking some of the expedition's plans. The flight moved forward, but the Ellsworths were not happy with each other, and when Lincoln left for Europe in March, his father stubbornly refused to see his son off, which, as we shall see, was a shame. The two planes and the 16 members arrived in Europe before heading north, converging in April at the small coal mining settlement of Muljan, also called Kings Bay, on the island of Spitsbergen. For the sake of the expedition, the two Golden Balls were designated as planes M24 and M25, and I will refer to them as such going forward. Supplies, gear, food, everything needed for the flight arrived and was packed up and ready to depart. The planes were heavily loaded, above and beyond the recommended weight limits. There were tents and skis, guns, film cameras, even a canoe. This was all in case the planes landed and elected to go exploring, or if the planes went down and they had to make their way back to safety on their own. Journalists also arrived in Spitsbergen to cover the event. And so Amundsen and his team got ready for the departure, but the exact date was uncertain. And that's because Amundsen had to wait until he got ideal weather conditions. He wanted things to be clear of fog and snowstorms, and with as little rain as possible. The moment of departure finally arrived on May 21st, 1925. The planes were originally supposed to take off from the water, but it was ultimately decided to take off from the ice of the fjord. At 5:10 p.m., the M25, with Reiser Larsen, Amundsen, and Foyt, lifted up into the sky. M24, with Dietrichson, Ellsworth, and Baumgall, followed. On takeoff, the M24 suffered some damage at the bottom of the plane, but the wind did not get seriously at the time. Soon the two planes were off, and Amundsen's quest to fly to the North Pole was underway. The flight of the N-24 and N-25 went well to start. They left Spitsbergen in their wake, went across the open water, and then came to a pole on its cap. Amundsen was struck at how absolutely desolate everything was below them. Now, the plan was for the planes, if possible, to land at the North Pole, but making proper geographic calculations from a moving plane was impossible. At some point, they would need to land. The planes moved north at a steady pace at an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 feet, or 600 to 900 meters. After 8 hours in the air, they had covered 600 miles, or 1,000 kilometers, and used up roughly half of their fuel. It was now that Amundsen decided to land the plane, so they could figure out exactly where they were. He thought they were going near the pole. Another reason to land was the plane had some reserve fuel tanks, but the fuel couldn't be transferred to the plane's main tanks while they were in the air. They had to be on the ground to do that, and they needed that fuel to go forward. Reiser Larsen spotted a lock channel of open water and brought the plane in for a landing. However, on the way down, one of the engines began to sputter. Reiser Larsen quickly landed the plane on the water before anything could go wrong. The plane barely had enough water to land, coming to a stop right in front of an iceberg. They had narrowly avoided a disaster. Calculations put the plane at 87 degrees, 43 minutes north. They were roughly 150 miles, or 240 kilometers, from the North Pole. I want to note that the two planes did not have any radios, so there was no way for them to communicate with one another. Anyhow, N-24 had seen the other plane head towards the ice pack, but didn't know exactly where they had set down. After about 10 minutes, they left to do that as well. Dietrichson, the pilot, found some open water and came in for a landing. However, the channel that Dietrichson had selected wasn't long enough, and when N-24 came down this plane, it ran out of open water before it came to a full stop. And thus, at the end of the channel, it bounced up onto the ice. Everyone on the plane was all right, but the N-24's hull was breached and it began to kick in the water. Plus, one of the engines was damaged. The men knew the plane was flying again. Now, the two planes had both landed, but neither really knew anything about the other than they had landed. The next day, the men of N-24 climbed a comet, which is a ridge of ice that forms when two ice floes come together, and they could see N-25 about 3 miles or 5 kilometers away. The two groups waved some flags to acknowledge each other, but they had no way to communicate. The landscape between the planes was covered in hummocks, crevices, open water, and ice. It was not going to be an easy trek. Over at the N-25, the men had a different challenge: save the plane from getting frozen into the ice. Remember, the M25 had come to rest in the water. The men had to constantly chip away at the edges of the plane to prevent ice from forming around it. They tried to haul around to the solid ice pack, but it was impossible with just 3 men. After a couple of days, the men of the M24 attempted to speed the M25's position. The jagged ice and rough terrain made it difficult. Open water completely stopped them. They retreated to their camp. The next day, the 3 men set out again. This time, the open water that thwarted them had frozen over. Each of the men were carrying packs weighing more than 100 pounds or 50 kilograms. They hesitated to risk crossing the ice, but they knew they might not have another chance for days, even weeks, and so across the ice they went. And of course, the ice broke. Dietrichson and Amdahl went into the water, and Ellsworth a few moments later. Ellsworth was able to get to the solid ice and pull himself out of the water. He then took a ski and held it up to Dietrichson, who grabbed it and was pulled to safety. As for Amdahl, he struggled with his pack getting down. The current was threatening to not just pull him out of the water, but ended to get to the ice. As he struggled to stay afloat, Amdahl yelled out, quote, "I'm gone, I'm gone." He was sinking. Ellsworth grabbed the man, then used the ski to cut the strap out of Amdahl's pack. The pack fell away, and Ellsworth was able to pull Amdahl onto the ice. Amdahl was barely conscious. He had sustained some cuts and had lost several teeth. Thankfully, the 3 men were getting by Amundsen and Reiser Larson, who had come up to aid them. Soon, all 6 men were gathered at the camp of M25. It had taken nearly 5 days for them to reunite. Now, several important things. First, the M24 was not salvageable. All 6 men were going to have to fly off the ice pack in the M25. Second, going back to Spitsbergen was now the plan. Deal was tight, and adding the other 3 men would further weigh down the plane. And third, getting the plane off the Arctic ice pack was now the main challenge. Regarding this, the wall needed a long runway to gather up enough power to take flight. The channel of open water was not long enough to do this, not even close. A runway would have to be built on the ice pack, which meant making a runway of at least 1,500 feet or 460 meters. The men would thus have to start the process of creating this runway. Amundsen, who in his life had rarely been in dire circumstances such as this, reacted very much like the leader he was. He took charge, organizing the men of the teams so they could efficiently work, eat, and sleep. They outpulled the runway and then leveled the ice. Amundsen also figured out the food situation, calculating that they had rations until mid-June, roughly 3 weeks. And so the work began. The first thing they did was pull the M25 onto the ice and out of the water. They had not been able to do this for 8 people, but at 6 they made it happen. Next, the men had to clear the snow from the runway and smooth the ice. This would be a big task over the next few weeks. Now, things were not necessarily comfortable for them now. They were being washed, so they were all filthy. And they got sick due to the cold and hard work. And it was difficult to sleep due to the cramped quarters and the fact that the sun was set. Trips were made to the M24 and some extra fuel brought back. Also, there were basic scientific measurements made regarding ocean currents and depth and water temperature. The biggest danger was the shifting ice. There was always the chance the ice could open up under their feet, and the shifting ice caused frustrations and halted the runway when they were trying to make. They would clear and smooth a section of the runway and have it all knocked up the next day. They just had to do it over again. For 3 weeks, Amundsen and the men worked to ready the runway. Food was low and Amundsen pulled the line of rations. Breakfast was hot chocolate and 3 crackers. Lunch was a cup of soup. Dinner was more crackers and some chocolate. The men weren't getting enough food and it lacked nutrition. They were frustrated and anxious. Everyone's nerves were fraying. On June 15th, the runway was deemed ready. Amundsen estimated that the team had moved 500 tons of ice in 24 days to make it happen. The weather, however, was not good due to heavy fog, but there would be no delay. Who knows when the fog would lift, and if they waited, the ice might decide to break up around them. It was now or never. The men unloaded everything they did not need from the M25, including tents, guns, skis, books, the movie camera, and the canoe. Everything went to shed weight. They only had one chance at this. Reiser Larson was the pilot. Amundsen sat beside him in the front of the plane. The other 4 men piled into the back. Reiser Larson fired up the engines. So far, so good. The big sailing boat's engines roared, and they began to move. The plane nearly tipped on her side early on, but Reiser Larson righted the flag and kept her on course. It was a bumpy ride. At the end of the runway, there was a 20 to 25 foot high, or 78 meter, ridge of ice. As the plane picked up speed, Ricer Larson lifted her off the ice. That was the first big step. Next, they had to clear the ridge of ice. Everyone held their breath as the plane neared the end of the runway, the ridge of ice looming before them. Amundsen said, quote, "Thoughts and sensations crowd fast at such a moment. The seconds seemed terrible hours. But we did clear it. We could not have had more than an inch to spare." End quote. The Donier DOJ ball rose into the sky and turned south under the dense fog, aiming for Spitsbergen. They had done it. Now they had to get home. The plane flew for 8.5 hours without sighting land. There was only 30 minutes of fuel remaining. It was then that land was sighted, Spitsbergen. Amundsen opened up the last box of chocolate bars and passed them around to celebrate. The N-25 had one final nervous moment, and that was when Ricer Larson took the plane in for a landing. The plane had developed a steering problem, and when Ricer Larson began to descend, the plane went down in a sudden, rapid fashion. Ricer Larson adjusted as best as he could and took aim for the water. A very bumpy and nerve-wracking landing followed, but the N-25 made it. Ricer Larson had done a superb job. Now the seaplane was not down in the water. They could fire up their engines and move around just like a boat. And it wasn't long before a ship, a sealer, was sighted, and the N-25 taxied out to meet it. The sailors on the ship were astounded. The men in the plane were filthy and nearly unrecognizable. It was said the sailors recognized Amundsen due to his long, hawk-like nose. When they realized who was before them, one of the men said, quote, "You're all supposed to be dead," end quote. It turns out that rescue operations had been going on for weeks, but everyone had pretty much given up on the man. The sailor towed the N-25 back to Kings Bay, where all the miners and sailors had a great time celebrating the return of Amundsen and his team. And it didn't take long for the world to find out that the great Roald Amundsen was alive, and with the story that would sell newspapers and magazines. Amundsen was always most proud that his expedition went off without any major problems or drama. Well, the flight of the N-24 and N-25 was easy with drama. No, they had not reached the North Pole or flown over, but they had survived for nearly a month just 150 miles from the pole. They had fought plane wrecks, flying into ice, starvation, and all that the Arctic could throw at them in their new time. That no one died, and there were tough times surrounding the expedition. Frankly, it was a glorious failure, which Amundsen usually despised, but this time he ate it up. The world loved the story. He was again a hero. The Donier Ball was repaired, and Amundsen and his team flew it to Oslo, where more than 50,000 people were waiting to give the men a hero's welcome. Some have said that the great celebration was the happiest moment of Amundsen's life. I mean, after more than a decade, he was back on top. People loved him. His life of calling was, again, validated. A few notes regarding the expedition. Lincoln Ellsworth was incredibly thrilled to be recognized as a serious explorer. He was given a gold medal for his daring and risky deed of saving the lives of Von Dalton and Dietrichson. But on a sad note, we returned to find out that his father had died on June 2nd, while his only son had been lost on the Arctic ice. Regarding this, it did open up the opportunities for Amundsen, as Lincoln Ellsworth had inherited his father's fortune. Ellsworth would be able to spend his money Halliburton London, and another practice flying over the North Pole was what he had in mind. Even before leaving on the most recent flight, Amundsen had been alerted by Ricer Larson to the availability of a dirigible and airship in Italy. The cost had been prohibitive at the time, but not anymore. Now the pockets had been Ellsworth. Ellsworth would offer for up $100,000 to buy the airship. And it wasn't long before Amundsen and Ellsworth, along with Ricer Larson, were planning another attempt at flying across the North Pole. By the way, the major reason for wanting to use an airship for the next trip was Amundsen had come to realize that planes had a speed of efficient and ice, and that was taking off. If you needed space and length to gather enough speed and power to get off, that was difficult, if not impossible, flying down the ice path. And thus, an airship was the ticket Amundsen was looking for. And so, Amundsen and his partners circled 1926 for their next flight, this in an airship. The name would be the Nova, which means Nova. But that would be for next time. The only other note I have for this episode is that in August of 1925, the module returned from the Arctic, which we talked about last time. That officially ended the model expedition. Okay, that is it for today's episode. I hope you enjoyed it. Next time, join us for what will be the final episode in our series on Amundsen. We will make one final epic go for the whole deal with air, and then wrap up the life of the man many consider to be the greatest polar explorer of all time. Thank you very much for listening. Take care. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com for other great shows, including the Box of Oddities and the Dark Histories podcast.
Hey guys, I'm Goldberg here. You heard me say it before. Say it again. You guys have to check out
writing and not talk about something as awesome as Netflix is a negative. And with your likability, you're gonna, I think, do really well if you want to. So,
lead us for weekly fasting millions of others around the world every day this Lent.
It's been done anyway. Record your sets though.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
So it recently came out that Russell Wilson, the quarterback.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
At T-Mobile, our critical mission is providing unparalleled 5G coverage for when connectivity is mission critical. Introducing T-Priority, America's best 5G network experience for first responders, even in times of congestion. More capacity, faster speeds, better coverage. T-Priority from T-Mobile. Built for tomorrow's emergencies. Ready today. Discover more at t-priority.com. Organizations
There's nothing worse than an insecure.
This episode is brought to you by Peacock, the new Peacock original documentary, Matthew Perry, a Hollywood tragedy, dives deep into the beloved actor's rise to fame and his tragic death. 5 people, including Perry's personal assistant, 2 medical doctors, and an alleged Hollywood drug dealer known as the Ketamine Crowd, were charged with conspiracy to illegally provide Perry with the ketamine. Explore the details of the case in this heartbreaking special, streaming now only on Peacock.
2 years. Where are you from?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today we have episode number 9 in our series on Will Amundsen. Last time I said this would be the final episode in the series, but that is wrong. There will be one more after this. There's just so much to tell you, so there will be a 10th episode. Today we take Amundsen on his next great adventure and attempt to fly an airship over the North Pole. Last time we covered Amundsen's 2 attempts to fly in a plane across the Arctic. They were both failures, but the second attempt was what we like to call on the show a heroic failure. Amundsen and his team had been stuck near the North Pole for a month and had barely made it back to civilization. Everyone thought Amundsen and his team were dead, but the cagey Viking had come roaring back to the cheers of the world, who loved his story of adversity, ingenuity, and grit. Roald Amundsen was back on top. With funding from his friend and colleague, Lincoln Ellsworth, Amundsen set his sights on another attempt across the Arctic, but this time not in a plane. This would be an airship, a dirigible. The big reason for this was that Amundsen had found out that airplanes had a serious issue in the polar regions. They needed long runways to gather enough power to take off. With the ever-shifting ice pack of the Arctic, that was never a guarantee. An airship would solve this problem. In fact, one had already crossed the Atlantic. Now, dirigibles were incredibly expensive, but Ellsworth had pledged $100,000 to the project.
Attention from girls. It's also known as the Drake effect.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast. This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Mission. $25 a night for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a night, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. When you join Metro Plus Tax, for limited time is subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Hey, it's Bill Simmons from the Bill Simmons Podcast here to tell you about Michelob Ultra Courtside. Getting fans closer to the NBA with a chance to win prizes like courtside seats, the trip to All-Star Weekend, and much more. Check it out at MichelobUltra.com/courtside. Michelob Ultra Superior Access, Courtside 24-25 sweepstakes, no purchase necessary. Public U.S. Holdings 21 Act begins on October 1st, 2024 and July 1st, 2025. Multiple entry periods. Visit MichelobUltra.com/courtside for free entry. Entry deadlines. Message and data rates may apply. Void. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we start a new series, which will be an epic one. This on Norwegian polar explorer, Roald Amundsen. Amundsen is perhaps the greatest polar explorer ever, and one of the most accomplished explorers in history. He is also one of the most requested subjects for me to cover on this show. The list of big stuff he did includes the following: the first person to reach the South Pole, which he is most famous for; the first person to reach the North Pole by air, which he did in an airship; the first person to complete the Northwest Passage by boat; the second person to complete the Northeast Passage by boat, which is above Russia and Siberia. In doing this, he became the first person to complete both the Northwest and Northeast Passages. He did all of those things as the head of an expedition. In addition, he was also an important part of the first expedition, the winter south of the Antarctic Circle. That was the Belgica expedition, in which he was third in command. That's an incredible list. To have done one of those things is pretty amazing. To have done it all is, well, whatever word is beyond extraordinary. Amundsen was a part of a new era of explorers, men seeking to do cool stuff for the sake of doing cool stuff. For him, exploring was about the satisfaction of accomplishing things that no one else had ever done before. Many people have looked at Amundsen as this sort of machine, incredibly focused individual who set aside all things to reach a goal. And there's some truth to that, although it's a very simplistic view. Interestingly, despite all he did in his life, Amundsen was never really embraced by the public like his peers were, such as Shackleton, Perry, and Scott. People wanted him and acknowledged what he had done. But the man had sort of a dour face with a long hawk-like nose. He was direct, opinionated, and stubborn, and must make too many enemies in his lifetime. And he was not a big self-promoter. Also, the simple fact that he was a Norwegian played against him. English was not his first language. Thus, he didn't always display the humor and charm of Shackleton, or give off the proper stuffed shirt appeal of Rabbi and Scott. Perhaps most importantly, some in the press, especially the British press, never forgave Amundsen for swooping in and taking away the prize at the South Pole from Robert Falcon Scott. That is a story we will talk about later in this series. And finally, Amundsen found the majority of satisfaction in overcoming tragedy. To him, he avoided these things by being prepared and ready to adapt to circumstances. The greatness we see in someone like Shackleton or Scott is often rooted in mistakes they made, and how they overcame them or didn't overcome them. Amundsen was ruthlessly efficient, and it will make a lot of what he goes through, shall we say, lacking in drama, for want of a better term. The thing is that the public eats up tragedy and drama. Stuff goes wrong, perfect. People dying, great. That sort of stuff sold for papers, not someone setting up a picture-perfect scheme and executing it efficiently. That means Amundsen simply wasn't the draw compared to other explorers. In some ways, you could say he was too good at what he did. All of that said, Roald Amundsen was a unique individual. Perhaps no explorer I have ever covered was so single-minded and focused. He endured incredible hardships, got things done, and was beloved by his men for his fierce loyalty to them. So today we are going to cover two parts of Amundsen's life. The first will be his early years. We will see how he, even as a teenager, set out as a polar explorer. The second part of this episode will cover Amundsen's first major voyage, the Belgica expedition. For that, he would be the first officer or third in command, as well as a key figure in that landmark endeavor. And that leads me to two notes for today. First note, regarding the Belgica expedition, I did a series on that topic a year or so ago, and it was a fascinating subject. Amundsen is really important to the series, and I gave a great detail about the expedition. Thus, I encourage you to listen to that after this episode, if you have not done so. What we'll do for this episode is talk about the Belgica's voyage at a higher level, and focus on Amundsen's role in the expedition. We will especially look at how it shaped him, so that he will be ready to step up as an expedition leader in the future.
Second note, I put a map of the Belgica expedition on the website explorerspodcast.com. Check that out if you want to. Okay, that is it for notes. Let's get rolling with our series on Roald Amundsen. Roald Engelbrecht Gravlin Amundsen was born on July 16, 1872 in Borge, Oslo, Norway, which is about 50 miles or 80 kilometers to the south of present-day Oslo, the capital of Norway. Roald means glorious in the region. By the way, Oslo was, during most of Amundsen's life, known as Christiania. It was changed to Oslo in 1925, restoring the city's original Nordic name. Roald's father was Jens Amundsen, and his mother, Anna Henrika Gustava Sackquist, who was 16 years younger than her husband. Jens was a ship captain and ship owner. He was prosperous and successful. He was known as an astute businessman, and at one point came to own 22 or 30 ships. The number depends on the source you read. The man who owned and captained a ship was viewed with respect in Norway, and despite the growing number of vessels added to his portfolio, Jens never stopped sailing. His wife had even accompanied him, and the couple's first son was born in China. Jens was described as a good captain. He was a disciplinarian, but not a despot. He knew his stuff and could perform virtually any duty on the ship. He was fair and even-handed. He made decisions quickly and with thought, and stuck to those decisions. Jens and Hannah would have 4 children, 5 boys, the youngest being Roald. At Hannah's insistence, he moved to Christiania and lived in his home, complete with servants. But outside the back door, there was a forested backcountry perfect for adventurous young boys. Jens Amundsen was known as a stern father, but fair. He ran his household pretty much like he ran a ship. He gave the boys a lot of freedom to explore, learn, and grow from their own mistakes and successes. Roald would say his father once told him, quote, "I don't want you to get into any fights, but if you must, get in the first blow and see that's enough." End quote. This was a philosophy that Roald Amundsen would embrace early on. The idea of if you're going to do something, you commit to it and you do it right. He would inherit many of his father's sensibilities, except for his business skills. Roald's lack of financial awareness would haunt him all of his life. Hannah would also have a large influence on Roald as well, but in different ways. She insisted the boys receive a good education and encouraged them to read and explore cultural opportunities. This was one of the reasons she wanted to move to Christiania. Also, Hannah Amundsen would dream of a different life for her youngest son. The 3 older boys became a part of the family business, becoming sailors. But life at sea was dangerous, and so she set her sights on Roald becoming a doctor. He would reluctantly play along. By the way, Amundsen's mother is referred to as Hannah, as well as Gustava in various texts. And then in 1886, Jens Amundsen died while at sea at the age of 66. Roald was only 14 years old at the time of his death. Of it, he wrote, quote, "It is hard to lose such a father, but it was God's will, and the will of God must be fulfilled." End quote. Amundsen was not particularly religious, and never would be, despite the references to God. What he was stoic, even as a teenager. Life happened, so be it. He was not one to dwell on problems or setbacks. Just accept them, learn from them, and move on. So while Amundsen was not a great student, he did have a love for reading. Adventure stories were his favorites, and he even learned English so he could read books about life outside of Norway. His favorite books were about explorer John Franklin. Of these books, he said, quote, "I read them with a fervent fascination, which has shaped the whole course of my life." End quote. Franklin was the commander of the Franklin expedition, which went missing in the 1840s looking for the Northwest Passage, the worst disaster in the history of polar exploration. For 25 years before that, Sir John had gone exploring overland in the Canadian Arctic. It was some especially awful stuff: murder, cannibalism, starvation, suffering. At one point, Franklin and his men even attempted to eat the leather of their boots. Anyhow, Amundsen was so fascinated by Franklin's writings that he developed a desire to go through the same hardships endured by him and his men. He wrote, quote, "The thing in Sir John's narrative that appealed to me most strongly was the suffering he and his men endured. A strange ambition burned within me to endure those same sufferings." End quote. And thus, by age 15, Roald Amundsen had it in his heart to become a polar explorer. He said that from that point in his life, everything he did was aimed at becoming an explorer. Well, not necessarily everything. He had his mother, and her heart was set on him becoming a doctor. He admits it was her desire, not his, and he went along with it because he was a beautiful son. And while he attended school with middling results, his real desire was to make himself an explorer. He lived outdoors where possible, exploring the hills and mountains, and training himself in body and mind for some great adventure. He loved skiing and slept at night with his window open, even in the winter, saying it would toughen him up for future challenges. Now, in 1889, something would happen that would only encourage Amundsen to further pursue his dreams, and that was when Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen returned from becoming the first person, along with 5 companions, to cross Greenland. It was a great story, and covered in this podcast for 2 years ago, that had Nansen appear in Norway. Nansen's deeds involved the nation and Amundsen, the tall, handsome man set into Christianity to the cheers of thousands. Amundsen is there. He dreamed of emulating Nansen, saying, quote, "With beating heart, I walked that day among the banners and cheers, and all the dreams of my boyhood woke the start of life." End quote. Nansen, by the way, did something unique on his crossing of Greenland. He had gone from the desolate east side to the populated west side. In doing this, he deliberately cut off his lines of retreat. It was an old and desperate military tactic. You offer your men only one option: move forward or die. Nansen was also innovative, designing new sleds and a new fuel-saving stove to operate in the sub-zero conditions. He also used dogs and skis. The champion using a small, highly trained team, giving the expedition speed and flexibility. Nansen's expedition was Norway's introduction into the world of exploration, and in a lot of ways, it set the stage for what the Norwegians were good at. They were at home in the snow, cold, and ice. This was a nation of sailors, going back before the Vikings. Skiing was Norway's favorite sport and passion. This made Norway the natural leader to explore the cold realms. By the way, Norway was at this time a part of the Kingdom of Sweden, but there was a burgeoning nationalistic movement amongst the Norwegians, who ran for about 2 million people. Nansen was one of the world's first world heroes of the modern era, but it was more than that. There was an emerging intellectual and artistic movement within the nation. This was the awakening of Norwegian culture that would, within a decade, result in the establishment of the nation of Norway. Anyhow, Amundsen continued to ski and hike and challenge himself physically. As for school, he barely passed his secondary education classes and entered the Royal Norwegian Private University of Christiania. This was the only university in Norway at the time. He began the curriculum to become a doctor, as his mother desired, but Amundsen said, quote, "I was a worse than indifferent student," end quote. In February 1893, Amundsen went and saw Norwegian polar explorer Ivan Astrup give a talk. Astrup had been a part of the American explorer Robert Peary's Greenland explorations. The man touted the benefits of using dogs and sleds, as well as the wealth of knowledge available from the local people. These are lessons that Amundsen would never forget. At the same time, Fridtjof Nansen was getting his expedition going, and Amundsen closely followed the construction of Nansen's new ship, the Fram, which unknown to Amundsen would play a large part in his future. The combination of Nansen's upcoming expedition, the building of the Fram, and Astrup's visit only got Amundsen more excited about polar exploration. As for school, it got so bad he was on the verge of failing. He would, however, not be forced to confess his failings to his mother, and that's because she died in the fall of 1893 at the age of 56 after catching pneumonia. Amundsen was 21 years old. He said her death, quote, "saved her from the sad discovery which she otherwise would have made," end quote. Amundsen decided that he was no longer obligated to fulfill his promise to his mother of becoming a doctor and probably quit school, something the entire family agreed was in his best interests. Now, with the death of his mother, Amundsen would inherit a decent amount of money from his parents' estate. Without school or finances to worry about, he threw himself into the idea of becoming an explorer. He began to write to established explorers and organizations offering them his services. One of the first expeditions he applied to was one to Spitzbergen, North Norway, but his lack of experience or expertise always disqualified him from such ventures. He needed experience in the wilderness and early sea. And so, while Amundsen was 21 years old, he was tall, over 6 feet, and was said to have had piercing blue eyes. Of her son, Amundsen's mother had reportedly said, quote, "He is the last of the Vikings," end quote, which, by the way, is the title of an excellent biography of Amundsen by Stephen R. Brown. Young Amundsen was ready to do something, to explore, to learn, and that opportunity came when he was invited on a skiing expedition by journalist Laurentius O'Donnell. The plan was to cross a 150 plateau on skis to the western mountain ranges. The plateau is often compared to the landscape of Antarctica and has never been crossed during winter. Even at 21, Amundsen was fully aware of the European do something, the first person to do something would forever have the name etched in the history books. Such a thing had a great appeal to Amundsen. That idea was something that would drive him all of his life. The skiing expedition began on Christmas Day, 1893, and it would be a disaster. Amundsen and his companions left proper equipment and clothing. His bindings didn't even fit his boots correctly. And despite all of his training, Amundsen found that he was out of shape for such a rigorous journey. The smoking didn't have favors either. Added warm temperatures followed by a blizzard, and well, the three men were forced to turn around before even reaching the furthest outlying farm. It was humiliating. Now, many people would have given up on the whole explore thing at this point, but not Amundsen. He was not deterred by setbacks. In fact, he used the experience to learn and get better. It is a hallmark of Amundsen's life as an explorer. Even in defeat, he will always look a way to improve himself. The following summer, Amundsen signed on to a commercial sailing ship. The idea was to gain practical sailing experience and spend time in colder waters. His goal was to get his master's certificate. Amundsen, by the way, hated the seal hunts. 50,000 seals could be butchered in one location. He found it cruel. He was not against hunting, but he hunted only for meat. He never hunted for sport. Another note about this time, on Amundsen's first polar voyage, the ship would come in contact with a whaling vessel, the Patria. That ship would, a few years later, be refitted and rechristened the Belgica, which we will talk about later. Over the next couple of years, Amundsen would work towards his goal. He worked primarily on ships operating in the waters of the North Atlantic and the Arctic, but went as far south as West Africa. He studied hard and he kept a singular focus on gaining his master's certificate. The big reason for this was that Amundsen had been studying the voyages of other polar explorers, which he loved, and was the problem on many of these expeditions. Too often he found the commander of the expedition and the captain of the ship were two different people that helped create amongst the expedition members. This divided leadership, Amundsen felt, was potentially disastrous. He still had the goal to be a polar explorer, and he wanted to be a qualified captain and an expedition leader to prevent divided loyalties and rivalries amongst the team members. Amundsen would get his first mate certificate on May 1st, 1895, allowing him to command the ship. The next winter, he and his brother, Leon, made another attempt to climb the Harding and Peter Plateau in the winter on skis. It was 100 miles, or 170 kilometers. This time, he and his brother would reach the furthest farmhouse and proceed to get stuck there for 6 days in a snowstorm. When they finally set out, Amundsen figured the crossing could be accomplished in 2 days. The two brothers would reach the halfway mark of their journey and abandon the hut, only to find themselves caught in another blizzard. They spent 2 days holed up in the cabin, and despite the storm still being in progress, they set out again. The reason for this is that they had not brought much food, as they would thought the crossing was going to take about 2 days. The Amundsen brothers spent 6 days plowing through the plateau, most of it in a snowstorm. They had no food, had to navigate their compass, and as they had brought no tent, they were forced to sleep outdoors in the snow for several nights. They got disoriented and turned around. One night, Amundsen almost suffocated when he was buried by falling snow. A week after starting, they arrived back at the farmhouse where everything had begun. The Amundsen boys were suffering from exhaustion, frostbite, and a lack of food. The family that lived at the site barely recognized them when they got there. And so Amundsen's second attempt at a grand adventure had failed again. He and Leon were lucky that they didn't have to have any fingers or toes amputated. But again, Amundsen took the experience to heart. He accepted responsibility for the failure. He didn't offer excuses. He, more than ever, understood the need to prepare for the unexpected and for all eventualities. An explorer had to be ready to meet whatever challenge lay ahead, or better yet, understand how to avoid problems before they reared their head. Now, in August of 1896, Fridtjof Nansen would return to Norway after his daring Fram expedition. This was a 3-year venture, with Nansen purposely getting the ship trapped on the ice and drifting back to freedom. As this was happening, Nansen and another man, Jan Hansen, made a go for the North Pole using dogs and sleds. Nansen would not reach the pole, but he would set a record for the furthest north and come home an international sensation. Tens of thousands of people packed the docks in Christiania who welcomed him back to Norway. Amundsen continued to apply for jobs with explorers. He thought he was ready for something bigger, saying he'd been working for such a time since he was 15 years old. He was playing the long game, and Amundsen's single-minded approach to his goal was impressive. Amundsen would do a 7-month stint in the Army, a requirement for all Army citizens. He was concerned he would be rejected due to his poor eyesight, but the doctor doctor supposedly marveled at Amundsen's physical condition, saying, quote, "Young man, how in the world develop such a splendid set of muscles?" End quote. The doctor was supposedly so amazed, he forgot to test Amundsen's eyesight. And then the opportunity Amundsen was waiting for opened up. A Belgian expedition was announced, the intention to go to Antarctica. Many set foot on Antarctica for the first time ever just a month earlier. Interest in the southern continent was growing. The commander of this new expedition was Adrien de Gerlache, a French-speaking Belgian. Amundsen, at the time, worked de Gerlache and offered his services. His resume was good and he had excellent references. He had his master's certificate, meaning he could pilot the ship. He could ski, and he had extensive experience in polar conditions. And best of all, Amundsen had offered to serve on the expedition for no pay. As de Gerlache's expedition was running on a very tight budget, this greatly appealed to the man. In the end, de Gerlache was impressed by Amundsen, and he hired him as first mate, making him third in command of the expedition. And with that, old Amundsen found himself in a role he had dreamed of for a decade, that of an explorer. There are a lot of smartwatch options out there to choose from, but for me, I am using one from Amazfit. Amazfit is a leading global smartwatch brand. They deliver cutting-edge technology with stylish design to deliver innovative smartwatches and fitness trackers that seamlessly integrate into any lifestyle. And Amazfit goes beyond basic fitness monitoring. With its focus on advanced health tracking, AI-driven coaching, and long-lasting battery life, Amazfit really delivers a next-level fitness experience. The Active 2 is my latest watch from Amazfit. It's designed for those who prioritize their health and fitness while valuing both functionality and style. They love the watch's long-lasting battery, super lightweight, and sleek design. Go to www.amazfit.com/explorers and use code EXPLORERS to get 10% off at checkout. That's www.amazfit.com/explorers to get 10% off with promo code EXPLORERS.
This episode is brought to you by the Nissan Armada Pro 4X. With a twin-turbo V6 engine ready to propel your adventures up to 8,500 pounds of towing capacity to haul all your favorite toys with space for 8 passengers, Nissan's most powerful car yet will chew up and spit out anything you throw at it. Learn more about the all-new 2025 Nissan Armada at nissanusa.com. Towing capacity varies by configuration. See Nissan Towing Guide and Owner's Manual for additional information. Always secure cargo.
The Belgica expedition was one of the first expeditions of what would become known as the heroic age of Antarctic exploration. It ushered in a 25-year period filled with some epic stories and epic personalities. This included Ernest Shackleton, Robert Falcon Scott, Douglas Wilson, and Robert Amundsen. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to cover the Belgica story at a higher level, really focusing on Amundsen's contributions. And again, if you haven't listened to the Belgica series, I highly recommend it. It's a great story. Starting it right after this episode would be perfect. Okay, so Lord Amundsen was going to head to the polar regions, not to the north, but to the south, which was fine with Amundsen. The Belgica had an international flair too. There were Belgian crew as well as French, Polish, and Romanian. The officers were mostly Belgian, as this was a Belgian affair. But a lot of the crew were Norwegians, hired specifically because of their extensive polar experience. de Gerlache and the rest of the Belgians had almost no experience in the ice. Amundsen would dive into his great job. In Belgium, Dutch and French were the most common languages, so Amundsen took Dutch and French lessons to better be able to work with his shipmates, which numbered around 20. Also, while he had his master's certificate, he had no actual experience navigating a ship. Thus, while waiting for the Belgica to depart, he signed on with the merchant ship to learn such skills. The Belgica, which I mentioned earlier, was a converted Norwegian whaling ship. It departed Antwerp on August 16, 1897. The ship went to Madeira, Rio de Janeiro, and Montevideo before heading to Tierra Del and the Strait of Magellan for some surveying and exploring. Along the way, the expedition would add its American doctor, Frederick Cook. Cook is a key figure in the Belgica expedition. He actually had experience exploring in Greenland and understood what the expedition was facing better than anyone. He even brought with him a bunch of fascinating items, including Inuit clothing, the pair of sleds he had used while exploring with Robert Perry in the Arctic. Amundsen and Cook quickly became friends. For them, exploring was about the thrill and accomplishment. Amundsen soaked up all the stories and information that Cook could impart on him, and Cook was impressed by Amundsen's curiosity and intelligence. On the Belgica, Amundsen would prove to be a calm and sensitive presence. He was a natural leader and became the front face of the Norwegian contingent on the ship. This was important because the Belgica suffered from rival factions forming on board, especially the Norwegian versus the Belgian crewmen. The Belgians resented the Norwegians. The Norwegians were experienced sailors and whalers and accustomed to working under hard conditions. The Belgians were merchantmen and were looked down on and soft by the Norwegians. This meant conflict. Amundsen would help mitigate these situations. However, despite Amundsen's best efforts, the situation would get untenable as elements of the Belgian contingent caused a near mutiny run with the Uranus, which is in the Strait of Magellan. David Ross was forced to call on the Chilean Navy to escort off the ship several of his Belgian sailors under guard to prevent a mutiny. In January 1898, the Belgica would head towards Antarctica, specifically the area called Graham Line, which is the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula. This is the spear line that sticks up from the continent, almost directly south of the tip of South America. We have to remember that the Belgica was going to a place that the crew knew almost nothing about. There had not been a major expedition to explore the continent in more than 15 years. On the voyage south, one of the ship's crew, Carl Winke, died when he was swept overboard in a storm. It was the first time Amundsen, who was the deck officer at the time of the incident, had to deal with death. The ship reached Antarctica and sailed between the Greenland coast and the string of islands to the west. Today we call this the Rothschild Strait, and its discovery is one of the more important achievements of the expedition. The Rothschild hoped the strait would lead into the Weddell Sea to the east, but that would never happen. The men would spend time going ashore, collecting specimens and doing experiments of all kinds. In all, they made approximately 20 landings. On January 26th, Amundsen broke out his skis, making the first ever ski trip on the continent. On January 31st, Amundsen was part of a team that hauled sledges to the top of an ice-covered island. He would also be one of the first men to overnight on the Antarctic continent. On another landing, Cook and Amundsen decided it would be fun to climb a mountain. Science stuff was fun, but being the first people to climb a mountain in Antarctica was very cool. On separate occasions, each of the men would experience the snow, collapse beneath them, nearly pulling them into a deep crevasse and likely their deaths. But each time they survived the experience and carried on. Amundsen and Cook would climb the mountain, which was about 1,500 feet high, or 460 meters. Other author Julian Sankman, who wrote the definitive book on the Belgian expedition, Madhouse at the End of the Earth, said, quote, "Perhaps no greater insight into the minds of Amundsen and Cook can be found than in their response to this ordeal. They had twice nearly lost their lives, and on an adventure justified by little more than thrill-seeking. But rather than being hunted by the men who raised the ice and snow might kill them, they were energized." End quote. The Belgica exited the Gerlach Strait and continued along the Antarctic coast. On February 15th, the ship crossed the Antarctic Circle. Now, Joe Gerlach's plan had been to travel to Cape Adare in the west and leave some men there to overwinter. He would then head to Australia and return for those men in the summer. And so at this time, Gerlach should have gotten out of the ice. But that, the man felt, would be defeat. Gerlach really wanted something incredibly cool to show off to the world and the press to justify his expedition. And so he kept exploring, pushing the ship deeper and deeper into the ice of the Bellingshausen Sea. It was here that he brought his officers together and asked them about the idea of letting the ship get trapped in the ice for the winter. They were all against the idea, except for Amundsen. Frederick Cook, the man with the most experience in these matters, was horrified by the idea and would have Peter the coming months would be. As for Amundsen, he had no plans going forward into danger. It was just another challenge to face and overcome. Amundsen was not particularly thrilled by Gerlach's leadership skills, but he was impressed by the man's clear demeanor, saying, quote, "I cannot help but admire his daring. Ahead always. I shall follow him cheerfully and try and do my duty." End quote. Regarding the others, he was especially critical of the scientific team, seeing them as weak and cowards. He wrote, quote, "The scientists are officially in fear. They are reluctant to go any further into the ice. Why, I ask, did we come here? Is it not to explore the unknown regions? That is impossible if you stay outside the ice." End quote. Gerlach would keep pushing forward, and by the end of February, the Belgica was trapped in the Bellingshausen Sea at about 70 degrees south. They now faced their winter in the Antarctic ice, knowing that the winter south of the Antarctic Circle. The thing that was really crazy about the decision was how unprepared Gerlach was for it. The ship had not brought enough proper clothing for such a thing. They didn't have any food or lamp oil, and the number of sailors who had such a decision made for them without their approval. Still, the decision was done, and thus none of the expedition began to put into the fleet major or prepping a ship for open seas and inlands to improve their food supplies. The crew did all right at the beginning of the ordeal, but once the sun disappeared, things started to slowly unravel. Depression, anxiety, and hopelessness took hold of the Belgica. The men had an overwhelming feeling that they were going to die in this desolate, isolated world. But not Roald Amundsen. He embraced the situation. For him, it was like the challenges thrown at past explorers, such as Sir John Franklin. They had suffered, so could he. Amundsen would spend his time learning, mostly from Frederick Cook. Cook had with him Inuit clothing from Greenland, the wiki material actually lets on over the brutal cycle of sweating and freezing in these low temperatures, and the team worked together to design new camp and Victorian airport conditions. They took sledges onto the ice pack to test out, comparing them to snowshoes and skis. Amundsen got away from the airline, the idea of making tail sledges on the ice, a foolish way to travel in cold conditions. It was brutal, hard to do, sweaty, and inefficient. He got to use dogs and skis when he got the chance to explore. In Amundsen's diaries, he was very observational, always taking in things, making notes, often planning out how he would handle things in the future. Much of this is very mundane. It was just him observing and learning. Amundsen Cook, along with Sherwood Parker, the expedition's second in command, talked about making a run at the South Pole the following year, assuming the actual got on the ice. In addition to the mental challenges facing the men of the Belgica, the ship's crew would have a very physical obstacle: scurvy. And scurvy, which is a lack of vitamin C, was the scourge of many expeditions. They were often counteracted by the vitamin juice or some other vitamin or some food. And no one knew what vitamin C was.
Lindsay Jennings. Yeah, that's your first time on the show.
Lindsay's great. She's a good friend.
What are you, a manager? No,
He's been trying to. I want to be your manager.
He's been trying to sniff coke out of my asshole for the past 2 weeks.
You just get stitches, bitches. No, that's what you told her. That's what you told her.
I didn't know it was a secret when you said it in front of everybody.
Well, I whispered it to you. You go, hey, Lindsay! Let me go coke out of your car. I didn't do that.
Your whisper isn't the highest whisper.
I'm not here solving my phone.
I think I actually saw you do your first set on a desk squad show in the main room. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a set, and I knew nothing about comedy, but I told the story of the day.
You got called in from the audience and went on stage. And did that get you low?
Yeah, I went up and it was so awesome, and I was like, Brian Moses was like, what about you, Lindsay? Do you have any bits? And I was like, I'm not a comedian. And I was like, wait, secretly in the back of my mind, I really want to do it. So it was really awesome.
And the sugar packet thing, is that what you talked about?
No, that was
the story.
Yeah, I mean, the sugar packet thing is real, but I swear, they had to call in like the parents, like they called the parents in to have a meeting with my mom. It was like super serious. But no, I told a story about when I went on a date and this guy, it was like the only date I went on in LA, and this guy fell down the stairs because he's like Mormon and he passes out during scary movies, which he told me, but I was like,
is this the story right now? Is that what's going on?
Oh yeah, I won't.
No, I love it. Was it? So you're telling a story that you told?
Well, I'm trying to make it shorter because I actually did like 6 minutes that first night, but it was like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, you have a friend of Steve-O, and Steve-O is very impressed with his talking about it.
My first joke was roasting Steve-O.
Yeah. What's your story? What do you do for work?
I have like 6 jobs.
How many of them are below your hand?
3.
Is Instagram model a job?
I mean, I get paid to like push it sometimes, but not every.
Like I said, women rule the fucking world.
Everybody that's getting pulled out of the fucking.
Yeah, I'm roasting that girl, or maybe battling that girl too. So it's great now that I know that she fucks Asian
You have
girls.
so many piercings. It's like
I took a bunch of
I get the feeling that, you know, smart.
Okay, let's get your set. You know, yeah, when you perform, you go real fast. Yeah, you just fly through it. You move like you're dancing. And it's kind of tough to concentrate.
Yes. Well, you've only, how many times have you been on stage? You've only probably done it like what?
We're not talking the main stage either. We're just talking the stage.
Like 6 times.
6 times. So this is your sixth time. The best thing is just listen to your set, slow down 100%. Just make it more comfortable. But other than that, there's not much we can tell you other than just keep on going up. You did really good. I would like to have you at the Ice House Friday if you want to do the 5 minutes.
This is everything that's wrong with show business. When you're outside, when you're cutting your very eyes, is what's wrong with all of entertainment.
Here's the thing myself.
Oh, let me guess. She can open up for you in Tampa.
You'll have your own podcast in 2 weeks.
I already do.
She's actually say what you're any only thing you suicide girl. She's a suicide girl.
We can actually talk about her set or just hit on her the whole time. What are we gonna do?
I think on her, I like it on her, but I think that we're going to give you two more protecting. Trying to jump in and be the father figure. You guys are being way too nice. Way too nice. Are you ticklish?
I learned how to turn it off. But like sometimes. It's like, because it's like a mind thing when somebody comes up to you and they're like, tickle, tickle. You're like,
Fuck all that. All you gotta do is slow down. We get back to this.
Yes, absolutely.
I say I'm a scumbag. The Black Forest Ranger says it. Words of wisdom.
Brian took it to tickle land. I think all that. So. Yeah, you've only done it 6 times. You totally have to slow down. You have to relax. You know, like not everybody. Like if you're performing in a room full of complete cokeheads and everybody's just out of their mind, like sipping in the middle of a rock show or something, that energy is perfect. But like you have to connect with these people and really like push it. Sam, hit it.
I agree with everything you said. It just comes back to again. You're 6 in, but it comes just back to focusing what you're trying to say. You were just all over the place, and that's it. You're brand new. It's just like, how clear can you make your punchline? And that's really what it is. So people don't have to think, well, is she talking about drugs? Or is she, no, she's talking about candy. Right there, that's too much thinking. You got to really farm so it just it's easily digestible. And that's really all I have to say.
Iron, anything else?
Don't do like too much moving like body like that. No twisting? Yeah, you can come as a dancer now to me performing. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is different. All things right. And you telling the story, conditioning, selling more the jokes. Yeah. So make sure you really take to that place. So I
really understand what would they take is another concept, like make it all be funny. If you take that little bit of truth and then exaggerate it and pump it up with crazy stuff. What do you trade in preschool for? There you go.
You should also address your look. I mean, when you walk up, people are like, what's going on here? It's just, I think that'd be a good opener.
First thing?
Like, look at those boots or whatever, tats on your neck and brings your face. Just like it's a real quick way to get people to know who you are. And so, like, Ronnie's going.
For now, that's perfect.
Ronnie, like, lumberjack guy.
Is it Scott or Ronnie?
Ronnie's daughter after Ronnie went away to prison.
All right.
There you go. Lindsay Jennings, everybody. Looks like an interesting name. Could possibly be fake. Put your hands together for Seizure Kaiser.
Australia. I'll start with an impression. You guys like impressions?
Yeah!
Here's an impression of a guy I used to work with. Ching chong, also yo. Sorry, I should explain. That's Steven. He's a racist. If you want to know what's funny, like I said, I'm from Australia, but I was born in Israel, and I'm an Arab. So when I wake up in the mornings, I don't know if I should blow myself up and kick myself out of my own home. But my Australian side usually beats myself up and says, "Fuck off, get dog." That's an Australian word. It doesn't translate here. But look, without me, I used to be Muslim. I can't be in a religion that doesn't have a sense of humor, so that's why I left. And like, I don't know if you know much about Islam, but you know, Muhammad had like 4 wives. One was a 9-year-old girl, and I know why they get pissed off if you draw the Prophet Muhammad. Because let's face it, if I had fucked a 9-year-old girl, I wouldn't want my picture plastered everywhere. That's it. Right?
The strong jokes in the beginning and the end, like a long set, and then you put the rest of it in the middle. So, that was very smart. Exactly.
How long have you been doing it?
6 years professional.
Yeah. I've done this like 4 or 5 times now.
Yeah.
Like, that was the best show I've seen here so far. It was really funny.
All the way halfway around the world. That's so fun. So Sydney?
Yeah, Sydney.
That's so fun. What's different from Australia and here? How long have you been in America?
Actually, only 2 months, and I leave next week.
Wow. Thank God. Where are you right now? Where have you been for 2 months?
New York and LA.
How long have you been in LA?
A month.
Been doing a lot of spots.
Not really. I'm pretty lazy.
So you flew here and just sit on and feel like going out there.
I needed a holiday, so I thought I'll come to LA check it out. I didn't expect to do sports, but the comedian side of me was like, get the fuck out there.
So you got out once?
Twice.
Oh, look at you. You feel good.
What have you been doing in LA?
Just begging American chicks, right? I'm gonna go for it, so I can't say that, but just sightseeing. Like I'm a big movie buff, so I'm checking out locations and stuff.
Have you gone to the New Beverly Cinema?
How is being a tourist in LA? Because I always thought the stuff you really want to see is behind closed doors.
Well, it's also gross and dirty. I remember coming here my first time going, "Ooh, really? This is what everyone talks about?"
Yeah, you have to find the good stuff. It's in between all the shit they tell you. So.
Well, I'm staying in mid city, so I was like, this doesn't seem like the LA from the movies.
Yeah.
But when I moved to here, it's like all different. But anything past Washington.
Staying in Atlanta for this shit. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
You're straight out Compton tour, you want to see the sights and sounds? Why? Are you afraid?
Oh, fuck it.
Thank you for your
Black people in Australia?
No, there's like 4.
Yeah.
Australia's pretty racist. There's not many black people.
There's Aborigines, right?
I really thought you were just going to say racist.
Yeah. Welcome to America and our stupid rules. Yeah.
But man, that's good, man. That's it.
How do you feel about black people?
Yeah, be honest, dude.
I love them.
The way you say that.
You know what I mean?
Got it. Joke's on Larry when his jacket blows up inside.
My favorite part of that was towards the hold on, I gotta go to the
Seizure Kaiser. That's interesting. How far away is that from your real name?
Quite a bit. I legally changed it.
You did?
From
talking too long. And before people had any fits, everyone called me that Caesar guy, so I'm fucking.
That's what people remember from your music. Is the ailments that you deliver.
It was a middle band, so
Like the angel.
Yeah. They were like, go. That's so fun.
I got a phone to shoot on Australia. I want to see this scene.
You still DJ down there? Yeah, the seizure.
I got flying right off the gas.
How that's all. It's just pressing buttons all the time. You missed that?
I've got a laptop set.
Wasn't I going to turn it off as many times before? And then they stopped. They were like, cute fool. Was it real call or was it yelling at you? Like, you can fuck out of here. You can't work at these.
The promoter had to I don't know if it was the greatest. The promoter's like, come back next week. And
Normally the foam out of those dance clubs is coming out of people's mouths, but do something extra fun. You make it organic.
Here it would work. So like Coachella or something, you make it run in the system.
How long are you in town for? What do you think? What's your girlfriend like?
I should say this bitch is professional.
She's white?
Yes.
How your parents feel?
They hate her.
Do you want to do the Ice House Friday? You can if you want to do one more spot before you leave. It's at the Death Squad show, so check that out. I'll get it. He does 2 spots in a month, and out of one of those spots gets another spot. Big show. Seizure Kaiser. How many people go with ailment for their first name when they change it? But, it spells it like an actual seizure.
Or a tragedy.
What was that? What kind of
How many people would name themselves after a tragedy?
Right. There's no like school shooter Jenkins out there.
Why did I gotta be Jenkins?
I swear to God, as soon as I thought of it, like sometimes like something in the chamber and just like roll with it, you know, just go, just get it out. And as soon as it hit me, I'm like, I don't know why there's a black last name on this one. You got it. That did not make much sense. There's never a black school shooter.
Not yet.
You say that like you're about to do it tomorrow.
I thought about doing it when I was in school, but thought about it? Yeah. That's all that was school.
It's gonna be a black kid who was in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's what the name of this episode. Niggas that like him.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, guys. Out of the 40 people that signed up randomly earlier. And this name is Jesse Rabbi.
I think that little people have a bit of a branding problem. You know, they said, you don't want to be called midgets anymore. That's derogatory. Call us little people. I get it, you know? You don't want to be called something derogatory, but they could do better. They could do a lot better. They could have said, we don't want to be called midgets anymore. That's derogatory. Call us people. And then, you know, we could just see the little part in their eyes. I mean, it's a lot like my group of people demanding to be called like white young people. But we already have a name. We picked him 300 years ago. It's yes, sir. I do not deserve respect. I'm so weirded out when someone says sir to me. It's like, you know that I used to have dreadlocks, right? You never call a white man with dreadlocks, sir. I'm going to stop
His eyes real quick as he kind of goes over what just happened.
Respecting
Let me tell you exactly what just happened there. It wasn't even. Get away from the ball. It's just Jesse, you had it. That's one of my favorite midget jokes I've ever heard. I never thought of it that way. I liked it. And then you came right out of it and you go, you don't have a name for us, big dumb white people or whatever you said. But you just did a funny joke, so everybody's like, why are you dumb? Well, the only thing we know about you is that good joke you did before, and you lost all momentum there. And then nobody, I mean, 3 people laughed, but I think they laughed on cadence alone. Because I have no idea what the fuck you said at the end.
You get the idea of it, though? It's that
it's a great little person joke. Regular people, boom, you got it. And then why are you big and dumb? You used to have dreadlocks? Is that what you said at the end?
That was just something so like you had something to talk about.
But and that's what we're gonna get back to. When did you get rid of the dreadlocks?
Oh, it was in like 6th grade.
What?
You didn't used to have dreadlocks. You used to have ass hair when you were a kid.
No, I had dreadlocks put in.
Wait a second. You had weave?
No, like haddish. Like if you're not, then you're in the square. No.
What the fuck did you do, Jesse? You better start talking, boy. We're gonna make you get back that fucking Cosby sweater you wear.
It's a Mr. Rogers sweater.
It's a fucking burning sweater. Fire starter. Okay, Jesse. Back to your dreadlocks.
I was just really into Bob Marley.
Six?
No, 6th grade. I was like 12 or something.
Were you smoking pot already?
No, but everyone thought I was.
Are you nervous right now?
Not as much as I was before, but
you've been on the show before, and you were super nervous.
It's not my 3rd time.
Oh, okay. So memorable.
I'm losing it.
I'm looking out and seeing people just cover their face like that. I like your style, man.
You started off really good, but yeah, you got to figure out whatever that second part is.
Yeah, the end isn't great.
I don't understand why you're calling yourself big and dumb. You're not that big, no, you're not that dumb. So what are we saying?
The idea is that it's to set up the yeser, so it's just a way to...
What's the moose? What's the moose?
Give us a second. We need something.
What made me know that I would do the noise? That's exactly the noise you just made. I love that. Obviously, you're still in 6th grade, and okay, we were puberty. Okay.
Hey man, the time is so precious. Don't even quit. I'm on the line.
Get away from the ball, Jesse. Get away from the ball. I didn't like that ball. You're making people's running away.
I'm on the line. You run with that shit. You run with it. If you don't think you're doing well, fuck it. Just keep going.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
This ain't going well. And just be in the moment. People appreciate it.
I'm telling you, it was.
You ever been banging a chick? You can. Your dick was going down, but you just kept fucking until you do whatever you mistake. You just keep going. I'm telling you to leave. You know what I mean?
I need a transcript of that. Can someone please give me a transcript of that? That is fucking Confucius shit right there. I'll tell you that right now. I think you got nervous, man. I think it was a really funny take on it that they should just be called people. But then you can also go into what are better names than little people. Like Mystic Beast or something like that, you know?
Or you just cut that other part off and put it back in the oven, whatever that was. Yeah, it was like, I'm still working.
Have you ever been friends with a midget before?
You ever smelled one? That's the problem.
You gotta know what it is. You gotta taste one. That's every other animal in the kingdom smells its prey.
Yeah.
You have to get down on one knee. Say, come over here, buddy. Come over here, little buddy. Normally is better.
Yeah.
Like this.
They smell like Christmas trees.
Well, don't tell.
That's the one I smelled. It was the little Mr. T on Hollywood Golden.
Oh, wow. That's a different kind of smell. You smell like what?
Rice Krispie treats.
Yeah. He's scary because he's also not only he's Mr. T sometimes, and other days he's Black Chucky. Which I love. If you go to home, right? The same guy. So sometimes he's little Mr. T, like a lowercase t. And other days he's Black Chucky. That's scary as fuck. It's like the knife is as big as he is.
Yeah. I heard he got arrested for blowing dudes in the That's a true story. No, really, dude. Allegedly. Hey, man, what you doing, man? Black Chuck is so fucked up.
Talking about Mr. Nice Guy, right? That's the actual ball.
Are you bored yet?
The real Chucky joke right there. You guys.
Yeah, listen, that's how we felt towards the
You look like a Jesse Rothman.
Oh, thank you very much.
I don't know what that is, like whatever type of Facebook type of weird shit you have going on. You look like a Jesse Rothman. I don't know. I'm just saying, he looks like you would be a Jesse Rothman.
Oh, you just made that name up?
No, that's his name. Jesse, where did you get that sweater?
The Goodwill over.
Yeah. Fancy one. No, that's like the Goodwill that has to just be the most John Reed Goodwill. Everybody scrapes everything. When the Goodwill is Silver Lake, that's gotta be like the fucking, you know.
That's a good way.
I don't even know. I mean,
That's a good way to all the Goodwills go like too. How many hipster fingers got shirt? That's my question. Somebody fuck with my shirt and come show.
Actually, I haven't washed it yet since I bought it.
I got shingles.
You gotta go to a better Goodwill, too. You gotta go Goodwill. I know, in the moment, you think that's a stock joke I read loaded up? Motherfuckers don't hate me. This shit is live. There he goes, Jesse Rothman.
I feel well.
This is a good one tonight. You guys having fun out there? Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to start it. Is because I was a fucking workaholic when I started. So that's what I was talking. Anytime there'd be a great comedian in the back, say something like that, and I would get a little bit of feedback. I loved it, and I would go spot to spot to spot to spot the rest of the week, enforcing that new habit. It's fucking great.
I think that's a big part of growing as a comic, is being able to listen to people done longer than you and hear what they think. And if you don't like it, don't use it. But be open to, hey man, you might want to try this. When I did that, man, shit started changing.
Yeah. Fun fact: the first person out of everybody, all the cool shit I've done to ever take me on the road with him, give me advice, Sam Tripp. He told me, I did, and it changed everything. Shorten your setups to hit those punches.
Did you know Sam was the first one to put me on my first page?
Wow.
I opened up for a few people before they never got paid for it, and Sam was the first one there.
Maybe one day we'll return that favor.
So you put me on the show. Whenever I saw you on that plantation, I said, that's what I did. Django came from. He grabbed me. We just went out. You know what I mean? I put cocaine in girls' asses. He was sleeping out. When he talks about, it's funny. When I tell you about, you guys are like, yeah, it's so weird. I'm just a creepy guy, huh? Is that what it is? No, it's the Raiders head. Put his head on the street.
You look him in the Wizard of Oz. It's a scare friend.
You like a slave now. That's what it is. It's like a slave master. I feel like a bunch of space and toys.
Woody.
Woody. It's
Alright. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Courtney Banks.
So, I was the other sister growing up. It's true. You know you're the other sister when you're only taught practice skills. And, my sister, that ugly fucking bitch, she was really pretty. She went to Molly etiquette camp. I got taken outside and taught how to run. So I'm going to do you this way. I know how to use a gun. Okay? It was fair. I was so fat that my fat was trying to eat my face, kind of thing. So I was really sad when I found out my sister died. It was a very tragic death. Waterbed accident. She drowned. Very popular in the 90s. And when I found out, basically I woke up with clean hands and a heavy heart and was soaking wet pajamas because she was skinny, but she was a fucking fighter. I'll tell you that
This episode next week on Forensic Files. I'm pretty sure we just.
Wait, rewind it. So you're.
I was so nervous, I fucked up my words.
Did your sister really die?
Yes.
Well, was she pretty or was she ugly?
She was pretty. I fucked that up, but I just kept going.
It's a pretty intense joke that kind of like that girl earlier, or the guy earlier at the time of the story. People were like, you're gonna get people in the audience going, whoa, what the fuck is she talking about?
How long you been on stand-up?
3 months.
Right. Yeah. Feels that way. How many spots are you getting? A lot? You going up? You're hustling?
I go up like 6 to 9 times.
That's great. Yeah. Well, then you're good. You're just starting and you're trying shit, and that's a lot of fun. So, what else? What other types of things do you talk about?
Can I ask a question? Who's your favorite comic? Like, who do you look up to?
Bill Burr is my absolute favorite.
Okay.
It's going to be Innocence biography.
Yes, you got a dark soul.
I do. I have a dark soul. I like dark comedy.
Which is great. So, but you mentioned Bill Burr. Bill Burr takes his take on real stuff that happened. You're really like, you're asking us to believe something that's completely made up in your head. And very early, I think you can kind of sense it's not real. And then, I don't know how the crowds do it, but they can always sense when you're talking about something that isn't real.
I think it's a natural habit of people when they first start out, the first 6 months to a year, to just make up stuff because it seems funnier. It seems funnier at the beginning on paper than it does, you know.
I have a lot of people that ask me, that like come up to me after I do that, and they're like, why? My siblings are too, and I'm like, whatever.
That is
You're okay.
It's so
Do you know what I think though? I think your energy. I think this is like this in general sense, but your energy is determined first almost 3 seconds. You know what I mean? It's like immediately how you immediately come on and carry engage the audience and carry yourself. And for this set, you just came on with some kind of energy that made the audience back on.
You jumped right into something. You really jumped into it. And I think you have too much charisma. People want to know about you, and immediately you went straight into your system.
You start looking down, and right there, they sense weakness. When you're like, you're uncomfortable, you're like,
So let's meet you, Courtney. This is your first time on the show, right? Okay. What were you doing before stand-up comedy? What do you do for work? Where are you from? I just asked him, right? And
I'm from Virginia.
Wow. Welcome to the Illuminati. And you're like a spot of the ice house on Something's so true coming out for the first time. Fun fact, I actually had a waterbed. I actually was so fucked up that I was with a girl, and we were both wasted, so we were coming down from acid or something, and my cat popped the waterbed, and we woke up both submerged in water, and it had been there for a while. We didn't wake us up unless we got a little drop or something.
Your cat popped it? That's so wild. It's the only time you've ever had a wet pussy in your bedroom. When you get to make a wet pussy joke, you have to make it. Courtney, tell us about you. So you don't have to say blah, 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 but what do you do for work?
I quit my job. I was a waitress.
Where were you waitressing at?
Chicago, Cantina.
Holy shit.
It was terrible. Hell, in Hollywood.
Oh, right there.
No, the one in Hollywood, on Hollywood. So it stabbed my eyes.
This was one of those places that serves like yellow, pink, and purple
Like
drinks.
big margaritas.
And they give away free drinks to try to cheap drinks to give people a headache and get someone to drink more.
And nobody tips.
It's a hub of arts and culture.
So tell us about you, Courtney. What's your favorite hobby? What do you do for fun?
I watch tax-free applicants why would that be my hobby? Oh, trying to guess it. Like hiking sometimes.
When was the last time you hiked, guys?
2 weeks ago. I go hiking with Josh Merwin.
Oh, no, the kid, he's the comedian with autism. Everybody. She's training him.
Did you rally them or did you walk him?
He's getting better every week.
So, Courtney, what's it like being from Virginia? What part of Virginia were you from? A big city?
No, it's a small town. It's called Stafford. Nobody knows what it is.
And you are really good at taking questions.
Hey, I want to say something.
Really rolling with it.
You're an attractive girl. You really are. And you come up here going, I used to be ugly. And I said, whenever you start talking about your looks, I just think it's a lose-lose situation. Whether you're attractive or you're not attractive, I just think that you're making the crowd make a determination of how attractive you are. And I just don't, it's like Dave Cook's Instagram. It's so uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
It's so uncomfortable, by the way.
This is why I did this joke though, because it's a true story. I was like very, very overweight.
Yeah, but you're not now.
Right, but that's a personal experience to me. So
And if
what
that-
to do? Just don't talk about it?
No,
If that's the thing, then you have to nail it on the head like that. Saying I'm ugly and pretty, and then you completely disintegrated everything by saying that ugly bitch after you just said she was the
Well, I
best.
never
Here,
say
and that
pretty.
when she said that ugly bitch, you never say that ugly bitch that joke.
No, yeah.
Right? That was fear.
You've seen her do it.
I haven't seen that joke, but I'm just guessing, just based
Yeah, that was
on
hysterical.
energy.
You establish more how he looked before and what your sister looked like. So people get an idea.
You should describe yourself.
You're not that ugly. So go ahead.
That's great. Good job. You're in.
You gotta set the bar for how great it is. You know what I mean?
What's the
Normally
real
when I have a
story?
hard time, I do, but it's a short time.
Courtney up here. What's the real story? How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have one brother, one sister. My sister
You,
is fucking gorgeous.
and she's always been gorgeous.
Always.
And you used to be
And I was
fat.
super fat.
Right. Okay. So what does she do now?
She is a commercial interior designer.
She have kids. Is she happy? Where does she live?
DC.
Do you stay in communication with her? So is she happy?
Yeah, she wants to live in LA.
But you live in LA.
Yeah, she wants to live in LA.
What was the joke? What was the meat of the joke?
There is no need of it. There was no need to get rid of it. So let's get back. I think you're only 6 weeks in, and you like the other girl. There's not much we can say. The best advice is just listen to yourself. Make sure there's jokes in there, and make sure there's a point. Be really cut all the crap that you don't need to talk Be
about.
honest. Talk about the real shit.
Yeah.
If she's an interior designer and you're happier than she is or whatever, anything you want. But if you're going to cover it, keep it true and keep it real and keep it on what it really is, because it's going to be easier for you to write around that. Keep it true. If you start going make believe, then you're done with. You're covering up some waterbed murder. Nobody knows what's going on. Or
worst case scenario, you get tackled and arrested.
Like, honestly, I masked a lot of my shit. My comedy up until now was observation. But it was dark shit, better class school shit, being in favor of. But I'm masking the fact that I almost shot my student. Nobody knows. For me to talk about other people doing it, takes away from it. You know, they was shy. Yeah. You two should get together and just go on a crime spree, a fake crime spree. But I got a sister also, and y'all probably made these guys think it look very good.
Don't you ever want to do stuff to your sibling?
Yeah, but when you start going on looks, you're attracted. So when you start going, I used to be fat, ugly, then they're like, oh, what do you think you're hot now? You know, it's just like, it's a no-win situation.
What else is different other than the two of you from your kids? What's different now is you think she's prettier than you are now.
We got all caught up. All the personalities in your head. I think that's how your sister feels right now. She's like, God, what happened to me? You lost her early. She didn't y'all didn't catch up. You caught her. She's going back.
Well, she makes very good again.
And that sound effect's a little bit creepier now at the comedy store.
Well, you know, what we learned here tonight clearly is that Courtney, you know, your sister may have the looks, but she definitely also has the sense of humor too. You can take that to the bank. You can take that to the Courtney bank. There she goes, everyone. These people, but all of these comedians that I make fun of have more balls than every other comedian that are starting out. So just remember that. It's really not much because if you sign up for this show, you're in the game.
There's not much we can really tell though to somebody that new.
Right.
Just basic stuff.
You just gotta find out stuff about it, try to figure out what it is that makes it fit. Okay, here we go. Dan Nolan.
I just got that iPhone app that shows you where all the sex offenders are on doing, but it doesn't let you swipe right or send links. I feel like I wasted $4. Hey, what's up with all these bitches on Tinder, man? Sending me pictures of their dicks. I'm not trying to. Okay. I think dudes should be allowed to brag about their dick holes. Like, I got a pretty regular dick, but that hole, though. You ever wonder if Disney princesses take quizzes on Facebook to see which one of us they're most like? I learned something interesting the other day. Did you know that a majority of Americans is more than half of Americans? I didn't know what majority meant. That's... Starting a new band. The sound we're going for is going to be kind of like a cross between Simon and Garfunkel. It's just those two guys.
Earlier I said that women have caught up, that they're equal with men. I take that back. After seeing the sense between the men and the women, I'm sorry, ladies, I love you. I was raised by a single mom, but listen to all the women. It's so easy to fucking blow them up. Oh, God, I'm vlogging it right now. I'm jealous of that. I'm going to sit here and vlog it.
I'm jealous of your dick hole. That joke is like 4 days old. There's actually a dick hole porn, by the way, where it's like 4 millimeters, where people put like things in people's dick holes.
Anyway, back to the comedy show.
Nobody's enjoying it.
Well, I'm just saying there's a lot you can like research about it.
Oh yeah, it is. You might want to do some research.
Yeah. Really stretch out that dick hole joke.
I don't
Yeah. Nope, baby. Okay. Dan, we had you on the show before. I talked to you before. You are a recovering heroin addict.
Yep. Yeah, 8 months sober next week.
Dan, I mean, you know, you're writing jokes like you're still on heroin. Like, it's so good and so funny. You're just firing off one-liners faster and harder than Mitch Hedberg, and they're not Mitch Hedberg jokes. Mitch Hedberg took so many flags on so many planets of one-liners, and it seems like you're attacking different things and have a different style altogether. You're not relying on so many one-liner guys go so slow and just fucking blah 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 blah. That's the one thing that they all have in common, and you're just fucking throwing combinations, Mayweather style. So you know, you definitely are doing something different, which is hard to do when you're a one-liner comedian.
Yeah, I dropped the one-liners for a while, for about 3 months. That was all I was doing in the beginning, and then the rest.
Look. Don't lay off the one-liners. Keep off the heroin. Not the one-liners. It's very important not to get those two things confused. Sam Tripoli, go ahead.
No, I mean, Dan's a good friend of mine. We've been friends for a little while, especially through sobriety. And listen, dude, I would give you some advice, but you're doing it. I mean, like, you got a great style. You know, sometimes when you just keep doing the one-liners, eventually you get to a place where you want to expand them, you know? So you're not just doing like 90 jokes in like a 10-minute set. But besides that, man, I mean, you're great. Your jokes fit your look, which is creepy as fuck. They really are. You're creepy, and that's why you're my friend. And I really have to say that I really enjoyed your set, man. We've had a couple really good sets tonight, man, and it's been fun to watch. You know how everybody's doing so, you know.
Yeah, very, 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 we talk about it all the time, hard to tell on 60 seconds, but when it's done right.
It's a skill.
How it works, you know. And by the way, if you picture that in a 5-minute or a 10-minute set, he's able to keep that momentum half an hour set or an hour-long set. If you kept if all the jokes were that funny, I don't want you to go that straight.
No, you have a style that's good for late night television too. I mean, I doubt they're gonna let you do dick hole jokes. But you know, when you write a couple really good things like the sex offender joke, that could be a late night television joke.
Yeah.
That's a really
I've
fun
got like
joke.
5 minutes of straight clean one.
Yeah. It's just a matter of time. Everybody works into the rotation, and you just keep working hard. You'll be in the place to take advantage of the situation, the opportunity.
Great job, man. They just gonna get harder and harder and better. You know what I mean? Definitely great lifestyle, elegant surprises, dude. And even though, you know, like we made people notice my conviction and write about stuff that, you know, they might have been through, but the stuff that you wrote, you said it comes from inspiration. You know what I mean? And that's why we were able to sell it. Because even though the delivery might have been a little off at the moment, that's just what kick in. You already got the majority of that as far as the book. Like I said, you create a good character. You know what I mean? And you ain't got to laugh just saying stuff like what's up with these bitches. You're not looking like you get bitches. That's why people laugh. They know that. You would probably have bitches for real. You know, so I know. You said that with conviction. Like, what's up with these bitches?
Any other jeans, or I know every time you come on this show, you always have to say, yeah, you're still wearing your hair.
Yeah, no, I can't sell them just because I can stay away from needles.
Well, how about just...
Yeah.
There he goes, everybody. Roll into this part just to make sure we have enough time for. Guys, we have one regular on this show, whereas everybody else gets pulled out of the bucket. And by the way, comedians, I might have enough time to pull one more name out of the bucket in the end, maybe. But right now, we're going to go to the one person who is a regular on the show. We have one regular that writes and performs a new 60 seconds every week. She basically started here on Kill Tony, and she's the only person that writes a brand new minute every single week. That's 52 minutes a year. Or at least she tries her ass off to. It's one of the hardest things ever. Put your hands together for us, the one and only Melissa Hesslinger.
I was in a car accident the other day, and this guy T-boned my car, T-boned me. Like, dating in LA, I don't do it, so I was just glad to get boned. I make that face because I think that joke's I went to Walmart the other day because that's my favorite place to rent stuff. Because I don't have a TV right now, and a video game I like is coming out tomorrow. Borrow that for a while I was at Walmart, I saw this homeless guy digging the trash can, and I thought he was like looking for cigarettes or something, but he pulled out a receipt from the trash can. I think he was gonna go like look for those items, return them.
All right, here we go. Last joke wasn't a joke. The first joke was murder it. Yeah, or throw AIDS at that joke. But the Walmart thing, you're right there. Yeah, you're right in the pocket, and you delivered it like halfway, and you just kind of get into it. Every time you said a line that you were being honest with, like keep the receipt, blah, 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 it's a laugh because that's true. And I get more into it. How long can you keep a Walmart item without having to return it, get your money back, and buy another item? You can do it all in one day. You don't realize it's a fucking renaissance. And you just rich and honesty giving you stuff, and you can be the one to have that joke since you just had the premise first. You know what I mean? Like rent it, but you got to figure that out. You know, that's what happens a lot with, and it's always been this way when we had the other two regulars for 2 years as well. Sometimes you try a joke like the bone one, you think it's gonna pop everybody up. It's sort of easy, and then you actually, it's just a perfect example. Really, the theme of this episode is keeping it honest. And because as soon as you went into that Walmart thing, which is something that's different yet not as easy, it started cracking everybody open. Because you do seem like you would be doing that. And since you're talking about it, you have it, you own it, and add that to it too. You know what I mean? That you do it.
You kind of have to rearrange things. You had the idea of it, and then at the end, you're just kind of like, oh, I'm just going to keep the receipt. Like you kind of like the main details.
You just got to own it. And the other thing was, is at the end of the first joke, when you did do the boning joke and it didn't go well, and then you go, what was it? You go, I don't know why I just did that. Or no, you say that's my face because that didn't work. I don't know why I just said that. So now you're talking about what's happening in the moment, and then you cancel that out completely. As soon as you were going to jump ship and start riffing, you abandoned riffing. You abandoned the joke, and then you abandoned riffing. And the Walmart thing's so funny that you were still able to dig yourself out of it. If that makes sense. If you're gonna melt down, and I did this so many times when I started. I was
like last Thursday.
I was notorious for it. No, if you're gonna say that joke didn't work, I don't know why I did it. Then just fucking keep going. We're talking about how you weren't able to write anything this weekend. Fuck it, you spent too much time doing this and that. Blah blah blah. Riff anything.
If you don't like the joke, just do it. All the way from Walmart. Don't rent it from
Very good.
So let me ask you something real quick. How nervous were you?
Very.
Okay, how many times have you done this?
I mean, I've been doing Stupid Furious.
But this show in particular.
7 years.
It's at some point.
Very, very new. It's brand new.
Okay. You have to get. I mean, even before you walk on and say, I don't care what, I've been keeping all of Richard Pryor's material. But if you're so nervous, you can't. People are going, wow, she's really nervous. And they're more focusing on how nervous you are than your actual jokes. The key is to fake it till you make it. If you even watch like last time saying, regardless of what you think of that show, when they always interview the judges, they always go, what are you looking for? They always say confidence. What is your confidence? So sometimes you gotta walk on stage and just act like you own the fucking world. Even if you're shitting your pants, man. You have to go out there with bravado.
You know what? Sam has a good point. I think next week maybe you should shit your pants and just try to perform like you don't have shit in your pants.
Yeah. My point is just maybe you need to go run to get rid of the nervous energy. And you know, when you deliver your line, every comic, I want to say this. When you deliver your punchline, it has to be like it's the word of God. It doesn't have to be screamed, but it has to be delivered like this is the funniest fucking thing you're gonna hear, man. You have to believe in it so much more than anybody else. Because when you don't have the confidence in it, everybody can feel it. And I see comedians do this all the time where they're about to deliver a joke and then suddenly their eyes drop. And it psychologically lets people know you have no faith in what you're saying. And you got to deliver it like you're a cult leader, not screaming or shouting, but just it's fucking drink my goddamn Kool-Aid, you know? And that's really the truth when it comes to comedy.
Yeah, and you have to stick the landing. And like that first joke that you did, it's like we knew that you didn't have any faith. Did you really get into a car accident? And you got hit. It wasn't your fault.
Well, no, it definitely wasn't my fault. But
You got
I was making a left turn, but it was like gridlock traffic. It stopped at the green light. It put me through. Made eye contact with them, checked for pedestrians.
And the other lane was coming.
Well, this guy decided to peel off into the bus lane and go really fast.
You should say you got debunked, or you want to get debunked. Maybe you just kill that joke.
That's fine.
Who did you get hit by? What race was the person?
Yeah. He was of some kind of.
Did this accident really happen?
Yes. Look at my car.
What kind of car was the Hispanic driving? What color was it?
No, he was just a normal guy. He was the car was white. It was an Altima. It was a city. But he hit me so hard that
And then what happened? You get out of the car?
I jumped out. Well, I was like, okay, I jumped out, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I got back in, and we moved the car. They're still driving. But it sucked because it was like rush hour, so like, I didn't want to take too long.
Police are two men in custody for allegedly selling
It was scary, this car.
sellers were arrested in a sting operation. A South Carolina man
So the first thing
was firing squad on Friday for the first time since
Don't panic.
Minimum of 4, but usually like I spiked at like 10.
You gotta just keep getting up there. You gotta really get over your stage fright, and then you'll start growing.
That's what's fun about her, though. I'm really excited for people to get to watch her use that week after week after week episode after episode, whereas everybody else is a little bit more like off, a week on, a week off, on week. I think she's going to end up being fun.
Sounds like that for a couple of years.
Yeah. It happens. If you love the game, then you're going to be excited for it. Every set counts a lot.
Well, I said Walmart though, what I'm thinking you can keep for 30 days.
Yeah.
And, so I would add that to it. Like, I'm just going to wait for 30 days.
Right.
Or how many days you want to rent this item? Take it back. Or if one item you rent, like the game system is 90 and then the 30, now you got to be 4 back and forth and carry and turn each one. Like cereal and milk until it catches up.
Maybe to get over nerves, you can like do things like carry like pictures of audiences in your pocket. Just look at them every couple of minutes.
Well, listen, you just gotta find this international business. You just gotta find
where it works for you. You have to show. You don't need to ditch you because that's where you are. When you're out off stage, you're super nervous. Off stage, you're super safe. So you have to fucking be. You have to be yourself. But you have to have the confidence part comes in confidence in your material. You have to have confidence in your material and what you're doing, and that you belong on the stage, and then you can be yourself on the stage. Well, let's have S-Slinger, everybody. The newest ring. Guys, we're gonna get one more comedian. And I pulled out the name of Brett Sacrament.
You're one of the nicest people I know. Hey, great. People come in. I've been absolutely dying to the past 6 months. It was rough, you know. I got really upset. When I told me that he was going to work. He gave me notice, so I decided to go back. I ran into my stepmom recently. She's a rescue. One day she said to me, she's like, oh, no, I get it. You were in senior high school as a freshman. How funny would you told me at home? I was like, my mother would do Johnson together. Sure, my
Oh, yeah. Well, you look down a lot. Sam talked about this a couple times this episode. You just like stare straight down almost the whole time you're trying to think of what you're saying.
4 months in, it's Mars.
Yeah.
You have really funny jokes. You're trying to do something pretty difficult, which is kind of like what Wendy Lieberman did for a long time, which was get you going one way, then come back the other way. But you gotta do a little pause between what you're saying and the shift or the change, you know? So you're like, oh, I've been dating this guy for 6 months. In my head, you know, like there's the delivery.
You gotta use like timing to your advantage. And for the looking down thing, by the way, yes, like an Allen Iverson crossover kind of to squeeze in there for deep at 3-point range. About the looking down thing, because you're really looking down. Some people are glancing down and Sam was catching like an umpire. I mean, you were just firing at these people's feet. And I'm telling you, again, just like about writing fake premises, it's something I see in almost everybody that's been doing it less than 6 months. There's some people that have been doing it a year, 2, 3 years, and just not doing it enough. And my way of handling that, because I did that, by the way, my first few months of doing stand-up, I was doing this weird fucking, like, half unconfident Chris Rock thing, where, like, I would walk back and forth on the stage, just staring down, just hoping my well-written jokes would hurt it. And it turns out I was talking about fake shit, so it wasn't well-written, and I was looking down, and so I wasn't connecting. And then once I started to put it all together, I just started looking right in all these idiot souls. You see all these morons? Look at all these morons out here that think that they're special, that think their opinions matter. They're all idiots. So if you look right in their fucking eyes, because you're doing this, you're doing stand-up more than they're being an audience. So you're already better at what you're doing than what they are. But if you're looking down that hard, you're never going to have a chance. You could have Dan Nolan's jokes, and if you're just nervously not delivering them, it's not going to work.
I'd like to take you to the Olive Garden Saturday.
Whoa! That's just a straight up date, everybody. She just won a date. That's my wife! With Ryan Redmond. Oh, the husband is yelling in the back. We really fucked up this one. Where's the gunshot now, Ryan?
You have good premises. You have very smart stuff that as you keep doing it more and more, it's going to be really fun to watch. You know, it's like I did my Montreal, a long time ago, I did the Montreal Comedy Festival. I tapped into something I didn't know yet, and now I got it. You got something, you just don't have it. But when you get it, you
have a likable head, you're going to be fine. Keep doing it. Brett Pepperman, everybody. She's going to be there. Brett Pepperman. Byron Ballard, Sam Tripoli, the Joy, for Ryan J. Emails, everybody. Look at that. What did we get tonight? Oh, football jerseys. Football jerseys and the wholesome truth. There was a lot of honesty in this episode. A very compelling episode of Bill Tony. Thank you all for joining us. Have a great night. Thank you. Guys, have a seat.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Get up there, Tony Headway!
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God. Listen to that nice cold night applause. Hi everybody, welcome. How you guys doing? Fuck yeah. How fun. Come on, you can make some more noise than that. Make some noise Monday night. It's alright. It's pretty good. Yeah, we're live to tons of people live on Ustream right now. And we got a live audience here. It's Monday night for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brian Redban's here, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
Come on.
Yeah.
Ryan J. Ebelt has a blank piece of paper in front of him. That's because he's the house artist and he draws every episode. And he's going to draw tonight's episode. That's Ryan J. Ebelt. Instagram, RyanJEbelt.com.
You can get all the past art on his website. Like he does prints of all his stuff.
Everything's available on RyanJEbelt.com. Jamie Vernon in the back.
Yeah.
2 HD cameras.
With a new haircut that he's hiding with his hat.
Uh-oh. Captain Bad Haircut. Kevin Lee Light, Hollywood Jesus Christ is here.
Yeah.
Special guest, everybody. The Resurrection. And the great sounds of Pat Regan, everybody. There he is. Josh Martin's comics running around. Shit's going to get crazy tonight. You guys ready for a fun night or what? I know, I'm excited. I just flew in back from Australia today. I did sold out theaters with Joe Rogan, and then I was right next to the Octagon when Holly Holm stunned the world.
Yeah.
The new champion.
I heard you could see her face throughout the whole thing.
I was on screen. If you look at pretty much every highlight except for the kick.
I know you were, because I know in the past Ari Shafir and Duncan Trussell made out.
Everybody was going crazy. It just so happened to be, there's like 5 cameras around the Octagon. It just so happened to be that the action was taking place and I was in the background. So I gave a touchdown at one point. I didn't realize I did it, but a bunch of people said that on Twitter, like, did Tony just give a touchdown at the UFC? I took her down and it was amazing. It was like the coolest thing I've ever been to.
I saw online that you're about to get your ass kicked by Cyborg.
Well, no, it's definitely not going to kick my ass. I'm hoping she comes to a show so I can make fun of her fucking man head. So here's what happened. Let me explain, because I know none of you know what the fuck Brian's talking about. It's the Twitter battle just started a couple hours ago.
Yes.
I did a podcast on the way home last night with Joe Rogan and Dana White, the owner of the UFC, and we did this huge podcast that it's going to be listened to by millions of people because we're just coming back off the Rousey thing. And we started talking about how the UFC should do a roast, and they're like, Tony, how would you make fun of Chris Cyborg, who is a female in another fighting league that took male hormones and now completely has the jaw. Everything changes. How can they fucking touch you with this man-woman shit? Everybody relax. She took male hormones to become a bigger, better fighter. Makes sense. And she took too many of them and basically turned into a man. And now she's trying to come back and be all feminine and clean and everything, but it's too late. If you see her face, let me just catch you idiots up. If you see this girl's face, you can see that she has man features now. Anyway, I made a joke. They go, how would you make fun of Chris Cyborg? And I was on the spot. I go, she's the only female fighter that cuts weight by cutting off her dick. And oh, really? That's too much? It's a fucking on-the-spot roast joke. They're like, Tony, how would you do this? That's not how it works. Guys, I want to introduce to the stage, Cyborg! Okay. All right, Brian, I see what you did there. What do you think? I was going to get scared? No, I will roast her right now. Come on out,
Well, I think you're being harsh. You're calling her a man figure.
Yeah, she took male hormones. Look, I don't call other women men, all right? How about that? I don't do that, because that's not right. I have funnier ways to make fun of women.
I would still hit it.
I bet you would. You would fuck this bucket even further.
I love you, Cyborg. I have no problem with your beautiful face. I think you are amazing.
I'd love to see you say that to her face.
I would.
Why do all these UFC fighters have alliteration in their names? Chris Cyborg, Holly, whatever. Oh, Ronda Rousey.
Wow.
It's like
maybe you're onto something.
Juice.
Jamie Juice.
Oh, there you go.
That was the big payoff. Jamie Juice at the end.
The big payoff.
You pitched up a big beach ball to yourself and you just smacked it down into the ground.
Oh shit. We actually have protection here anyways, guys. Tate Fletcher.
Oh yes. Fuck yes. The great Tate.
You just missed the Cyborg talk. Where
you know anything about this? I made fun of Cyborg on the Rogan podcast last night. Now, yes, exactly. Thank you. UFC.
he's saying there's two fighters.
Yes, exactly. Well, she's mad at me right now. That's right. Maybe. Who knows? Brian is.
No, I'm just covering his ass because she's going to come to one of these shows and beat him up.
She's not.
And I don't want any part of it.
Yeah, she's going to fly from Brazil up here. Anyway, so I'm not backing down from this Cyborg thing. If she wants to come and fight me, you know what? Bring it, lady. I'll fucking take you on. Because you know what? I'm a pretty feminine guy. And you're a pretty manly chick. And I don't know exactly how far off we are. So it might be fair. And I'm pretty sure we're in the same weight class. But if we fight your game, then we have to have a roast battle here in the next week. And then you fight me on my field, my terms. Yeah, you have to do 60 seconds, Chris Cyborg. All right. Anyway, that's what happened. Let's do tonight's show. You guys ready or what? Every week I have two of my funniest friends, two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week's no different. Put your hands together for Theo Von and Fahim Anwar, everybody. Here they are. Fuck yes. Two guys that I work with almost every single night. Theo Von, you have a new special coming out in February on Netflix, everybody. Come on.
Thank you.
Netflix.
For watching the internet.
Hell yeah. This is your first time on the show. We're going to have fun. It's going to be a blast. Fahim Anwar is back. Hey, put your hands together for Fahim, everybody. The man, the myth. Close friends with Lance Panstopoulos, one of the sensations here at the Comedy Store. Fahim is known as one of the only people that he'll hang out with, which is pretty fucking cool. I mean, I know I get to work with some cool people, and it's always fun, you know, get to have cool friends. So welcome to the show, guys. We're going to have a blast tonight. Over 50 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on this stage. We get to talk to them afterwards about anything in the world that we want to. They get 60 uninterrupted seconds. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Come on, kitty. You can be a little bit louder than that. Okay, I guess you can't be louder than that in a room with subwoofers. But you better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. This is where it gets really loud. That's the point that he makes, that how loud it can get after the cat's quiet. So, guys, keep your ears open for that cat that you don't even... There you go. Or just the gunshot. Pretty much, all right.
Is that Trump?
Yeah, he's here. He's here, and we have Hollywood Jesus is here, and we're expecting a pop-in from Ron Jeremy for the second week in a row. I'm serious, but that's not a joke. He was here last week. Sorry, those are just the types of badass motherfuckers that He actually hit a comedian in the face with his dick at one point, and he was sitting on the balcony.
That was with last year.
No, it was last week. Yeah.
He's still doing that.
Ron Jeremy, hitting it hard. Guys, you ready to start tonight's episode or what? Here we go. Here we go. The #1 live podcast in the world. That's right. Yeah. Bring it, Doug Loves Movies. We are here. Oh, yeah. Columbus and Pittsburgh, November 27th and 29th. How about that? Kill Tony live and stand-up shows afterwards. You can get a combo packet for that if you want to sit through a 6-hour comedy show. You can watch both shows.
And the winner of we're going to pick one person from each Kill Tony show to open up for us.
Right. Whichever 60 seconds feel like the most on Kill Tony gets to open up and do 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes on the stand-up show. Gets to do that same 60 seconds half an hour later. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian doing 60 seconds uninterrupted tonight goes by the name of Tom McNaughton.
You guys ever noticed that when a pregnant lady says that she's eating for two, she never seems to realize that the second one is just a baby? You guys stop laughing at my guy like 30 seconds. Do you think that when a fat guy chokes to death, people are like, no, at least he died doing what he loved? I'll take that shot. I got, how else did I, about a Milky Way? On the side of the Milky Way wrapper, it says, warning, may contain peanuts. It's like, that's stupid. It's just like Milky Way. It might be a Snickers. When I bought it, I had to sign for it. They gave me one of those pens with a spoon taped to it. It's like, what the hell is that? It's like, if I take it, I just get more shit, right? It's like, what about the people buying soup?
Tom McNaughton. Am I saying that right?
Tom McNaughton.
Tom McNaughton. Fuck yeah, welcome to the show. First time, right?
Yes.
This is some funny jokes. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 8 years.
Wow. Where are you from?
Minneapolis.
You've been doing most of it there. Yeah. How long have you been here?
About 8 months.
8 months. Wow. Yeah. Fuck, everything's in 8 with you. I like your style. Oh, interesting.
Tom McNaughton, I want to welcome you.
I'm guessing none. I'm guessing
shoes.
I'm guessing it hasn't had sex with anyone. I'm guessing he just ate them out. See that? That was quick. Just warming up. Just warming up over here. I flew 17 hours today from Australia, you motherfuckers. Yes. Yeah. First class. No big deal. Just the type of life I'm living. Anyway,
You have sex in a first class bed and they won't stop you.
there's no question that you could. I didn't do it, but no, there's a way to do it. Nope,
You
no
watch
stop
a
there.
fingering your girlfriend on a bus before.
Really? How did they know?
They know, man.
You got to go under a blanket.
Yeah, I was under like his brother actually tried to get involved. No offense to anybody's a brother.
What did he try to do? Throw a finger in there or something?
He was trying to get in. Anybody was game at that point. I watched people have sex on a plane before. I read on it.
Really?
It was like a half-empty plane, and the row next to me had 2 people sitting on each side of the aisle. I went to sleep, woke up at 3 in the morning, pitch black on the plane, and they were on top of each other.
Wow.
Was it the same? Huh? Who was it? It was like they didn't even know each other. And then when the plane landed, they both just went their separate ways.
Imagine how weird they felt when they looked over and saw you sitting there by yourself masturbating.
Yeah, I know. I feel like
it was probably just like, man, the ball's on this guy. Anyway, let's keep talking. Come inside of me. Anyway, Tom, I'm going to follow through with Pat's question. How many people have you had sex with?
Probably around 8.
There you go. Nailed it. We gave you a beach ball and you hit it. There you go. Tom, can I tell you, I love the fact, and I think it's very Minnesota of you, that you dress like a college football coach while doing stand-up.
The pants he dresses like a 7, this 8.
All right.
He dresses like a 4th grade girl. He's got
there you go.
players.
Jesus, he just follows through the pistol now. It's not even enough to shut him up.
You gotta get a warning on that thing because I don't shit myself. Sorry.
You did a great job. I thought it was super
Really tight jokes, and it was a little bit up top just to like not ride that energy. You were like thanks but no thanks.
You're like, I'm getting mine. I'll let home for this.
Yeah, exactly. That, and then I like how after joke 2, you kept looking at the panel just to like see how I'm doing. You know, you're like, yeah, that's right, guys. I heard that. But then also, it's not good if like 2 jokes deep, you're like, what did I want to do?
Right. You hesitated for a second. It felt like you were going for the notes. The way you're dressed, maybe the playbook.
No, that's nerves. I'm so fucking nervous, dude.
I'll tell you this.
It's more the minute thing.
Sure.
Like,
When you want to get fair, it's always hard to do a minute, but maybe you just gotta follow through and get out what you can.
But what a great style that you have for a minute.
Exactly. I'll tell you this, Tom, is that I love the eating for 2 joke with the baby. And I'd say that you can extend that. You know what I mean? There's definitely pegs to be had there. Like, because you're already in it, so you can go longer with that. You know what I mean? Like, if she eat for 2, but they never mention it's a baby. Like, I've never seen a baby eat, half of a full pizza. I haven't seen a baby eat a cigarette either.
You know the Earth? You know the Earth's 10 months pregnant?
Uh-oh.
I feel like it's due for a natural disaster. We're over the 9-month moment and we're 10 months pregnant. So
Is that what?
I'm gonna throw that out there.
Really?
Yep.
Is your performance tonight perhaps that disaster that we're overdue for? Because right now we're feeling there's a little bit of a fucking shift in the tectonic plates of this show.
Just saying. Throwing out there, we're talking pregnancy.
You're doing even better now.
I'm just saying. I'm like, I'm not.
Do you know how to play guitar, Tom? We might need you to be the band tonight.
No, I'm sorry.
I can try though. What do you do for fun? What's your favorite thing about LA? Like, what are you into other than stand-up comedy?
Definitely poker.
Have you seen Mississippi Grind?
No.
You should go see it. It's better than Rappers. Oh boy, it's a movie with Ryan Reynolds and Ben Mendelsohn.
What was it called?
You guys think Ben Mendelsohn is? You know Ben Mendelsohn is? It's a guy from Bloodline. He's this new actor.
He's so good.
He's so good, and he's amazing to watch. He's actually Australian. He's this freak of nature actor that you can't even tell is Australian, but every character he plays, especially in Bloodline, he's always drunk, and everything's going to be okay. Like, he's that guy where, like, you don't eat too much. Everything's going to be fine. Like, nonstop and everything. And he's that way. He's
Australia's Owen Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Tom, so how much coke are we talking about here?
Well, right now I'm unemployed, so not much.
Right.
But, yeah, usually I play a fair amount. I like to play tournaments over cash.
What's the most you've ever won?
In a single tournament, 1,700.
Very good. How much did you buy in for?
65. So pretty good pay. $65,000. $65.
Okay. Well, Tom, how do you think things are going? You're 8 months in. That's a pretty, now you sort of see what you're dealing with in Los Angeles. How do you feel about things?
So far, pretty good. Running a comedy show at a Hooters, so like the one here down the street. Yeah, across from the Chinese Theater on Wednesdays at 9. So if you guys want to show up, come on by.
Yeah,
this is going to elaborate plug for his Hooters.
Yeah, exactly.
How's the Hooters girls there? When you kill a minute, you get to plug your show, right? Yeah. How's the Hooter quality of the girls there? Because I noticed in Los Angeles, it's a different kind of Hooters than
it's not good. Tom's actually one of the waitresses.
They have no good Hooters. And I don't want to say anything further because this is a podcast, right? So yeah.
No. Nothing's being recorded. I'm going with Ryan over here. He's just a very distracted audience.
It's fucking disgusting.
What did I tell you about texting during the show? All right, Tom. It's nice to meet you. Fun times. You got to plug your show. Go to Hooters. Tom McNaughton. He's on Twitter at Tommy McNaughty. It's all the way from Minnesota. Just a good old boy. This weather out there today is good for me. I like it like this, windy and cold.
I should stop breathing into the mic so much. I think he's got kind of noise to give him that note. He's got kind of just don't breathe. It's a little creepy. Actually, breathe. You have to breathe. Yeah. You should stop breathing and you should stop talking. You're right. It was a wrong point to interject. Yeah, but
I pulled another name out of the bucket. The show goes on. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney. Alliteration. Maybe this is a UFC fighter.
All right, heads up, everybody. I'm coming in like halfway through my set about time travel. All right. So what this means is everyone in this room is alive thanks to Adolf Hitler. So you can't go back in time to kill Hitler because that would mean that you would never exist. And I know some of you are thinking, that doesn't matter to me. I would still go back in time. It's the right thing to do. I would still kill Hitler if it means I would never exist. It doesn't fucking work that way! This isn't Back to the Future where you'll just start fading away from photographs. It doesn't make any sense! If you don't exist, why would anyone take your picture? Do you think if Marty had failed to get his parents back together, George McFly would have just walked around with pictures of no one in his wallet? George, like, why do you have all these pictures of nobody? Oh, those are just the pictures of the children that I don't have.
Yes, go.
Okay. Those are pictures of the people that I don't have. If Stop.
Matthew Maloney in what has got to be one of the funniest performances by a best boy employee. It's so good I fucked it up. Stepped on my it is. He is a combination between Best Buy and Bob's Big Boys, so it actually does make sense. I wish I could go back in time and change that joke. Wow, there he goes. He plays right into it. He's a fucking star. Matthew Maloney, an absolute slaughter fest here tonight. That's fucking great. Even your nipples are hard at that performance. Fuck yeah, crush fest, dude.
Is that a longer joke? Is that just like a piece of it? Because that was really well done.
I just did it for the first time last night, actually, about like a 7-minute thing on why it's a bad idea to go back in time to kill Hitler. And it did really well. And an old Jewish man came up to me after the show and said that was very smart and very funny. Wow. If anyone would have hated it, it would be you, so that's great.
Right. Yeah. You could perhaps convince the Jews that like it was all a positive. You know, I'm saying it might not only work at the Comedy Store. I think it'll work at Central too, which is huge. Boom. There you go. I'm almost happy he left the mic on the piano desk for that one. So that his special will still come out on Netflix in February. You don't want those kind to hear those jokes. Matthew, what nationality are you?
German.
Wow, okay. Wow. Fuck yeah, look at that. The little German sneaking in his Don't Kill Hitler. Yeah, propaganda. I love that. So fucking fun, Matthew. You're just fucking a little killer, huh? How long you been doing stand-up?
3 years.
3 years. Where at?
Just, around
in LA. Yeah, that's great. Fuck yeah, Matthew. I like your style. I like your haircut. It's very fun. Fits you well. You know, you're definitely one of the funniest lesbians you've ever had on the show. Do you play softball at all? You really should, because I know you'd be good. What do you do for fun?
I don't know. That's a boring question. Let's talk about, like, I was a Boy Scout. You want to go there? I was an Eagle Scout.
Really?
There we go.
Oh, really?
I worked at... What?
Did you get molested during Cowboy or Eagle?
Life Scout, right before Eagle.
Yeah. Life Scout.
That's when the tits came in, so...
Were your Boy Scouts connected to a church? Because my Boy Scouts with a church organization.
Very much not so.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you still have it?
Still have what?
Like all the costumes and.
It wasn't a costume, Brian. It was a uniform.
I don't think they're costumes. They are now. They have ties and stuff.
Well, that's fun, Matthew. You've been getting a lot of spots going a lot.
I'm trying.
Where do you live?
Palm Springs.
Palm Springs.
So then, where do you get it from? Do you get it from Palm Springs?
No, I drive out here and I'm an Uber driver, so I drive out here and I do all my business during the day, and then
Do you try to find a ride? Somebody in Palm Springs is trying to Uber to
that happened one time.
Wow.
That happened one time.
How much did you make for that?
I came out with like 170 something. They paid like 220 something. It wasn't that bad, but it was yeah.
Wow. Fuck yeah. How many times did you stop to take a shit on the way? Like, I get the feeling that if you start letting out a little couple farts and, give them a little warning that it's coming, you're like, so I'm going to pull over this next exit.
Especially you get that sonic trigger in you.
Much to your surprise, I'm a professional drummer. So
a professional? No shits the whole time?
No shits.
Wow. That's amazing.
Got to get those 5 stars somehow.
That's right.
And that's the way to do it. If your Uber driver takes a shit, you can give him 2 stars.
Okay, Matthew, I'd like to see you.
That's a rule.
I thought something big was coming. I'm like, he's got an Uber joke locked and loaded for this. No,
Tony, please. Brian's about to invite me to the ice house.
That's right. Friday, 10:30, 10 o'clock. I'd love to have you there. Matthew, this is one of the most. Yeah, can you hold the burger one more time? Theo wants to see it. Can we get a picture of that, somebody? There we go. Josh Martin.
I want to be in the sketch, right? You got this? I'll leave the mic up here just as a comic performed by me.
I love that. Matthew Maloney, you killed it. This was a hilarious performance, all the way down to basically inviting yourself to the Ice House on Friday. I love it.
It's where I need to be.
Matthew Maloney is on Twitter at Matthew E. Maloney, all one word. He's the only guy with Matthew E. Maloney. Very fucking funny, Matthew. Please, come back. Do not have a heart attack. Come back. It's a big guy. Fucking just watch the butter and you'll be good, dude. Low butter for you. You're too funny. Everybody that's funny as fuck, like always, like halfway about to die. Like they're either on drugs or they're overweight. Like it's like fucking crazy. But except for Theo and Fahim. How could I forget? You two healthy looking, funny as fuck. Two of the funniest guys. I work with these guys all the time. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Kyle Shields. Packed house tonight. A lot of traffic up there. And a random Asian guy standing in the hallway. Kyle Shields, everyone.
What's up, everybody? Hey, so, kind of overworked, don't really want to do it anymore. Like, why can't I just get by my quick looks, That's why I think it's gotta be, just got some nice boobs and pretty smile, you're set, There'll be a dude there, he'll pay for everything you need for the rest of your life, You're good. That's what I thank you. That's why I think a lot of dudes decide to become trannies. They figured it out. There's some lazy ass dudes. They just figured it out. They're sex. Get some boobs, some long hair. You're good. You might have to suck a few dicks, but hey, you don't gotta work no more. So that's
Kyle Shields. This was your first comedy set ever.
No.
Oh, in that case, Kyle,
like six
times. Yeah, I was actually gonna guess less than that. And here you are. I can feel it. And, if that's what happens. When you very, very first started this, you're like, this was fucking brilliant. This is funnier. This is funnier than what I've heard other people say. And they got big locks, and you're
right. You know, you're right. If you get behind that joke and you fucking stand your ground and passionate with it, you're right. Right now, you're just taking out a premise that you have that is a good premise, and it just takes a while and it takes work to dig into that shit. Because you do have a point. You clearly have a passion for it. I'll tell you right now, I guarantee a chick just broke your heart within the past 6 months, right?
Well,
You fucking hate women right now, dude. What you were saying is these lazy bitches don't have to do anything. Everything the guy does, we support everything. I'd rather cut off my dick and become a tranny than to have to deal with this shit.
there was a thick mustard or custard misogyny at the top. And then there was a pause, and then the pause was, I think, we got a little comfortable. We loosened
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
And then you actually had a funny thought happen.
Yeah.
So I was like, do you work at FedEx? I used to work for UPS.
Wow. Are those the UPS pants?
No, I wore it for the shirt, you know.
You need to really record your set because you have a lot of little things that like I focused on too much. Where you said you know so much after everything you go you know, and that can really take you out of what you're saying. And so I was kind of like distracted with that. But you look like you've been at a crime today. What did you do? Something at least jaywalking, right? Somewhere.
Yeah, jaywalking.
You have not only are you sort of wearing the attire of a criminal, but you also have this very criminal haircut that I only see in like mug shots. That's sort of like I don't really think that's gel, and I don't really think it's grease. I think like it's a mix of the two that accumulates over a long period of time. And like in prison movies, you see that, and they just comb it back. They don't really see them wash it or rinse it. It just keeps it. Am I close?
It's like 3 days without shower.
There you go. Boom. Right? 3 days. You guys didn't know that, did you? No, I'm a studier of people. I looked at this fucking guy and I'm thinking, you're a dirty fucking criminal. And all I had to do was dig in a little bit. Let's say you find out, hey, the truth is out now. Thank you. We're getting there. Like I said, I'm warming up. So what's the last illegal thing you did, if you had to guess? Let's go truthies.
Smoking weed, I guess. My heart's expired, so I guess it's illegal.
All right, I guess you learn after a while of doing stand-up that the truth is the best way out. It'll set you free. And I think when you're on in 6 months to a year, you'll answer that question a little more honestly, because I think you did something shady recently.
Well, I'm kind of nervous up here. Do you love a future?
Like a high school counselor here.
No, I just quit my job. So it's like, what was your job? I worked for UPS for 10 years.
You worked for UPS for 10 years?
Yeah.
That's holy shit. Wow, the fucking boring Uber driver, right? Just packages in the back.
10 years is how long it takes you to find your voice as a UPS.
There it is. He's 1 for 27 tonight. Pat Reagan. But when it hits good. 10 years to find your voice. How'd you get through it? What do you listen to? Like, you one of those UPS drivers that's just fucking jamming the music? Like, I have a guy that like dances down the street with packages and shit.
Well, I never got to driving, it's part-time in the warehouse, unloading packages.
Oh, you never got the big promotion, the driver that you always wanted. That's like the saddest thing I've ever heard. So you could just load up these trucks and you're like Rudolph, and everybody's like, look at the guy that can't drive.
It broke my heart. That's why I had to let it go. I had to let go of the dream.
You ever find any weed or drugs?
Actually, yeah, there's been a lot of times where boxes have opened up.
See, I feel like this is the kind of guy, when you were working at UPS loading packages, I feel like you brought your own drug dog to sniff out packages, and you'd be like, good job, boy, just take it.
That's basically everybody there is knows for drugs.
Right. I bet. Long hours there, right?
No, it's part-time.
So how long you been on? I'm trying to relate with this UPS guy. I have no fucking idea.
That's awesome.
Driver, I work in the warehouse, long hours. Now, what's something that we'd be surprised to know about that UPS warehouse where all that shit's going through?
I break a lot of, people break a lot of boxes, step on them, smash them. It happens a lot.
Wow.
I always wondered, why don't UPS or FedEx deliver people? Why is it only boxes? Like, why don't you do an airline?
Well,
They do have airplanes, but I don't know.
But for like $30, if I could get my sister to fucking
Yeah. Castaway, that's such a bad idea with like the boxes and the nets and the crushing and the death.
You would think 10 years at UPS would help you with your joke delivery, but I was really surprised that, it just really doesn't. I guess there's really no crossover there. But Kyle, I mean, it's fun stuff. You're going to be just fine. Are you having fun doing stand-up? You said 6 times. What's going on?
I only get up for
Why is that? You're not working any part-time. Part-time.
Part-time, that's my thing. No, I just got a new job doing windows and doors. Mechanic sex with
The party horn for that one.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun.
Doors. Party! What are you doing with windows and doors?
Looking through them, opening them. Just write that down.
I'm guessing by the way you're dressed, it's mostly windows you're going through. Brings it full circle on that criminal thing for those of you paying attention on your Kill Tony bingo card. Kyle, somebody actually made one of those one time. Did you ever see that? Yeah, there's like Kill Tony bingo cards that have the things that happen. Like if I say fuck yeah, or if there's a force of truth, or whatever. Cat Reagan bombs. There's like a bunch of spots that like you hit your little doinker on. Kyle, what do you like to do? Like when you're not smoking pot, you're not doing stand up. Like what does a guy like you do? Like what's your shady fucking secret? What's your creepiest thing that you've Googled lately?
I don't know.
You're full of answers, aren't you, Kyle?
No, I do jiu-jitsu. I'm not doing this shit. Ride bikes around. What belt are you at? Jiu-jitsu. Where can you train under?
He's a UPS guy. He's a brown belt.
I wish. My teacher's name's Dion Watts. He actually got his black belt from John Jock. Same. He trained with Joe. And,
yeah, I believe he trained at the Hooters of Hollywood and Highland, if I have my story correct.
I actually bought my belt.
I love it. Well,
wait, you didn't have a test? You just bought it on that? That was a joke. Brian, I found out you can buy silicone breasts on eBay, so they're really cheap, so I'm going to make a pillow out of boobs.
Ah, yeah. That sounds like a fun idea. Kyle, let's do one last. I want to get back into it a little bit because again, your set was mostly about how women have it easy, and I mean, what happened? What happened that's because I know I was talking about. I didn't realize it, but the stuff that comes out of you when you're doing something like this, it's got to be coming from somewhere. So, when was the last time you were in a relationship with a girl?
Well, that was just it's just been. No, I'm divorced.
Okay, there we go. So you're starting to get somewhere, little Kyle. See, I need those answers. How long have you been divorced for?
It's been 3 years. Separated from people.
You stalk her on Facebook a little bit?
No. I used to. It seems like you're reliving memories from your relationship in your head. Right now, yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Have you gotten a rebound since the 3-year divorce?
Yeah, but that didn't work out.
Why's that?
I don't know. Told her I did comedy. She's like, what?
That's what made her leave? She's like, let me hear one of those jokes. Goodbye.
That's when I was just starting off.
Anything else for Kyle, gentlemen? What do you got for Kyle? Good looking guys. How about some fashion advice for Kyle? What are we going to do with this guy?
You can change your pants after you quit your job.
Yeah.
Right. You can let the UPS go, and it's just like when you came up here, I'm like, is this guy here to do comedy or is he umpiring second base? So maybe just feel it out, find your groove, Kyle, and next time you're up, fucking let it rip. Don't be shy. All right, and that muscle only gets stronger every time you go up. So if you really want to do this, go for it. You got nothing to fucking lose. And what'll end up happening is you'll get sort of funny. You'll end up getting that chick that you're mad at in the universe right now.
And please cheer the fuck up, man. You're making me.
Yeah, have some fun, Kyle.
Yeah, I feel like you have a point of view and everything, and you want to across, and then the more you'll do it, you'll know where the actual punchline is. Because I think even when you're first starting out, like, comments kind of approximated where to laugh, but we weren't quite sure, like, where. So,
yeah. It was a good punchline. I thought it was going to be really bad, and then it was good. And I think everybody thought that.
That makes me feel great. Thanks.
Well, there he goes. Kyle Shields, everybody. 805 S Best. Number 805 S Best. Kyle Shields.
Let's say area code is best. What is that area code? What's 805?
San Diego?
Ventura?
Ooh, Ventura. I don't know if 805 is best. It's an interesting Twitter handle. All right, how about Darren Davis?
Hey, fuck yeah! All right, guys. Got some shit to say. Started dating online, but by accident, because I honestly believe that eHarmony was the website I could buy ecstasy on. I'm like, damn, I'm compatible with so many drug dealers. This is fucking amazing. So I decided to send them a dick pic, because that's what millennials do. And I found out that my dick doesn't fit in the frame, so I just sent a proper dick pic. I was like, damn, that is something to stick with. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Bruce Jenner. The guy's cool. I'm more of an animal rights activist. I'm more concerned about that man's pets. Like, yo, man, you can't just change your identity like that on a dog. That dog's in that measure confused as fuck. Like, where the hell is Bruce? That's my time, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all have a good fucking night.
Boom, boom, and boom. Bruce Jenner's one of those things I won't even touch with a 10-foot pole. Like, it's just a topic that I haven't talked about at all, because I work with Joe Rogan so often. He has this amazing, fucking long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And then a few weeks ago, I caught Bill Burr, who has this long, amazing, a couple months ago, actually, I saw this long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And so, you know, I'm just like hands off on it. And anytime I hear anybody bring it up, I don't even listen. But that there is such a funny fucking take on that whole thing. Like, it's incredible. Really funny. You're a fucking funny guy. You got up here, you took the energy that Kyle left, you know. You know, Kyle let the audience really breathe and get well rested for the next funny comedian, and you took it and really ran with it. You, I would say you took the gloves off and let it rip, but no, you're actually the first person to ever perform in gloves. And obviously, what's clearly a tribute to O.J. Simpson. You came up here and killed with black gloves on in Los Angeles. But that's a triple joke, baby. Again, mark your fucking bingo cards, bitches. You're funny as fuck, dude. You have an amazing fucking, you know, powerful delivery. You believe in what you said. And one of my favorite parts is when the joke didn't go, you fucking coughed at it or something like that. I don't know what that was. But you saved it by, like, dissing your own flat joke, which I'm always a big fan of. You know, how long have you been doing comedy?
A year now.
Wow, you're going to be a monster. That's fucking incredible. Where are you from?
From the Valley.
Holy shit, that's shocking. That's just really surprising. Most people as funny as you come from like a funnier place, like a tougher street or something like that, but no, you're just like a fucking little 15-minute drive away, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that, right? You metroing it?
Yep.
That's amazing. The orange line, huh?
Yep.
Orange line to the red line?
Straight up.
Wow. Fuck yeah. You get out at Hollywood Highland, then you walk down, take the 2?
Nah, skate.
Oh, fuck yeah, I wouldn't have taken you as a rollerblader. What's funny about that, and I'm really throwing myself under the bus about this, is that when I first got here to LA, actually it wasn't even when I was. When I very first got here, I worked at the Beverly Hills Ritz Chris Steakhouse, waiting tables when I very first arrived. This was like, I don't know, who gives a fuck. Anyway, but I didn't have a car either, and I did have rollerblades. I'm not even fucking kidding. I think I was 20, and I would get off. I basically rollerblade a mile downhill. Anyway, fuck it. Yeah, there it is. Party horns. Rollerblading is up there with windows and doors tonight. Fuck yeah.
How much material do you have? How much material do you have?
I don't really know. I usually do open mics, and like most time I did was like 15 minutes at like some bar show.
Clothing wise, you have a lot of material.
I guess so. Yes, I do.
The hat.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we got the hat. Thank you. Thank you. That's the only guy that tags things that don't work.
Cigarette.
Like that. I love that. These cigarette references that are coming out of nowhere. Darren, you're funny as fuck. What have you been doing all your life? How old are you?
25.
Fuck yeah. What do you do for work?
I just started working at Macy's.
Oh, wow. You fooled them.
Yes, so.
What do you do there?
I just fix the clothes up, make them look real pretty and shit.
Get the fuck out of here. I didn't take you for a Macy's guy. Like, I can picture you getting notes before working at Macy's. That's funny as fuck. Way too funny. You guys have like racial. He's laughing at it. Why aren't you white idiot tourists laughing at it? I think I have a loaded up Macy's joke in case somebody works at Macy's. No, I thought of that on the spot. He's black. Yeah. People are so weird and touchy nowadays. You can't even make a topical fucking joke.
Yeah, like y'all didn't think he looks like an extra from Fruitvale Station, okay?
I don't even know what that is, but that does sound. That's Fruitvale Station. What is Fruitvale Station?
I wouldn't text you was watching that.
Appreciate it.
Fruitvale Station, the new show on the KKK channel.
It's the exact opposite of that.
Oh, yeah, funny as fuck. E-Harmony, all that shit. What else is going on?
Just trying to finish up classes for the semester so I can go balls deep during the winter.
Oh, yeah, balls deep during the winter. What are you studying?
Studying English. Yeah. Balls deep English.
I'll make this shit go nice. I'm minoring in poetry.
Balls deep in English. Fucking incredible. How close are you to graduating?
I'm about to transfer to Cal State Northridge for like the next school year.
How many credit hours do you have left?
I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to get this shit over with.
Well, a lot of people don't know this. Sometimes we give out spots to the Ice House, and sometimes we do something else. We actually have a scholarship now. I'm just fucking around. It's too long and too real. That'd be so funny if we had a Kiltony scholarship for people that say they're in college. That'd be fucking mind-blowing. Once a month, we'd give them a year of free tuition.
Just give me a Chipotle, dude. I'll be happy.
No, we're not going to do that either. It's called an award. So, what else? You just started this job at Macy's. How long have you been doing that?
Maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks. You're just making clothes look nice.
I just did training, so like I got away from the game and actual schedule, so just chilling.
Can you make Friday night at the Ice House?
Fucking good shit.
Wow, look at that. It's a great episode tonight. Darren, you're a funny fucking dude, and in a year, you're super dangerous. You clearly understand the importance of projecting and fucking getting their attention. And you also stay in the moment when the joke didn't work. You broke down the walls and were the first to make fun of it before the crowd could even be silent. And then you came over the top and did a really smart fucking Bruce Jenner take that I haven't heard and never thought of. And that's funny as fuck. You have more on Bruce Jenner?
No, I just like
you should. Now that shit is so good that you have to connect it with your next thing. Figure out a way to maybe not stay on Bruce Jenner, but roll out of it smoothly so that you can have that. You know what I mean? That's such a good fucking joke. And when you do a lot of these open mics, like I'm sure you're doing, comedians always laugh at fucking dick, fart, shit, poopy shit, craziness. Keep writing smart jokes. Don't let those open mic laughs change you. You know what I mean? I notice a lot of people get in the habit of just trying to make those comedians laugh, and they'll laugh at your failure just as fast as they'll laugh at a good joke. And that Bruce Jenner joke is so good that that sounds like somebody that bombs a lot. Yes! Fucking people want to watch me fail! Anyway, Darren, anything else for Darren, guys? Look at this bad motherfucker. This young Jamar Neighbors.
Not like the energy. Energy was good. Jokes were good.
Great. Yeah, I love it. Straight out of the valley. It's Darren Davis, everybody. He's on Twitter. Game Day City. Wow. Some good young comics coming up through the ranks. Darren Davis, Matthew Maloney. A lot of alliteration. You set us off into alliteration. Ronda Rousey, Holly Holm, Darren Davis, Matthew Maloney.
There's patterns everywhere.
Oh, wow. There you go. Somebody did mushrooms this weekend. Oh, shit. No, that's a first. Your next comic never will have a chance in show business. Put your hands together for Eric Ebenante.
So I was at this dispensary, even weed, so I could write these jokes. And this hobo came to me, he's like, "Hey man, do you have any change?" I'm like, "Sorry man, all my money is to buy drugs." And he's like, "That's cool, that's living the dream." I'm like, "Thanks, move your nightmare ass out of the way so I can get some drugs." It's personal to me because that's going to be me in 2 years. So, if you ever see and so he was like, "Fuck you, man," he walked away. And this other hobo came to me, he's like, "Hey, man, that was fucked up. Could I have some change?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Damn, I thought good hobo, bad hobo was going to work there." If a hobo ever comes up to you and like you see this about to happen, just be like, "Hey man, do you have any change?" And they're like, "No." It's bleeding me next time. All right, and then
there you go, Eric Ebenante.
Well, I just like how natural you are.
It was like somebody was reading a text conversation. I love it. First of all, let's talk about the first thing about the Pat. Can you put the mic stand back where it was? Eric, you must be this tall in order to. I love that you left the mic stand right in front of you. You almost shadowed yourself with it. It was like some kind of creepy eclipse action. So, how long have you been stand up?
42 days.
42 days. But yeah, that is an unbelievable number. I'm guessing you've done it twice in 42 days. The other time was 42 days ago. One lit. What happened 42 days ago? What changed in your life?
Just bored as fuck.
Really? What was going on before that?
I'm an autism tutor.
You're a what?
Autism tutor.
Autism?
To get rubbed up.
I didn't know autism was airborne. Fuck yeah. So 42 days. What happened? I mean, so are you still tutoring autistic kids?
Yeah.
So you tutor them. So that's not even like your teacher. You're helping them with extra stuff that they think they need help with.
No, it's just like, I actually teaching how like read and write shit.
Oh,
It's great. Not as funny, sorry. I meet a lot of girls that are in the spectrum, so I understand.
Me or you were saying something to me, right? Earlier on.
Yeah, or what? I was going to ask how long you're doing it before you 42 days. It's very typical, I mean. Yeah, you're very difficult. It's kind of, you're trying to ride that line of like, what's the bit? And then, what looking at me, how do I get it out? So you're like combating stage fright is remembering your material and not like wash away.
Yeah, you stayed all on one joke, which is really, really good. It's really awesome. No boba.
You really should listen to your sets though, because like your presentation is like a one-sided conversation. It wasn't really into like a joke form. It was like more like, then I talked to this guy and he's like, "Oh my god,
you're always noticed that, and a lot like Kyle Shields. That's the difference between you guys and Darren Davis. came up guns a-blazing with energy and a smile. Do you ever, what excites you? Because you seem like you cry a lot.
Oh, no. I ate like 5 edibles before the show. I'm doing product photography for a weed company, and so it's like after you finish the photography, you're like, well, you have to eat it, so I ate it.
Well, you ate it on stage too. It happens quick. Fuck yeah. So Eric, what excites you? You're high as fuck right now. So you really are about to cry. Like you're fucking tripping balls. What kind of edibles were they? Gummy bears?
There were some pretzels. There was Belgian chocolate. There was peanut butter.
You had hot pretzels?
Yeah, it's a pretty magical world.
No, wait a second. We have some Theo here.
Why are you getting so high? I feel like you should probably be focusing a little bit more. He's like my friend Scott.
Yeah.
No, but I think that could change, right? And I think Tony has some good ideas, and so you can probably get things headed in a better direction.
It's true. Yeah, you gotta, balance the things out. You work out, right?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you have to have to.
Well, I mean, really, you could jog, but I know that you're
jogging with him. I would go outright with you. I think you're funny, and I could picture myself looking into your eyes and having a good conversation.
Wow.
I'd be like, this is a cool dude.
Fuck yeah. Cool. Pat wants to go on a hike. Clearly he wants you to wear loose-fitting clothing for that hike that you guys are going to go on.
I think you're funny.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I want to see how funny your cock is in my butt.
Jesus, Pat, you're
always funny.
You're great.
You're funny, but your asshole's hilarious.
Eric, you ever had your heart broken?
Not really.
Not really. You're just fucking impervious to everything. Too boring. Unstopped. Everything's boring to you, huh? Just even coming on a live show in front of 100,000 downloads, you're like, I need 5 edibles for this shit. It's my 42nd time on stage, so I got this. All right, so nothing interests you. You have no hobbies.
I like shooting videos and shit. I like, I'm kind of into like Woody Allen. I like want to shoot stuff.
I bet. If you're anything like Woody Allen, you want to shoot on a 5-year-old Korean girl. Hey, I didn't do it, guys. Woody Allen did it. So you're shooting like movies and stuff?
Yeah, I'm shooting a music video tonight, actually.
Oh wow, tonight. After this, after you did hot product placement and a spot.
$10 a gram dispensary, people. That's a plug.
Everybody has a plug tonight for some reason. It's like the new thing. It's turned into like a hip hop radio station. Or and my Uncle Chow and my cousin Sally. Shout out. Yeah, who does a Hollywood Island? So you've been doing this for 2 days. Now, what's the work ethic like?
I do it like 2 or 3. I try to get up 2 or 3 times a night. I know it doesn't show yet.
What do you do for money?
Oxy tutor.
Oh, that's right. Fuck yeah. Somehow forgot already. Those 5 edibles are rubbing off on me.
My high is contagious, yeah. How are you doing so much drugs and teaching kids with autism?
Right. Do you have to get down to the level just like, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's fucking counting and like basic words. Like, how are you not doing drugs,
Yeah. That's so fucking funny.
Right,
yeah, absolutely. That's a joke that only you could do. You teach autism kids, and you get high, and people are like, "How do you get high and do that?" And it's like 1 + 1 is 2. Like, I never get that high to where I'm dumber than an autistic kid. I mean, that's a joke only you can do. So fucking there you go. That's a little gift. That's what you did. Eric Epamonte, everybody. There you go. Woo! We're doing it tonight. Eric Epamonte is on Twitter at Eric Epamonte, ABBENANTE. Fuck yeah. This is fun, right? Interesting. I love it. By the way, I've noticed about the cigarette thing, it's gotten funnier every time. I've never seen one go like 1, it's like, oh, it didn't work. 2, boom. 3, bang. I'm excited to see maybe there'll be a 4th cigarette fallback. That's right. That's fucking female energy up here, guys. Finally, pulled a lady off the bucket. Leah Mansfield, everyone. Here she comes.
Yeah. Let's hear it for a lady. It's a shame I left my dick at home. Yeah, man. So, just let you take that in for a second. My dick is bigger than my right leg. It's fine. I had to buy it. A lot of people want to know if my name is Leah or Leia. And I'm like, just call me sir. That's fine. Especially if you see me from behind first. You're like, I need help from that little boy. Thank you. I have terrible gaydar. I'm a gay. You guys all got that? Yes. Everybody's good. I have terrible gaydar. Like, I pretty much just have hope-dar. I gotta see women. I'm like, man, I hope she's gay. She's not. If I'm into her, she's not. She's straight. If I can tell they're gay from a distance, I'm like, well, we can drink beer together. That's pretty much it. Has it been a minute, or are we? Yeah, all right, cool.
What's amazing about that, sometimes the comedy gods just fucking hit the show right in the head. Out of all the times we've done this show, I have never been the guy, and I've hosted tons of shows. I'm never, ooh, a lady, everybody, ooh, a female. And I did it once, and then after doing it once, which I never do, I actually did it again, which is unbelievable. Ooh, some female energy. It's great to get a lady up to the stage. It's like, and never before have we had Leah Mansfield on the show. And it's just amazing to me how fun. I looked at the clock. It was 26 seconds in until you even had to start doing jokes. Literally half your set was spent just milking that, which is amazing, which is great. And that's exactly what a huge part of this is. Just as important as jokes is taking what's given to you and rolling with that momentum.
Your set was so good, I wasn't even paying attention to the clock.
Yeah, that's
all 12 seconds over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very, very fun. Amazing stuff. You've been doing comedy a while.
I have. It's been almost 10 years. A little over 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. It shows. You definitely have chops. Where you been?
Well, I started in Denver.
Great comedy.
Thank you. Yes, I love Denver. And then I moved to Vegas. That was terrible. And after a year in Vegas, I went to Minneapolis. Yeah, thank you. I loved it. That's where I started on the road, was Minneapolis. Then I did a year and a half in Seattle, and then I moved to LA 2 years ago. So
yeah.
I don't like staying in one place or meeting people very well. So
typical lesbian gets around a lot.
I am a huge whore.
That's so fun. That's got to be a blast for you. What's your favorite spot for out of all the cities?
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous.
A willing vagina audience is always fantastic. I love it. Man, one of my favorite shows in the country is the Monday Night Comedy Show in Minneapolis. It's in just a basement bar. Yeah, no, I love that show. Man.
Where's fun? So you've been doing it 10 years. How long have you lived in LA?
2. Just about 2.
Oh yeah.
Have you been getting up a lot here? Or?
Yeah, some here and there. You know, I'm parking cars at a hospital during the day, so that's how well comedy is going. It's fantastic.
Oh, you're not the stunt woman for Tig Notaro?
I know, right?
I just thought she's doing so much stuff now that she had a stand-in at least. But
really?
But when she does need one, sure she.
I know. I'm gonna have to trim my boobs down a little. I think.
That's right.
Take a week.
Boom.
Well, they grew in like 14 years ago, and I need to I want to come back anyway. But
how does that work? You know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting thing that obviously we would have no idea about because I'd imagine, and maybe I'm like way out of line here, but I'd imagine in that lesbian game you're more of the alpha, right?
Yeah. Well. I actually like a strong feminine woman who will make the first move.
Yeah.
In all of life except in bed, and then I'm in charge, right? Do what I say. Make me a sandwich. Whatever. But she never does. She doesn't. I end up making the sandwich and coffee and everything. So yeah, no, I'm definitely the butch. Like I fall under the butch femme dichotomy, which I never
intended to do. It was not like you come out of the closet and you're like, I'm going to be a butch. I'm only going to date femmes. But that's just how it ended up. So,
Amazing.
yeah.
Do you identify as a young man or as a young woman?
I identify as a young woman. People have asked me if I want to transition. I'm like, no, men smell like tree bark. I don't want to be a part of that. So, but I love like really feminine women.
Now,
so
one thing that I think we've all noticed is that, let's face it, the more butch type of lesbian always gets the hottest chicks. Like, is that how it works with you? Are you always walking around with, like, chubby chaser?
No. I'm 38, so it used to be I dated just hot women. I had an ex-girlfriend who looked like a Swedish swimsuit model.
Right. That's what I was
But
picturing.
she was insane. So now it has to be like another component of personality where it's like I have to get along, no drama, and you have to know about things like space. Like you know what? Gravity. The movie Gravity was fucked up. If so, and you're hot, then we can fuck, right?
So you need someone with a little brain.
Yeah, absolutely. My parents are scientists, and so I grew up around really smart people, and I really enjoy very long conversations, followed by pussy eating. That's my favorite. Yes.
So funny. I would love to have you on the show Friday also.
Awesome.
Wow. It's all getting cooked right in front of you. Cooking the whole show today. It's happening right now. You're funny as fuck. 10 years, huh?
Yeah.
We have to figure out a way to yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Get you famous.
Okay. That's cool. I'd be down. Even just like.
How much material do you have?
About an hour. I mean, I can headline on the road like really shitty one-nighters and stuff.
Have you ever made an album or anything?
No, I'm kind of. Tig Notaro is my favorite comic, and she's my hero. And she never recognized me, which is fantastic because I opened for her once and it bombed. So I'm really
She
glad
doesn't recognize you? How's that possible? Like, if I was Tig Notaro and I saw you, I would think I was just walking by a mirror. You know what I mean? It's like.
No, yeah. So I don't need to be famous. I just want to not park cars for cancer patients at a hospital.
Oh, it's cancer patients?
Yeah.
Wow. Just sometimes you park their car and they just don't come back because they die. I'm just asking. Hey, questions you can only ask the valet at a cancer place. All right.
Actually, yeah. There's days when you're like, all right, see you tomorrow, and then they just never come back. Yeah, and it's like, well, they didn't tip anyway, so.
Fuck yeah, get out of here.
All right,
you know what, you're out on a laugh. Leah Mansfield. Look out. She's coming. Leah Mansfield. Holy shit, that was great. So fun. What a fucking crazy show. This is like old school Johnny Carson or some shit. We're seeing the future here tonight. This is the Crystal Ball episode of Kill Tony. Put your hands together for your next comedian. There's a little bit of a scratch out here, and a fucking, so that I might be just like last time when I tried to preface what I pulled out of the bucket. I might be wrong about the crystal ball thing. Put your hands together for Gary Curtis.
They say English is the hardest language to learn. I honestly believe that's only because they haven't declared woman as a language yet. Now, I was having this conversation with my girlfriend. Look, fellas, have you ever been having a conversation with your girl and then you realize that you're in the middle of an argument? Like, how the fuck did I get in here? So we're having this conversation and then she ends it going, see, I was right. I'm always right. I was like, okay. So I'm leaving later that day. I was like, bye, baby, I love you. Why? She was like, I love you more. I was like, you right. And yeah, she got mad. I said, how can you get mad? You just told me you're always right. She was like, well, not that. I said, always means always. She was like, not that. I was like, okay, so since you'll always be something different than my always, sure, we'll always be together.
All right, there you go. 55 seconds of thunder. Gary Curtis. Very, very funny, man. You've been doing comedy a while too, huh?
2 years.
2 years. Wow. You have a good look. everything is what I think what Red Band would call on fleek.
Yeah, especially the eyebrows.
You take good care of yourself. You chiseled that today, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah,
beard.
yeah.
I mean, that's as fresh as it gets.
Yeah, I look good for the podcast. This is for the
Yeah.
podcast. Yeah.
All right.
I look good for it.
You got that cardigan clearly straight from the closet of Drake.
That's what I was going for.
I love it. Where are you from?
Originally from Jersey.
Wow. Fuck yeah. It's amazing that you shave regularly. Normally people from Jersey don't even shower. So that's pretty amazing. Yeah.
I feel like I think the ice. I like to have the audience's wet for me.
Yeah, I think Pat's just gay tonight.
Yeah, Pat's super gay tonight. Was it just tonight?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he made Pat's butt wet, is what he's saying. No? I don't think so. Uh-oh. You know what that sound means. It's time for Pat to show his wet butthole. Let's see that wet butthole. Say it. Gary, it's true. I can sort of see what Pat is saying, though. There's something. It looks like you're sort of like an R&B singer doing comedy. You know what I mean? Like
you need to do females only shows like Teddy Pendergrass. Nobody's gonna get that reference, but
right. And then Pat wants you to invite him to those only shows. He'll be in the fucking front row, waiting for you to bust out the tearaway pants. Pat, I love it. You're like leaning in closer and everything.
It's kind of weird, like a whip my nose over.
At the end of this,
right now, bro. I'm like watching like a little gay thing morph out of you.
Is there a gay?
About a mile-long reef. Very difficult to land a plane there. Almost, superhuman to be able to do so, but she did it. And the brake assembly tore off, but other than that, she was able to bring the plane to a stop and to save Fred's life and her life. Unfortunately, Fred was considered the spy he confessed being a spy, according to talking to him on the other side, and he took the fall for her, and they executed him. They cut his head off, didn't they? Well, yes, they did, and I'm not going to diminish it in any way other than to say that was considered by the Japanese soldiers a soldier's death, because it was a quick way to go, as opposed to being shot, a more painful and longer way to go. And so, the traditional harakiri and all that stuff, they don't well familiar with that, but according to the Japanese code of military, that was the preferred way for a soldier to be spent.
Okay, I feel like there's a fleshlight. I feel like there's a fleshlight attached to the back of your guitar right now, and you're just molesting yourself. Gary, so this is your first time on the show, right?
Yeah, I did a couple of weeks, like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, really? Did you bleach your skin afterwards or something? Why can't I remember you?
I don't know.
You were too busy looking at it.
It was with Joe and he.
Oh, okay. That's fun. How did that go? Yeah, you got time. Hell yeah. So what else is going on? You were originally from Jersey. How long have you lived in LA?
I've been in LA 2 years.
Where do you live?
I live like around the corner from USC.
Oh, okay. That's an interesting one.
Line what?
Uh-oh. There it is. Pat wants that cross street, everybody. Will he get it? It's time for another fun segment we call Pat Wants That Cross Street. We already have Vermont. Gary, is it north or south of Sunset?
Oh, it's south of Sunset.
Oh, it's south of Sunset. You know what that means. Yeah, south of Sunset. Okay. I think we're looking for that cards. If you look right now, it's probably going to happen. Right. I'm going to set it up, and then you'll be able to hit it. All right. Is it south? Pat, where do you live?
I used to live in Vermont, 37th place when I went to USC.
Oh, are you close to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Comic timing. That's the only time I've ever heard that first verse to It's Raining Man was on this show for 15 seconds longer than it should have been. It's like a totally different song. Oh, God. Gary, you dress well. What do you do for work?
So I'm a treasury analyst. I help manage companies' cash.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Actually, I used to work in banking. Then I came to Valley on the corporate side. I worked at a company, but I told them to put it in a different company.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're just laying down the law. Love it. Treasury. You're just working for money.
Yeah. Good.
That's fun. Never take some.
I wish. Back when I used to work at the bank, I did, but not,
Yeah. Is that easy to do at a bank?
When you're a teller, it used to be.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't incriminate myself on this.
Hopefully there's a statute of limitations or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. That was way back in the day,
Way back.
Why is that?
Your Honor, it was way back in the day.
And it was just a sperm bank.
I mean, like, who's really the thief here? We are the bank. Let's be serious.
Right. They are. Absolutely. You took that shit.
Yeah, let's get political.
I love it. Well, fun times, Gary. It was nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. What else is going on? Anything else?
Shit, there's up a lot. There's so much. Not that much every now and then. Yeah. Also at the parlor, opened up at the parlor. Yeah. You getting up? Yeah. I do a bunch of videos with Rothschild and shit. It's fun.
I'm going to stop ruining our Facebooks.
Yeah.
What happens next to this grill? All right, so Gary, very fun. Thanks for coming on the show. He's on Twitter, GKurt@CSD. Gary Curtis, everybody. GKurt@CSD. This part of the show, we are going to go outside of the bucket. Our one and only regular. Every single week, we have one girl who writes and performs a new 60 seconds every single week. She is the newest regular here on Tony. Put your hands together for the always adorable style. To be likable and nervous. Melissa Esslinger, everyone. Here she is.
People used to ask me if I ride the short bus. I thought they were making a size joke. Short bus. A lot of people will spend a lot of time trying to think outside of the box, but I'm still trying to figure out how to get in it. I looked up normal in the dictionary. It said not abnormal. So I looked up abnormal, and it said not normal. Fuck you, dictionary. It's not very helpful. Gonna put the dick in dictionary. Oh, shit.
53 seconds. Do you have a 6-second joke?
Yeah, I'm so sure that automatic doors don't open for me.
There you go. A new minute from Melissa Esslinger. The party horn is out. Keep the mic up. You did it again. That's another new minute. That counts. I would definitely, when you do a short joke about the short bus, you don't have to wait, see, and react to their reaction. You know what I mean? You don't really even have to do that joke. Plow forward. Now that's not true. Don't listen to Red Band. He always tries to play bad cop with the regular, and that's not true. That joke's perfectly fine if it's cluttered between other short stuff. If you're talking about being small and people fucking with you, then it makes sense. What comes after that joke, it shouldn't just be a one. You know what I mean? It's more of a semi-premise. You know what I mean? Short bus, blah, 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 blah. It could be anything before or after it, but to let it stand on its own, that's where you're going to get in trouble. Had you done the short bus and then the automatic doors, or the automatic doors and then the short bus, you get a different reaction from the short bus. But letting it stand on its own.
Lump all your topics together so you have the chunk instead of just the standalone.
Yeah.
Or you can even preface it by saying, I'm small. I thought people used to fuck with me when they were saying when I ride the short bus. Like, no, I want to ride the tall bus or whatever. You can go anywhere with it.
Yeah.
But you just have to beat it out. because I don't really think you're a one-liner person.
Right.
And it's fun to test out premises here, and that's exactly what it's good for, is for you to hear it and see how to work it. But I've never heard anybody make a short joke out of a short cuts thing, so it's not tacky, so you're on something. And the automatic doors, is that true? Let's get into it more.
Yeah, usually it is true. Especially like it doesn't happen in like every automatic door. I haven't figured out what causes it, what kind of sensor it is.
Right.
But these are the things I think about when I approach doors that say automatic. Like, am I gonna have to jump? Am I gonna have to wave my hands up? Am I gonna have to do this? Or I can just casually wait till somebody's like walking with me.
There you go. There it is. That's how it happens. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, here's the first ever. Here's the first guy to podcast history to go no mic on it. So, what was that? Yeah.
Just because we've seen for now weeks, but you are doing a lot of really short jokes, and that aren't depth. So, I mean, just work harder at expanding whatever that thought is, whatever that nerve of that idea is, and let it grow. Put it on a petri dish.
And wonder what we would ask you. It's getting to the point to where, you're seeing it sort of. I'm always going to say, if it's a one-liner, super short joke, to beat it out, to figure out what the beginning and what the end is. And we just did that. That clearly the automatic doors thing, jump, wave, take a date, to the automatic doors is clearly a joke for that.
I won't see it right tonight. Yeah, maybe it's an exercise like an entire minute next time, just about one topic.
Yeah.
That's not a crazy task to talk about something at length for a minute. Right. That's not. Yeah, I would force you to do that. You don't even start at Scary Curtis.
There you go. That's for you podcast listeners. That was actually him shooting himself after that. No, but it's all good because, and by the way, this is something that we saw with our two other regulars for 2 years. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily completely out of the question for during a tough week. And I've seen you do one subject before. I think it was even last week. Yeah. Anyway, it's not terribly out of the realm to bring, sort of premise ideas here and let fucking creepy minds flesh them out a little bit for you. You know what I mean? Because it's sort of what we do. So I also like that. So, there's definitely a balance between everything. And, just keep chipping away. Because it's also one thing that I'll say, expand on what Mickey was saying, is that you'll be amazed how much easier it is to get laughs off of one subject than it is to change direction. And what you did is the ultimate, of this thing to do. You started with a short joke, went into another joke, and then went back to a short joke, which is like, then you're really separating. You're making it so much harder on yourself than you have to. Whereas once people are already in on a subject, it's much easier for them to digest the next joke. Melissa Esslinger is going to be a monster, ladies and gentlemen, and she's being built right here from Tony, writing and performing a new minute every week. Melissa Esslinger. What do we got? 9:35? Oh. What do we got? Let's see what happens. Cam fam, everybody. Cam fam.
Hey, when I quit my job, I had to slash my food budget so much that in 3 months I went from 160 pounds to 120. I was in fact to begin with. I set an unofficial world record as the skinniest person ever to lose 40 pounds in 90 days. Non-AIDS. Now, I'm too skinny and too quirky attractive to anybody aside from pedophiles. So, I once thought that maybe I should convert to Islam just to be eligible for 72 virgins. But awkward as that is, imagine what would happen if I was alone in a room with 72 virgins, there would be 73 virgins.
It's amazing. What's funny is, like, when you were halfway through the 72 virgins joke, I was actually going to give you your joke that you said is the punchline. And so you got it. That's a funny joke, Tam. You got it. You nailed it. Tam, how are things going? You are the most Asian looking motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's I disagree with that. Really? How are things? You've been one of our fun people that have regularly got pulled out of the bucky of that famous Asian luck that they all have at the casinos. Get pulled out of the bucket a lot. How are things going? We've seen you a few times. How's the progress?
It's going pretty well.
You used to wear a shirt that said at Tam Pam Comedy on it. You were very popular for that. Yeah, on Twitter. I think it also said that, as if people couldn't figure out at Tam Pam Comedy was your Twitter handle. You've gone no at Tam Pam Comedy. We saw him 4 or 5 times wearing the branded shirt, and you started going no shirt, and things started going a little bit better for you. How's that working out?
It's going pretty well. I'm not sure if it's for sure or not, but people are liking my stuff more. I had to cut off a lot of the worst strips. I'm not just filtering stuff down to material.
I don't really get that. Out of all the jokes I've heard you say, the 160, 140 seems like a long setup. What are you saying there? Were you really 160? And then you got down to 140? And why?
I quit my job just to have to cut down.
What were you eating?
Shema Yisrael.
Go on, say it right, motherfucker. Say it right. Piece of shit. Fall into my trap, Tam Fam. Good news is that we're performing at the Rice House this Friday, everybody. No, I'm kidding. Hi, Tam Fam. There he goes. It's the Rice House, folks. That's the episode, everybody. We got through it. Ryan Shaheba makes art every single week for the show. He drew tonight's episode with Fahim Anwar. Follow him at Fahim Anwar and check out his many great things. Look at his fucking art. It's incredible. Theo Braun, check out his special on Netflix. If you have it, watch it. That's coming out in February. Theo Braun and Fahim Anwar. Patty Reagan, Melissa Esslinger, J.D. Vernon, at Josh Martin Comic, Ryan J. Bell, I'm Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm Red Baron. You guys see
what they're calling an important announcement for residents of the Palisades. Also expected to highlight progress made to speed up.
Hey, this is Rabbi, coming to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for us. Tony,
yes. Hello. Welcome. Yes. Avery Pearson, ladies and gentlemen. Avery, come take a bow. Where are you? Avery Pearson and Jamar Neighbors. Getting the crowd worked to a frenzy. Avery is on Twitter at Avery is Funny, everybody. Just got back from the New York Comedy Festival. One more time for Avery. And Jamar, I smell a rap album coming from them. Everybody, welcome to Kill Tony. Here we are again. Put your hands together for Brian right there. Hi guys. Pat Reagan is out on Thanksgiving break of some kind, but also keep it going for your house artist, everybody. Ryan J. Bell, right there. He draws every episode of the show. So he's already started drawing. The show just started, everybody. Fuck yeah. And we got Jason Vernon in the back, turning this into an HD live podcast. And here we are. It's a live show. Normally we would be streaming the show. We are streaming. Oh, it worked? Yep. Oh, wow. Live audience station noise for the thousands of people that are watching the show that you're at right now. We can only fit so many in this fucking shoebox. Do you understand? Other people watch live. We go up against Monday Night Raw. We go up against Monday Night Football. I say, fuck you guys. We are here, and we are competing to some degree. There are thousands of people watching this right now, hundreds on Periscope, and tens live in this room right now. I'm so excited that everybody's here. We're going to have another fun, amazing episode. We have anything to promote? No. Well, this is this week. If you're listening to it live, there's a couple tickets left for Sunday, November 27th in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, and we're sold out. All 4 shows are all sold out.
They're opening parts of the venue that haven't been opened before yet for our show. They're adding chairs behind bars and stuff.
Yeah.
No big deal. So let's get tonight's episode started. As always, we always have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world. I just so happen to be friends with all of the funniest comedians in the world. And so I am always happy to have them come on, hang out, and talk to comedians with me. This week's no different. Truly, I always say this, but this is truly 2 of the funniest human beings walking this planet. Put your hands together for Jamar Neighbors and Mike Costa, everybody. Michael Costa and Jamar Neighbors. Jamar Neighbors and Michael Costa. Oh, we remember you from earlier. And Michael Costa. Fucking welcome, guys. Welcome back. Jamar, you've already killed it in this room tonight.
Jamar's stage presence is just unbelievable, is it not?
Yes, it's the stage presence, nothing else.
He runs off of presence alone. Speaking of presents, Christmas is around the corner.
Yeah. Are we close? Are we too close? I'm okay with this. Physically? You okay with this?
You okay with it?
I'm not with you, so you can be close.
Yeah, it's okay with
I
this.
feel like we're all comfortable here. It's a little bit squozing in. Yeah, it's squozing.
That's German.
Yeah. It's good squozing in. It's good for Josh Martin, everybody. Look at him over here. He's the one that sets up everything halfway so that it always falls at an inopportune time and like makes noises when we don't need them. But he's the man. He's known for spilling drinks on people. So you're gonna see, maybe some of that will happen throughout the night. Josh Martin, our accident-prone runaround producer. So, guys, you know what we do. There's a bunch of comedians that sign up, they put their names in the bucket. And then when I pull a name out, they go on stage and they do stand up for 60 seconds so we get to sort of see who they are, get a feel for them. Yep. And then we talk to them about anything in the world. All of a sudden, we're all on a podcast together. Crazy, right?
I think it's super ballsy for people to come up because I don't know about you, Tony. My very first time performing, it was like 6 minutes, and there was more time to
My first time when I did stand-up comedy, I did an hour and a half in Madison Square Garden.
I didn't say it was a good 6 minutes, but I said 1 minute is it's tough.
Oh yeah, totally.
1 fucking minute.
Yeah, sometimes it's too long for what we end up doing. Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. You know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Aww, it's adorable. That means wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
Because their ATSOs might be modified, or do we have any rumblings of anything else that might be in the works?
Jesus, God, he's vicious tonight. Oh my goodness, did it skip? We're operating off of CDs here, everybody. So let's do it. You guys ready? Kick off the show. It's episode 130, by the way.
Yeah.
Episode 130. No big deal, motherfuckers. A lot of people have 130 episodes of a Hit Live podcast. By the way, we're the number 1 live out this week. Number 1 live podcast in the world. This is.
Wow.
There you go. Live podcast, so that means you have to be in front of a live audience.
Wait till you have Jamar's stage presence on this thing. It's going to really go.
Stage presence is the most important thing when it comes to podcasts. Not a lot of people know that. I pulled the name out of the pocket. I always love one-word names.
Oh, yeah.
It always, almost foreshadows a lot. Sometimes it sets the expectations low and they blow you away. Sometimes they might be a monster and they're disappointing. You never know, but they're always something. What was Earthquake? Earthquake's the only one that actually, I feel like that's the only one name that's really a killer, right?
Yeah.
Carrot Top, I guess, is one.
Is it one?
That's 2.
Is there a hyphen? Is there a dash?
Nope, that's 2.
That's another good one.
Sinbad. Thank you.
Sebastian, but he goes by Sebastian and stuff.
Yeah.
But let's see. Here we go. This is an interesting one. Put your hands together for Fanto. Oh, no, there's no Fanto. You gotta be kidding me. I hyped it up. I hyped up the. I never do that. I never pull out.
Oh, there's the root.
All right, it's funnier than a sound effect of gunshots at the comedy store.
Right. Oh, just this.
Remember that guy? What do you mean, me?
We were doing.
There was fucking Red Panther gunshots.
There was also a rooster.
Yes, there was.
Last week.
Mike, that was my homie.
I can't believe there's no Fanto.
Fanto.
I'm really disappointed in that. If anybody knows Fanto, tell them that we're really saddened by their.
So Fanto was maybe like a group. Maybe it was group comedy.
I pulled another name out of the bucket. This sounds like a real human being. How about Charlie O'Connor?
Woo! What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god! It hurts!
That's what it feels like. It feels like being shot and then a wolf in the middle of the night. In the middle of a quiet night. That's exactly what it feels.
Maybe Charlie and Fanto are fucking in the bathroom? Is that what's going on? I hope they're both guys and that's a good one.
I am getting high for 1,000 for sure. All right.
Nice job, Red Man.
Jacques Nantamway.
Jacques. Woo! Yeah! There was a lot of controversy about Obama saying the N-word on a podcast over the summer, which, if you think about it, like, isn't that much of a historical problem. Right? Like, people freaked out about it, but he's the first president to say the N-word on the podcast, but he's like the 44th president to say the N-word. Do you realize, like, I mean, it's not all bad either. It's like, do you realize how many times someone had to say the N-word to, like, get the Emancipation Proclamation passed? Like, Lincoln said Negro, and they were like, is that an animal, vegetable, or mineral? And he said, well, pre-Civil War South, so all three. I like how you're like snaps. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but have you ever had a woman leave you because your dick is too big?
Fuck yeah, 60 seconds from Jacques. How do you say your last name?
Intoma.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't thinking that this is what Jacques was going to look like, to be honest with you. That's how I get jobs.
Really? Where do you work?
I'm a lawyer. I actually was on it.
Yeah, you did really good last time too, right?
Terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, I remember that. You did shitty last time.
I love it. So you're a lawyer?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like, what kind of lawyer?
Woman.
And that's
you like you passed the bar. You're a lawyer. You're barred in Texas. Yeah. Okay. Barred in California. So what the fuck are you doing here right now, man? I also stand up comedy. Yeah, I loved comedy before law school, and I went to law school and didn't do any comedy, and I started doing.
Are you like funny in the courtroom? Do you fart really loud and like objection at the same time?
Your Honor, let's be honest. He is the 44th president to say the N-word.
What's the funniest thing you've ever done in the courtroom?
Usually be identified as a defendant.
Oh shit!
I'm not kidding about that.
That's amazing. You talk about that on stage?
I sort of keep those lives separate.
Yeah.
Well, that's going after this broadcast.
I love it. Have you always rocked that haircut? I remember when, not only do I remember when Jamar once had that haircut, I remember when Michael Costa once had that haircut. How far back I go.
Yep. Josh used to have that haircut.
Yeah, he did. Josh Martin.
Were you born? You were born in the United States. Yeah, that's from the DC area. From the DC area. Were your parents in like some form of diplomacy or for the U.S. government, or what happened with that? My dad worked for the World Bank. Okay. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's the World Bank. Yeah. And yeah, my parents are both in. Cool. All right. You talk about that at all? Yeah. Oh, I thought you were really funny, man. That Obama joke was great. I thought it was fantastic. I'd love to hear the end of "Does the girl ever leave you because your dick is too big?" Although it was pretty funny just asking the question, and that's it. Because obviously this is something that you've experienced many times. Have you ever had that as a big problem?
People have not wanted us sex again.
You have a huge Asian or all girls?
All girls.
Now,
He looks like the black guy in every diversity program.
smart guy, afro glasses. Yeah.
That's a compliment. So big ass dick.
Now that's interesting. Do you talk more about that, or do you just have that one line? Is there more to that, or did you get cut off?
Oh, yeah, actually, the rest of that is saying me neither, but I have had a lot of strong overlap in my life.
Okay. Not because you break their legs. What?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a misery story.
Why would they hobble?
Oh, well, I think you're marketing.
Hobble is a funny comedic word.
But I'm saying, if you're saying that you neither, but I made a few hobble, then how do you do it?
What do you
just by your thrusting or something?
Well, no.
Like you really just flick like physical hand?
It's more.
It does like, holy shit, that's like some ridiculous thing.
Let me find your finger.
It looked like some ketchup on antelope slices.
No, I mean, I guess I thought it was more funny as like a misdirection thing of like, oh, maybe, oh, no, okay, I'm saying she would use, and then it turns out, oh, no, she actually doesn't leave for that, but she does hobble out, so it's sort of like my dick is too big, oh, it's not actually that big, oh, it's so big.
You broke it down like a weapon, and I appreciate that.
That's what I do in court.
What do you do for fun?
I like to go hiking and listen to jazz.
Wow, is this your... Yeah, there you go. You just found your gauge.
Huge jazz fans here tonight.
No, seriously, yeah, he's gonna make.
You really like listening to jazz?
Yeah. There's like a great there's a piano bar on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Really great.
It's like it's real jazz. It's like music, improvised jazz.
Yeah.
I try it, and whenever I go listen to jazz, I realize I like blues. Does that ever happen to anybody? I hate jazz. I need a hook. I'm not that smart.
Miles Davis.
I need a hook.
It just blew Miles Davis. Try that out.
Okay.
The jazz prescriptionist over here, right there. Smoke a joint, and listen to that.
It's cool to like jazz. I'm admitting that I'm cool, but I keep trying to like it, and I just keep leaving going. I need someone to go down. That's what I need.
Yeah.
Why do I make this stuff?
You play jazz? Do you play instruments?
No, I wish.
You just look like a jazz musician.
Yeah, that's actually another subject.
That's another subject of a joke that you do.
Yeah. Because I go to jazz. Everyone assumes I'm a musician. Sure. In LA.
Yeah. But then you're like, nope, I'm a lawyer. What's the craziest company that you've defended employment? Like, what's the way you ever worked for, like Target or like Best Buy or anything like that?
No, one interview, the law firm was interviewing for a law firm, and they said,
this is the only way I can like jazz when there's someone else talking over the jazz.
Have you ever thought about doing your comedy with jazz behind it, combining your two worlds? No. Keep going. Tell me more.
Isn't this Snap Judgment on NPR? Isn't that what the stories with the beats or some shit up there?
I don't know that reference, but it sounds dead on.
Where I was doing an interview with law firm, and they were like, "We're currently defending BP with the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. Like, how do you feel about that?" And I came with like a really bullshit answer, so I still wanted the job. Like I was like, "Well, I think in democracy, you need someone to represent the bad guys and all that shit." But I don't know. That was not a good.
There you go. Well, simple like that. If it just trickles out into nothingness and the music comes back up, I think we could find you a new niche with jazz music behind you. How do you spell that last?
Toma? And oh yeah, it's spelled how it sounds.
Oh no, it's not.
It's spelled how it sounds. Yeah, it's not one letter together.
Is it start with an N and a T?
Yeah.
The first two letters are N and T? Yeah. And so what's your name?
Toma.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Do you have a joke about that? No.
Do a joke about your name. Do a joke about my name. You know how old can you like bad advice? I want to be that nigga for you.
Are both of your parents Cameroonian?
No, my mom is Vietnamese.
Whoa, look at that. They found each other. Those islands of love. Vietnam and Cameroon. Where'd they meet?
They met Tricks in DC.
Wow. You see what I'm talking about? All right. Jacques, I had so much fun with you tonight. It was nice to meet you.
Jacques, good job.
Yeah, fun time. Nice to meet you. There he goes. Jacques Intermé. He's on Twitter at TNTONMB. TNTONMB.
I know you were joking, but I kind of like names. I kind of like jokes about people's names.
I think, you just gotta go with. Nobody's ever going to be able to pronounce that right. Nobody ever. He's going to one day be a huge star. He's going to have an opener that he pays a lot of money, takes on the road with him. He's not even going to be able to say that
Jacques
right.
and Tomois or something like that.
Intermé. I don't know.
There's such a thing that I never had a joke about his name.
Dom Irera has a joke about Cedric the Entertainer's name. It's amazing. I've heard him do it because he's ranked above him on the Comedy Central made a list, like top
100 or
top
whatever.
50 funniest people of all time.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, Dom Irera's number 38, so Cedric the Entertainer's number 37. And Dom always jokes around. He's like, how do you beat Entertainer? I never even had a chance. Johnson's the best. He's on like 10 episodes of Hilton.
Do you think every president has said the N-word?
Hell yeah.
I think every single person in the world probably has. Do you think everybody has said it?
Jesus, Brian. I mean, how?
3 and up. 3 and up.
3 and up.
Maybe, yeah.
How old were you?
No, I don't.
You almost can't even tweet without saying the. By the way, without a doubt, and this is true, I tell him this all the time, so I'm happy to finally tell him in front of a fucking audience. Jamar is my favorite person to follow on Twitter. If you ever get a chance, you have to immediately follow him. If you're wondering who I'm laughing at during the day ever, this is the podcast.
And great Google image search for you also. Some great photos of you naked in the bathroom. He doesn't hold back. He always pisses people off.
Oh, yeah.
Your Twitter's fantastic. Because I sometimes think of a tweet and I go, don't do that. That's going to piss somebody off. You just fucking trust that.
You float it out there. They'll go on these rants.
I love it. I love it. That's what comedy's supposed to be. You're not supposed to filter it. Mainly about bitches.
That's all I'm talking about. That's all I know. That's it. That's all it takes. It cracks me up 7 times a day. So follow Jamar Neighbors on Twitter. I just pulled another name out of the bucket, and that name is Heather Marubi. There we go.
My favorite television show is Dateline. It's been on since 92. A little mad at Dateline right now. They're running some ads with the tagline, "Don't watch alone." There's a little problem. Dateline airs at 10 p.m. on Friday nights. So if you're watching Dateline, you're watching alone. Okay? So I watch Alone every Friday. And every time I'm watching, I get more lonely. These stories of murder and deceit. I think, wow, why has no one ever been obsessed with me before? When am I going to have a stalker? When is someone going to take out an insurance policy on me? I'm worth it. I'm alone. Help. Do you ever Google the name of your high school with the word obituary on the end?
Wow, Heather Maroli, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. We got another one. Heather, you've done this show before.
Yeah.
And you just murdered, right?
So,
yeah, no, you're a humble one.
Oh,
I like your style. You're so funny. That Dateline joke is like hilarious. That's so fun.
Obituary.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, no, the Dateline joke is like, lonely woman, and I was like, okay, that's a really funny joke. But then the next joke completely reiterates and adds like to the persona. Yeah, this is who I was. That was great.
Fun, dark, lonely.
And not enough jokes use the word obituary. You very rarely hear the word obituary, which is a great word.
It's true, Jack.
Oh.
Is there more to that obituary joke? Or is that just hard hitting?
Well, that's one I just wrote that last week. So I usually at the end I'll be like, sometimes I Google living in my high school for funsies. I say what obituary for funsies, and then just to catch up on what people are doing.
Right.
And then, because I actually did find out somebody I knew died.
Yeah.
I was looking for somebody else, a different person.
So some alive person had a dead person's obituary in their bio?
Well, no, I was Googling for newspaper obituary. Well, I was looking for someone specific.
I hope this person is dead
because you were stalking your own. You were becoming the other end of the Dateline episode.
No,
What's funny
I don't know.
And by the way, that could be a great way to take that Dateline thing. Is I realize that I'm never going to be that victim that's obsessed over, so I'm just going to be the obsessor. I want
yeah, exactly. Well, that one's
right. That's great. What's the most excessive thing you've done with the guy that you like? Oh boy. Wow. You looked out like he might be in the room right now.
Like when I was in high school. Okay, a couple things. I used to drive by crushes' houses. But I think a lot of people do that.
Where's the high school?
I grew up in Colorado Springs, Colorado. So I would drive by guys' houses. One time I had my sister.
What's so freaky about that? Were you like in a tractor or something? Like,
I don't know. Here's another thing. I had my sister call this guy, but I like to type him to a play I was doing. And as my assistant. I don't know. It's weird, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's great. You have an assistant?
Well, no, my sister, we used to play this game where my sister was my personal assistant.
Right. Younger sister?
Yeah.
Yeah. What play was it?
It was Picnic by William Inge.
Oh, yeah. Were you a lead?
Yeah.
I know comics that have called the Laugh Factory and a comedy store as their own agents.
Well, didn't I think Twin Fox used to do that all the time.
I'm not that familiar with the career of Jenny Fox. I like to call it a comedy store and act like a comedy days.
How many pranks does this place get? This place gets non-stop pranks every day, right? Somebody that because comedians have to be pranking this place non-stop.
It's a good question. I mean, I would hate to prank this place because every time I perform here, I get $15. So I would hate to lose that amount of income.
I mean, yeah. So
that's only if you get shot.
Yeah. Heather, what do you do for work?
Well, I race in for the band.
Holy shit.
You know Jacques Dubois?
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I bet he'll sit down and watch Dateline with you.
That's okay.
Don't fucking play the story while she watches.
Oh, yeah. I love it. So you do that. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
Right. You do a lot of spots?
Yeah, I go a couple times a week.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes twice, and I'm probably gonna go after those.
What's your go-to porn?
Go-to porn. Gosh, I like a lot of stepdad stuff.
Stepdads. Wow. There you go. This turned out to be a good question, bro.
Why yes?
What's you just like the whole storyline of a stepdad?
I don't know. Well,
Do you have a stepdad?
no. My parents are still married.
Right, that's what people are always into on the porn is stuff that they don't have any connection with. Like it feels like nothing feels dirtier if you don't have a stepdad than stepdad porn. It's like, oh, I can't even fathom that. Oh, you fatherless piece of shit. Oh, fatherless whore you are.
My stepdad's a huge tease, so I get it.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. So you like dad bod and everything?
No.
What's that?
Okay. Well,
Did you just rust the horn yourself? Say something and then hit the horn for your own thing? Is that what's going on here? Yeah, there's no, so you can't hide, Brian. You can't hide behind video. No tickling, Brian. Heather, what do you like to do for fun? What else are you into?
oh my gosh. I go see a lot of movies. I work a lot.
Stepdad movies?
No. All the popular films out there.
What's your favorite, most recent movie?
I can't remember. No, this is not great.
Are you going to see
Are you gonna see it?
No, that whole, I feel like the whole movie was shown in the trailer.
Are you gonna see it?
I'm a hater. That's what it's me.
You know what? I was like, I watched the trailer the other day, and I was sort of interested until I heard like Sylvester Stallone is so beat to death right now. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. Like everything was fine. Like I'm like, oh, this looks like a good movie. And he's like, he's got like nothing left. Yeah. So this is like watching Sylvester Stallone die from 30 years of fucking steroids.
You've got to put all your heart into it. You've got to just keep on fighting.
It's like unbearable.
He's turning into Mickey from Rothschild.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's trying to. Thank you, Brian. You were on the money tonight, dude.
Are these your fun comedy hearings, or are these hearings?
No, I wear these every day. I'm Puerto Rico.
You're Puerto Rico. When you write mediation copyright, you're wearing those. Whatever it is, you're wearing those.
I wear these for work.
That's so cool. Fair enough.
Why not?
You're doing lock stuff.
Well, I've been working in lockdowns for a while.
Like I prefer the earrings over the necklace. You know, I think big hoop earrings is pretty cool.
What's your nationality?
I'm Puerto Rican, Cuban, Italian, and Chinese.
Okay, wow, we hit our 4 nationalities.
You know, I don't.
Yeah, you must have like a temper. You must be violent. Isn't that what I said last time? Yeah, I think I said that.
I
feel like you just wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to be satisfied. You know what I mean? Like you would just be yelling during it. Like, you gotta get everything. You gotta put more into it. You know, it's full on new Sylvester Stallone. 10-point callback. Okay, well, Heather, you had a great set. Anything else for Heather, guys?
Thought she was great.
I know, we're meeting great people tonight. Heather Marui, another great 60 seconds. She's on Twitter at FixedAirHeather. FixedAirHeather. Air.
All one word. Cuban, Italian. That's a bad mix right there. That's dangerous. That's dangerous shit. She'll kill you 4 different ways.
Yeah, totally.
That's a wrap up here around her neck and spray cologne in your face.
Is there one race that you guys would be like, I'm not dating that ever again? Mexican. That was fast.
You said that like you're getting points here. If this was at midnight, you would have just won.
Midnight, you bullshit.
No, I don't do it.
They ruined Twitter for the last 3 hours. Yeah, they ruined Twitter.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do? You yell at them on Twitter?
Tweet what I would normally tweet, but at midnight. So I'm like, sweet pussy is so pretty. Right at midnight? That's it.
You know you're gonna win a hashtag war sometime, like accidentally.
Yeah. That's what I hope.
You're gonna tweet that thing, pink pussy's delicious, and then that night it's gonna be like hashtag what color pussy is the most delicious.
It is getting. They are running out of. They're running out of ideas in that show. It's pretty funny. Oh, you know what? That's crazy. Sometimes he signs up, and sometimes he gets pulled out of the bucket. He's the runaround producer of the show. Everybody, blood, sweat, and tears in the game. It's Josh Martin, everybody.
Oh, hey guys. I have a speech impediment. It's really hard to understand words that I say. I can barely say words. I sound retarded, but I'm educated. I'm an educated guy. I went to college, got a degree in biology. I was going to go to medical school, and then I changed my mind because I realized that what kind of doctor I would be. I would be like the doctor you see, and then you walk out, and then you continually see a different doctor, like a second doctor. You know? And you get a second opinion because you don't trust anything I'm saying. Like I would be the doctor you would see if with like Obamacare. Like I'm your Obamacare kind of doctor. You know? Get the fuck out of my office. Because you have cancer. I just told you got diarrhea. Oh, you have cancer. You got that shit checked. Yeah, that's all.
Josh Martin, everybody. There he is. Firing it up.
That was awesome.
Yeah, a great new minute. Josh has been ripping it up upstairs and downstairs. He's on a hot streak right now.
I didn't know he had a speech. This whole time I thought he was returning. Almost the same. Almost exactly. That is really, really funny, and I love that you own it. I love that you communicate it to the audience, and once you do that, then you don't have to fucking bring it up again. I think it's awesome. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm trying to. I felt like I needed to get like good, like boys' children together the fuck out. And these guys they may disagree with me, but I like that personally. It's like just say it, make it funny, and then get the fuck out of it, and then do whatever you want. That's
I agree. I'm the same way. I have to talk about how everybody thinks I'm gay, right? Right from the top. Girls, people just think I'm gay. It used to be, if I didn't have that joke, it used to be when I would do sets on the road, people would come, or even here, people would come up to me after like dumb audience members, and they go, "I just have one question for you." And it's like, "No, I'm not gay." Just happen all the time.
It's weird.
You have to acknowledge it.
It's weird because when you said the doctor thing, I didn't think we were going to go that way. I thought you were going to say that you're like, even when you're you're waiting for the doctor, that one doctor just comes and goes, "Hey, how's it going? I see him. All right, I'll be right back." And then you never see that guy again. Like I thought you were gonna totally take the joke somewhere else, but man, that was great, man. I love seeing you, Josh. I've been hearing lately that you've been killing it downstairs. So.
People lie a lot. You shouldn't trust people at all.
Oh, look at that! A little self-deprecating. Just a little. First time we've ever seen humble Josh Martin. Look at that little glimmer.
You should just tell people to do something good.
Yeah, and that never works out.
Try something else. Yeah,
it's funny. He did things a little bit backwards. He was a cocky little dick before he was good, and then he got good, and he was becoming humble at the same time.
You said you were educated. What's the level of education in the faculty? I have a bachelor's degree in biology. Wow. From University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Okay.
Lafayette?
So it used to be the Raging Cajun. It still is the Raging Cajun? I love that I know that. That's really. I would almost. It's one of the best research colleges. I would almost, as an audience member, I would love to know that you have a degree in biology. You said you're educated. That means something different to everybody. You're like, that's really fucking hard. Even though for me, it's not that hard for
you. At the University of Louisiana, Lafayette, I'd imagine that it's like a 1 week course.
You know what I like about Josh is that he does talk like that, but when you're talking to him, does not spit on you at all.
Right.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lie. And especially on stage, I can see myself spinning. And I'm always terrified of sitting and grinding along there. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's actually special. That's why I talk like down, and I'm scared I'm going to spit on someone.
Yeah. They're going to have a gallon of plastic. Everybody cover up. Rabbits are crazy.
Joke about that. That's funny too, man. You're worried about spitting on the audience? That's kind of funny.
It's funny.
I think I used to have something like that. It was like one of my first year shows. Yeah. Oh yeah, the joke was they spit a lot of game when with Landman.
Oh, I think I know where this one's going.
I spit a lot of game. It's just a game where I try to talk to someone without spitting. I like that.
I like that. You should really go back into that and like change it around, mix it up. It's a funny idea when you talk about having a speech impediment, because that's the first thing you think of. That
That's the problem. Like the last year and a half, I got tired of talking about my voice because that's all it's talking about.
But now you're actually
and I'm trying to write other jokes, so I kind of have to talk.
Yeah. And now you're writing good books.
I'm trying to. You don't want to only do voice jokes, obviously. Yeah. There's nothing worse than the comic that has some kind of I don't know what do we call this? But you know, they're on stage.
Like the girl with the half an arm. You know, she's always like,
oh my arm. Or even worse, it's like way worse on stage. And they get off stage, it really isn't that bad. And you're like, you're just doing this for fucking comedy.
Right.
I don't like that.
Like the girl with half an arm. I met her off stage. She shook my hand. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway,
one fingernail coming out of this.
Josh, what else is going on in life? How's it going? How long have you been here at the Comedy Store?
Coming up to 4 years.
Really? 4 years. So 4 years ago, you were what? Managing a McDonald's in the suburbs.
Yeah.
And that was it.
But when I met you 4 years ago, you didn't have a speech impediment. Did the Comedy Store give this to you? The Comedy Store works in mysterious ways. Yes, it does.
Josh, what do you do Friday?
Well, there's no show Friday.
I know.
This is very good though.
It's me and Tony will be in Columbus and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, if you fly yourself,
you can set it up for me.
Yeah, you can get our anyway. Josh, anything else? Anything you want to promote or anything?
I'd rather get some more comments. I'm done.
Oh wow, what are you, the hero?
Oh, man.
A hero for the people. Josh Martin Comics. He's at Josh Martin Comics.
Sweetheart.
Did you guys? Do you guys remember anything that you did when you very first started stand-up comedy that you can't believe you did that you sort of regret? Something dumb.
Well, you were saying about Josh how he was cocky when he wasn't good. That's kind of how I was. I mean, I feel like I was way cockier when I didn't know how to do comedy. And I'm not suggesting I fucking master comedy either. But now it's like once you see how good other people are, it really humbles you. But at the beginning, you don't have any fucking goal. I used to try and not be ghetto. Oh, that's interesting. So you would talk like you do like white guy voice, or like what does that mean?
What's up? Wait, what? What's that? What's up?
Hey everybody, what's going on? I'm Jamar Neighbors. Is that what you used to do? Yeah, like, hey guys, I was talking about, I was still talking about ghetto shit. But like, yeah, man, your mother would be like smoking crack in the living room, and she's crying. And
did you guys ever try to change your persona? Like, I know when like I forget what that one comedian made us know about it, Aziz Astaria, he was like, you know, I need to do like a more different version of my set. And I tried it one time. It actually worked, but it made me feel so shitty afterwards that I never did it again.
Did you feel like Aziz Ansari afterwards?
I did. I was like, wow, that's really easy. Just talk about my cell phone.
Pulling anything name out of the bucket.
Aziz is a good friend of mine.
I'm just kidding. No.
We know this girl, Sarah Kenny, everybody.
Yeah!
Sarah Kenny.
Finally!
task force is recommending more community outreach to ensure the activity while also looking for a venue where racing can happen legally.
You know, a lot of women, they don't like to be called ma'am. They're a little bit age obsessed because they feel old. That's why there's a new, more politically correct term for these women. You refer to them as cunt. Because it's ageless, you know? So it doesn't offend anyone. Anything about that. So tipping is sort of a messed up way to pay people, right? It's sort of like, how much do I owe you? Well, how much do you owe me? I was going to give you, like, what's on the bill here. Oh, you give me exactly what I asked for. It's fine. And it's not always clear who you tip, right? Like my coke dealer. You know, I'm just going to give him what he asked for. I'm not giving him an extra 20 just to meet my gap. Ridiculous. You guys, I used to be paraplegic with Down syndrome, and then I got off gluten. And you know what? I think it's really turned around for me.
Fuck yeah, Sarah Kenny. What was that quadriplegic show?
There's cocaine, gluten-free, and the word cunt in that set. I appreciate all that.
All the buzzwords.
So, wait, what was the last joke? Everything else is great. One more time for Sarah Kenny. I'm just trying to figure out what you were saying with the gluten-free.
So I was like paraplegic with Down syndrome, and then I got off gluten, and so that would have such a dramatic effect.
It's not like how Tony talks about being vegan. No, it's not. Now, you usually are in the back hacking everyone because you're a hacker and you always steal everybody's you're here every week and you have an open laptop in the back of the room using DOS, which is awkward as fuck. That's like one of the hottest things, though, to see a girl that knows how to hack.
Wait, so
first of all, but I don't even have the Wi-Fi.
No, so I'm sorry. When you said that, I thought you meant like comedy hacks. No, you're saying like computer hacks.
She's a hacker.
Okay, I was like, yeah, you can't just.
She's hacked.
Yeah, well, that's what I was worried. I was like, that's not good if that's not the case.
There's many of other hackers in this room. It's a difference. Sarah, so how long have you been doing stand-up now?
Coming up on 3 years.
Wow. And what do you do for work?
So I'm a hacker, but I'm a programmer. So I'm
wait a second. Oh, shit. No, really suspicious.
No, I already hacking and
what the fuck is this? What are you supposed to? What is that supposed to mean? Is that like a digital thing that you're talking about?
It is technical.
Yeah. That's Jerry. He's kind of right there. Yeah, Jerry. Who do you think you're programming for?
USP.
USC.
Yeah.
So what are you programming for?
Well, I'm working on an artificial intelligence project.
What the? I mean, I want to hear exactly. Look, I want to hear about this. I mean, comedically, I have to maybe give the specifics of the project you're working on, but this is really fascinating. And I really enjoyed your company, but I almost felt like more like you were telling jokes as opposed to really getting personal. And it sounds like to me like your actual real life is pretty fucking fascinating and unique to everybody else in this room. You write programming.
There you go.
Yeah.
That means we've reached the compliment, Max.
Oh, shit. What that mean?
Breaking me down.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry.
There's that sound.
I have a programming group for like nerd tech jokes, and they're okay. There's a couple that are okay.
I mean, your dad's not your coke dealer. That's just a joke. No, it's just a joke. Yeah.
So you have jokes. It sounds like you have jokes about everything.
Yeah, I don't really have a specific niche, which is good or bad.
Do you have any jokes about being flat-chested?
Are you feeding me that?
You're all laugh. You're all here. You know, you can owe me as hard as you want.
I totally did my flat-chested joke on the show.
Oh, yeah.
And your response was like, I've heard a million flat-chested jokes, but that one is solid.
Remember, you can never tell which one's good or which one's flat. You know what I mean? You keep it down just in case. That's what happens if I even try. You have a special, like, what's your safety on that? What's the safety on their sound effect board? Did you see that, Jamie? What the fuck was that?
It's because I turned it down so I know it's text messages together.
It's so funny. So I've never tried to touch it before. So, yeah, it's a molesting joke, everybody.
We gotta let Jamar talk. I cut him off 8 times.
Jamar.
With that bomb ass job that you got, would you ever stand up full time?
I don't know that I could make as much money.
You can't. I'll tell you right now, you cannot.
So I don't know. I'm a little bit spoiled, which is maybe bad, but
Are you doing a lot of spots?
you know, I don't know. You know, I do like several times a week. I get up. I get booked on shows probably like twice a month. You know, I just flappers a lot. But yeah,
Do you do flappers?
I do flappers.
Surprising me based on the size of your breasts. Yeah. In this PC world we live in, I created an environment for me to get to do jokes like that.
This is why I was complimenting you so much earlier. I knew it was coming.
I knew I should wear my
I can make these jokes with Sarah. She's one of these warriors that's always here. Relentless.
I love your breasts. They're fine. Just because I know how big your areolas are underneath them.
Is that true? Do you know from sniffing your packet or whatever?
What is comedy fulfilling for you? Is it just like a fun little hobby? Do you do?
No, I mean I love it. Like I truly want to commit to it. I'm just like not quite sure what the next step is for me. It's kind of confusing. So yeah.
How much time do you think you have?
In life.
No.
That's such a computer programming answer. My motherboard has
5 more years.
How long of a set can you do?
I think I could do 40 minutes.
Wow. Look at that. Maybe you should just make an album. Maybe you should do a show and record the set.
You just program it into every freshman USC. Just put it in their fucking computer.
You could just take over the internet. Queen cook your way to the top. You know what I mean?
Actually, if you're in an airport that you're all using the same Wi-Fi, and if you search your folder, you can also see a lot of shared folders in people's computers that are open. So a lot of times I would put just like dick pics and like shit on people's computers when I'm bored. But putting your albums is actually a good idea because when it searches your computer for music, it will find it.
Would you put your dick pics in other?
No. Google like like other waffles and shit. And I just put like like hard porn and like everything.
What are blue waffles?
Go Google blue waffles.
How do I not know about this? I'm the last to the blue waffle party over here.
You want me to show you right now?
I thought the blue waffles were the mascot for University of Louisiana Lafayette. There's blue waffle. I type in blue waffle. Oh shit! I'll share it with you.
It's a blue waffle. That's what's wrong.
It's a disease. Yeah, blue waffle disease. Oh, there we go. It's a disease vagina.
Guys. Okay.
Wow.
That's what happens when I question words like Red Band says. All right.
You could actually, if you want to learn more, go to listenparty.org.
How do so many people know about these gross things that I don't even know about?
We find out all about it on Meat Spin, right, guys?
I also love there's a picture of actually a Buddha waffle. There's like somebody made a Buddha waffle.
Anyway,
sorry, we got
If Red Band says something you don't understand, don't Google it.
Yeah. It's true. Sarah, what's the craziest thing that you've done in the past year?
Besides squirt.
Brian, stop it. Settle down. Jesus. Air horn
Don't
yourself.
tell me you use T++ instead of Linux.
T++. Yeah.
I don't know if I don't really do that much crazy. I don't know. Some people think I'm crazy for riding my bike in LA traffic.
Do you do drugs? Do you do drugs?
I do.
I do some drugs.
I'm open to all drugs of any kind.
Okay. Well,
Wow.
I guess that's crazy.
that's crazier than riding your bike in LA, I think, personally.
What happens on the bike? Is it dangerous? You get yelled at? Do you yell at people? Do you wear a helmet?
I've gotten yelled at on occasion. Some people just seem to think that it's too dangerous to ride a bike in LA in general. I have gotten a get off the road yelled at me out of a window.
Nice. Yeah.
I am allowed to use the road.
And that was just because you were a woman. That wasn't even because you had a bicycle.
Right.
Take your bike to the kitchen.
Oh, goodness. Well, Sarah, you've been on the show more than probably anybody. So fun to watch you grow over the last couple of years. And
next Ice House show, I think in 2 weeks. I'd love to have you on. Because you're awesome.
That'd be great.
Let's get big out of it. Sarah Kenny, everybody, there she goes. She's on Twitter. That's Kenny Comedy, all one word. Woo. We're almost there, guys. Just yeah. You have to let the lead guitarist for the stroke. It's different than the strokes. It's just more based on the medical infliction than actual stroke. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Todd Malta, everybody. Todd Malta.
Yeah. My name's Todd. Said it. I'm not a big fan of it. I actually changed it when I was younger. I had to change it back. I'm now officially retarded. I recently finished reading the Ray, and turned out there's nothing in that book about being abused or hurting people. Did I say Korean? Son of a gun. I always wanted to get a job as a motivational speaker. I like that. You can know this about me. I'm a bit of a freak. Sometimes I blow my nose with my left hand. Feels like somebody else is doing it. My favorite part of a woman's body are these two little curves between her neck and belly.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says Trump's
Went to a meeting with Aegis. Nobody showed up.
So the three companies that he spoke to are still in discord and general letters.
Yeah, Todd Malta. Nice to meet you, man. This is your first time on the show, huh?
It is, yes.
I like your style. That's what you do? Short little one-liners?
I'm trying to get out of that.
How long have you been on stand-up?
This is probably my 12th time on stage.
Wow, look at that, Todd Malta.
Good job.
Yeah.
First time in 3 years.
Oh, what made you start back up again?
It's time. My son turned 3.
Your son's 3?
You know what they say, when your son turns 3, start doing stand-up comedy.
Right. Exactly.
So it's in every parenting book.
Yeah, it's yellow. It's
yellow. It's not really cool.
Yeah. Oh, where are you from? Cruise ship? It's so funny to see when the roaster comes out in you. Like, it's just like because you've only seen me do it all the time, so it's funny to see. What are you from, a cruise ship? It's like this. Yeah. It's like, where are you from?
I'm actually from Ohio.
Oh, really? Oh, what's our name?
Worcester? You know?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't watched the game yet. They voted.
They won.
They won. Yeah, they won.
So when you say your son turned 3 and now it's time for you to start stand-up, is he at home is he old enough to be at home by himself now?
He's actually probably the funniest person I've ever met. So he kind of inspires me.
Every parent thinks their child is great.
No.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? Because he could do stand-up comedy?
He's a natural entertainer. Alex said it, but
Alex, here he is. He's actually Skyping in right now. There it is. Wow. Okay. Jesus Christ.
I don't know why I like retarded so much, but I really fucking did. That was really funny. That made me laugh. What was the last joke with the ninjas? What'd you say? But nobody showed up? Yeah, nobody showed up. Yeah, it's not
You didn't even know they were there.
Yeah.
What's the neck and belly?
Oh, my favorite part of a woman's body are the curve between her neck and belly. Her titties. Her titties. So I can see her over here.
All these jokes seem like bumper stickers, though. You know, like that one, the one where the one that you did right before the neck and belly, there was something that you did that was like, oh no, he's going to do one of those jokes. And even though you changed it, it didn't change the fact that we all knew the joke was.
And these are your jokes. You wrote these jokes.
Yeah. Okay. I love that. You know,
It's
the funniest person you've ever seen. Right. What's the funniest thing you've ever seen a 3-year-old do? He's just like, he's hilarious. Like, does he ever just piss all over you?
Not anymore.
Because it looks like it. Thank you. The yellow shirt, everybody. The yellow shirt because it's covered in. Yeah. This room got really quiet. We got disengaged.
I know. What's that all about?
I love it. Todd, I think you just had that kind of energy.
I actually thought he was gonna suck when he grabbed the mic. I was like, there's no way this guy can be funny. I don't know why I thought that, but you are funny and you made me laugh. And maybe I don't know what it was. I just thought you just seemed like a little bit of a goofy dude, but look, I'm saying this is a good thing. It was funny. It's not it is stupid, but it's fucking funny. And the bottom line is those single line jokes. You don't want to laugh. You didn't want to laugh at one of them, but you fucking laughed out loud. That's what I'm saying. That's how I felt too. I didn't want to laugh at the bumper sticker joke, but if it is funny,
yeah, but was it funny because you can't believe you did it? Because that's what I felt. Like, oh my god!
Not really. It wasn't. Not for me. It wasn't.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Todd. I can't help but to notice that tattoo on the left inside of your arm. It looks white power as fuck. What does that 3 German lightning bolt over? I have to ask. Either it's some kind of Adidas sponsorship or what is that?
I got it when I died.
Did you feel like an asshole? I think there's more to this story. If a friend is a German soldier that was killing people in a...
No, he's a good American.
So wait, so what's that logo?
It was from my dog guy. Actually,
wait, really? Your dog or your dog?
It was my early 20s. What?
Like your nigga? Yeah, like no, he's saying not like.
No, like
an actual dog. And so what's that on your arm?
I don't remember getting it.
Wait.
The dog or the tattoo? The tattoo.
You don't remember getting the tattoo? No. Wow. You were drinking?
Yes. San Diego. I'm feeling San Diego. No, actually, probably not more than 300 yards from here. Wow. I found when I got my credit card receipt, that's when I learned. Oh, shit. The lady I worked for gave me a bill. I don't even know what it was. What you think like that too? He got it was like a car. Yeah. It was like a guy with a suitcase.
But the dog kill a guy. Todd, tell us more about this tattoo. You don't remember anything about it.
Nothing.
What did the receipts tell you? What else did you do? I love black. Yeah. The basic story. So it's like a Tarantino movie. You know the end first, and then you find out everything else that happened.
I think that's called Memento, Tony.
They're remaking that movie, by the way. What are they? Yeah,
that's a dumb idea. That is dumb.
Todd. Yes, sir. More about the tattoo. Okay. That question I asked you. What else do you remember?
Next to nothing.
Do you know what that means?
Well, I know I like Evil Knievel. You know, so there's a little bit of that there.
Like Christmas trees.
I had the idea of maybe Red Stars. That is a terrible thing. It's terrible. Like I had to get my receipt and go back and have them clean it up.
Wow, you mean it was worse?
Yeah.
No, mine's worse. My tattoo's worse than that, and I barely remember either. Do you have a tattoo?
Who gets tattoos when they're blackout? That seems like the one thing.
This was an 18-year-old employee of mine at a movie theater that just learned how to do it on melons and watermelons, so you get me a free tattoo.
So,
whoa, you got a melon above your ass?
No. What's the tattoo have to do with your dog? Did you get his name covered up? No, there's a dog. There's like a dog called John. Oh, there is a dog.
I know.
Yeah, you should see everybody. Everybody, don't look too close.
Yeah.
Your eyes will turn to stone.
Yeah. Todd, what's something exciting about you? What's different between having a 3-year-old and the kind of life you were living before?
A lot.
Like what?
Like I have no hobbies. I don't do anything.
What did you do before?
I probably drank too much. Yeah, I think that's it.
What else happened other than the tattoo? Any other blackouts? Was that a normal thing for a while?
I once came to completely new on a roof, which I thought was my friend's house. Okay. And I climbed down on the van, went to the front door, the entire family greeted me. Dad grabbed me, threw me up against the wall, and was like, fucking do it, fucking do it. I had to throw his arms off me, take off down the street, figure out where I was staying, find my clothes.
You were naked.
Yeah. Were you 300 yards from here? Nah. Considerably.
How do you end up on somebody's roof?
Yeah, why'd you go on the roof?
I might have been working on a Fiddler on the Roof joke.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Oh my God, we just reached an all-time low.
My friend in
It's like 130 episodes.
My friend in college, he was 19 and wasted, walking home. He was stumbling like crazy, and these cops were following him. And you know, they would give him MIT or some shit, University of Illinois. So he walks into a house. It's like 3 a.m. He's in the house, not his house. Okay. Cops knock on the door. He gets naked. Answers the door. The cops are like, "You're drunk. Is this your house?" And he says, "Officers, would I be naked in someone else's house?" And they let him go. There you go. That's the thing.
Wow.
That's what you were doing. Officers, would I be naked on top of someone else's roof?
Now I get it. You're running around naked, and they're like, "Here, sir, take this piss yellow shirt that we'll never wear." All right, I guess you guys like that shirt, huh? All right, fuck this.
Don't be scared of yellow, guys.
Fuck yeah.
You were funny. You made me laugh.
Yeah, good stuff. That one-liner pack's really hard, and you have to chip away and really take all the time that you possibly can while still making sure your 3-year-old doesn't die. Yeah, it had this funniest 3-year-old alligator. He has a better chance of making it than you do, Todd. To be honest. I'm serious. 3-year-olds have star power, you fucking
I would try,
haters.
honestly, I would just take your jokes, find the joke out of it, get the meat out of it, just make more story-based stuff, because right now it just sounds very kind of like Laffy-Taffy, that I call that style. You know, like it just seems like joke, and it's all kind of familiar. Make it more about their life and just get the meat, throw it in there.
I took stories out of it.
It sounds like you're making like a recipe for food or
I
something.
mean, there's definitely, you take some of the Laffy-Taffy, you chop it up, and mix it up with some meat, and there you go. Put it at 375 for 7 years.
Todd, fuck yeah. Fun stuff.
Good.
Todd Malta.
You were good.
There
Thank you very
go.
much.
I love it. Definitely the winner of most likely to be a school shooter, Todd Malta. No doubt about that. Let's get another name out of this bucket. You guys having fun or what? How you feel, live audience? All right, yeah, we're coming in the straightaway now. Who knows what can happen?
Nobody's really sucked yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this could be the one though. Put your hands together. I don't know. It looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Jeffrey Wari.
Oh! All right, we'll talk about the guy who got a big theater with, or you're scared of him. You know what the fuck you doing? You know what I'm saying? I know I was saying right, but you know what the fuck you doing? You just don't. You got a big dick, and women scared of fuck. You think you got a jackhammer or a sledgehammer? You don't fuck with like that. Take it easy. You come back out. Play with it. You got a dick in. Take it back out. Am I right? Am I right? So you don't want a big dick just coming at you like, wow, I'm in. No, you want a gonna look at her and say, take it easy. All right. I'm coming in slow. And then you don't work it. You don't go in, pow, 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 pow. Am I right? This motherfucker what I'm talking about, right? Right?
Jeffrey Worry, everybody, come on.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Nigga, work the dick. Don't try to figure
There,
out.
oh, there it is. There it is. There's that bear. It comes out sometimes.
I didn't hit him.
Oh shit, Jeffrey.
I love how he was trying to use Tony the whole time.
I know. So sorry in this show's history where I've had a stare down with somebody during their set. I was wondering who was going to break first, and
God,
it wasn't me.
I didn't know where that was going to go. I thought it was like, oh shit, there we go. But then it's, wow, man.
Yeah, and it seems like you're just going off on a run on what some other comedian was talking about. A lot of comedians material that they prepare.
This was great.
Oh, fuck, now I believe you. Everybody knows that the old passport of comedy is a Jumbo Rouge 3-prong mini index.
It was particularly funny when
I'm pretty sure I still see the tag on it from CBS. Wait, I guess you keep the tag.
when he grabbed the microphone and used it as a dick, it was fun how he put it so close to this obvious mother-son combo right here. I appreciated that very much.
Yeah, it was very aggressive. You were really slamming that mic stand up and down.
I want us both to go take a blood test to see if we related to me.
It's true. A lot of stage presence on this one. Maybe it's the old handy.
A lot of
down.
stage presence. You know, if it's like, if you would have like busted the door like the cops and shit, like, no, but busted the pussy like the cops and shit, like, wow, bitch, get on the ground, and they start fucking the bitch. You know me, though. Hey, that's just funny, though.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years.
Off and on, sort of.
Well, no, I kind of was, let's say, my mom died a couple of weeks ago. I just kind of fucking went down here.
I love that. You're back. You got a lot of energy. Hell yeah. I love that. First night back after 2.5 years. 2.5 years, a lot's changed. Todd Malta's son grew up.
I think it's funny that he hasn't got me 2.5 years. He came up here and immediately just improvised the joke.
Yeah,
that's pretty
good.
fucking
All that pent up energy. You're like, you know that thing somebody else was talking about? I'm going to do a better version of it. Really well done. That's exactly what you did. I mean, a lot of energy. Now, I'm still a little confused. Were you saying that you're on the big dick end of it or the little dick end of it? I don't even know what you were saying. I just knew it was great. Right. So you're saying you have to warm them up, you have to let them see it.
No, you just don't go smashing in the pussy.
right.
Take your time with it.
It's the color speech. It's the speech.
Because I feel like you're a real lovemaker, Jackie. I feel like you get a lady back to your place. You have candles lit up, music. What do you play music on? Very white. What do you play it on? You play it on your iPhone?
Jazz, is he?
Set the tone, Jeffrey. Let me ask you something. Set the tone for us. How do you pick Barry White's one pop hit? Oh, okay.
That's just too much. That's busting in the pussy. It gotta be something really slow.
Yeah, it's gotta be like a slow Barry White. So what do? You light some candles, put a little Barry White on the cassette player.
Set the atmosphere. Nice thing. Have a nice drink. Bring you closer to me. How you doing?
Here comes that mother-son combo again.
I got a friend I'd like you to meet.
Uh-oh.
His name is Big Willie. So you bring them in slowly.
Guys, why are you still wearing the clothes that they gave you when you leave jail?
That shit got a loose cigarette in that motherfucker. So
Mom died 3 years ago, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you always call your dick Big Willie? Is that a thing?
I would just like to do that.
You just improvise that. You don't have a name for your dick.
Dude,
It's like a.
what's the name for your dick? You don't have names like this.
What's your guys' name for your
Yeah,
dicks?
I got names. You know you do.
Mine's Jason. I used to have a.
Is that because you make her wear a mask?
Yeah.
Dude, do you think you have a bigger dick than the other guy? Should we have a dick off, guys? Wow. Brian has been pushing this to me for weeks. Trying to get him on board.
Hey, if you're trying to be WWE Raw or whatever, this would be a great way to do it. I mean,
Yeah, it's dick off.
I don't even know what it's called. WWE Raw.
Especially this one. Well, this is a lot like WWE because this is actually virtual. Do you remember virtual from the 7 people in the room that know who virtual is? But, all right. Do you know who virtual is? Do you have any kids? How many?
3 boys.
How many that you don't know about?
Only 3.
Only 3 that you don't know about? So 6. So 6 kids total.
No, 3.
That's so great that you would be there for those 6 kids, Jeffrey. I feel like some of them maybe are grown up. Like how old's the oldest? Oh yeah.
Wow.
That's definitely grown up. How old are you, Jeffrey?
Wow.
Look at that. More energy than any of these kids.
You know, absolutely. I hope at 53 I'm still coming by the Kill Tony Monday Night Podcast.
Oh yeah, Jeffrey. What do you do for fun?
Right now, I'm out in double laps.
Yeah, what's like your favorite hobby? What do you do to get away?
Smoke weed.
Smoke weed. Yeah. What's your favorite thing to do when you smoke weed?
Fuck.
Fuck.
Wow.
But you don't pound it real hard. You kind of got to go like
Just ease into it. There it is.
There you go.
Hey, Jeffrey, you got a piece of rice on your top lid.
It's true. Yeah, I know it's true. I noticed it too, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Rice.
Oh, pussy juice.
Is there- Jeffrey, let me ask you something. What's your trick to going down on a lady? You have any tips or of that trait? It seems like you know how to do the dick thing, but I want to know if you know how to please a woman orally. Do you do that? What's some tricks with that?
make sure you hit the
where's the spot at?
Make sure you hit the right
You don't know the spot. You got problems.
That's true.
You mean the asshole?
Yeah. Yeah, do you ever gobble the asshole up?
Never.
Why? It's the cleanest part of a woman.
That one's not true. It's like how the dog's mouth is the cleanest unit than humans. That's not true.
It's like 3 or 4 times a day if you think about it.
It's true.
He fast you emperor and you'll live.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no. Oh,